Chapter 220, Bad Girls, Do Not Waste. The Trial Declaration of the Gold Coin Dog. Yang Qiming is merely emotionally obtuse, yet he is not foolish. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the meaning behind Zhou Yuding's words and, reflecting briefly, spoke up. Yesterday, she sent me a message. Something about transferring 8.8 for candied hawthorn and 18.8 for strawberry candied hawthorn to feed online. How did you respond? I didn't quite understand. I wanted to transfer the money, but wondered if that would be too forward. Yang Qiming scratched his head, so I complimented her, saying, "You are truly humorous." Brother Yang, you are quite humorous as well. Huang Kailang, the pure supporter, raised his thumb in praise. If I were that girl, I would definitely have laughed. Zhou Yuding was taken aback, thinking to herself that indeed, foolish individuals often enjoy foolish fortunes, which was somewhat amusing. She knew several girlfriends who could easily ensnare a naive person like Yang Qiming, only to consume him entirely, leaving him infatuated. The method is quite simple. Initially, one bestows small favors. During birthdays, reciprocate with gifts, split the bill, and once well acquainted, one might even treat the fool to dinner. In essence, one must strive to cultivate an image of a caring, good sister. The grand reveal is approaching, showcasing one's spending prowess on social media. I may lack funds, yet like all beauty-loving girls, I adore the Apple family bucket. I relish traveling, fashionable attire, and luxurious LV handbags. Do you like me? Grant me a better life. I care not for gifts. What matters is you as a person. Do not overexert yourself. How will you eat when funds are scarce? Foolish one, allow me to treat you. We can economize and get through this. It is all my fault. Let's sell the bag. I apologize, my family background is not ideal. My mother used to. With this combination of tactics, within 3 months, Yang Qiming could be entirely transformed into a gold coin dog. Ensnared early on, he would be scouring for avenues to earn money. Zhou Yuding looked down upon such blatant gold digging and regarded it with disdain. However, fortuitously in a good mood, she offered some advice based on her idle state. She simply wants you to send her red envelopes to gauge your financial prowess. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiming experienced an epiphany. I did not send any. What should I do? Still thinking about her, Zhou Yuding was speechless, pondering what a pathetic admirer he was. While you are here, she is already calling someone else husband over there. Huang Cailong's eyes widened in astonishment, struck by the realization. If Brother Yang sends a red envelope, wouldn't he then also be called husband? At this, Yang Qiming felt an unexpected thrill within himself. Although he knew this was misguided and that she likely only desired his money. Yet, perhaps after sending the red envelope, she would cease seeking others? He waved his hand dismissively. Ah, such matters are truly meaningless. You blush like a teapot. Zhou Yuding found herself utterly exasperated. She cast a glance at the pathetic admirer beside her, thinking how utterly ridiculous. One a sycophant, the other a fool. Ding dong. Class is now in session, dear students. As a class bell rang, Zhou Yuding had no desire to continue engaging with the sycophant. However, out of sympathy, and given her disdain for blatant gold diggers, she offered one final piece of advice. If you wish to avoid being swindled, it is best to delete that person. Yang Qiming nodded and mumbled in agreement, understood. Yet, he did not act immediately. Although his phone lay in the desk, and unlocking it to delete someone would take but 10 seconds, he used the excuse of class to postpone the action. After school, I must delete her. Following the first class in the afternoon, Jiang Nian felt particularly alert, his efficiency in listening to lectures remarkably high. The classroom was filled with students. Even Zhang Ningji was sprawled across her desk, asleep. However, it was peculiar. Why are you not sleepy? Li Hua lifted his head from the study materials, his expression sluggish like a sloth. Nian, this reading is quite good. I also wish to read. Let me see the cheese stone. Jiang Nian was skeptical of his words. He leaned over to inspect, only to find that this person was perusing the short stories in the supplementary materials, neglecting to solve any problems, yet devouring every tale. You call this reading? How is it not? Jiang Nian, uninterested in conversing with someone so dim-witted, continued to complete the homework left over from the previous physics class. He preferred to write while attending class, finishing up in the 10 minutes following the lesson. Although his current physics grades are rather mediocre, my friend, this is the physics curriculum for the 3rd year of high school. Scoring 60 indicates that the novice in the Qi refinement stage possesses a comprehension of the majority of high school physics concepts, as well as some intricate physics problems. A score of 70 reflects that the senior in the foundation establishment stage has begun to grasp the nuances of high school physics. An 80 signifies a prodigy in the golden core stage, as those who enter this realm are exceedingly rare. In truth, achieving an 80 in physics within a small county can secure entry into a respectable 985 university, even though the acceptance rate for 985 institutions in Southern Province has historically been a mere 3%. However, educational resources in small counties are scarce. Of that 3%, 2% is siphoned off by stronger municipal key schools and key provincial schools, leaving only 1% of the quota for candidates from Jiang Nian. A score of 90 denotes a venerable ancestor in the nascent soul stage, occasionally consulting your opinion on problems that even teachers find challenging. A score of 100 signifies the pinnacle of success, akin to the great perfection level of Tsinghua and Peking University. The reasoning is quite simple. The three subjects of the science examination are taken together. Physics is the most challenging, and most candidates will prioritize completing biology and chemistry before tackling physics. If one scores 80 in physics, it signifies that both biology and chemistry have been completed. To take a step back, this comprehensive science examination is indeed at a level of 230 to 4, perhaps even 250 to 6. Alas, when one adds up the total score, does this not suggest entry into a 985 institution? In the blink of an eye, the final class of the afternoon arrives, biology. In the morning, Qing Bao was subjected to a bit of autumn wind from Jiang Matzi, and in the afternoon, he directly points out the rebellious student on the blackboard for a dictation of knowledge points. Despite the time-consuming nature of dictation, its long-term benefits are substantial. As long as one perseveres, these fledgling students will begin to value the biological knowledge imparted to them. After the dictation, Jiang Nian still maintains a perfect score of 100. In contrast, Dong Wensong, who ascended alongside him, appears somewhat overwhelmed, struggling amid the heaps of flax. Out of 10 knowledge points, only 6 were articulated, highlighting a stark contrast. In truth, 6 is commendable, as much of what Qing Bao recited consisted of knowledge points from practice exercises. However, nothing is more daunting than comparison. One comparison leads to a heap of despair. Qing Bao harbors a complex sentiment towards Jiang Nian, a rebellious student whose growth is the swiftest. Regrettably, he is akin to a bandit goblin, his passive abilities merely stealing coins. What is pilfered is not only the quick-drying pen, but also a future that is not particularly bright. At that moment, a humble biology teacher quietly disintegrates in a corner. Dong Wensong glances at Jiang Nian's completed dictation on the blackboard, nearly breaking into a sweat. During biology class, he does not dare to challenge the rhythmic elegance of Jiang Nian. There is no alternative. Qing Bao is a martial general, intent on revealing the true nature of Dong Wensong. If he were to make a fool of himself on the blackboard, twisting and squirming like an eel, he would immediately face Qing Bao's reprimand and be relegated to standing at the back of the classroom. The biology class, is also referred to as the most normal episode of Dong Taishu. Qing Bao glances at Dong Wensong and sighs. "You may leave." Dong Wensong, with his head bowed and not a word spoken, returns to his seat, initiating his performance of grievance. During class, no one pays him any mind, but after class, he enters the final session of self-study. Finally, someone notices him and quietly inquires, "Songgu, what's wrong with you?" Feeling a bit unwell, Dong Wensong replies, lying on the desk with a weak expression, "I think I might be a bit hot. Perhaps I'm ill. Is there a risk of recovery?" "What? Is the chance of recovery high?" Luo Yong scratches his head. He enjoys chatting with Dong Wensong and occasionally asks a couple of questions. Observing the lively atmosphere, the afternoon becomes filled with amusement. "I don't know. Perhaps the dictation has let down the expectations of the biology teacher. I feel dreadful. My back is drenched in cold sweat, so I must be catching a cold." Not far away, Li Huan notices the commotion and expresses concern. "Dong Wensong seems to be ill. Does anyone have rat poison?" "That's too cruel. Are you wasting rat poison?" Jiang Nian interjects, disregarding the commotion, as Dong Wensong always remains quite lively. Ignoring the situation, The chaos will only splatter within a confined area. After school, Jiang Nian is busy completing his half-finished assignment, ensuring that the evening's self-study session will be less burdensome. When he finally looks up, over 20 minutes have passed since the end of school. He hurries out of the classroom, eager to head downstairs for a meal. Just as he reaches the second floor, he encounters Li Qingrong ascending the stairs and casually greets the class leader. Going to the cafeteria? Li Qingrong inquires. Yes. Does the class leader need me to bring anything? Li Qingrong shakes her head and replies that it's unnecessary. After a pause, perhaps feeling her response was too curt, she adds, be careful on the way. Jiang Nian is momentarily taken aback, gazing into Li Qingrong's eyes, swallowing hard. Are you sending assassins along the way? Li Qingrong asks, puzzled, shaking her head. No. This time, it is Jiang Nian who feels awkward, explaining. Class leader, I was just joking. Li Qingrong lowers her gaze and nods. MHM. The two pass each other, and Jiang Nian rushes down the stairs in a flurry. Clutching the railing, he leaps down 4 steps at a time. Resembling a young Jackie Chan, Li Qingrong stands at the edge of the staircase, expressionless as she watches Jiang Nian descend until his figure completely vanishes around the corner on the first floor. Only then does she retract her gaze and slowly ascend the stairs. In the cafeteria, Yang Kaiming finished his meal, his gaze drifting absently over his phone. It was time to erase it. He was a sentimental person, and despite knowing that Anin was not a virtuous girl, he still felt grateful for their encounter and cherished the memories of their first night of deep conversation. Regardless of everything, Anin had indeed brought him solace. Thank you. Let's bid farewell properly, he murmured to himself. As if resolving to take some decisive action, perhaps they would meet again someday. Opposite him, Huang Kailang was enthusiastically devouring his meal of 2 meat and 2 vegetable chicken leg rice. Brother Yang, it's on me, he declared, having sworn allegiance to Yang Kaiming. As the saying goes, those who honor Brother Yang's true name shall encounter eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Upon noticing Yang's furrowed brow, Huang Kailang felt a pang of concern. After all, Yang was his world. Brother, what's wrong? He asked. I've decided to delete Anin. I'm just pondering my final farewell words, Yang Kaiming replied with a sigh. It was not his desire to sever ties, but he hoped for the purity of love to remain. Huang Kailang, with a simple grin, offered, Brother Yang, let me help you. As the two contemplated the farewell message, they revised drafts repeatedly. However, before they could craft a tear-jerking goodbye, Anin sent a message first. So annoying. The pants I just bought are already loose. In the crowded cafeteria, the 2 boys were momentarily stunned. Such an explosive image, suggestive words, and intimate topics rendered rationality utterly absent. Yang Kaiming swallowed hard. I think I'll write the farewell message tomorrow. Yes, brother. Huang Kailang, not particularly eloquent, managed to say, after all, as the saying goes, it's the new year. And you want to be at a loss. Exactly, I just need to remain clear-headed, Yang Kaiming replied, his gaze resolute. Kailang, don't you think this is precisely my opportunity? What opportunity? Huang was somewhat bewildered. I've heard it said that if one encounters all the hardships in their youth, their later life will surely be smooth sailing and filled with wisdom. Huh. Huang Kailang didn't quite grasp it, but he nodded in support. Yes. The elders say that suffering is a blessing. That's a narrow perspective, Kailang, Yang Kaiming stated solemnly. On the path of a man's advancement, can there be only joyful laughter? The road we choose to traverse must surely be fraught with tempests. Huang Kailang nodded vigorously. You're absolutely right, brother. Although Zhou Yuding has warned that Anin is a deceitful woman, women understand women better, and her words are likely spot on. If a wicked woman siphons off your money, brother, then you'll never be able to treat me to meals again. But one must not only think of oneself. We must consider you. As long as you're happy, even if you don't treat me to meals, I'd follow you even if it meant going hungry for 3 days. Contemplating this, Huang Kailang nearly moved himself to tears. He gazed at Yang Kaiming with unwavering determination. Brother, you are truly wise. Chapter 221. How can one excel in studies when surrounded by pests? As evening study commenced, the classroom was sparsely populated. Jiang Nian found himself observing Zhang Ningzi intently. After all, he had completed his homework in the afternoon. The sensation of writing assignments during class felt akin to working extra hours, utterly exhilarating. Zhang Ningzi, sensing someone's gaze, felt somewhat exasperated. What are you doing? I'm thirsty. Didn't you fill your water bottle? Zhang Ningzi shot him a glance before turning away, deciding to endure her thirst until the break. Ultimately, the affection had waned, and Jiang Nian felt uncomfortable not being able to mooch a drink. Share half your lemon tea with me. He had ceased employing imperative sentences and was now making straightforward statements. It's like sharing a harvest, whether there are dates or not. I'll take my share. Not a chance, Jiang Nian retorted, harboring daily grievances against him. If you don't give me some, I'll just steal the straw from your drink, and you'll have no choice but to share. Jiang Nian calmly uttered an outrageous statement. Jiang Ningzi's head was spinning. She felt a mix of anger and amusement, but maintained her stern expression. You dare? Li Hua, unable to bear the antics of the two, interjected, act your age. What is wrong, darling? Are you jealous? Jiang Nian shot him a sidelong glance, then suddenly asked, by the way, Hua, have you ever tried urinating with boiling water? Li Hua was taken aback, scratching his chin. Why not? It would transfer heat, burning you as it travels back up, Jiang Nian explained, his tone persuasive. At 100 degrees, it would surely startle even the most stoic. Hearing this, Li Hua nearly recoiled in horror. Boys could empathize with such perilous scenarios, even if the misfortune didn't befall them directly. You're talking nonsense. He pondered for a moment, instinctively feeling it was a fallacy. Yet, considering the physical properties of liquid under high temperatures, he decided after much thought to boil a pot of water at home to test the theory. One must seize opportunities, for they do not come around twice. As evening study approached its conclusion, a voice suddenly pierced the gradually quieting classroom. Achung, are you playing video games again? Take a break and read a book, okay? Laughter erupted in the classroom. Even the girls couldn't contain their amusement. To be fair, the boys who spent their breaks joking around were predominantly straight males. Some girls were laughing uncontrollably, perhaps genuinely enjoying the humor. I am a historian. This is Zionin Liang. Why has Sun Xishan stopped talking? Is he naturally somber? That day, I simply couldn't endure Lin Dong's incessant chatter and stormed out, only to encounter a rather peculiar individual who insisted on taking me to a convenience store. The classroom buzzed with laughter, and the evening self-study commenced amidst an atmosphere that was impossible to escape, only settling down after the class bell rang. Around 10 minutes later, old Lu slipped through the door, holding a stack of papers. Surprise quiz, everyone. The classroom fell silent in an instant, all faces blank with disbelief. After a couple of seconds, the realization hit, and a cacophony of wails erupted. What? The first evening study is a language test? I haven't even finished my homework. How dare you? It's illegal to test language. Come with me to confess. Jiang Nian remained unfazed. He rather enjoyed language tests. One language exam could consume an entire evening study session, especially with essay writing included. Of course, a math test would have been even better, as the 2 hours would vanish in an instant. From lowering his head to the first question to lifting it again, his face flushed with embarrassment. Last Sunday, due to the parent-teacher conference, the surprise quiz was postponed. Old Lu continued to explain on stage, stating they had to take the test anyway. Students, clear your desks. Arrange yourselves according to the seating from the last quiz. No changing seats or whispering. With a clatter, the students began clearing their desks. Some moved books from their desk shelves to the podium, while others opted to place them in the embedded metal cabinets, feeling quite idle. Jiang Nian had little on his desk. He swiftly tossed his books into his basket. After wrapping up in a second, he turned to assist Jiang Nian, who was struggling with a cluttered desk. This is the tangled nature of love. The elder brother may lack education and be taciturn, yet his affection remains steadfast. This is the essence of resilience. If you deny me my lemon tea, I shall morally bind you to my will. Of course, this tactic is ineffective against those with a negative moral compass. Jiang Nian observed Jiang Nian silently assisting her in tidying up and felt a wave of guilt wash over her, recalling her earlier words which had seemed rather harsh. He carried her books to the podium, and upon returning, he noticed Jiang Nian retrieving a box of lemon tea from her drawer. After a moment's hesitation, she swiftly handed it to him. For you. Jiang Nian's heart leapt with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a delightful surprise. Thank you, darling, he exclaimed. His voice drowned out by the cacophony of the classroom. Yet Jiang Nian heard him distinctly. Darling? Although Jiang Nian often displayed erratic behavior and casually referred to his male friends with endearments, a term that had become somewhat trivialized in their class, hearing it still sent a jolt of exhilaration through her. Leaning against the desk, her heart raced chaotically, akin to a flurry in the snow. She blinked, maintaining an appearance of calm, while internally, her heart surged and ebbed. She dared not make any abrupt movements, fearing a lapse in composure. After standing there for a moment, she gradually regained her composure, which felt as inflated as Zimbabwean currency. With her gaze lowered, she took her time organizing her exam stationery. Her heart continued to thump vigorously, but she managed to suppress it enough to avoid embarrassment. She silently admonished herself not to be so pathetic. The Chinese exam was exceedingly tedious. Yu Tongzhe, feeling rather uninspired, settled into his seat according to his student number. His gaze instinctively drifted toward Li Qingrong's position, and a sense of fatigue washed over him. The recent influx of assignments had been overwhelming, and he struggled to keep pace with his studies. He found himself exhausted from rushing to complete homework across various subjects. And while he contemplated copying, he remembered his earlier declaration against it, having even subtly mocked his deskmate for doing so. However, he reassured himself that it would be fine once they switched seats this Sunday. Hu Nianzhong had mentioned that he was a slow-to-warm-up person and felt too shy to approach the homeroom teacher about changing groups, needing time to mentally prepare. Being from the countryside had its complications. As he pondered these thoughts, he noticed Jiang Nian and Li Qingrong engaged in conversation, which struck him as peculiar, as he felt little emotional upheaval. A month ago, such a sight might have left him feeling despondent for quite some time, yet now he merely felt exhaustion. Damn it. The Olympiad class truly doesn't regard ordinary students as human beings, he mused. Those in the know were students, while those unaware might think he was merely attending school as livestock. A wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting him to close his eyes. A voice in his mind whispered that he might very well exhaust himself in such a place. Tao Ran wandered the classroom with a stack of test papers and answer sheets, inquiring of the back row, "Are there any missing test papers or answer sheets? We're short on answer sheets over here." Zhou Yuding raised her hand high, her voice straddling a pitch between a whisper and a shout. This way, this way." Tao Ran, only a few steps away, walked directly over and leaned down to count the answer sheets. "A few are missing? Let me see. Who's short? Raise your hand. And I'll take note." Zhou Yuding began volunteering herself for tasks, sneaking glances at Tao Ran in the process. Not bad, suitable for deep water cultivation. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 sheets. A smile spread across Zhou Yuding's face as she observed the sparkle in Tao Ran's eyes amidst the counting of answer sheets and seized the opportunity to ask, "Class monitor, do you like Ford cars?" Tao Ran, preoccupied with counting the answer sheets and distracted by the noise in the classroom, didn't quite catch what she said. He vaguely heard something about a Ford. Is it the license plate of a Ford? He had no intention of dating in high school and thus never concealed his peculiarities. A real man should appreciate Ford. It was somewhat eccentric. "Yeah, and then what? Are you going to kill me?" he quipped, handing the 7 answer sheets to Zhou Yuding before pausing to ponder for a few seconds. Does what you mentioned have fur?" Zhou Yuding was taken aback. "What kind of car has fur? Are you referring to Transformers? Some of those robots do look a bit like they have grass growing on them." "I suppose so. That's quite nice. I like it too." After saying that, Tao Ran walked away. Zhou Yuding, bewildered, decided to look it up when she got home. Boys had such niche interests. During the Chinese exam, the 2 evening self-study sessions passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Nian's hand was sore from writing. He barely managed to complete an 800-character essay, indifferent to its correctness, simply relieved to have finished. The essay was hastily cobbled together with a few cliches. It wasn't that he didn't take it seriously. The crucial points for scoring in Chinese exams didn't hinge on this. Writing one less paper wouldn't significantly impact his college entrance examination outcomes. Of course, it did matter, akin to the biological realm losing Ma Qiaozhan, who had once filled in bed as the answer to a biology question about fertilization. Having completed his writing ahead of schedule, Jiang Nian found himself with nothing to do. Thus, he began to indulge in the familiar pastime of gazing at the class monitor, momentarily lost in thought while observing her profile. He then started to twirl his pen, which was difficult to maneuver, and shifted his attention to the class monitor's pen. "Ahem, class monitor, may I borrow your pen?" Li Qingrong was in the midst of writing the last 200 words of her essay, her arm tightly encircling her test paper. Given someone's history of peeking at essays, she had to be cautious. Upon hearing his request, she turned to glance at Jiang Nian. After the Chinese exam concluded, the students returned to their seats, with the 4th evening self-study session yet to commence. Li Hua suddenly stopped writing and turned to Jiang Nian, saying, "Nian, how can you study well with bugs around?" Jiang Nian froze, fearing that this annoying individual might suddenly draw a metaphorical gun at him. No, it should be aimed at Kai Xiaoqing. She was the one who truly called the shots in Class 3, while he was merely a small fry standing by. Chapter 222. Where does your father usually hide the household registration book? Jiang Nian hesitated, curiosity piqued. "May I ask, what do you mean by bugs?" Across the aisle, Ma Qiaozhan leaned in with his round, chubby face, chuckling heartily. "He's mocking you." Li Hua turned to glance at Ma Qiaozhan with a crooked smile. "What a mess. Where did that 500-point wild dog come from? Kneel and bow. Become my slave, or no one in heaven or earth can save you." Jiang Nian chuckled and retorted. "The new China has no slaves." The surrounding classmates erupted in laughter, their weariness from the evening studies momentarily forgotten. Humans and animals were indistinguishable during their leisure. They relished watching their classmates perform comedic skits. Occasionally, the boys would engage in whimsical discussions, such as whether the lady who went downstairs to throw out the trash could really cheat within 20 minutes. The boys each immersed themselves in the scenario, brainstorming solutions. For instance, they suggested putting the trash aside and making a 100-meter dash to the car, provided the back seat was spacious enough. Wouldn't tea that be akin to a sun melting snow? What education wouldn't tea dissolve? Aside from that, the boys' dormitory night talks would also explore similar topics. The year of believing in your roommate, the apocalypse, yellow, and politics. Everything was discussed. Once someone recorded it, one could only say the first 3 years of public meals were secured. During the 4th evening self-study session, most of the time, school life was relatively dull, and the classroom remained quiet. A sudden influx of homework could easily command the class's attention for half an hour. After school, he exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Nian before departing. He made his way downstairs. Jiang Nian had initially intended to seek out Su Qianqian, but instead, he unexpectedly encountered Zhou Haifei, who was hurriedly exiting class 3 of the high school with her head bowed. The latter paused momentarily, stuttering a greeting. Hello. Oh, are you heading back to the dormitory? Why yes, Zhou Haifei replied hastily before departing. Approximately 20 seconds later, Su Qianqian emerged from the building, her backpack slung over her shoulder, and inquired with curiosity. Who were you chatting with? Oh, it was Zhou Haifei from your class, Jiang Nian replied candidly as they navigated the flow of students heading downstairs. She didn't have enough money on her meal card at noon, so I covered it for her. It was just 4 yuan. She borrowed coins from the classroom to repay me. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. Tightening her grip on the straps of her backpack, she remarked, Zhou Haifei, huh? Her sentence trailed off as she glanced around the staircase, seemingly spotting someone, which prompted her to fall silent and continue descending with the crowd. It was only after they had left the senior year building and were walking along the path leading out of the school that she resumed. You've done a good deed. I admire Zhou Haifei. What do you mean by that? Jiang Nian inquired. Her family is rather strict. They don't allow her to pursue her studies. Su Qianqian confessed after a moment's hesitation. Speaking softly, they believe it's better for girls to marry when they grow up. How could they think that? Jiang Nian felt a surge of anger. Jiang Nian is in such a dire state. He wanted to voice some rebellious thoughts, but ultimately refrained, recognizing that it all boiled down to societal issues, an unfavorable local ethos. Why is it that way? Poverty, he replied. And why is there poverty? Due to the local customs, geographical disadvantages, and many other factors. Ultimately, he concluded, at least they benefit from Guangdong's influence. It makes it easier for them to seek work in the south. The general hasn't led the troops south yet, but many relatives have been down there for years. Ding. Congratulations, you have been born. Upon checking his assets, he was taken aback. What do you mean BYD is in the negative? 388,000. Damn, that's longer than my life. He looked down again and was horrified to find that his infant outfit was nothing but a dust-proof suit from an electronics factory. Is this a joke? He thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. In a place as impoverished as Jian, the bias against women was palpable. Nevertheless, he mused, given her excellent grades, surely someone would ensure she could continue her education. In truth, such matters often go unnoticed by the authorities, and marrying off daughters can be a surefire way to wealth. It was all rather absurd. During the last application for poverty assistance, Zhou Haifei had mentioned her family's financial struggles and lack of labor force. Su Qianqian elaborated. It was evident she wouldn't qualify under the new homeroom teacher, as you know what kind of person they are. She may have exaggerated her situation out of desperation. However, I believe she only disclosed part of it. The rest might be too difficult to articulate. How did she manage to get that assistance? Would her parents even agree? Jiang Nian asked curiously. These things require guardians to prepare the necessary documents and get them stamped. Of course, they would cooperate. With her outstanding grades in senior year, it would certainly improve her marriage prospects, Su Qianqian replied. This indicates Zhou Haifei is intelligent, and there's a greater chance she'll have smarter children. Oh, so they might not allow her to attend university? He queried. Well, the main concern revolves around whether they can cover her tuition and living expenses, Su Qianqian sighed. However, she could apply for student loans with no interest for 4 years, which would fully cover her educational costs. If she receives scholarships, she could even pay it all back upon graduation. Thus, after the college entrance examinations, she would still have her freedom. It's not a significant issue. But marriage requires a household registration book, which is still in her parents' possession, Jiang Nian reminded her as they casually strolled out of the school gates. Given the circumstances, why consider marriage at all? She replied earnestly. If I were her, I would first attend university, find a job, and establish stability before contemplating anything else. Moreover, whether a household registration book is still necessary for marriage registration in the future is still uncertain. Jiang Nian acknowledged her point with a simple "oh" and continued. Where does your dad usually keep the household registration book? He posed the question casually, but Su Qianqian abruptly focused on him, scrutinizing his expression for several seconds before asking. Why do you want to know? Does it concern you? You never know, Jiang Nian retorted playfully. The two engaged in light-hearted banter until they reached a late-night snack stall, quickly forgetting about Zhou Haifei's situation. After finishing their meal, they headed home. It wasn't that they were indifferent. It was simply that in Jiang Nian, such issues were all too common. To put it bluntly, in impoverished areas like this, the prevailing attitudes don't change overnight. Once home, Jiang Nian opened his phone to play a game. After gaining a star, he leisurely proceeded to take a shower. Upon finishing and drying his hair, he regained his usual composure and prepared to mindlessly scroll through his phone. As he opened Douyin, he was met with a scene of toy excavators digging in a sandbox. Each one seemed more preoccupied with the female streamer in a black silk skirt than the task at hand, persistently attempting to dig despite being repositioned repeatedly. Damn, they've lost their original intent, he mused. The option to tip and join the queue was tempting, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest. However, when he noticed the lengthy wait for a queue number, his enthusiasm for spending money waned. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Dong, consisting of just 3 words. Are you free? Noticing the hour was still relatively early and he wasn't particularly tired, Jiang Nian readily replied, not free. Was he joking? If Lin Dong were reaching out to him, it must be something positive. The message could have started with, well, Nian Gu, I have something amazing to tell you. Or great news. It certainly couldn't be a simple inquiry about his availability. Lin Dong clearly hadn't anticipated Jiang Nian's blunt refusal. After a moment, he sent a voice message. Upon opening it, Jiang Nian was greeted by a cacophony of noise, suggesting a heated discussion. After listening intently, he grasped the situation. Lin Dong's dormitory mates were embroiled in a debate about farming in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Transitioning into whether urban or rural areas would provide better starting points during a zombie outbreak. They were arguing vigorously, seeking someone to act as an arbitrator. Ding ding ding. Jiang Nian joined the conversation via voice, but refrained from taking on the role of judge. He found the topic intriguing. A zombie apocalypse was certainly to his liking. Wu Jun asserted, starting in the city offers a higher probability of finding survival supplies by exploring neighboring homes. The dorm erupted in laughter at this, as if to say, oh, so you're just eyeing your neighbor's rations, are you? The image of a desperate neighbor forced to barter food with you was amusing. After the uproar subsided, Zheng Yu interjected with a counter-argument. Of course, starting in the countryside is much more prudent. Gathering supplies in the city isn't that straightforward. Every household has security measures, and the population density means an abundance of zombies. Generally speaking, he continued, in the countryside, every household has a toolbox. Not to mention, crafting weapons and protective gear is a piece of cake, and breaking into a neighbor's house is relatively easy. Lin Dong voiced his dissent, exclaiming, I must disagree. The rural areas have inconvenient transportation, and collecting resources can be quite cumbersome. One person's strength is limited, and we can't let our little brother suffer. At this, Jiang Nian couldn't help but interject, I've noticed this topic is becoming increasingly risque. But let us get back to the real question. How does one deal with zombies? Can rubber truly isolate the virus? The moment Jiang Nian spoke, the dorm fell silent. Wow, it's my first time encountering a living Ling Mo. Wait, Jiang Nian, are you also an avid user of cling film? What you call cling film is, in fact, a sacred artifact of isolation. Even Zheng Yu was thoroughly impressed. Who in their right mind could conceive such a cunningly ingenious stratagem? You profess no dietary restrictions, yet you disregard humanity itself. Amidst the boisterous clamor, the night's discourse drew to a close. The dormitory gradually fell into a tranquil hush. Wu Zhengwu cleared his throat softly and turned over to sleep. Lin Dong rose to fetch water, leaving only the ambient white noise of the window's gentle rustling within the room. With a soft click, Zheng Yu unlocked his phone. He dimmed the brightness to its lowest, the faint glow casting delicate shadows upon his nose bridge. His restless heart gradually stilled, surrendering to a serene calm. The eastern horizon began to pale with the first light of dawn. The following day, once again, the weekly test awaited. Morning self-study proceeded as usual. The classroom filled with the murmur of recitations when Li Hua suddenly exclaimed, wait, it's Wednesday today? What's the matter? The PE class has been cancelled, damn it. Stunned, Li Hua clutched his English vocabulary book, a visage of disbelief, pondering if the lesson would be made up. Jiang Nian shot him a sideways glance. Idiot, guess. Li Hua immediately emitted a frustrated outburst, his spirit utterly deflated. Chapter 223. Though I chatter during self-study, I know I am a diligent student. The entire class stood for English morning reading. Zhang Mingzi had switched seats with Li Hua, now standing behind Huang Feng's desk. The two whispered quietly amidst the reading. Jiang Nian initially assumed they were discussing academics, but upon closer listening, it was mere idle chatter. A tad stereotypical, scholars are human too. Anyway, at this particular high school, no one abstained from gossip. Yet, for Jiang Nian, the habit of whispering was not intentional. though he seldom submitted homework and enjoyed chatting during evening study sessions. Occasionally visiting the office to while away time, he knew he was a conscientious student. Should he be silenced, he would become a mere joyless automaton. Huang Fong recounted her childhood fishing adventures by the river in an even tone. The river was vast and pristine then. The fish were deliciously fresh. In summer, folks often fished or even used electricity to catch fish. The mountain spring trickled down from mid-slope, forming small stone pools where shrimps and crabs hid in crevices. Later, the river's water level dropped, and its quality deteriorated. The fish caught had a musty earthiness. We could only eat fish we raised in our pond. I've tried fishing in the city park, but caught nothing, Jiang Nian remarked. This surprised Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian appeared as if transplanted from a metropolitan city. Hardly someone to associate with fishing. How did you fish? With a scoop net, the kind often sold at park entrances, Jiang Nian replied earnestly, eager to showcase her prowess. Even the park fish were fair game. I bought a pink net and nearly caught one. Jiang Nian was momentarily stunned. Sweetheart, isn't that a child's scoop net? But then again, if fishing by the park lake, one could lure the gullible fish with breadcrumbs, then surprise them with a small net. Upon sharing his brilliant idea, half the group stared at him in silence. Feeling sheepish, he asked what? Jiang Nian retorted. That's too sneaky. How can you deceive fish? Jiang Nian shrugged. If you can't catch them with skill, you must resort to heavy artillery. Jiang Nian blinked. Slightly dazed but conceding, that makes sense. Huh. Our dear Gigi is utterly adorable. Such a fine girl must be cherished, held close, and shielded from other admirers. Wu Zheng was said with a smile. Curious, Wu Zheng inquired. If you sink a large net in the water and sprinkle it with breadcrumbs, then wait for the fish to gather, could you catch them all at once? He had never fished himself. Pure theory. Not really. A big net is heavy underwater. By the time you lift it, the fish will have fled, Huang Fong replied as the lesson commenced. Oh, I see. Wu Zheng felt a bit embarrassed, typical of a pampered young master who had never fished. Zheng Yu raised his head and remarked, unlike Jiang Nian, who even knows about the virus isolation artifact. At his words, both Wu Zheng and Zheng Yu laughed heartily. Li Hua was bewildered, clueless about this inside joke. What virus isolation artifact? Zheng Yu smiled mysteriously, glanced at Wu Zheng, and grinned. You should ask Jiang Nian. Li Hua looked toward Jiang Nian, only to find him already seated, diligently solving problems, apparently unwilling to divulge, leaving Li Hua the outsider. Damn it, traitor. Halfway through morning reading, Chen Yunyan was engrossed in reading Yilin, having finished memorizing vocabulary long ago. She used this time to fill gaps. Though borrowing extracurricular books was challenging due to their circulation within the class, Yilin, Readers, Youth Digest, inside and outside the classroom. Occasionally, manga, hanabi, and story club also circulated, with story club being the most coveted, mostly held by boys. Chen Yunyan wished to read it, but had to settle for an unready Lin. Yet, one article grew increasingly peculiar as she read. She turned to Wang Yihe and asked, Yi, if a supermarket in America loses power and opens its gates, letting people take goods for free, would anyone actually leave money behind? Wang Yi, timing breath holding on her watch, exhaled and pondered, it's fake. Our middle school teachers said that even without power, they wouldn't pay there. Chen Yunyan nodded, finding the absurdity oddly fitting her stereotypical view of Western powers. From the rear, Sun Zixin leaned forward, adding, actually, it's quite good there. My cousin went abroad. Her bag was snatched on the street, but within an hour, it was recovered. Chen Yunyan was surprised. Security is that good? No, my cousin paid a bit to local gangs to retrieve it. Sun Zixin shrugged. She added some extra cash to have the thief beaten up. Wow, such tolerance. Lin Dong overheard the fun and joined in. Their an English test in the first 2 periods. Ah Chung, copy my answers. Lin Dong had been in good spirits lately. Last week he earned some money, and this week learned that Yang Kaiming was once again, damn it, in love, a delightful surprise. No need to translate. This isn't South Copper. Now he no longer had to guard against cousin Kaiming's advances. All were merely lustful demons. As long as he loved women, they were brothers on the same front. No way, can't you do it yourself? Sun Zixin flatly refused. Lin Dong shrugged indifferently. Then I'll ask cousin Kaiming. I'm too lazy for English. With that, he turned and tapped Yang Kaiming's desk, speaking affectionately. Cousin, copy my English. Okay, no problem. Yang Kaiming agreed happily. The weekly test was leniently supervised. Leave the multiple choice to me, then I'll pass you the notes. Yang Kaiming was in good spirits. Life was full of ups and downs, mostly UPS. A friend's betrayal wounds never heal, unless you start a new relationship. He was currently engrossed in chatting with an not investing true feelings, merely passing time. She was a green tea type, somewhat pragmatic. And then, friend, don't you spend money on Genshin Impact? A 648 pack drained Grandpa's welfare. And the pity didn't he even reset properly. In the mountains, the agile dog dreams of playing games with you, sending sweet voice messages, and sharing photos and videos with a delightful sister, all without the need for a hefty price tag. Just a simple cup of milk tea will suffice. This is not mere green tea. It is evidently a thoughtful and budget-friendly companion. Joy abounds, with love blooming and friendships flourishing. Upon witnessing their sweet interactions, Sun Zixin felt an unsettling surge of envy. It was one thing to have a rival like Jiang Nian in the realm of romance. But how could his own brother also be swayed? Clearing his throat, he nudged Lin Dong and, lowering his voice, inquired, "Has Yang Kaiming recently won the lottery?" "Oh, not at all." Lin Dong shook his head. "That's a relief." Sun Zixin exhaled deeply. "Yes, in love." His spirit plummeted. He felt utterly defeated. "No, brother Dong. I'm not jealous or anything, just discussing." "Huh," Lin Dong replied, puzzled. "Merely a hypothetical discussion, detached from anyone in our class," Sun Zixin insisted, his face flushing with urgency. "Let us say there is someone who has entered a relationship, completely unrelated, no implications." Lin Dong, with a grin, pressed on, "If this person is in a relationship, how unattractive must their partner be?" "Wait, I have a picture of his partner." Lin Dong rummaged through his pocket and pulled out his phone, accessing a categorized album. Sun Zixin, in a rush, failed to ponder why Lin Dong possessed a photo of Yang Kaiming's partner. Typically, no one would retain such electronic information. "Let me see." He leaned in, and his face reddened further. "This woman must surely have some affliction. I've heard whispers of those who feign concern to approach the disabled. A normal person. I have a video of his partner dancing." Lin Dong scrolled through the album and silently played a vibrant dance video, featuring a charming young girl. Sun Zixin slumped in his chair, eyes glazed, murmuring, how did he manage to land such a partner? He had heard she attended the first high school, which, though not as prestigious as the second high school, still boasted commendable academic performance. Lin Dong continued to add insult to injury. Her best friend is quite attractive too. Though her dancing leaves much to be desired, her singing is passable. Sun Zixin felt all vigor drained from him. He wished to kneel before Lin Dong and plead for a contact. Yet, thinking of Chun Yunyun, he resolutely abandoned the notion. One's heart cannot harbor two souls. In his youth, he had encountered the tale of the monkey who picked sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Sometimes, the best friends are right beside you. And the one you cherish sits at the front of the class. That is true happiness. Suddenly, Lin Dong remarked, her best friend has quite the ample bosom. Sun Zixin's face turned green. Unable to contain himself, he collapsed onto the desk, convulsing in despair. He had lost the watermelon. Curiously, Lin Dong, after perusing the photos, shook Sun Zixin. "Ah Chum, what is wrong with you?" "Nothing. Just reminiscing about sorrowful matters," Sun Zixin replied, rubbing his face repeatedly, yet choosing to confront life with a smile. The morning study session concluded. The first exam of the day was English, and the hallway buzzed with students heading to relieve themselves. After all, the exam would last 2 hours, and while leaving mid-exam wasn't forbidden. Requesting permission to visit the restroom was cumbersome. Jiang Nian chose to visit the restroom just before the bell rang, and, on his way back, spotted Chun Yunyun and Wang Yui ascending from the opposite staircase, leaving him puzzled. "What were you up to?" he queried. "Just using the restroom," Chun Yunyun replied. "Every exam. The girls' restroom has a long line, but there is hardly anyone at the administrative building." "Oh, I see. Aren't you worried about running into a teacher?" Jiang Nian asked. "Just say you're looking for the homeroom teacher. He has got an office in the administrative building anyway," Chun Yunyun replied nonchalantly, adding that, in reality, no one really cared. Just then, all three noticed Qian Bao at the end of the hallway, clutching a stack of exam papers, and immediately fell silent, retreating into the classroom. Chapter 224, Borrowing a Bit of Luck. Do you think this is a variety show? With a rustle, the white exam papers were passed from front to back. The windows carried a hint of mist, the temperature quite cool, while golden sunlight flooded the classroom. Everyone took their seats according to their student numbers, and Jiang Nian naturally settled next to the class monitor, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This seating arrangement would persist until the college entrance examination. Yay, locked in with the monitor, he thought. The only way for this arrangement to change would be if someone with a student number ahead of Jiang Nian withdrew from school. Typically, those who left were those struggling academically, unable to find their footing. The students from the Olympiad class ranked first in academic performance, enjoying a relatively relaxed and abstract atmosphere. Therefore, the chances of you withdrawing were slim. If necessary, guidance could be provided. Focus. Li Qingrong, who was writing her name and student number on the exam paper, felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned to him. "What is up?" Jiang Nian fidgeted, hesitating to speak. Having sat behind him for a while, Li Qingrong had come to understand him somewhat. Sensing his discomfort, she realized he was about to say something foolish. "Sure enough," Jiang Nian shyly uttered, "Class monitor, Could I borrow a bit of luck? How do you propose to do that? Just lend me a pen and blow on it a bit. Jiang Nian wriggled like a slippery eel. For this English exam, I'm aiming for a score of 145. Li Qingrong lowered her gaze. The quick dry pen in her hand was a gift from Jiang Nian. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled out a light blue quick dry pen from her stationery pouch, gently blew on it, and handed it over to Jiang Nian. With glee, he accepted the pen and began to write his name. This time, blowing on the quick dry pen counts as a roundabout way. Next time, you must kiss me. In the back, Yang Kaiming stared, dumbfounded. Wow, Jiang, you really have no shame, even teasing the class monitor and blowing on it. Do you think this is a variety show? Yet, taking a step back, he found himself somewhat intrigued, not by Jiang Nian, but by the cleverness of the scheme. Hee, I've snagged something good. After the exam, I'll message it in. I need to borrow a bit of luck too. The listening section concluded. Yu Tongji sighed in relief. Estimating he had only made 1 or 2 mistakes, he felt a surge of triumph, believing he was one step closer to a score of 600. Upon raising his head, he noticed Jiang Nian and Li Qingrong sharing a desk during the exam, and his breath caught in his throat. Still not used to this? He decided to endure, thinking that once Hu Nianzong asked the homeroom teacher for a group change, everything would be fine. Jiang Nian was merely lucky, enjoying a favorable position. To be honest, Jiang Nian's only advantages were his looks and academic prowess. Yet, once in the real world, what do grades and appearances matter? In life, it's about capability and connections. Truly exceptional individuals should remain humble and composed, guarding their place beside Li Qingrong, engaging in high-level discourse that others cannot approach. Once he successfully changes groups, Jiang Nian would appear to him like a firefly in the night. In due course, he would elevate his studies. And then he would be the favored child of destiny. How could a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? With this thought, Yu Tongji felt victorious once more, silently resolving to vigorously encourage Hu Nianzong during the upcoming break after the exam. What shyness or introversion? The bride doesn't dawdle on her wedding day. The first class concluded, and only half the time for the English exam remained. At the podium, Qian Bao, secretly playing with her phone, stood up and announced, anyone who needs to use the restroom can go one at a time. The weekly test, after all, is not a formal examination. As long as one does not make their cheating conspicuous, it often goes unnoticed. Moreover, the prohibition against restroom breaks is entirely disregarded. Of course, this leniency is partly due to Qian Bao's amiable demeanor. With a rustle, Luo Yong rose and exited the classroom. Qian Bao took this opportunity to survey the room. Noticing that most of her classmates had stalled at the reading comprehension section C, while the quicker ones had managed to tackle section D. Li Hua had already begun composing his essay. Sigh, what a child. Is it truly possible to advance so effortlessly? Since no one seems to understand, they might as well write from the back to the front, right? The students who struggle with English are in disarray. As for why they struggle, it's because in the Olympiad, the underperformers score above 500. Li Hua's mockery stems from this. Where do those 500-point wild dogs come from? Qian Bao is acutely aware of the mindless antics of these classmates, filling in answers indiscriminately, relying on instinct rather than comprehension. Although they may not grasp the reading, they can make random selections, picking whatever seems familiar and leaving the rest to fate. As she approached a few of the top English students, they had nearly completed the conclusion of Section C. It was likely that when the class bell rang, they would be ready to tackle Section D. She walked over to Jiang Nian. He had already finished Section D and was working on something else. Just as she was about to leave, she felt her clothing tugged. Looking down, she saw Jiang Nian pointing at a closed test question, inquiring for assistance. Qian Bao was momentarily at a loss for words and had no intention of engaging. As she attempted to walk away, her shirt was tugged again. This time, his paper bore the words jelly, and Jiang Nian squinted as if to say something. Qian Bao was exasperated. She glanced at the multiple-choice question and then tapped his desk twice, saying with displeasure, no whispering during the exam. Jiang Nian remained silent, pondering that tapping twice indicated option B, which he then circled. It wasn't that he couldn't answer. He was just a bit uncertain. After all, he had just borrowed luck from the class monitor, and if he failed to score at least 145, it would all be for naught. King Yu of Zhou wooed beauties with a smile, while I, Jiang Nian, resort to minor acts of deceit to secure a 145. Quite reasonable. He glanced at the class monitor's profile, the warm autumn sun casting a golden hue on her high ponytail, which swayed gently as she considered the questions. Most students were quite tense during the exam, fully focused. Those who could afford to glance at others were either clueless or had completed their work. Lin Dong was among them. His affection for lilacs stemmed from the fact that Yang Kaiming's name was derived from them, a flower known for its helpfulness. Ready to pass answers to him, feigning concentration on his paper, Qian Bao approached. Upon seeing his work, she frowned. Why are you still on Section A? She flipped through his answers and exclaimed, Goodness, you haven't even completed the listening section. This is essentially neglecting everything except the essay. Her keen eye quickly discerned the problem. You're not planning to cheat, are you? Lin Dong broke into a cold sweat, stammering. He struggled for words, unable to utter even a syllable. Not far away, Yang Kaiming grew anxious for his good friend. United, brothers can achieve great feats. Survival in this world relies on 5 principles, and betrayal is not one of them. Justice must prevail, and if Dong Guo is in trouble, it's time for him to step in. In a moment of desperation, Yang Kaiming interjected, Teacher, do you believe in the existence of genius? Qian Bao was skeptical of genius, but was well acquainted with the concept of cheating. After a moment of incredulity, she promptly escorted Lin Dong out of the examination room for a reprimand. To forego even the weekly test, what audacity! Will he resort to cheating in the final exams too? As the bell for the second session rang, the English test entered its latter half. Zheng Yue's seat by the window allowed him to bask in the golden sunlight of the sports field. He had little interest in foreign assessments, hastily completing his work before drifting off to a pretend slumber. The previous night had been a late one for him. It was no exaggeration to say he could sleep through any exam, be it English or Chinese. Although his English scores were not high, his mental world was rich, and as he closed his eyes, he began to indulge in aimless fantasies. When would be the most suitable time to be reborn? Or perhaps it would be better if the apocalypse arrived, although he would surely be the first to perish. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, a yellow bee flew in through the window. Zheng Yu straightened up. After all, it was nearly winter. Why was there still a bee? Instinctively, he recoiled, realizing that being stung was no laughing matter. Physical pain was bearable, but the ridicule from his classmates would be unbearable. There SAB. I'm not calling out. I have a name. I'm Chu Yuxian, exclaimed a voice, startling Zheng Yu. Indeed, there was a bee, and the commotion it caused elicited an awkward hum from Li Hua, drawing the collective gaze of several familiar faces. Bid, are you busy during the exam? Get lost. I was just nervous. Oh, I see. Nervous in the middle of an exam. The classroom erupted into chaos as the students, having little respect for this weekly test, raised their heads to track the bee's movements. I can hear its buzzing, claimed Wang Yuhi. How impressive. Zhang Ningzi, sitting beside her, sparkled with excitement. Is it really possible? Wang Yuhi was merely bluffing, unwilling to lose face. She tightened her expression, pretending to be a sage, and pointed toward Jiang Nian. Over there. The bee, initially drawn to Qian Bao at the podium, was intrigued by the excessive makeup she wore. The bee thought to investigate what this sweet nectar was. But Qian Bao, startled, swatted at it with her exam paper, causing it to retreat. However, the more one tries to shoo away a bee, the more it clings on, curious about what delectable treats it might find. As the bee spun around, seemingly ready to return, Qian Bao stood up from her seat. She did not flee outside, likely wishing to avoid the nickname of Qian Pao Pao among her classmates. Instead, she dashed toward the podium, quickly positioning herself by Jiang Nian's desk. Jiang Nian, bewildered, looked up at Qian Bao. Teacher, have I offended you in some way? We are colleagues. Why the rush to turn against me? Qian Bao ignored him, watching as the bee approached her, gasping in surprise. She tugged at her most trusted disciple's jacket, and, in a moment of panic, stammered, Catch it with your hands. Wait, is that even human language? Jiang Nian stood up from his seat, grabbing 2 pens, as the bee flew towards him without a discernible path. All eyes in the classroom were on him. He held the pens like chopsticks, seemingly casual in his approach. In an instant, the bee vanished. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the room, with the buzzing sound no longer audible, as everyone instinctively gazed at the 2 pens suspended in midair. A small black dot writhed between them. Yang Kaiming, seated at the back, was wide-eyed in astonishment. No way, man, is this even possible? Chapter 225. Where are the treacherous ministers? I don't see them. The technique for capturing bees became a frenzied topic among the students. Chirp, 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 please share. Jiang Nian engaged in a self-dialogue, prompting a wave of laughter throughout the class. No one truly believed in the method for capturing bees. It was all about hand speed. The boys, possessing agile athleticism and a penchant for completing homework, naturally had quick reflexes. Qian Bao let out a sigh of relief and resumed her authoritative demeanor as a teacher. Ahem, let us continue the exam. What should we do with the bee? Jiang Nian inquired. Release it, Qian Bao replied, turning back to the podium. Is it possible for me to place myself in the position of someone I dislike? Jiang Nian inquired once again. Upon hearing this, Yu Tanja felt a sudden tightening in his chest. This is bad. After this thought crossed his mind, he quickly reassured himself that it was illogical. Aside from offending Jiang Nian a month ago, he had hardly provoked him since, so why the panic? But then again, what does it matter if he had? He neither seeks trouble nor fears it. Once contradicted, He would unveil connections so formidable that everyone would witness his thunderous methods. Li Hua began to contemplate. It seemed he hadn't offended Jiang Nian recently. What nonsense. Just throw him out of the classroom, Qian Bao retorted, her tone sharp. Everyone else, focus on the exam. No whispering. Li Hua made a nonchalant sound of agreement, creating a commotion that ordinary individuals could not produce. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Sun Zixin, in fact, felt a twinge of envy towards Li Hua, occasionally wishing he could be the one to stir such attention. Alas, he could not lower his dignity. For there resided someone in his heart. At most, 2 people, and perhaps in the future, 3. But for now, there was only one. His sole regret might be that he excelled at basketball. Recalling those 3 blocks from the parent-teacher meeting day brought a shadow over his heart. The sight of a basketball now evoked a kind of PTSD reminiscent of a World War II veteran. Damn it, it's going to be a disaster. Sometimes he felt despair over pursuing Chen Yunyun, returning to square one in their relationship. Reconstruction had yet to be completed. First, he needed to win over her father. Now, his chances of garnering any favor from Chen Yunyun had likely hit rock bottom. Sun Zixin stared blankly at the exam paper, barely managing to tackle the reading comprehension section D. The difficulty was akin to being raised by a stepmother. He hardly understood anything on the first read. However, he was now disinterested in answering questions, hesitating whether to pursue someone else. Affection is not a fixed entity. He merely seeks a certain feeling. Sun Zixin felt no shame in this. He had seen many on Douyin share similar sentiments, harboring a crush while being open to liking others. Some may experience fleeting infatuations, while others hold someone dear in their hearts indefinitely. Perhaps it was time for a change. Winning would suffice, whether in Egypt or not. If he lost, he could always return to his quiet admiration. The English exam concluded, and the papers were stacked and passed forward. Jiang Nian returned the quick-drying pen to the class monitor, preparing for the next math exam. It wasn't a matter of luck being insufficient. Rather, math offered better value when devoid of pretension. One could simply deliver a resounding slap to the face. Scoring below 103 in math meant forever remaining an insignificant ant. Li Qingrong accepted the quick-drying pen without questioning why he didn't continue using it. She merely stayed at her desk, fixated on the English exam paper, motionless. Jiang Nian leaned in for a closer look, curiosity piqued. Class monitor, is section A particularly difficult? The reading comprehension section A was roughly equivalent to middle school level. With a slight memorization of vocabulary and a bit of mental agility, one could easily manage it. For a scholar of Li Qingrong's caliber, it was an effortless task. Upon hearing this, Li Qingrong flipped the page, transitioning to section D. Ah, hell level. Section D is challenging, yet still not enough of a challenge for the class monitor. It was still effortlessly completed. Jiang Nian, bewildered, couldn't help but inquire, class monitor, are you heading to the restroom? She maintained her usual aloof demeanor, her high ponytail still held with pride. The sway had ceased, and she stood rigid. In the corridor, Jiang Nian navigated through the crowd. Passing by class 2, he couldn't resist peering inside. The classroom was noisy, and aside from Yuan Zhengchuan, he recognized no one. He withdrew his gaze and glanced back at Li Qingrong. Class monitor, this way. Class monitor, why don't you ask where I'm taking you? The direction Jiang Nian was leading was the opposite of the 4th floor restroom, which felt entirely suspicious. Upon hearing this, Li Qingrong emitted a nonchalant ah, as if she had just realized something. Should I ask? Jiang Nian replied, no jokes, this time. I'm genuinely encountering someone who might want to be called out just to satisfy their curiosity. There was no rush. He thought he might as well consult the omnipotent AU. However, he merely entertained the thought. If he were to post it, the outcome would likely be a barrage of ridicule, which he fully attributed to 8U's capabilities. Yet another worshipper of the goddess bewitched by essential oils. After some contemplation, Jiang Nian decided to clarify. The 4th floor restroom is overflowing. The queue would take ages. The administrative building is practically empty, with no leaders present, and generally, students wouldn't dare go there, so no queue required. This was Chun Yunyun's wording. But it had become his now. Li Qingrong showed little reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. To be fair, Zhennan High School was indeed a bit impoverished. However, if the landlord were to dig a little, there would surely be a few carts of gold to spruce up the facade. The administrative building served as that facade. Wow. This is my first time in the administrative building, Jiang Nian mused as he stepped inside, feeling akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. This administrative building is quite affluent? I thought Zhennan couldn't find a decent building. Turns out there's treasure within. He lamented. After 2 years of living like a bandit, discovering such a splendid place for the first time, regret washed over him. Had he known about this earlier, he would have. Still lost in his thoughts, he suddenly realized how quiet Li Qingrong had become. He initially thought she had fallen behind, but turned to find her right behind him. Let us go, class monitor. The long break lasted a full 20 minutes. Since it was a weekly assessment, the senior class did not need to run drills. Jiang Nian had no intention of wasting the entire time in idleness. He estimated that he could spare a few minutes to visit the cafeteria for some Odin stew. The thought of a massive electric rice cooker filled with fish balls, tofu, and quail eggs lingered in his mind. Just then, the elevator chimed, abruptly pulling Jiang Nian's thoughts back. Cold sweat broke out. A leader was in the elevator and about to emerge. What Odin stew? He felt like a trapped pig, caught between a rock and a hard place. Alone. He could have simply bolted. He was confident enough in his speed to escape before being seen. However, with the class monitor in tow, would she follow him in flight? In a split second, Jiang Nian made a decision. With a swift motion, he grasped Li Qingrong's wrist and pulled her into a nearby stairwell. A heartbeat later, the elevator doors slid open, and the leader stepped out, chatting merrily, the crisp sound of their leather shoes echoing in the corridor. In the stairwell, they pressed themselves against the fire door, standing face to face, separated only by the width of a fist, able to hear each other's breaths. Jiang Nian's focus remained outside, his heart racing. This is terrifying. Li Qingrong said nothing but scrutinized him with a couple of extra glances. Exiting the administrative building, Jiang Nian stretched and squinted up at the sun. What a relief, we safely escaped. At the same time, he pondered what was up with Chen Yunyan. Her information had been misleading. Thankfully, his wits had prevailed. Otherwise, both he and the class monitor would have been cornered by the leader, who would surely demand to know who was the homeroom teacher of class 4. He mentally noted to confront her at noon. Since Jiang Nian was heading to the cafeteria, he allowed Li Qingrong to go ahead, yet she did not move. As he took a few steps toward the cafeteria, she mirrored his movements. Oh, class monitor. Are you hungry? You should have said so earlier. Zhang Lai lacks nothing but money. A couple of days ago, he purchased a dozen leather goods for his family, thereby becoming his mother's sole and cherished favorite. With a casual expenditure of 1,000 or 2,000 on a bag, he delighted Li Hongmei immensely. Although Mrs. Li felt a pang of regret over the money spent, she could not resist the impulse to indulge Jiang Nian whenever he faced reprimand, fearing that any protest might provoke his condition. The eldest brother, having only completed junior high, was somewhat oblivious to the notions of frugality or the traditional pursuit of a bride. For him, it was all about spending liberally. Why not continue to splurge? With a flurry of expenditure, he soon realized that the balance in his bank account had hardly diminished. It seemed he could never quite manage to exhaust his funds. With such substantial resources at his disposal, treating the class monitor to a meal was a trivial matter. Jiang Nian had already invited Li Hua and others out several times. Money was of no concern. After all, it was mere pocket change. And their eating pace couldn't keep up with the accrual of interest. As time passed, with the bell expected to ring soon, Jiang Nian was unconcerned. In a math exam, what he could solve would remain solvable regardless of a few minutes' delay, and problems that eluded him would still be unsolvable even with an extended half hour. The class monitor, too, seemed indifferent. As they stood in line at the cafeteria, several students ahead turned to glance at Li Qingrong, most stealing a quick look before sneaking another. In high school, there was no such thing as a campus beauty. There were merely relatively well-known attractive girls. However, one would not find a throng clamoring for contact information or a swaggering delinquent waiting at the school gates to profess his affection. The crackdown on gang violence had already taken its toll. The elder brother was formidable in a brawl. Yet he was even more impressive when delivering food up 8 flights of stairs. A good review was in order, dear. As the class approached, few lingered in the cafeteria, which suited Jiang Nian perfectly. He skillfully ordered a few servings of tofu and fish balls. This modest amount was merely a trifle for a high school boy. He then turned to inquire about Li Qingrong's choice. What will you have? Li Qingrong glanced at the menu and signaled with a gesture of 2 fingers, fish balls. In less than 10 seconds, 2 servings of snacks emerged from the kitchen. Jiang Nian, holding a small round disposable bowl with 2 long bamboo skewers, found a plastic long table, seating himself and Li Qingrong at either end. Class monitor, the fish balls are very hot. You should blow on them. He didn't doubt her ability to take care of herself, but merely thought she might not be accustomed to such delicacies, and without caution, she could easily scald herself. Li Qingrong nodded in agreement. All right. True to Jiang Nian's advice, she blew on the steaming fish balls 4 or 5 times before tentatively taking a bite. It was not hot. Of course it's not hot after blowing on it. Our class monitor has a knack for this. After a while, the bell indeed rang. Oh no. Jiang Nian still had half his meal left. It was too hot to eat quickly, and time had slipped away far too soon. Class monitor, why don't you head up first? Li Qingrong had ordered less and had already finished. She seemed oblivious to the ringing bell, sitting quietly at the end of the long table. The midday sun streamed through the cafeteria's wide-open windows, casting a warm glow upon her. The girl simply gazed at him, her expression placid. I'm waiting for you. Jiang Nian paused for a moment, then replied, okay. They arrived late by 5 minutes, entering the classroom just as the exam commenced. Fortunately, they were not in dire straits, as Li Qingrong's math skills were exceptional. The math teacher said nothing, almost guiding Li Qingrong to her seat. Your Majesty, this way. Class 3 had its own political correctness, and the class monitor's actions were justified. Any dissent? Where do low-scoring miscreants come from? Out you go. As for Jiang Nian, the presence of flatterers around the monarch was inevitable, otherwise. How could one explain the phrase clearing the court? Some individuals seem to have lost their bearings entirely. Traitors? Where? I see no traitors here. Your Majesty, congratulations. May the winds be favorable, and the nation flourish in peace. Harmony reigns across the land. Chapter 226. Wonderful, a martial general. Many students arrived late for the math exam, and a few others trickled in with late passes. Given that it was a class test, a make-up for last week's assessment, and an impromptu quiz, the math teacher was lenient. Come in. After approximately 1.5 periods of proctoring, the math teacher grew weary and, after a couple of laps around the classroom, observed that all was well before retreating to her office for tea. Once the teacher left, the class erupted into a flurry of activity. Baby, your cheeks are so rosy. I just want to kiss them. Li Hua had nearly completed the exam and was fidgeting. I like it so much. Fool. That's just the heat from concentrating on the paper. Ma Qiaojun adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, his face flushed. I'll measure your IQ. Get lost, you idiot. Jiang Nian paused his writing and couldn't he help but applaud Ma Qiaojun. Wonderful, a martial general. The exam questions were not particularly challenging. He had smoothly navigated to the last 2 major problems. He had lost a few points along the way, but that was normal in a math exam. What? Why did the class monitor not lose points? How should I know? Scoring a 130 is the threshold for excellence. It's not impossible to scrape by. Maintaining that score consistently would place one among the top ranks in Class 3's math standings. The most intriguing aspect of the math exam was the complete absence of any awareness of the passage of time. Ding. The moment class was dismissed, Jiang Nian dashed out. While queuing in the cafeteria, he suddenly spotted Su Qianqian and Song Zun in the adjacent line, his surprise evident. Where did you spring from? Chasing from behind. Su Qianqian declared triumphantly, reveling in her slight victory. Oh Jiang Nian, why has your line stopped moving? Beats me. Jiang Nian felt a flush creeping up. What is going on up there? Are they secretly collecting payments at the cafeteria window? Oh, how crude. Su Qianqian scoffed, making a face of disdain. Meanwhile, Song Zun had remained silent, merely casting a few glances at Jiang Nian. Suddenly, she whispered something to Su Qianqian, and the two erupted into laughter. What is so funny? Jiang Nian looked down at his pants. Fortunately, there were no embarrassing protrusions or awkward folds that might invite misunderstanding. What were they laughing about? He felt compelled to retaliate. Ziyun said you have a stray hair sticking up on your head. Su Qianqian teased. You rascal. Jiang Nian pointed directly at Song Ziyun. I didn't mean to. Song Ziyun retreated a step, hiding behind Su Qianqian to evade his gaze. You can check in the mirror. It's really there. The line shuffled forward. But unfortunately not for Jiang Nian's group. This was the most urgent moment he had experienced in school. Why wasn't the line moving? It was frustrating that only his line remained stagnant. He truly felt like dying. No, he should not be the one to perish, but rather someone else. Su Qianqian, help me get some food. No, I refuse. Then you get it for me. Jiang Nian immediately shifted his focus, turning toward the girl hiding behind Su Qianqian. Catching her off guard. You've been talking behind my back, and if you don't help me get food, I'll come to your class to apprehend you. Song Zun immediately panicked and could only nod in agreement. Fine, but I didn't say anything bad about you. She found it impossible to contend with Jiang Nian and was too intimidated to confront him directly. Each time, he overwhelmed her, leaving her defenseless. And she could only muster a weak protest. Before Su Qianqian could speak, a blue meal card was thrust in her direction. I'll treat you all. Just swipe my card. Jiang Nian activated his financial prowess. He had yet to repay Song Zun for the shrimp dumpling she had bought last time and saw this as an opportunity. After finishing the meal, I intended to purchase 2 boxes of exorbitantly priced milk, thereby settling all outstanding favors in one fell swoop. Hello, classmates. Are these 2 seats taken? 2 exquisitely fair young ladies, each clutching a tray, stood in the aisle. I noticed there seemed to be no books placed there. Oh, pardon me, they're occupied. Jiang Nian glanced over and pointed to a phone and keys resting on the table. They've gone to get food. We'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls had no choice but to depart. Soon after, Su Qianqian and Song Ziyun arrived. Song Ziyun handed Jiang Nian her tray and shared a pair of chopsticks from her own. Here, and the card. Thanks. Jiang Nian, having successfully acquired the coveted chicken leg rice, pocketed the meal card. Were those 2 your classmates just now? Su Qianqian inquired. No, they were just asking about the seats. Jiang Nian replied casually. Wait here, you two watch over my chicken leg rice while I go buy a drink from the convenience store. Oh, as Jiang Nian left. Su Qianqian exclaimed, wonderful, now we have drinks. Huh. Song Ziyun looked puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to bring anything? Oh well, that's just how he is. Su Qianqian laughed, unable to explain further, but delighted nonetheless. Let's just say he's robbing the rich to aid the poor. Really? Song Ziyun pointed toward a certain direction. He seems to be talking to a girl, and they look quite friendly. Is that so? Su Qianqian stood to take a glance. Indeed, Jiang Nian was conversing with a girl of rather ordinary appearance, who seemed somewhat resigned to his approach as she sat eating. Oh, she must be a member of their group, Su Qianqian remarked as she sat down. Fong Fong, what a coincidence to see you here. Jiang Nian grinned, addressing Huang Fong, who was engrossed in a biology booklet, as though encountering an old friend in a foreign land. We just met yesterday on the road. You startled me, Huang Fong responded, slightly exasperated. Who understands us, running into a down-to-earth guy while eating? Huang Fong, hailing from a relatively impoverished family, residing in a remote mountain village unfamiliar to Jiang Nian, lacked direct bus routes from town and had to transfer once in the countryside, thanks to the government's new rural development plan. Every household now had access to paved cement roads, improving life somewhat though not entirely resolving hardships. She was resolute and indefatigable, spending most of her free time reading. A staunch believer in the power of human effort, she was a pure-blooded mortal striving diligently. In East China, some excel in the college entrance examination with ease, others with perseverance. For Huang Fong, the JAKO was profoundly significant, and she never found it burdensome. Who would quibble over the optimal solution? When was that? Jiang Nian suddenly recalled, but was reluctant to admit it. Wait here, don't run off. Huang Fong looked puzzled, glancing down at her full tray. Had she really eaten so quickly? After about 2 minutes, Jiang Nian returned from the convenience store, carrying a large bag. With a thud, a bottle of fruit milk landed beside Huang Fong. I'm treating the whole group to drinks. Here's yours in advance, Jiang Nian said, raising an eyebrow and pressing his hand down. No need for thanks, I'm off now. Huang Fong's mouth opened slightly, watching as Jiang Nian tossed down the milk and then swiftly departed, leaving her momentarily speechless. By the time she gathered her wits to say thank you, Jiang Nian had vanished without a trace. She looked in the direction he disappeared and then down at the fruit milk on the table, her mind racing to piece together the situation, unsure of what to say. Although Jiang Nian was verbose, he often treated his group members to snacks. Knowing his nature, Huang Fong found it difficult to refuse. She resolved to repay him when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cafeteria, why did it take you so long? Su Qianqian glanced up at him. Nothing, just ran into some group members. Jiang Nian replied as he sat down, distributing the drinks to the two girls. I was just about to treat our group to some drinks. Generous of you. Su Qianqian accepted with a smile. Having grown up with Jiang Nian, she was accustomed to his generosity and was more than willing to accept his offerings, wishing she could mooch off him daily until he was broke. However, the chances of meeting in the crowded cafeteria were slim. Even familiar faces could be unrecognizable amidst the throng. Thanks, Song Ziyun whispered. She rarely encountered Jiang Nian outside of class, often leaving early or arriving late for evening study sessions since her home was far, and she waited for Zhao Kaidu to pick her up. Today was a rare occasion for the three to dine together, a cause for celebration. After the meal, Jiang Nian returned to the classroom. He placed a box of fruit milk at each seat in the sixth group, also buying some for Ma Qiaojun and Yao Beibei, ensuring everyone present received one. He did not buy for Chun Yunying and her companions, as they usually purchased their own. Moreover, such elaborate gestures were unnecessary. If he wished to treat them individually, he would do so privately. In the afternoon, after the lunch break, the classroom gradually filled. Li Hua's face lit up instantly upon seeing the drinks. For me? For the dogs, Li Hua retorted, no longer smiling. Zheng Yu, Wu Zhengguo, and Lin Dong entered together. Since becoming roommates, their friendship had blossomed rapidly, often returning to the dorm and arriving at class simultaneously. Damn, another treat from Jiang Nian? Thanks. Zhang Ningzi was the last to arrive. Noticing a box of fruit milk on her desk, having learned from experience, she surmised that everyone in the group had received one. Nonetheless, she was delighted and sweetly expressed her gratitude. Then, recalling something, she mischievously teased someone. Some people don't even say thank you when I grab their drinks. Jiang Nian pondered briefly before responding, then thank you. You're just showing off. That is not thanks. How about you say thank you to me? I'm stealing your drink for your own good. Drinking at one tea make you fat. Zhang Ningzi. Chapter 227. I am a dark-hearted sewer rat who will forever stalk you. Zhang Ningzi, accustomed to Jiang Nian's domineering antics, busied herself with organizing her stationery, casting a sidelong glance at him as he chatted cheerfully with Zheng Yu about games. What a pest. The afternoon science exam lasted 2.5 hours. Time flew as heads bowed and lifted, nearly 5 o'clock before they knew it. As the exam papers were passed from back to front, Jiang Nian felt an inexplicable sense of relief, shared by many. Weekly tests meant a day of exams followed by a day of reviewing papers, consuming 2 full days and effectively granting 2 days off from classes each week. Counting in a possible physical education class, there was even more breathing room. By 5 o'clock, the papers were collected. Normally, there would be no need for self-study afterwards. But since the great office had not made announcements and no one on the 4th floor was leaving, everyone had to remain seated for self-study. Whoa! What is all the commotion downstairs? Xingyu looked anxiously around. Having just finished the exam, he pulled out his phone again. The sudden noise nearly startled him to death. He was on high alert, fearing he would be caught. His stealth was remarkable. He had yet to be caught even once. Yet he knew that once apprehended, it would only lead to subsequent targeted crackdowns against him. Stop hiding, I saw it. What's in the drawer? Take it out. Just those 2 commands were enough to traumatize him, threatening to make his life in the class extremely difficult. Unable to sit still, Li Hua stood up and said, I'll go check it out. Jiang Nian was disinclined to move, utterly exhausted after completing the comprehensive science exam. Ironically, after a brief respite, he found himself both fatigued and invigorated, leaving him with no choice but to occupy his time with homework. Before long, Li Hua returned, exclaiming, What the hell? The gang on the 3rd floor has already finished school. Why are we still stuck in self-study? The 3rd floor housed several parallel classes in the sciences. And in this small county town, information was scarce. The trend of choosing science had attracted even more students, resulting in an uneven distribution of arts and sciences at Jin's high school. The news brought back by the scout Li Hua was astonishing, igniting a wave of excitement among the class. What do you mean we still have to stay? Lin Dong was the first to stoke the flames. After speaking, he turned to the pivotal figure of Class 3, Kai Xiaoqing, eagerly awaiting her response. Once Kai Xiaoqing spoke, everything would fall into place. Silence from her was the worst-case scenario. If they on the 3rd floor can leave, there's no reason we on the 4th floor can't. Exactly. Why should we be any different? Kai Xiaoqing furrowed her brow, momentarily uncertain, before finally uttering, Be quiet. Let the other classes on the 4th floor leave first. Lin Dong, quick-wit, seized the opportunity. He turned to Sun Zixin, beckoning him over to whisper a suggestion. Can this work, bro? Sun Zixin's expression was one of intrigue. Then you just keep waiting, wasting the most crucial 20 minutes of your life. Lin Dong replied earnestly, Without those 20 minutes, your life is destined to be relatively unsuccessful. All right then. Meanwhile, Class 2 was equally chaotic. Many initially clamored to leave, only to be forcefully subdued by the class monitors. Under the oppressive gaze of the teachers, they had no choice but to remain seated. Even if they couldn't leave, a few grumbles were essential. Suddenly, a figure darted past the front door. The grade committee has announced that self-study is cancelled. Huh. Class 2 fell silent for a moment, then erupted into jubilant cheers. A throng of students sprang to their feet, and the classroom was immediately filled with the shrill sound of scraping desks and chairs. Woohoo! School's out. I told you we could leave. Those fools still thought they could control us. Enough. Be careful or someone will report us to the teacher. Who cares? Let them report. Bring it on. Amid the cheers and chaos, Gigio looked up, bewildered. More than the end of school, she was intrigued by that voice, which seemed oddly familiar. Despite the deliberate effort to disguise it, she was certain she had heard it before. Just as she pondered this, a handsome boy approached her desk, rapping lightly on the surface. When she looked up, he revealed a perfectly timed smile. Could I borrow the exam paper to make some corrections? Class 3. Upon hearing the cheer from the adjacent class, everyone immediately perked up. What was that noise? Damn, the class next door has finished. Kai Xiaoqing. Lin Dong sprang to his feet, turning to fix his gaze on Kai Xiaoqing, loudly inquiring, Since Class 2 has left, can we go too? Kai Xiaoqing, not being a control freak, was true to her word, waving her hand. Let us dismiss. Woohoo, time to take off. Let us play basketball. Hey, what are you doing? Just daydreaming. Lin Dong patted Yang Kaiming, asking, Are you heading back to the dorm for dinner? Want to join? Yang Kaiming looked a bit despondent. At noon, he had asked Anin if he could borrow a bit of luck, to which Anin promptly replied, A luck envelope costs 88. All right, let us go. Yang Kaiming sighed. He had awakened from the reality of the miracle and in love game. Recharging was too costly. Approaching the door, he couldn't help but glance back at Jiang Nian's empty seat, instantly recalling the scene from the English exam that morning, feeling a wave of melancholy. The class monitor had lent him luck and even blown him a kiss. The disparity between individuals was greater than that between humans and dogs. Yet, that was the class monitor, after all. As dusk settled, at the edge of the basketball court, Hu Nianzong was not in the mood for a meal. He had managed to earn a little money by hatching chickens. Now, The owner of the chickens was urging him to get to work, presenting him with a choice: return the chickens and do nothing, or keep them and fulfill his obligations. First and foremost, Yu Tanja didn't lack for money. Ever since Dong Gu had taken him under his wing, the moment he received his first payment, he had an epiphany. Earning money was not a difficult task if one had a sharp mind. He had done plenty of laborious jobs, worked in factories, and even helped with construction. Regardless of the weather, his wardrobe remained the same few garments. From middle school to high school, his dark complexion had rendered him somewhat awkward. Making friends was not easy, and no matter how composed he appeared, his sense of self-esteem was always palpable. Had it been a while ago, he might have accepted the payment and completed the task. Now, however, he aspired to earn more money, preferably delaying the process. If his earnings were modest, he would accept payment to complete the work. If substantial, he would return the chickens. He looked up at the basketball soaring into the air, squinting amid the cheers. This was the basketball court near the cafeteria of the teaching building, where the basketball team members were robustly built, monopolizing the court for their game. Surrounded by an eager crowd of boys. Occasionally, a few girls could be spotted watching the match, but most of the chatter came from the boys offering commentary. He spotted Jiang Nian on the court, seemingly preparing to join in, shedding his outer layer and receiving a basketball jersey from another boy, slipping it over his head. Hu Nianzong was momentarily taken aback. He realized he had seldom seen Jiang Nian play basketball. As a boy himself, he naturally harbored a fondness for sports. Due to his frequent labor, Hu Nianzong was tall and strong. He preferred the confrontational nature of basketball over the more skill-based ping-pong. Thus, he felt an irresistible urge to rise and approach the throng of spectators. What is going on over there? Nothing much, just some barbarians fighting for the ball. Niekikai proudly raised her head, akin to a little fox. Is basketball really that expensive? So many people are grabbing for it. Kai Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at the dense-headed girl beside her. Watch less, baby bus. What's wrong? I can watch whatever I like. Niekikai puffed out her chest, disdainfully retorting. It was just a joke. Did you take it seriously? Dimwit. What did you say? Niekikai loathed being called stupid, gritting her teeth. That was just an act. Don't be fooled by my seemingly naive appearance. In reality what? Kai Xiaoqing shot her a sidelong glance. A deadly glare. Instantly, Niekikai wilted, stammering. Actually, I'm cuter at heart, just a helpless little mouse in the gutter. When bullied, I have no choice but to resort to spying. But I hold grudges and will always keep an eye on you. The two girls were just on their way to dinner, passing by the basketball court. Niekikai exclaimed, tapping Kai Xiaoqing. That must be that jerk, right? Who? Kai Xiaoqing looked bewildered. Following Niekikai's pointing finger, she caught sight of Jiang Nian, her expression shifting to one of surprise. The basketball team played matches once a week, sometimes on Wednesdays, sometimes on Fridays, with no fixed schedule, and it had long ceased to be a novelty. However, aside from the sports committee member Lu Yang, she had never seen anyone from her class on the court. That jerk Jiang Nian, always chatting with the class monitor. Niekikai leaned closer to Kai Xiaoqing, almost clinging to her, whispering conspiratorially, "He*s the worst. He bullied me last time. Boo-hoo. Xiaoqing, you must support me and remember his name." Kai Xiaoqing was somewhat speechless. She had never really taken note of names in her role as a monitor. On 3 pages, Li Hua's name appears 7 or 8 times, for he remains indifferent. Such a lackadaisical approach to appeasing the leaders of the grade truly signifies defeat. You deserve it. Now depart. No, I shall linger a while longer. Niekikai, adorned in a grayish-blue patchwork coat, a favored ensemble of the class monitor, exudes meticulousness in her academic pursuits. She seized Kai Xiaoqing's arm, her voice tinged with a playful tone. Sister. Pause for a moment. I wish to witness that scoundrel being utterly humiliated. Let me capture a few photographs as leverage, to show the monitor how utterly useless he is. Kai Xiaoqing halted, casting a slightly incredulous glance at Niekikai. Your words sound rather foolish. All right then, I shan't wave the flag anymore. Niekikai too felt her remarks were somewhat despondent. Perhaps she could at least capture an unflattering image of him. For the monitor to see? Kai Xiaoqing inquired. No. How foolish would I be to show it to the monitor? Niekikai replied, her tone adorably innocent. I am, after all, a beautiful and kind-hearted, considerate and nurturing, adorable girl. Then she uttered a rather audacious statement. I'll keep it for myself. If he bullies me in the future, I shall print it out and spit on his ugly photograph. Kai Xiaoqing fell silent at the thought of Niekikai's earlier self-description as beautiful and kind-hearted. When you say adorable, do you mean spit? A sharp whistle pierced the air. Chapter 228. Have you ever seen the town of Nanzan at 4:30 in the morning? The game commenced, and all eyes turned to the ball suspended in midair. Jiang Nian sighed. Initially, he merely intended to show off a bit before dinner. Passing by the basketball court, he spotted familiar faces from the school team warming up in groups. A ball fortuitously rolled to his feet, and almost instinctively, he took a shot. Precision. With one hand, from half-court, he made a perfect basket. He had previously been a member of the first team and often played basketball during the first 2 years of high school. Strengthening his physique was secondary, primarily. He sought to impress and make his mark with that famous line. Have you ever seen the town of Nanzan at 4:30 in the morning? In a smoky voice. Others might overlook his efforts, but he himself had never truly exerted himself. If asked, he would attribute his prowess to talent. If pressed further, he would claim a love for basketball, not merely a desire to show off. However, by the summer of his sophomore year, he had withdrawn. Partly demoralized by the clique led by Zhou Yuding, and partly due to the excessive physicality of the older players on the team. Those in the know recognized it as basketball's physical confrontation. Those uninformed might mistake it for a rugby match. It was a brutal clash, leaving one feeling as if they'd endured a war. Oh, dear head coach, I swear to God, just moments ago, I felt as if I had seen my great-grandmother. In any case, Jiang Nian had been half-dragged by former teammates into the court, akin to being pulled into a foot bath by rowdy friends. He thought to himself that it was merely a short stint of play. Since he was idle before dinner, he might as well indulge his urge to play. What if he dominated the opposing team? He was overthinking it. This wasn't a drama series. The afternoon game was but a fleeting moment. And the first team comprised individuals who had spent countless hours playing together. Only a madman would continue to show off amidst a team of established players. To put it bluntly, if he displeased them, they might refuse to pass the ball, leaving him to languish on the court, shouldering the blame for any losses. Clearly, Jiang Nian was not there to cause trouble. He merely wished to participate. In the 3 minutes leading up to the whistle, he jogged alongside his teammates around the court. Unsurprisingly, he did not touch the ball, nor was he in a hurry. Among the players, he recognized only 2 individuals. One was on his team, a bespectacled fellow named Zhang Xiaofan, who was adequately attractive yet reserved, a quintessential scholar. He played basketball while wearing rimless glasses, his academic performance dismal. His family owned a factory on the outskirts of the city, and he was not particularly enthusiastic about college. Having reached adulthood, he obtained his driver's license and purchased a car. Unless he toiled laboriously, the prospect of attending a public institution seemed bleak. He planned to enroll in a vocational college for a leisurely experience. His oft-repeated phrase was, "If I can't attend a prestigious university, does that mean I can't enroll in a decent women's college?" The other player, on the opposing team, was a hulking figure named Wang Zijun, tall and robust. He nonetheless performed admirably academically. However, his family circumstances were average, prompting him to take his studies seriously. Although he did not reach the level of the Olympiad class, he still harbored hopes of attending a respectable university. He aimed to apply to a less expensive public institution to ease his family's financial burden. Cheerful and amiable, he often joked before games, "Bro, step aside, I'm not that good." Yet, when the game commenced, he transformed into a fierce competitor. Among this group, Jiang Nian's academic performance was the highest, teetering around 600 points. Apart from him, the rest were unlikely to exceed 500 points. They were a gathering of amateurs, devoid of any distinguished scholars. "Pass it," the bespectacled one shouted. At the beginning of the match, he was immediately pressured by the formidable Wang Zijun. Unable to defend, he was forced to concede a layup within 3 minutes, and then suffered a 3-point shot. The pressure mounted, plunging them into a state of adversity. The ball was passed out from beneath the hoop and fell into Zhang Xiaofan's hands. He immediately shot, but with a resounding clang, he missed entirely. It was purely his fault, yet Zhang Xiaofan still shouted in frustration, "If you can't shoot, just pass." Jiang Nian observed from the sidelines, a smirk playing on his lips. He thought to himself, "It's been a few months, and this fellow remains the same." On the court, some players maintained a carefree attitude, dismissing minor mistakes as trivial. If someone missed a shot, it was of little consequence. The focus remained on camaraderie. Conversely, others were like a pressure cooker, brimming with tension. The player attempting to pass raised his hand, calling out, "Mine, mine." Finally, after 5 minutes, Jiang Nian seized an opportunity and intercepted a pass from the opposing team. Before he could dribble much, the imposing Wang Zijun came barreling towards him. At that moment, Jiang Nian stood near the sidelines. "Block him." Wang Zijun commanded another player to flank him from the left. Having played against Jiang Nian before, he understood that he was slippery and could slip through any gap. Meanwhile, he approached from the right, an impending storm. Outside the court, Niekikai eagerly opened her phone, aiming it at Jiang Nian. He was about to make his move. Kai Shaoqing cast a sidelong glance at Niekikai, hesitating to respond. She had little interest in basketball. The reality of the game starkly contrasted with the portrayals in idol dramas. "Hurry, we'll eat after this." "Oh, just a moment," Niekikai replied excitedly. She was already imagining the moment when she would unveil Jiang Nian's embarrassing basketball photo, where he would be intercepted and robbed of the ball. his expression one of regret and helplessness. On the court, Jiang Nian remained remarkably calm. He had never intended to dribble past anyone or to pass the ball to others. With astonishing speed, he executed a series of swift dribbles, followed by a dramatic shift of his body. After deceiving a defender, he swiftly broke through a small gap on the left. Wang Zijun seized this moment to pursue him from the right. In such a scenario, the options were either to pass the ball immediately or face a wall of defense alone. It might sound exaggerated, but none had the confidence to confront Wang Zijun. Yet Jiang Nian, with a glimmer of mischief, opted for a third option, a classic midcourt shot. To Wang Zijun, Jiang Nian's choice seemed like a desperate, misguided act. In the eyes of the bespectacled Zhang Xiaofan, it appeared as a selfish move. Damn it, can't you pass the ball when you're blocked? Zhang Xiaofan, a true second-generation player, performed adequately off the court. Yet, once on the court, he exerted pressure on his teammates, believing that if they didn't tee past him, they simply didn't know how to play. To put it charitably, he was candid and straightforward, yet his competitive spirit often led to heated exchanges. To put it bluntly, he harbors a profound disdain for anyone beneath him. What station are you in life that you dare to be angered by me? Especially when I've graciously provided you a way out. It's not that he is inherently bad. He often behaves quite normally, even if it's merely an act. Maintaining that facade is, in itself, a form of normalcy. There's no need to take it too seriously. Jiang Nian completely disregarded him, not even sparing a glance as he swiftly took action. With precision, he launched the ball from midcourt, unleashing a forceful shot that soared in a stunning arc, effortlessly crossing half the court and descending through the hoop before the eyes of all present. The basketball court's hoops lacked nets, hence there was no satisfying swish. Yet, it was a perfect shot. The instant the ball touched the ground, the crowd erupted in cheers. Naturally, the overwhelming majority of the onlookers were pure-blooded boys, each of whom fancied themselves a coach, now ablaze with excitement. The coach may lack formal education, but he possesses keen insight. Tossing a flawless shot from midcourt requires no deep understanding of the game. Even if one were to throw it as clumsily as with a chamber pot, it would still be undeniably impressive. The roar of the crowd surged like boiling water at that moment, interspersed with a few high-pitched screams from girls, including a first-year student clad in deep blue who was utterly captivated by the spectacle, and another from Ye Kekai, who was fuming. She had captured nothing of the action except for Jiang Nian's three-point shot, the moment he released the ball, which, though not unappealing, left her feeling defeated. Let's go. Let's go. I can't bear to watch this, she lamented, her spirit crushed. Xiaoqing, let us grab a bite. I need to transform my sorrow into appetite. Your appetite is already quite formidable. There's no need for transformation, Kai Xiaoqing quipped, snapping her back to reality. No rush, let us watch a little longer. Huh. Ye Kekai was puzzled. Aren't we going to try to capture more shots? Kai Xiaoqing cast her a sidelong glance, her expression neutral. Perhaps if you hold on a bit longer, you might snap an unflattering photo of him. Ye Kekai was taken aback, deeply moved that Kai Xiaoqing would consider her feelings. Was this what it felt like to be cherished? Oh, why couldn't it be the class monitor instead of you? She whimpered. Thank you, Xiaoqing. She pouted, pretending to blow a kiss. You truly love me. Kai Xiaoqing chose silence, redirecting her gaze back to the court. Jiang Nian's shot had effectively silenced Zhang Xiaofan's trash talk. What more could he say after that three-pointer? Would a pass yield a better outcome? Clearly, it would not. In the ensuing 3 minutes, Jiang Nian did not touch the ball again. Zhang Xiaofan, with his thick glasses, continuously directed play, running and repositioning, as though Jiang Nian were invisible. Finally, in the 9th minute, Zhang Xiaofan scored from a rebound, but this came at the cost of allowing the opposing team, the formidable Black Bull squad, to sink 3 consecutive baskets, including 2 three-pointers, widening the score gap. The pressure mounted, and he began hurling insults at his teammates, turning to Jiang Nian with a snarl. Run, damn it. I'm truly fed up with you all. And you, Jiang Nian, why is your defense so lackluster? Jiang Nian was taken aback. Oh, so you actually noticed I'm on the court. He thought to himself, perhaps his presence was as transparent as air to Zhang Xiaofan, a mere specter circling around him like a lost soul. However, Jiang Nian would not resort to vulgarities. Insulting him would only serve to empower himself, not to inflict discomfort upon Zhang Xiaofan. Thus, he opted for another approach. You're impressive. Though Zhang Xiaofan frequently pressured his teammates, he typically did so with less intensity. Today, however, he was clearly emboldened, facing off against the intimidating Black Bull team, while Jiang Nian had just executed an extraordinary long-range shot. The question arose. Who was truly at fault? Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of defensiveness. Lies may not wound, but the truth strikes like a knife. His skills were undeniable, as evidenced by his position on the school team. His constant pressure on teammates stemmed from his talent and the financial clout that afforded him a degree of dominance. He had cultivated a persona of a temperamental player on the court and a generous benefactor off it, training his teammates to obey without question, even if they felt resentment. The thought of Zhang Xiaofan covering their expenses quelled their anger. They would engage in self-reflection, questioning, can I take more criticism? Can I contribute more? Will he scold me again next time? It is well known that boundaries are breached gradually, and the training of teammates occurs incrementally. Of the first team, only a few had never benefited from Zhang Xiaofan's generosity. The rest either groveled or tolerated him. Why contend with someone so wealthy and prideful? Better to take a step back and enjoy the view. Accepting Zhang Xiaofan's brash demeanor on the court meant that, while not everyone would acquiesce to him, few would dare to oppose him. This principle mirrors the reasoning often employed in mediating disputes. Although someone may be prone to aggression when intoxicated, they are usually quite amiable when sober. Jiang Nian, however, refused to indulge Zhang Xiaofan. In times of financial struggle, he had never catered to him. Moreover, Jiang Nian was no longer on the school team and was now quite affluent. While he wouldn't flaunt his wealth, he felt less constrained. His simple declaration of "You're impressive" left Zhang Xiaofan momentarily stunned, before rage surged through him. No, you're the impressive one. Jiang Nian remained composed, replying coolly, indeed. I am. Seizing the moment as Zhang Xiaofan floundered, he added, am I not impressive? What the hell is wrong with you? Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed with fury as he shouted, can you focus on playing? If you can't, then get off the court. Typically, a mere provocation might send others packing. Zhang Xiaofan's intent was clear. He commanded the court. If one couldn't withstand his ire, they should leave. After all, he would have the audience buzzing about them once the game concluded. A high emotional intelligence retort would be, Xiaofan, are you speaking out of anger or sincerity? This would provide the other party with a choice, prompting a reasonable person to reconsider their stance. A more rational version, Xiaofan, do not let your emotions carry onto the court. The paramount objective at this moment is to excel in this game. A touch of foolishness. Leaning close to his ear. What are you doing? A pitiful display, kneeling down and weeping uncontrollably. If you want to leave, then leave. Why are you hurling insults at me? I demand an explanation today. Cease the vitriol, or I swear I'll hang myself at your doorstep. Jiang Nian. Which one will you choose? Is it absolutely imperative to win this game today? The answer is evidently in the negative. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, with everyone left dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. They could not help but be swept up in the suffocating tension, their hearts racing in their throats. Is this infighting? Niekikai felt a pang of fear and whispered, Shaoqing, do you think they are so hostile they might actually come to blows with Jiang Nian? The high school years are when collective consciousness is most potent. Although Niekikai wished to witness Jiang Nian's embarrassment, she did not wish for it to manifest in the form of physical violence. It shouldn't happen, Kai Shaoqing observed calmly, arms crossed. In our senior year, fighting is strictly prohibited. The school team is also mindful of the administration's perspective. What do you mean? Niekikai asked, puzzled. It means the school doesn't actually need a basketball team. Haven't you noticed that they hardly organize any large-scale basketball competitions? Kai Shaoqing stated matter-of-factly. Most of the school's basketball courts are concrete. A fall could lead to scrapes at best, or fractures at worst. If you were in charge, would you want to see students injured? Niekikai was at a loss for words, her intellect seemingly lacking at the moment. Kai Shaoqing cast a sidelong glance at Hu Qi. If the school team openly engages in fighting, whether it's mutual brawling or a group attack, the basketball team will be disbanded before the end of the second period, serving as a warning to the first and second year teams. Oh, I get it. That's called killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Niekikai chuckled. Kai Shaoqing did not respond directly, but continued. The administration does not care about the team. The starting players should understand this better than we do. Only someone with a loose screw would fight in plain sight. Jiang Nian was a former team member. Even a fish on land bears a fishy scent. He surely knows these cowards wouldn't dare fight. A private scuffle is inconsequential. However, should they fight publicly during a game, the administration would undoubtedly relish it. What? They don't even fear school regulations? This is beyond ordinary delinquency. Serious face. There can be no hesitation. A heavy hand must be dealt. Disband your entire team and form a new one. But let us consider this. Would Jiang Nian dare to make a move? After Zhang Xiaofan shouted that remark, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. It was back. The feeling of regaining control over the situation returned. This was his court, his team. After enduring through high school, he had finally outlasted those foolish seniors. Now, at Zhennan High School's court, the highest authority was none other than King Fan. In response to Zhang Xiaofan's furious shout, Jiang Nian remained neither furious nor agitated. He did not erupt in a fit of rage nor engage in a heated argument. Instead, he simply pointed at Zhang Xiaofan in front of the crowd. As if to say, look at him. After a brief pause, Jiang Nian asked loudly, are you anxious? Zhang Xiaofan was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that meaningless shouting would only lead to embarrassment. Do you realize you are pressuring others? Jiang Nian replied with a smile. So caught up in the game. You forgot to contend with this idiot. Huh, it's my first encounter with someone who can break down before me. If your mentality is weak, you shouldn't be playing basketball. Why not go tighten some screws instead? What are you barking about? Zhang Xiaofen's composure faltered, and he genuinely felt a surge of anxiety. Who the hell are you calling weak? You haven't even scored a single point and don't pass the ball. Jiang Nian remained unfazed. I thought you were holding the ball for training. Do you realize just how impressive you think you are? Zhang Xiaofen yearned to retort, can you even do it? But he refrained, for Jiang Nian had just made an incredible half-court shot moments prior. It exerted tremendous pressure on him. Logically speaking, it should have been mere luck. In a flash, he decided to take a gamble. You're impressive, huh? Just because you got lucky with a three-point shot? Why don't you go play in the NBA? You're playing just fine, and yet you're here whining. Damn you. Jiang Nian was nearly amused by the absurdity. But he was well aware of Zhang Xiaofen's nature. Zhang Xiaofen had been arrogant since sophomore year, flaunting the most expensive sneakers, with an insatiable desire for attention. After defeating the senior team once, he spent an entire semester bragging. This individual reveled in dominating his area of expertise while feigning modesty before others, crafting an image of quiet strength. Jiang Nian looked at Zhang Xiaofen and suddenly smiled. Without uttering a word, he turned and walked back, beckoning to Nian, who had the ball. Their relationship had once been amicable, categorized as ordinary friends. Nian, with his simple and honest demeanor, tossed the ball to Jiang Nian. Under the scrutiny of Zhang Xiaofen and the spectators, Jiang Nian gripped the basketball with one hand. As he pivoted his body backward, he began to gather momentum for his shot, but only with one hand. Nian Wang Zijun felt a flutter in his eyelids. He was not just brawny but also perceptive enough to recognize Jiang Nian's intentions. Is he out of his mind? From a personal standpoint, he appreciated Jiang Nian's audacity in basketball. After all, it is better to let one's skills speak than to argue endlessly. Zhang Xiaofen felt his anxiety heighten, thinking, no way. If he scores a half-court shot with one hand, I might as well not exist. Yet, upon reflection, he realized Jiang Nian had not demonstrated such prowess in the past, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. What is he doing? Kai, lacking basketball knowledge, watched from afar, bewildered. Kai Shaoqing, in a calm tone, stated he is shooting with one hand. Indeed, due to the single-handed nature of the shot, Jiang Nian required more time to adjust his grip compared to a two-handed shot. After approximately 5 seconds, he finally moved, synchronizing his body and waist. The basketball flew from his hand with a swish, tracing a graceful parabola beneath the twilight. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the trajectory of the ball. Nian Wang Zijun, with his keen eyes, was more experienced than most present. Upon seeing the arc and angle of descent, he recognized that the shot was going in. Before the ball even landed, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's in." His voice jolted others from their stupor. No way. It really is. The ball swooshed through the net with a satisfying sound, reverberating loudly, followed by an eruption of frenzied cheers from the crowd. Oh, what a beast. Who is this guy? One-handed. With one hand. What did this dude consume while growing up to be this formidable? When did our school team produce such formidable talent? If I were him, I would undoubtedly participate in the collegiate basketball league. And he would surely carve his path through it. Which class is he from? Which class? Kai was equally astonished by Jiang Nian's prowess. Although her sister lacked formal education, she possessed keen insight. Anyone could perceive the brilliance of a one-handed shot from midcourt. Simply put, it was extraordinary. Though Kai was not versed in the rules of basketball, to her, making a shot equated to being impressive, landing a midcourt shot signified exceptional skill. And executing it one-handed was nothing short of phenomenal. He is from our class. Kai exclaimed excitedly. Which class are you from? Before she could respond, Kai Shaoqing abruptly pulled her away. Let us go? Hey, I haven't even spoken yet. Kai protested vigorously, turning her gaze back to the court, where Jiang Nian seemed to be preparing to leave, engaged in conversation. Wait, was that a spitting gesture? On the court, Jiang Nian spat onto the ground, glaring at Zhang Xiaofen. Fool, do you think you can comprehend basketball? How dull. Having said that, Jiang Nian shed his basketball jersey and strode toward the hoop. After hanging his jersey aside and donning his jacket, he exited the court. Zhang Xiaofen stood dazed in the center of the basketball court, unable to comprehend the reality around him. His long-held pride had been shattered today by Jiang Nian. In the domain where he excelled, he had been struck down by an opponent of superior caliber. The sensation was akin to the very sky collapsing upon him. Even if he were wealthier than Jiang Nian or could find a more attractive girlfriend, residing in a luxurious riverside mansion and hosting lavish parties with his girlfriends. At this moment, he could no longer muster a smile. Chapter 230, afraid of brother's suffering, yet also fearful. During evening self-study, the classroom was brightly lit. Jiang Nian had just completed 12 multiple-choice math problems, the draft paper filled with numbers sprawling like a spider's web across the page. Little Loach, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Dong entered the classroom with a light-hearted stride, shaking a stack of printed papers. Let us check the answers, folks. The classic answer-checking segment commenced, each student harboring a few surprise questions. Correct answers meant an extra snack tonight, while wrong answers brought the gloom of additional snacks. Lin Dong rummaged through his bag, selecting a watercolor pen, and turned to write the answers on the blackboard. The classroom erupted into a chorus of lamentation, voices growing increasingly chaotic. I got 3 wrong. It's over. I got 4 wrong. This is truly catastrophic. I'm going to be done for. I got none wrong. Li Hua pointed at several classmates, his expression one of smug triumph. Haha, you're all finished. No, it's you who has finished. In the next moment, Li Hua was seized by several classmates, reality crashing down upon him. Discipline committee, someone else leaving their seat. Class monitor, help. No, you can't do that. Hearing Li Hua's melodious cries of distress, Jiang Nian, seated against the wall, couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. While others might heed the caution of danger, her group leader was an oddity, braving peril with a reckless abandon, almost eager to leap into the fray. As if to slide tackle a tiger and add, you had your chance, and you squandered it. She secretly suspected her group leader might possess an M-type personality. With a penchant for self-sabotage, he consistently belittled others to achieve his own undisclosed goals. Contemplating this, Jiang Nian modestly retrieved her exam paper. Habitually, she glanced over at Jiang Nian, pondering what kind of personality he might possess. Her pupils gradually focused, only to discover he was surreptitiously sipping on lemon tea, leaving her somewhat speechless. It wasn't as if beverages were prohibited during self-study. Why did he appear so furtive? Lemon tea? She blinked and reached into her drawer. The spot where she usually kept her drinks was conspicuously empty. It was evident someone had pilfered it. Little thief. Jiang Nian lamented. Jiang Nian turned slowly. Where's my drink? That's an excellent question, but I don't know. He gulped down another 2 sips of lemon tea, clarifying, you've misunderstood. I found this lemon tea. Where did you find it? Jiang Nian asked through gritted teeth. She wasn't averse to sharing her drink with Jiang Nian. It was simply that she had previously leveraged it to control him. Now that he had taken matters into his own hands, she found herself unable to retaliate. In your desk. I could kill you. Jiang Nian nearly lost her temper, lightly slapping him before turning away in silence. To be fair, her slap had barely the strength to crush an ant. However, Jiang Nian wasn't so petty as to lean in close to Jiang Nian and whisper, baby, did you skip a meal? If he had ventured that far, she would indeed be genuinely angered. It wasn't my intention to take your drink. There's a deeper reason, Jiang Nian said after a moment of contemplation, lowering his voice toward Jiang Nian. Do you recall what you lost during the sports meet? Jiang Nian blinked. Of course she remembered. In nearly an instant, she recalled the long jump event, where the wager had been a bottle of mineral water she had previously consumed. At that time, Bei Bei had acted unilaterally. In truth, she had tacitly agreed, estimating that Jiang Nian could hardly secure the championship in long jump. Who would have anticipated he would resort to unscrupulous methods and shamelessly seize victory? Now, admitting it was out of the question, lest he press his advantage further. I don't recall. Lying. You wouldn't forget such a matter, Jiang Nian pressed, pursuing her relentlessly. You must remember, right? When will you collect your prize? What prize? Jiang Nian employed the classic act of feigned ignorance unique to girls, turning away to rest her head on the desk, her answers all in disarray. I don't know. All right, you want to play that way? Sooner or later, I'll force you to redeem it. Jiang Nian, undeterred, continued to sip his lemon tea, knowing that next time Jiang Nian inquired, he would bring up the prize redemption. As it was said, what one object conquers another. He was reveling in his answers when the restored Li Hua, seemingly struck by a thought, bounded over to the edge of his desk. Nian, let me tell you something really cool. Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow, casting him a sidelong glance. What is it? This afternoon after school, there was almost a fight between someone and the school team at the basketball court. Li Hua animatedly gestured, excitement coursing through him. The scene was just unbelievable. At this, Jiang Nian's expression turned slightly peculiar. Did you witness it? No, I heard it ended in just a few minutes. Li Hua's expression shifted to one of mild disappointment, shaking his head. What a pity I didn't see it firsthand. Such a shame. Sigh. I love watching fools fight. Jiang Nian hesitated, finding nothing worth concealing. That was your dad. What nonsense. My dad got off work early, Li Hua exclaimed, only to have his brain momentarily stall. Sure. You're taking advantage of me. Wait, was it really you? Jiang Nian, observing Li Hua's dubious expression, felt a tinge of helplessness. Lin Dong was involved too. At the podium, Lin Dong, who had been copying answers, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, achoo, damn." The students in the front row paused, looking up. Autumn grass. At this, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Get out, get out. It was just a sneeze, Lin Dong scoffed. Yet as he turned back to face the blackboard, a sense of solitude washed over him. Was winter truly approaching? In previous winters, several girls would inquire about his well-being. He used to bask in the warmth of affection, even receiving scarves sent by them. But now, this winter was destined to be a solitary one. If only he had a girlfriend to offer a comforting word. Such was his thought. Yet inexplicably, the visage of Kuretani Ruri emerged unbidden in his mind, startling him abruptly. Hastily, he drew a deep breath to steady his composure. "Monsters and demons, begone! Monsters and demons, begone!" muttered Li Hua under his breath, mumbling incessantly, as if possessed. "Is that really you? I should have guessed. You're so accurate at shooting hoops." Li Hua seemed lost in a delirium, rambling to himself. "Listen, the point now is, why didn't you bring me along to show off? Huh, traitor, speak up. I heard there were even freshman girls at the scene. Damn it. Are you even human?" Li Hua was thoroughly caught in a conflicting state. He wished his brother no hardship, yet simultaneously envied his brother's newfound status driving a Land Rover. Much like Chishi. "No, seriously, how dare you? Can you promise me not to add strange girls on QQ? Please, just this once. For the next few days. No adding anyone at all." Chishi, who knew what might unfold, was silent. Jiang Nian was utterly speechless. "No one's adding anyone. I'm rushing to eat," he muttered, cursing briefly before departing. That's good, that's good." Li Hua exhaled in relief, then patted Jiang Nian's shoulder. "Brother, rest assured, it's safe now." Jiang Nian showed no interest, returning to pore over the answers for the weekly math test. He had long known the incident wouldn't spread far. It was just a brief 10-minute game, and the conflict lasted only a few minutes with few onlookers. Among them, hardly one in 100 knew him. Moreover, Zhang Xiaofen's overwhelming superiority complex and concern for face meant he only cursed out of impatience, not genuine malice. When confronted with someone more powerful, Zhang would behave obediently. Simply put, he looked down on those around him, treating them like dogs, mocking and scolding at will. Such disdain is typical toward those one deems beneath oneself. Members of the school team, unwilling to offend Zhang Xiaofen, kept silent about the incident. Indifferent. Since the relationship was already severed, they simply cursed him whenever they met. Zhang rejected Zhang Xiaofen's pretense and was determined to confront him head-on. After all, as the son of a businessman, no matter how wealthy or formidable, could he surpass the illustrious Squirtle heir? Though Jiang Nian was nothing special, he held incriminating evidence of Yu Tongjia's cheating. While he refrained from illegal acts, he was willing to strike at fools. This strategy was called driving the wolf to swallow the tiger. Once the weekly test concluded, the account codenamed Joker would be reactivated. Returning to the classroom, Zhang Xiaofen felt increasingly uneasy. "I'm the victim here," he thought. He could not fathom why those around him remained silent. True, he was no match for Jiang Nian on the court, but there were many stronger than him. There are always mountains beyond mountains. Did Jiang Nian have no rivals? So what if he did? Jiang Nian was a pauper. Frankly, they existed on entirely different levels. Whenever he wished, he could secure a way to study abroad. When he returned in glory, where would Jiang Nian be? Probably stuck in a menial job earning a few thousand a month, exhausted daily, without even a girlfriend. This realization brought clarity. The bell rang, signaling the end of the first evening's self-study session. Zhang Xiaofen's spirit soared. His mind raced wildly as if possessed by a thespian, nearly hallucinating. He longed to appear before Jiang Nian immediately and slap him hard across the face. "What else do you have besides a bit of shooting skill? What else?" Zheng Yunda, Zhang Xiaofen's loyal classmate who usually followed him around, watching from the sidelines, swallowed nervously upon seeing Zhang's fervent preparations and murmurs. "Brother Xiaofen, what has gotten into you?" Zhang Xiaofen snapped out of his reverie, visibly annoyed. "Don't call me that," he growled. "No, nothing." Zheng Yunda quickly ignored the outburst, having grown accustomed to such language. "Brother, I heard from the elders that when someone's possessed, you have to scrape with guasha." Zhang Xiaofen paused briefly, then erupted with rage, kicking him. "Screw you." Yet, reflecting, he realized he indeed needed assistance gathering information. "Know thy enemy, know thyself, and you shall never be defeated." He couldn't wait any longer. He was about to lose face. "Come here, help me with something." Pulling out his phone, Zhang Xiaofen transferred 400 yuan. "Find out everything you can about Jiang Nian." "Brother Xiaofen, you're about to say something," but Zheng Yunda hesitated. "Just do it. Don't ask questions," Zhang Xiaofen grinned. Chapter 231. Can you cook me 2 dishes? 400 yuan meant much to a high school student. As the vanguard scout of the Zhang family's forces, Zheng Yunda considered the 400 yuan from Brother Xiaofen as constructive funding. He kept 300 for himself and spent 100 on crucial intelligence, spending wisely on what mattered most. After completing the task, he would net 300 yuan. Before the bell rang, he hurriedly found someone to inquire about Jiang Nian's class, costing nothing, but he charged 50 yuan for accounting purposes. He noted it in his ledger. After the second evening study session, Zheng Yunda rushed out of the classroom, ascending from the first to the fourth floor. Excitement overwhelmed him until he realized something. This was the floor for the Science Olympiad class. He, a Science B-level student, was separated from the Olympiad students by two impassable chasms. So the Jiang Nian brother Xiaofan wanted to investigate was in the Olympiad class? Zheng Yunda, a meticulous individual, reflected on how he had made such a basic mistake, failing to notice the floor difference. After much thought, he concluded that none of brother Xiaofan's basketball rivals were strong academically. Hence, when he heard the class number, he and T thought twice, assuming it was just a parallel science class on the third floor. Instead, he had landed himself in the Olympiad class. After a moment's silence, he hesitated. Parallel classes were manageable, but who dared trespass into the Olympiad class? Yet, time was of the essence. Delay until tomorrow meant scolding for sure. After all, what information couldn't be bought for 400 yuan? After deliberation, he summoned courage and approached Olympiad Class 3, walking the corridor without distraction. He found not a single solitary boy. Instead, 5 boys were playing Jenga, a game where boys cling to each other like Russian nesting dolls. Aimless and chaotic with laughter and rough jostling. This did not align with his image of studious elites, but it didn't matter. He spotted a familiar face, a welcome sight like rain after a drought. Hu Nianzhong, what a coincidence. Come with me. 2 minutes later, Hu Nianzhong was pulled aside, looking displeased. This former middle school classmate treated him with some hostility, clearly not holding him in regard. What is up? Hu asked coldly, intending to hear him out and leave. Zheng Yunda smiled broadly. Got a phone? Open your payment code. I want to ask you something. Hu raised an eyebrow, thinking the situation felt oddly familiar, like déjà vu. 10 minutes into the third evening study session, Jiang Nian rubbed his temples. Having corrected all 6 subject exams, he dismissed careless mistakes. For questions in math, physics, and chemistry that puzzled him, he simply asked Li Hua, the human encyclopedia. If Li Hua refused to answer, a punch would persuade him. Hit where it hurts. With plenty of time before dismissal, Jiang Nian extracted a recently issued Chinese language exercise book, opening to the first reading comprehension passage. He deliberately chose a story to relax and balance work with leisure. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Looking up, he saw Hu Nianzhong entering through the front door. He paid little heed to it, casually glancing back to observe the class monitor's activities. Oh, she was engaged in her homework. What a peculiar reference book. He had never seen it before. Li Qingrong, under his scrutinizing gaze, halted her pen, only resuming her writing once Jiang Nian turned away. Just as she completed the remaining portion and prepared to turn the page, unexpectedly, Jiang Nian pivoted back again. Li Qingrong. After Hu Nianzhong traversed the aisle and returned to his seat, his mood remained tumultuous. He had, in an unforeseen manner, earned 200 yuan. The inquiries posed by the other party were rather detailed, yet he knew little of Jiang Nian. Thus, he selectively shared what he could, eventually meandering into the topic of academic performance. He initially presumed this old classmate would take his leave, thinking that 100 yuan was not a loss. To his surprise, as the evening study bell rang, Zheng Yunda gritted his teeth and added another 100 yuan, stipulating only one requirement: to provide useful information without any nonsense. Hu Nianzhong acquiesced, subsequently delving into a thorough analysis of Jiang Nian's promotion results. Zheng Yunda was immediately disheartened, initially inclined to express his frustration. Just then, he spotted the grade leader, Ji Ming, ascending from the stairwell, and swallowed back his words. With a visibly flustered expression, he scurried away. Perhaps it was his overly conspicuous behavior that led Ji Ming to reprimand him shortly thereafter. Zheng Yunda, already feeling guilty for merely using the young master's money to complete a task, lost his composure upon receiving the scolding. He dashed towards the corridor, where the sound of a rather unpleasant thud suggested a fall. Seated at his desk, Hu Nianzhong had not written a single word. His thoughts wandered back to the recent days of earning money and the 2 instances of being bribed. A vague question began to form in his mind. What truly were the rules? Did those who broke the rules reap greater rewards? In class 105, Zheng Yunda, gritting his teeth, returned to his class and immediately sought a seat change, plopping down beside Zhang Xiaofan, disregarding his battered state. Xiaofan, I did not fail my mission. This battle was a resounding success. Oh, pray, elaborate. Zhang Xiaofan perked up. He was in dire need of some intellectual sustenance, having just exhausted his imagination in plotting a vigorous confrontation with Jiang Nian. Unable to visualize a victory, especially since he was unfamiliar with Jiang Nian, he was fortunate to have the timely diversion. Zheng Yunda swallowed hard, delivering the bad news. There had been no great victory. The world had indeed changed. Even the Olympiad class resorted to deceit, pocketing 200 of his yuan while offering nothing but useless chatter. Hu Nianzhong, who had been as taciturn as a closed gourd in middle school, suddenly seemed to have transformed into a colorful character upon entering high school in the Olympiad class. How utterly rotten. Damn it. Good students are even more devious than bad ones, he lamented. Now, he faced a loss of 200 yuan and had acquired a total of 0 useful intelligence. To speak the truth would surely endanger his mother, leaving him with no choice but to fabricate. As a self-proclaimed bad student, his talent for spinning tall tales was almost innate, honed through constant practice until he had mastered it. Xiaofan, let me tell you, Zheng Yunda began, aiming to align his information with Xiaofan's interests. He sought to integrate limited resources to empower the information further, creating depth and connectivity to meet Xiaofan's intellectual needs. In layman's terms, he was merely trying to provide some tidbits that Xiaofan would enjoy. He has no girlfriend and can't pursue anyone, but his grades are quite impressive, nearing 600. Perhaps he is too poor. All his possessions combined wouldn't even equal the cost of one of your shoes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of relief. I knew it. Zheng Yunda rambled on, his words flowing effortlessly. Xiaofan, why don't we engage in some real-life combat? Gather a few people to challenge him to a basketball match. We could make a name for ourselves outside of school. Have you lost your mind? Do you want to get expelled? Zhang Xiaofan shot him a disapproving glance. Oh, right, he is in the Olympiad class. Zheng Yunda scratched his head. But what if we just block him for a bit? At this, Zhang Xiaofan appeared somewhat exasperated. Do I really need to teach you this? How ridiculous. If I could organize a real fight, I would have already gathered a few athletes to ambush Jiang Nian outside. Why can't we? Zheng Yunda inquired, perplexed. Zhang Xiaofan slapped him lightly on the head in irritation. What use are you if you're asking me? After delivering several light smacks to Zheng Yunda's head, Zhang Xiaofan continued, I'm not well acquainted with him. I only know a few things related to basketball. Back in middle school, there was a fool who dared to take on 3 opponents on the court. Eventually, the adults from both sides had to intervene and force them to reconcile. I still remember there was someone named Lu, or something like that. He was also a fool. Zheng Yunda was befuddled, not recognizing the name. Ah, who cares? If Xiaofan wants to deal with him, I'll be the first to back you up. Zhang Xiaofan, though impulsive, was not foolish. He merely looked down upon these people, treating them as toys to be whimsically manipulated. Occasionally, he might act rashly, but once things exceeded his comfort zone, he would become alert, influenced by his father. He understood when to be assertive and when to hold back, avoiding situations where his weaknesses might clash with others' strengths. We can discuss it later. Please help me find out if he has a crush on anyone. You really can cook? Jiang Nian, propping his head on his hand, inquired while chatting with Li Hua. Just as evening study was about to conclude. I could flip a pan by the time I was 8. What strength? Are you serious? Li Hua replied, skeptical. My grandfather was a chef before retirement. I never cared much for studying when I was young. Jiang Nian paused. So my mother thought of sending me to the countryside to learn cooking and face some hardships. Guess what? After one summer, my flipping skills were only second to my grandfather. Li Hua couldn't contain himself. So your culinary talents have awakened. Something like that. Next time I visit your home, can you cook me a couple of dishes? Li Hua wriggled around, recalling, by the way, what can you make? Let us see the menu. I could whip up some medicinal dishes for you. Jiang Nian retorted dryly. Zhang Ningzi, stifling laughter beside them, could no longer hold back and asked, what can you actually cook? Just a few of your favorites. The menu allows for customization. Jiang Nian instantly adopted a new demeanor. Knowing he need not truly prepare any dishes, just sweet talking would suffice. He could charm Ji, ensuring her drinks for the next day. Zhang Ningzi smiled, her spirits lifted. Indeed, happiness often derives from comparison. With Li Hua laying the groundwork, the effect of his flattery was magnified. After school, Jiang Nian met up with Su Qianqian from the 3rd floor. Is your class planning to issue a challenge? What do you mean? Jiang Nian asked, slightly puzzled. To issue a challenge, as our homeroom teacher mentioned tonight, Su Qianqian clarified. It's where the class leaders bring a group to read a challenge letter in the rival class. It must be written on red paper. And our class's rival is yours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian nonchalantly exclaimed, oh really? Are you the class leader? Su Qianqian pondered for a moment before replying. I'm just a regular student. Chapter 232. What are you babbling about? Do you like me? On a chilly street, the shops on either side were mostly closed, and the orange streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow. Jiang Nian walked beneath a streetlight, his shadow shifting from long to short. After all this talk, Su, you're not the class leader, are you? Then who are you? She countered. Ahem, given some time, Jiang Nian has been rather lackadaisical, indulging in the allure of male beauty. And I shall inevitably replace him as the class representative for biology. Are your class representatives female? No, they are male. Su Qianqian. The two meandered home, and upon entering a narrow alley, resumed their discussion about the upcoming holidays. Are there any holidays this month? Just 6 hours on Sunday. Not that. I mean a longer break of a day or two. Su Qianqian tightened her grip on her backpack. I have a drama series I've been saving up. It has already concluded. Which one? No way, I want to tell you. Su Qianqian shot him a glance, fully aware of his intentions, thinking he could spoil the plot. He wouldn't be able to guess. Why not watch an episode before sleeping? Watching it all would make me lose interest in studying. That's quite an exaggeration. Jiang Nian replied. He exited the alley, turning into a slender pathway, taking a shortcut between the gaps of buildings on either side, with Su Qianqian trailing behind him. As they ascended the stairs, Su Qianqian suddenly asked, Did you play ball this afternoon? Jiang Nian paused momentarily on the staircase. Nonsense, I was studying in the classroom. Really? Su Qianqian looked up at him, a hint of a smile on her lips, quite imposing. Didn't you quit the team? How could you still play with those guys? I didn't play. You admit it. Su Qianqian narrowed her eyes, with the air of having caught him in a slip. Better not get entangled with those people. Or I'll tell Aunt Lee. Jiang Nian felt a bead of sweat form. Old Arthur, right? Just one trick up his sleeve. Su Qianqian. Do you have anything else to do besides reporting me? At her words, she furrowed her brows. I'll tell my dad. Jiang Nian silently gave her a thumbs up. Fine, in the name of your father. The two doors closed, without a good night exchanged. This was their routine, upon returning home. They primarily thought of hastily showering and collapsing into bed, listening to music for a while, scrolling through Douyin for a few minutes, and then slowly drifting off to sleep. The difference was that Su Qianqian occasionally chose to watch some online classes. Jiang Nian was content with merely scoring over 600, once out of school. He lost all ambition. At home, he only wished to rest, burying himself under the covers to peruse some enticing content. After showering, he lay on his bed, the room's speakers softly playing Love Before the Year 2000. Priestly temple battling with arrows, whose past is it? Li Qingrong lowered her gaze, fixated on the line of text on Jiang Nian's QQ page. Favorite song, Love Only Costs 7 yuan. She searched for it, and clicked play. I love the scene where you belong only to me amidst the crowd, passing by the goddess Su. I made a wish in the name of the goddess. After listening, she prepared to sleep. 10 minutes later, she fumbled for her phone in the dark. She opened Jiang Nian's QQ and glanced for a moment, pulling up the 26-key keyboard. She was at a loss for what to send at this late hour. 111. The other party quickly responded, indicating they were typing. Li Qingrong glanced at the time. 11:25 p.m., still awake at this hour. Do you have a habit of staying up late? What topic should I bring up? Is he doing homework? Hesitating. The message was already sent. Jiang Nian. Li Qingrong stared at the question mark on the screen, feeling an inexplicable pressure return. 1. Jiang Nian. 2. The two exchanged messages from 1 to 32, with Jiang Nian losing patience first. Can't sleep, class monitor? It must be a matter of position. What position do you sleep in? Unless extremely fatigued, Jiang Nian found it hard to feel sleepy before midnight. Having played less than half a session of basketball in the afternoon, he hadn't even broken a sweat, let alone felt drowsy. Li Qingrong, lying down. Jiang Nian replied with an emoji, Grandpa Nyo. Where's the picture? After sending it, he worried the class monitor might not understand and was about to awkwardly explain. Suddenly, a message arrived with a freshly taken photo. Picture. The dimly lit room had only a bedside lamp on, light spilling from a uniquely shaped wooden lamp. The girl, with her hair draped down, lay sideways holding the phone to take a picture. The scene was indescribable, exuding an ethereal quality. Jiang Nian typed, trying this kind of picture. Diagonal cross. He kept his tone slightly serious with the class monitor. Had it been a chat with Huang Beibei, his remedy for insomnia would surely involve judo. One session would make him drowsy. What? Not sleepy yet. Then it's time for a review. In the bloom of youth, the mountains overlapped, shimmering with golden light. The hairline of clouds brushing against the fragrant, snow-like cheeks. Li Qingrong took a long time to reply. Jiang Nian assumed she had fallen asleep, not thinking much of it, and continued to scroll through enticing content. Late-night Douyin was filled with delightful distractions, either ghost stories or enticing content, easily luring one under the covers. A shadow by the window, Jiang Nian was engrossed in his phone when it vibrated, a message popping up. Good. The sense of horror dissipated instantly. He felt somewhat helpless and clicked into the class monitor's chat interface. Was it of any use? After 2 minutes, Li Qingrong still hadn't replied. With past experiences in mind, Jiang Nian found it hard to feel at ease while browsing enticing content. During those awkward moments, a friend's sudden message could stir unease within. It was as if his moral value had been reset to 0. Thus, he proactively sent a message to test the waters. Why aren't you replying? Li Qingrong replied instantly, I fell asleep. The following day, during the morning reading session, Zhou Yuding left her seat and approached Yu Zai. Hey, I have to tell you what happened yesterday. The two had only recently become friends, their relationship rapidly blossoming due to shared views. Their current state was above friendship, yet below that of best friends. After listening, Yu Zai couldn't help but chuckle. Is there really such a person? Indeed, a boy down below. Zhou Yuding fanned herself with a list of language knowledge. Complaining, he introduced himself right away, as if I must know him. Zhang Xiaofan. I think I have a vague impression. Yu Zai furrowed her brows. Isn't he the one who loves to play basketball? I once got hit by him while passing by the court. At this, Zhou Yuding paused. Isn't that the classic opening scene of a romantic drama? And then? What happened then? Yu Zai appeared somewhat confused. Just like any normal person, it hurt like hell, and I called him an idiot and left. Zhou Yuding momentarily didn't know what to say. Is that a normal person's reaction? It seems so. Never mind, let us not talk about that. He suddenly added me, which startled me. Zhou Yuding continued to vent. I checked his moments, and it was all about sneakers and various concerts, basketball, and so on. I don't really understand this. He claimed he could sing, dance, and play basketball. He said he had admired me for a long time and wanted to get to know me. Hearing this, Yu Zai inquired, what class is he in? The first floor. Oh, that's acceptable. At least he is a person. Upon learning he was from the first floor, Yu Zai's interest waned. What if he can't get into college? What is the point? Of course, she didn't harbor any prejudice against students with lower academic scores. It was just that their paths and worldviews would inevitably differ, and the longer they spent together, the more exhausting it would become. She had a cousin in her 30s who married a boy who had only graduated from junior high and worked after that. They argued almost daily after marriage and eventually divorced, only to find a junior who was in his third year of university for a new partner, constantly flaunting their happiness in the family group, while she felt indifferent towards her cousin's happiness, purely from the perspective of finding a potential boyfriend. Seeking someone wealthy didn't conflict with finding someone with higher scores. What do you think of him? She asked. To be honest, I have no particular opinion. Zhou Yuding casually spread her hand, wearing an indifferent expression. He asked me to order milk tea, but I've been on a diet lately. He then offered to gift me something, yet upon glancing at it, I found it rather inexpensive. I could easily procure it myself. There was no need for his generosity. And I suspected that anything of greater value would likely cause him discomfort. Intrigued by this exchange, Yu Zai inquired, then why not delete it? Zhou Yuding, perplexed, retorted. Why should I delete it? I'll keep it. I find his words amusing, far more entertaining than cold jokes. In the third major group, Lin Dong redirected his gaze from Yu Zai to Sun Zixin, who was quietly studying nearby. What are they chattering about? Do you think they have a crush on me? I don't know, Sun Zixin replied, appearing somewhat dispirited these past few days. Ever since he learned that Yang Kaiming had swiftly secured a partner from the first high school, his spirits had plummeted. Yang Kaiming looks like a pig when he stands up. Is that girl blind? Did she grow up in a land of women and never see a man? I'm so annoyed. I don't want to attend morning study. I wish I could just hang myself. Lin Dong had long grown accustomed to Ah Cheng's intermittent despondency, which seemed to strike for about 20 days each month. No one held high hopes for Ah Cheng, and luckily, he was resigned to his fate. Ignoring the lamentations, he began to read with fervor. Hey Nian, I heard a challenge is about to be issued. Li Hua, with his trademark one-handed head support, noticed Jiang Nian's lack of response and promptly turned to disturb Ma Qiujun instead. Hey, old Ma, your waistline is looking rather impressive. Ma Qiujun was engrossed in reciting classical poetry and shot a glance at Li Hua. Get lost. Li Hua, undeterred, returned to Jiang Nian with a woeful expression. What do you think of the girls from class 4? I really want to take a look. Jiang Nian shook his head, entering a state of indifference, akin to a sniper who cannot be targeted. I can't hear you. This user declines to engage with fools. After the second period, Jiang Nian had already begun to prepare to shed his outer garments when he suddenly noticed the absence of the morning exercise broadcast, pondering the strangeness of it all. A commotion arose from the back of the classroom. He turned to see Kai Shaoqing carrying a large sheet of bright red paper towards the podium. Silence, please. Soon, the folks from class 4 will come to our class to issue a challenge. While they read their declaration, everyone must remain quiet to show them the respect they deserve. Once they finish, we shall rise and shout our slogans. Lu Yang, please organize the specifics of the slogan. Upon hearing this, the students in the class became instantly invigorated. I suggest our battle declaration should be written in small seal script. I don't want the students from class 4 to see it during the exam. It should be usable as is. Chapter 233. Why aren't you nervous? Because I have varicose veins. Li Hua's excitement was palpable. It seemed that all such simple-minded children looked alike. Speak up, quickly, say it out loud. At the podium, Kai Shaoqing scanned the class and spoke. We need 2 taller boys with louder voices to join us in issuing the challenge to class 4. Who is willing to volunteer? I'll go, Li Hua exclaimed. abruptly rising and yanking Jiang Nian up with him. "We're going." Jiang Nian, still in the process of removing his jacket, was pulled up along with it. Among those standing were also Yang Kaiming and a few others, totaling 8 or 9 in all. The competition appeared fierce, leaving Li Hua feeling uncertain. He discreetly cast a glance at Kai Shaoqing, their eyes meeting. "Pick me, I'm begging you." With divine favor from the Emperor of Victory, Li Hua's wish was granted. "Li Hua and Jiang Nian, you'll go together," Kai Shaoqing said in a flat tone. "You two will be responsible for holding the declaration high, facilitating both reading and viewing." "Yay, I get to see the girls." Li Hua cheered. Jiang Nian muttered under his breath, "Damn you, shameless fool." Nevertheless, since he had been named, he wouldn't dawdle. After all, it was merely a matter of heading to Class 4 to issue a challenge, which would allow him to observe Su Qingqian's expression upon facing him. As their eyes met, words failed them. Just as he was about to leave his seat, he turned to find Zhang Ningzi gazing at him. The girl blinked her eyes in curiosity, only to quickly avert her gaze again. "What? Want to come along?" Zhang Ningzi's eyes lit up. "Can I go?" "It's no big deal. I can just inform the committee," Jiang Nian replied, slipping his jacket back on and adjusting his collar. "This is my affair. If I can't handle it, it's as if I never said anything." Zhang Ningzi was left speechless, unable to comprehend how someone could assert such confidence while uttering such cowardly words. "Let's go?" Li Hua beckoned. Jiang Nian was astounded. This fool had managed to reach new depths of absurdity. In Class 3, a group of class officers bantered and laughed, interspersed with the antics of Li Hua and Jiang Nian, who were akin to two formidable warriors. Under Kai Xiaoking's lead, they marched out of the classroom. The class flag held high, their red paper and black ink declaration in tow. Indeed, there was a certain atmosphere to it. Although many claimed that issuing a challenge was awkward, and reading the declaration was more embarrassing than social dancing, the moment they stepped out of the classroom, their expressions transformed instantaneously. "Kai, should we strike a pose?" Li Hua eagerly asked. "I can do the super detective pose. I know the rocket team's moves too." "No need," came the reply. "Oh, then I'll just shout louder. I promise it'll be impressive. Then I'll keep my distance from you." Li Hua felt utterly disheartened, retreating to Jiang Nian's side before he could even speak. Jiang Nian held the rolled red paper declaration, glancing at him and preemptively predicting, "Don't talk big. Just jump if you want." Li Hua emitted a sharp cry and darted off in another direction. As they descended halfway down the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered the students from Class 4. The two groups faced each other at the intersection of the 3rd and 4th floors, the atmosphere charged with tension. "Move aside," a voice from Class 4 called out first. Lin Dong, irked, brandished the class flag and shouted back, "Not moving. Whoever wants to move can do so." Originally, the flag bearer should have been Lu Yang from the sports committee, but he was preoccupied with organizing the response in their class and did not join the group of class officers issuing the challenge. Thus, the role fell to Lin Dong, the math representative. In the midst of sharp exchanges and confrontational banter, the tension escalated palpably. Fortunately, as class officers, they maintained a sense of decorum. "Fools, get lost. Your class is a bunch of idiots." Jiang Nian refrained from engaging in this refined duel. Shifting his body to search through the Class 4 crowd for a familiar face, Song Xin, who was timidly hiding at the back. The girl seemed to have noticed him too, her eyes wide with surprise. Jiang Nian touched his face and waved at her. Song Xin pursed her lips, seemingly shy, nodded in response, and quickly turned her head away, only to glance back at him again. On the stairs, both classes' representatives engaged in a verbal sparring match. Their choice of words was precise, directly targeting the heart. And the atmosphere was friendly yet open. None wished to retreat before the battle commenced. What a joke! If anyone were to step back now, the opposing side would surely broadcast the news to lift their class's morale. They might even bring it up in Class 3 to undermine their spirit. This game is all about having no limits. Although Kai Shaoqing did not participate, she also did not intervene. A little scuffle wouldn't hurt. After all, if things reached a stalemate, a leader would naturally emerge to mediate. The challenge lay in determining who would take the initiative to smooth things over. It was crucial to time it right, not too early, lest they seem cowardly, nor too late, which would cause delays. Jiang Nian was still exchanging gestures with Song Zun from a distance, flashing a triumphant yes sign. Song Zun struggled to suppress a smile. She initially intended to ignore him, but upon noticing his furrowed brow, she hurriedly returned the gesture with both hands. Jiang Nian felt relieved. He delighted in witnessing Song Zun's flustered expression. "If you feel coerced, just blink." "Who told you to blink?" "Ah, that feels great." Meanwhile, the monitor of Class 4 stepped forward to mediate. "We are brother classes. Let us both yield a little." Kai Shaoqing, resembling a drowsy elder statesman in court, seemed completely oblivious to the recent commotion. Just waking up. He hastily chimed in to support the truce. "Class 3 descends the stairs on the left side. Don't delay the matter." The first sentence was a command. The second, a gentle olive branch. Take the right side. The monitor of Class 4 felt slightly irked by this minor setback, yet resigned to the situation. Hurry up. We need to deliver our challenge to Class 3. Class 4's classroom was just a bit down the hallway, so descending the stairs brought them there swiftly. Kai Xiaoqing and his group didn't have to traverse a long distance like the others going upstairs. Approaching Class 4, nerves began to surface. Li Hua was already fidgeting and, turning around, expressed surprise. Nian, why aren't you nervous at all? Upon hearing this, several class officers glanced toward Jiang Nian. While those in such positions are not typically socially anxious, this was their first time entering another class to issue a challenge, so claiming to be unperturbed was disingenuous. It's nothing. Being a hero demands sacrifice, Jiang Nian replied calmly. If I'm not nervous, it's because, frankly, I have some varicose veins. Baby, do you like my bulging blue veins? Damn, that is not the kind of vein I meant. Lin Dong interjected, impressed. First time I've seen someone bleed from a fight. Li Hua sighed, a prodigy in dance. Show me your blue silver grass. Kai Xiaoqing watched the trio's nonsensical antics and averted his gaze. Sometimes, he wondered if the class's feng shui was cursed. Disciplinary committee. How long have these three exhibited such symptoms? Unknown, probably always. Have they seen a doctor? Unnecessary. After their little performance, the group, now in high spirits, carried their class banner and entered Class 4. Before anyone could reach the podium, a sudden shout rang out. Everyone stand up. This was a customary tactic among classes, a show of respect and a psychological warning before the challenge was delivered. Typically, the intimidated side would lose confidence, whispering their challenge meekly and forfeiting their momentum. Why shout so loudly? Lin Dong muttered, barely containing laughter. Too many people, it's awkward. Jiang Nian glanced at Su Qianqian's spot and noticed her shirking responsibility, half squatting and already seated before the command. Ah, a sham participant. Our class A403. Based on the average scores of the November 6th citywide joint exam, Jiang Nian couldn't focus on the challenge as it neared completion. Suddenly spotting Su Qianqian stealthily pocketing her phone. Oh no, she is secretly recording us. Had this not been Class 4 and Jiang Nian acting as the defending general, he would have caught her on the spot and punished her severely. Foolish bird, you can't outmatch the well-endowed. Though destiny is turbulent, destiny is. Jiang Nian swiftly took out his phone and snapped a photo of Su Qianqian. The action was quick, and few from Class 3 noticed. Some from Class 4, familiar with Jiang Nian, were already accustomed to his antics. Su Qianqian curled her lips, thinking Jiang Nian's challenge was pure idling. Mouth open, but no sound, pretending to try hard. Li Hua scanned the class. Everyone was standing, forming a dense crowd like pillars, obscuring any girls. Who told you to stand? Class 4 responded with some banter and shouted slogans. After the formalities concluded, Jiang Nian left the challenge letter in Class 4 and prepared to return when he locked eyes with Zhou Haifei and smiled. Upstairs and downstairs, the two groups collided again in the hallway. Don't block the way. Don't bark like a dog. The quarrel resumed. Jiang Nian continued his interaction with Song Xiun. Only this time Li Hua caught him. Li Hua glanced at Song Xiun and was instantly dumbfounded. Then, looking at Jiang Nian's shameless expression, he nearly gasped for air and turned away. He elbowed Jiang Nian. You know her? Yeah. Jiang Nian's calm reply made it seem trivial. Li Hua felt a sense of foreboding. During third period break, the seventh group chatted about watching videos. TikTok is quite convenient. I like scrolling before bed, one said. You can find sleep aid music and fall asleep instantly. I usually watch educational content. Several creators summarize well. Recommend me some. Suddenly, Nia Kakai exclaimed. I'm never using TikTok again. Her deskmate asked why. Nia Kakai grew emotional. Yesterday, a creator accidentally sent a good night message to their mom. Waking up to a message from mom was touching. I got emotional and sent my mom a good night message too. But then, she came in and confiscated my phone. Chapter 234, Not Sitting with Low Scores. Jiang Nian stood in line at the school cafeteria, not spotting Su Qianqian's group. Turning, he saw some classmates. Hey, let me cut in line. Get lost. Yu Zai stood diagonally opposite Jiang Nian, arms crossed. You are the real lowlife. I've seen through you. You just like to flame others. Jiang Nian paid no mind and continued engrossed in his phone. Actually, he thought, no need to explain if nobody asks. Solid color. I don't like you, but Cece is innocent. Whether in fire or water, grass or forest, soil or clouds, or even in that girl's skirt. He forgot the rest but concluded he just liked pokeballs. After finishing his meal, Jiang Nian put away his phone and began searching for a seat. The cafeteria was a scorching battlefield, packed shoulder to shoulder with noisy freshmen. These kids were first in line for food, yet inattentive in class. Grabbing food first is natural. The early bird catches the worm. Survival of the fittest is a natural law. But reserving seats with books was excessive. Some dawdled. buying drinks or seaweed soup after eating before taking their seats. Though half the cafeteria was empty, the aisles were crowded with seekers. Jiang Nian was exasperated but had no choice but to search endlessly. Sit here? A clear voice offered, but Jiang Nian ignored it. Damn, standing too long, hallucinating. Was it a cafeteria girl? Damn, no seats at all. Jiang Nian's eyes roved as he muttered, if this continues, I'll just sneak out with my tray to eat elsewhere. Not everyone was willing to endure the cafeteria's pigsty-like dining environment. Some tough ones took their trays to the basketball court's shade. The North District dormitory cafeteria even had geniuses who ate in their dorms, leaving their trays to conscience. Some returned chopsticks and plates, others tossed them in the trash, striving to recoup tuition. Jiang Nian found going out troublesome, and couldn't he overcome his mental barrier to do so. After all, hurling a tray is undoubtedly among the top 10 daring acts on campus, rivaling the fiercest exploits. Engaging in illicit activities on the rooftop or brazenly ignoring risks with a girlfriend in the classroom. In comparison, simply dining in the cafeteria seems far less audacious. Was my voice too faint? The crisp sound rang out once more, accompanied by a gentle tug on his jacket. Jiang Nian realized it was no hallucination and glanced downward. There stood a girl clad in the first-year uniform, though the blue-black attire appeared loose and bulky. A closer look revealed her slender figure. From his elevated vantage point, he noticed her fair neck, her hair tied in the school's standard ponytail, and her delicate features and pale skin, undeniably a charming first-year young lady. Further staring would be impolite, especially from a senior in his final year. Oh, you called me? Jiang Nian snapped back to reality, diverting his gaze from the girl. He mused inwardly at her youthful innocence. Once, he too had been a fresh-faced first year, brimming with anticipation for high school life. Yet 2 years had passed, and everything had changed. In the blink of an eye, he had become a seasoned senior. Moved by the moment, his heart warmed softly. Senior, may I sit beside you? The girl lifted her petite face, her eyes pure and clear. Hurry, or the seat will be taken. She employed a subtle hint of persuasion, which, to be honest, was somewhat effective. Jiang Nian, flustered, promptly took the seat. Amidst the bustling and noisy cafeteria, they now sat side by side, their arms nearly touching, cramped yet intimate, strangers nonetheless. Thank you. Senior, he stumbled over the word. In a small town, the formal titles of senior and junior were rare. Those were city customs. Locals usually called each other by name, straightforward and unpretentious. A student who studies well, she said with disbelief, turning her head. Honestly, even her grasp on the chopsticks made her wrist look pale, her rolled-up sleeves revealing arms almost unnaturally white. Could she be a nocturnal creature, shunning daylight like a bat? Her large eyes conveyed astonishment, then puzzlement. Senior, how do you know I'm good at studying? Her name was still unknown, but this did not hinder Jiang Nian's social ease. He was chatting regardless. It's your aura. You seem like the kind of girl who often goes on stage to receive awards after exams. Exaggerate much, senior, she laughed, explaining. I can only score around 700 points, sometimes hitting 800. That's fairly average, Jiang Nian remarked. The first-year total score was 1050. Excellent meant scoring above 80. That is, over 840 points, equivalent to more than 600 in the third year. Her level barely made her a mediocre student, roughly 525 to 578 points in senior year terms. Jiang Nian's 590 rounded up to 600, converting to about 826 in first-year terms, significantly higher than hers. She nearly choked on her saliva at his blunt assessment, obviously displeased. She bit her lip and retorted, I'm actually the top in my class. Parallel class, right? The boy next to her interjected. She looked ready to spit blood but tentatively asked, could it be the Olympiad class? Jiang Nian reined in the conversation, unwilling to delve deeper. Don't call me senior anymore. I have a name. It's Chu Buxi, but just call me Xiao Jiang. She froze, wondering if that was appropriate. Xiao Jiang. That sounds odd. Like I'm already out of high school, she murmured, lips pressed together, as if he were already employed, too mature. How about uncle? He joked. Uncle Jiang. That would make Jiang Nian seem too old. Experience does breed wisdom, after all. Senior Jiang. Wordplay jokes require a fee. She giggled. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. My name is Lin Yuxi. Yuxi as in Jiang by Niao Yu Bai. Oh, thank you for giving up your seat for me. Jiang Nian sincerely expressed, otherwise, I'd probably still be standing in the aisle. Of course, standing while eating isn't so bad, she replied. From the moment Lin Yuxi began chatting with Jiang Nian, she laughed continuously, yet hadn't taken a single bite. Aren't you curious why I saved you a seat? She asked, eager to share her enthusiasm. It's not because of that. I saw you playing basketball yesterday, she said, giggling, unabashedly delighted. So impressive, so handsome. Jiang Nian paused his meal, turning to her with a puzzled gaze. I wasn't there yesterday. I took leave. Lin Yuxi's eyes widened, emitting a surprised ah. How could that be? Then you must have mistaken me for someone else. I have a cousin my age, Jiang Nian explained, wanting to avoid any association with obsessive fans. He looks a lot like me. Clutching her blue meal card tightly, Lin Yuxi appeared somewhat displeased. Stop pretending, senior. I know it's you, Xiao Jiang. Jiang Nian glanced at her indifferently. I'm old Jiang. Lin Yuxi was momentarily breathless. In just a few minutes, her idolized image of Jiang Nian had been shattered. Such a nice guy, yet so talkative, she thought. Well, at least he is good looking. Recalling the scene of him throwing the ball halfway through the game, Lin Yuxi's heart fluttered. Standing with her girlfriends, she couldn't help but scream with excitement. So handsome. She wondered why Jiang Nian vehemently denied it, appearing reluctant to admit it. Could it be humility? Hee, I like you even more now, she mused. Good looks, basketball skills, Olympiad class, modest demeanor. Articulate he has practically a catch. Surely, he doesn't have many troublesome admirers. Could I have a chance? Aware of her own advantage, she thought. Who doesn't like youth? Instant win. Senior, can we be friends? Lin Yuxi bit her lip, looking pitiful. I'm curious about senior year and want to ask you some questions. Jiang Nian, busy eating, pondered briefly before smiling. No. Sorry, not discrimination by scores, but I don't befriend anyone scoring below 800. Lin Yuxi couldn't hold back. Isn't that discrimination? You want to sit with low scorers? Senior, can we add each other on QQ? Can you score 840? Lin Yuxi. Meanwhile, in the dormitory cafeteria, the place was packed. Xingyu ate while absorbed in reading. Having finished Eternal Life, his mind was filled with scenes of killing and submission. Now he had switched to a new book. Ice and Fire Chef, brimming with grandeur, like Emperor Qin riding a swing, dazzling beyond measure. A pinnacle of traditional martial arts, the Tai Chi 8 Desolations. Opposite him, Wu Jungle frowned, seemingly troubled. After hesitating, he suddenly looked up and asked, Xingyu, do you want to attend a wedding banquet? Cough, cough. Xingyu nearly choked on his food, patting his chest to catch his breath. What did you say? Wu Jungle quickly clarified. My cousin is getting married tomorrow at the Union Grand Hotel. My aunt asked me to go, but it'd be awkward alone, so I'm looking for a companion. Hearing this, Xingyu finally understood. A real banquet, huh? The Union Grand Hotel, located between Zhennan Avenue and the Riverside, was not far from the school. Though called a Grand Hotel, it was more of a modest restaurant. Still, in this small town, it was unmatched in scale. Moreover, wedding banquets there were known for their sumptuous dishes, everything extravagant. Soft-shell turtle, pork knuckles, lobster, beef, chicken, duck, fish, braised pork. Nothing was missing. Gudu found himself utterly incapable of refusal. Nonetheless, Xingyu hesitated momentarily. Should I bring a gift? Not a chance. Don't. Yang Kaiming placed the cola on the table with a thud, exclaiming. My mother has already entrusted someone to deliver the gift money. Just say we're brothers. They're distant relatives getting married. They want to know how many sons my mother has, and anyway, they wouldn't ask. Yang Kaiming picked up his chopsticks. Noticing Huang Keilang's hesitation, and added, I don't want to go alone. If you don't go, I want to either. Upon hearing this, Huang Keilang was momentarily stunned. That won't do. Just thinking about missing out on soft-shelled turtle, pork knuckle, lobster, and steamed pork with rice powder makes me lose all will to live. If I'm not afraid to die, why should I fear taking a little risk? Oh, are you going? Yang Kaiming inquired. Yes. Chapter 235. Eat, eat, eat. Damn it. Jump onto the table and eat. She was born with an indomitable spirit, biting her lower lip. I'll work hard. The monthly exam is approaching. Jiang Nian remained silent, burying his head in his meal. After a while, having finished, he finally looked up at Lin Yuxi, who was slowly eating. You ranked first in class. Have you already planned your self-study schedule? Huh. Lin Yuxi was taken aback, but unwilling to admit it. No, not really. I've always followed the teacher's pace diligently. Jiang Nian's lips curled slightly. Speaking leisurely. Huh. You must have bought online courses, right? Because you want to have some spare energy to preview the sophomore curriculum. So you went ahead and bought the entire sophomore course package. Lin Yuxi stiffened. He had hit the mark. She had indeed purchased a plethora of courses online. Even several singing tutorials, intending to build a foundation through self-study before advancing to higher levels. Cultivating intellect, morality, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, blossoming in every aspect. Even her stationery and pen refills were carefully selected, embodying a renewed spirit, persona, and appearance. Admission to top universities like 985 was within reach. Qinghua and Baida were no longer distant dreams, guaranteed recommendation for future prospects. She also shone at the cultural evening, ascending to school belle status through her singing. Ideally, she hoped to find a handsome senior and indulge in a sweet romance. She grew anxious. The loquacious senior was like a detective, having peeled away all her secrets. Surely, he didn't even know she wished to fall in love herself. How do you know? It's normal. I was the same in my first year of high school. Jiang Nian began to fabricate stories but persisted and achieved his goals. Lin Yuxi instantly plunged into deep self-doubt. You're too formidable, senior. It's okay. I believe you can do it too. Jiang Nian rose, gently patting her shoulder. Just keep striving. With that, he retreated 7 or 8 paces and exited the cafeteria. After some time, Lin Yuxi left the cafeteria. The sunlight shone upon her, but offered no warmth. She only gleaned a fragment of useful information from the senior. Ultimately, she had failed. She couldn't comprehend why anyone would discriminate based on academic performance. It was too hard to bear. Maybe I should give up? She headed towards Building C of the first-year teaching complex. Upon returning to the classroom and taking her seat, 2 boys entered. Their appearances were rather ordinary, not ugly, just somewhat immature, and they chatted loudly from the moment they stepped in. 3 years of middle school. 3 years of high school. Sigh. No matter how pretty the girls in high school are, they can't compare to those from middle school who were like brothers. Yeah. After all, we fought and goofed around together for 3 years. High school life might be wonderful, but it could never surpass middle school. Lin Yuxi sat silently, suddenly feeling that scoring 840 wasn't so difficult after all. Maybe I should just mess up the test paper. There's no one I like in the class. During the lunch break, Jiang Nian was about to rest his head down when Chun Yunyun quietly entered through the front door and sat where Wu Zhengguo had been. She tapped Jiang Nian's arm mysteriously. Want to eat something nice? Jiang Nian propped his chin on his hand, gently stroking it as his gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Seeing this, Chun Yunyun rolled her eyes. What are you thinking about? Jiang Nian hesitated for a moment, uncertain if he should speak. Chun Yunyun. The longer she spent with Jiang Nian, the more she realized his character was quite simple. 20% gluttony, 60% innocence, and 20% cheekiness. Tomorrow my parents' friend's son is getting married. They gave gift money but are too lazy to attend. They asked if I want to go. It's at the Union Hotel on Jiang Nian Street. Chun Yunyun pursed her lips, extending the invitation. Do you want to come? A wedding banquet? Jiang Nian was a bit confused. I don't know them, so why should I go? Your parents' friend's wedding, they're not going, and you're not going either? I'm going, with Yuhi. Chun Yunyun explained that Yuhi's family also gave gift money but didn't want to attend. So, in small counties, business people have extensive networks. Even strangers can be introduced through friends, and a meal can spark acquaintances. Isn't freeloading a bit improper? Jiang Nian hesitated. It's fine. The 3 of us will sit at one table. Chun Yunyun whispered. My mom told me that many of the bride and groom's friends can't sit at the same table. We just need to slip in. No one will come to toast us. Jiang Nian understood and felt a bit overwhelmed. Dating in a small county was like a revolving hot pot. Meeting a new girlfriend. Asking about the ex-girlfriend of a cousin, the previous ex was a colleague. So, you and your girlfriend's experiences are well known to me. Couples from similar backgrounds break up. Yet after a while, they still bump into each other at the neighborhood gate. Damn, your family bought a house in this community too? Resources in small counties were overly concentrated. Most people staying were supported by family, work, or friends, unable to relocate. Thus, finding a partner according to social standing often meant encountering repeats within the circle. The wedding banquet Chun Yunyun mentioned typified a middle-class family in a county town, somewhat wealthy, with many friends and extensive connections. Then I'll go. Free meal again, right? Jiang Nian readily agreed. Okay, I'll find you tomorrow at noon. Chun Yunyun left her seat and quietly returned to her own. Just as she sat down, Wang Yuhi turned and asked, did he agree? Chun Yunyun nodded. Her expression unreadable, heart pounding, hands trembling slightly. We'll walk there together after school tomorrow. Wang Yuhi, shy by nature, dared not attend the wedding banquet alone. Even with a companion, she felt nervous until Chun Yunyun suggested inviting Jiang Nian. She thought it over and immediately agreed. After all, they had given gift money. Their families had sent gifts several times the value of the meal. With so many people present, bringing one more wouldn't be a problem, if asked. They'd say they were siblings. After reaching consensus, the 2 girls, with Chun Yunyun closer to Jiang Nian, took the initiative to ask him. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Wang Yuhi was a typical elementary school student, her emotions plainly written on her face. At the thought of attending the wedding banquet tomorrow without social anxiety, she brightened instantly. She would become the fiercest eating machine. Eat, 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 swirling around as she ate. After Chun Yunyun settled down, she opened her homework and began to write. Though she could not concentrate, her mind preoccupied with what to wear tomorrow and which shoes to pair. After the lunch break, Li Hua slid into the classroom, followed closely by his hefty companion. It was Thursday, and Sunday was not far off. Jiang Nian had just awakened and rose to offer Zhang Ningzi a seat. Today, Gigi looked as lovely as ever, adorned in a long coat, with shoes of an unfamiliar brand. Did you sleep well at noon? He inquired humbly. Gigi cast him a sideways glance, responding with a cool demeanor. It was adequate, with a reward. As she spoke, Zhang Ningzi retrieved a small snack from her bag and handed it to Jiang Nian. Here you go. Oh, this is wonderful, Jiang Nian exclaimed, his spirits buoyed by the unexpected treat. After all, Zhang Ningzi was hardly lacking in such trifles. He took it, hoping it would provide him an opportunity to invite her out next time. This exchange deepened their bond, a delightful routine of interactions between good desk mates. What? You have another desk mate? Who? In the afternoon, they had a language class. Old Lu continued his pattern of teaching for 10 minutes, assigning exercises for another 10, discussing answers for 10, chatting for 10, and finally spending the last 5 minutes addressing class matters. At the behest of the leadership, each class was to establish a position for a psychological committee member who would oversee the distribution of psychological weekly reports to the grade group. Particularly, due to the lack of protective nets at the senior high building of Jiang Nian Middle School, the heads of the senior grade were concerned about students contemplating drastic measures. Hence the creation of this position. This school even boasted a dedicated psychological counseling room, vast and spacious. It was located in room 205 of Building D, where 2 classrooms had been combined into a psychological haven. As old Lu strolled about the classroom, his voice rang clear and confident. If any student feels uncomfortable emotionally and finds it difficult to communicate with teachers or classmates, the psychological committee member can direct you to the counseling room. The psychological counselor will ensure absolute confidentiality, and the room remains open after school, staffed by professional counselors on rotation. In summary, there is no issue that cannot be resolved. When faced with difficulties, solutions always exist. After all, when children are born, everyone can collaborate to find answers. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet classroom erupted into uproarious laughter. Everyone was caught off guard by old Lu's unexpected twist, and the laughter echoed for several minutes. Teacher, can a child be considered yours just because they're born? Teacher, can you share a surname with a child? Hey fatty, are you pregnant? Get lost. Amidst the chuckles, the bell rang. Old Lu, valiantly dedicated to the mental health of senior students, had effectively set a positive tone for the election of the psychological committee member. Silence. Everyone, please quiet down. Those interested in running for the psychological committee member position may prepare their speeches for the first evening language class. Each of you will take turns presenting your candidacy. With that, old Lu departed. The class remained lively, clearly invigorated by old Lu's humorous quip. Li Hua turned to Jiang Nian, his tone resolute. Nian, I intend to run for the psychological committee member. Sure, go ahead, Jiang Nian replied nonchalantly, engrossed in his language exercises while solving science problems. By the way, I have some psychological issues I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead, let me practice. Li Hua brimmed with confidence. Zhang Ningzi, who had planned to rest during the break, couldn't help but eavesdrop upon hearing Jiang Nian mention psychological issues, propping herself up on her desk with curiosity. Moments later, Jiang Nian began, physiologically, I am male, but in my heart, I believe I am female. However, I am attracted to females, so I identify as a transgender individual. At the same time, I have a penchant for cross-dressing and enjoy donning male attire. Upon hearing this, Li Hua paused, pondering before looking up. Isn't that just being a man? Jiang Nian then asked, Hua, if you were elected as the psychological committee member, could you help other girls with their psychological issues? Perhaps even persuade one to be my girlfriend. Li Hua responded, do you expect me to work miracles like a magical conch shell, making wishes come true? Chapter 236. Some individuals need not do anything. Standing there alone is victory. In the afternoon self-study session, Yao Beibei and Jiang Nian switched seats, and Jiang Nian surveyed his surroundings. Truly, a gathering of talents. All the esteemed individuals were present. In front sat Yu Zai, with Zhou Yuding diagonally across from him. Beside her were Yang Kaiming and Huang Keilang, while Lin Dong and Sun Zixin were in the adjacent group. To his right, separated by a row, sat Yu Tanja, diligently writing his assignments. The third class sparkled with brilliance. Jiang Nian blended in seamlessly, feeling as comfortable as if at home. Zhou Yuding glanced back at him. Their eyes meeting. Although neither spoke, Zhou Yuding felt as if she had been scolded, and quite harshly at that. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Yu Zai and asked, Zai, what would you do if you encountered someone you disliked? Yu Zai raised her head, contemplating for a few seconds before replying. I would curse and swear. Zhou Yuding pressed further. What if you had to interact with that person daily? Yu Zai fell into deep thought, then lifted her gaze. I would curse them behind their back. And outwardly, Zhou Yuding queried, puzzled. Diligently cultivate the relationship. Isn't that what everyone does? Yu Zai tossed out another bombshell statement. Such is the fate of adulthood. Zhou Yuding was tempted to ask if she had truly reached adulthood, but as her gaze fell, she quickly dismissed the notion. Age could indeed be self-defined, requiring only a mature physique. What if it becomes unbearable? Yu Zai's brow furrowed with confusion, silently wondering if she was being pointed at. That can't be. We had a great time yesterday. Did I offend her? Yet, such matters were delicate. Perhaps she was a seasoned actress. Indeed, she must be hinting at me. Then, of course, I would forgive her, Zhou Yuding thought, before turning away, reflecting that the mature Yu Zai was not omnipotent. Just as she intended to write some assignments before the end of the afternoon session. She looked up to find both of her desk mates, one deep in thought with a furrowed brow, while the other was grinning foolishly, occasionally swallowing hard. Zhou Yuding thought to herself, what low-quality males. The boy she had been with yesterday was no different. Posting a photo of an airplane window on social media with the caption, "Thanks to my parents for allowing me the privilege of choosing more, rather than being chosen." Was that not foolish? The same tired phrases recycled endlessly, either thank you, parents, or I don't want much money, I want much love. If one were truly wealthy, such statements would not be made. Perhaps they were merely born to derive amusement from the misfortune of others. Zhou Yuding had encountered wealthier individuals. Truly affluent people tended to be discreet. Flaunting a few sneakers and travel photos to boast and belittle others was akin to a beggar pretending to be a treasure. Wealth or poverty, did it not all come down to wearing shoes and enjoying life? She admired Daoren, the class monitor, who possessed a refined appearance and demeanor, dressed with discernment. His academic performance was stellar, and his capabilities formidable. Although he bore no ostentatious logos, it was evident that his stationery and belongings were of high quality. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yuding couldn't help but glance in the direction of Li Qingrong. She could hardly discern the brand of the class monitor's clothing, but it certainly did not appear cheap. She had never witnessed her reprimanding anyone, yet the class held her in fear. Yu Zai, engrossed in her assignments, felt that something was amiss. Turning around, she spotted Jiang Nian behind her. When did you arrive? Why ask so many questions? Chattering away, Jiang Nian retorted, maintaining his usual brusque demeanor, his eyes the only honest feature, darting a glance before quickly averting his gaze. Yu Zai had grown desensitized to his attitude, too lazy to comment. So, are you running for the psychological committee member position? Not interested. My inner darkness prevails. Jiang Nian shook his head. Have you ever seen a necromancer become a priest? Such a radiant profession is beyond my capabilities. Yu Zai had never played video games. Yet she often engaged in conversations with boys, thus familiarizing herself with the terms necromancer and priest. Consequently, she continued the dialogue. Do you think I stand a chance in the election? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback, even setting down his pen. You? At this remark, Yu Zai felt a surge of anxiety. She had a considerable number of friends in class and was able to converse with the boys. But she believed that the other boys tended to flatter her, a notion I shall refrain from elaborating on. In essence, Jiang Nian's opinion, despite their occasional discord, was likely to be more accurate in this context. What's wrong? Yu Zai inquired, a hint of nervousness evident in her voice. Jiang Nian asked, have you prepared your campaign speech? Not yet. I'm uncertain if I'll even be elected, Yu Zai replied, furrowing her brow in apprehension. I haven't made a decision yet, but if I do choose to run, I'll write it later. She was contemplating her recent transfer from Class 2 and the end of a relationship. It was essential to explore new avenues to alter others' preconceived notions of her. No need to write it, Jiang Nian interjected. You want to win? Yu Zai sighed. No, it's just that you could say anything and it would suffice. Jiang Nian frowned. Continuing, for instance, Li Hua is also planning to run, but if you participate, he will abstain. Yu Zai retorted, that is not what I want. Oh, so you're not running? She gritted her teeth and declared, I am. After saying this, she turned to Jiang Nian and hesitantly asked, will anyone vote for me? As for others, I cannot say, but as for me, I wholeheartedly support you. As the school day concluded, most students filed out of the classroom. Yet Li Hua unusually remained seated, earnestly preparing his campaign speech. His demeanor was solemn, as if he were penning a world-renowned literary masterpiece. Jiang Nian approached him, peering over to catch a glimpse. Haha, what trash. Chishi. Li Hua ignored him, continuing to focus on his writing, muttering, who knows what aspirations the little sparrows have. With a loud thud, the desk was slammed. What are you doing? Li Hua jumped in surprise. I heard you were still drafting your campaign speech. Doesn't he at all end up sounding the same? Jiang Nian smirked, resembling a villain as he perched on the edge of Li Hua's desk. I have some bad news for you. What? Li Hua clutched his pen, indicating he had not yet given up on his campaign. Yu Zai just told me she wants to run for the psychological committee. At this, Li Hua was taken aback. His grip on his pen loosened, causing it to roll across the table and ultimately fall to the ground with a thud. Isn't that good news? Li Hua's expression shifted instantaneously, as he sprang to his feet with joy, crumpling his half-finished draft and tossing it into the drawer, exclaiming in excitement. Suddenly I feel a twinge in my heart. Is something wrong with my psyche? Jiang Nian quipped, let us dig it out and see. Li Hua burst into exclamations. Chishi chishi. He paced back and forth in the corridor, conversing with himself in a flurry of excitement, his face aglow with exuberance. What are you babbling about? Planning to dig up your ex-girlfriend? Jiang Nian's words struck Li Hua like a bolt. You're spreading slander. Li Hua pointed at Jiang Nian, his finger trembling. You're slandering me. Haha, why the rush? Jiang Nian retorted, once again embodying a gentleman of 6 arts. You can eat stones, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. Li Hua, slightly agitated, lowered his voice. You know my intentions. I didn't mean it that way. Difficult to say. Damn it. Li Hua's face turned crimson. And what about you? I've seen you talk to her several times. Jiang Nian smirked. I'm above board, with nothing to hide. Some individuals, however, are less scrupulous. Li Hua was infuriated. Sun Zixin stood before a modest barbershop, contemplating the length of his hair. To be frank, this length could either be cut or left as is. However, he had never visited this particular shop before. Returning to his usual barbershop was not a feasible option, necessitating a weekend trip to get a haircut. Should he take a gamble? He hesitated to enter establishments adorned with extravagant decor, fearing that he might be swindled out of 600 or 700 yuan. After much deliberation, he chose the unpretentious shop before him. The owner, who was eating from a bowl, made eye contact with Sun Zixin as he approached the entrance. Hey, handsome. Are you here for a haircut? At that moment, Sun Zixin's heart sank, realizing he had been careless. In the past, he had always glanced at barbershops with peripheral vision. For one of the barbershop's urban legends suggested that eye contact would obligate a response. Some owners could be quite persistent, enthusiastically inviting you to get a haircut, even following you for a while. He intended to merely inquire about the price and leave. How much for a haircut? He asked. To his surprise, the owner replied, 15. Sun Zixin was about to decline, but hesitated upon hearing the price. He wasn't short on money, yet he wasn't one to spend extravagantly. 15 yuan for a haircut was relatively inexpensive in Jinnies. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to enter. Just to clarify, I'm only getting a haircut. No problem, the owner assured, sending someone to wash his hair. So far, everything seemed normal. However, once Sun Zixin dried his hair and sat in the chair, he noticed an apprentice approaching with clippers. His pupils dilated in alarm, and he swallowed hard. This is it. Chapter 237. Brother, I can't contain my anger any longer. It turns out that people only laugh when they are utterly speechless. Inside the barbershop, Sun Zixin glanced at his rare, slicked back hair in the mirror and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The apprentice stared at the quivering mass of hair before him, perplexed. Hey, handsome. Don't move too much. Sun Zixin wanted to leap up and unleash a torrent of curses at the barbershop. He yearned to explode in fury, to demolish the wretched establishment and make the unscrupulous owner and foolish apprentice pay for his hair and dignity. What do they take me for? A voluntary test subject. Hey, don't move. That's another mistake, the apprentice complained, but quickly finished the cut, adding, if you move, it makes things difficult for me. Sun Zixin teetered on the edge of rage, glancing at his unusual hairstyle. Can you at least leave me some hair? He forced himself to regain composure, suppressing the demons within. When the emperor rages, the stars shatter, and the great path is obliterated. One must wonder, can a mere barbershop withstand such fury? I wouldn't recommend it. Handsome, the apprentice gently replied, smiling. With your hair type, shaving it all off would not look good. Upon hearing this, Sun Zixin's confidence wavered. Really? Indeed. Be patient for a moment, the apprentice casually asked. If there's anything you're unhappy with, just let me know. Sun Zixin, he was dissatisfied with every aspect of his hairstyle, and he had no desire to speak. He merely wished to berate the apprentice's mother. In that moment, Sun Zixin regretted not being more assertive. With his hair reduced to this ridiculous state, must he endure it? He longed to scream, yet he feared causing trouble. Perhaps the apprentice was merely trying his best to seize this opportunity. Should he not be kind and grant the other a bit more patience? 10 minutes passed, and the apprentice was still working on the back of his head. I have evening study soon. Could you speed it up a bit? Sure thing, handsome. Just a moment. The apprentice was still perfecting the edges, swaying slightly, and it was almost done, nearing completion. At 6:05, Sun Zixin exited the barbershop. He took out his phone, using the streetlights to catch a glimpse of his reflection, and was utterly dismayed. Tears did not cascade down his cheeks, for a man does not weep lightly. In that moment, he grasped a profound truth. One should never be lenient towards barbershop apprentices, lest one suffers the consequences of their lack of skill. In the classroom, laughter erupted. Lin Dong clutched his stomach, unable to catch his breath, coughing uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Help me, I can't die. Just then, Zhou Yuding lifted her head, struck by a sudden wave of hilarity. She covered her mouth and glanced at Yu Zai, who was scribbling at her desk, fearful of bursting into laughter. Humph. Yu Zai raised her head, casting a puzzled look at Zhou Yuding. Following her gaze, She slowly turned to Sun Zixin, and instantly, the room erupted into chaos. Ha ha ha, what a rare sight. Lin Dong, having just regained his composure, was captivated by Yu Zai's remark. He scrutinized Sun Zixin for a moment, and, realizing there was indeed something uniquely amusing about him, burst into laughter once more. Lin Dong returned to his seat, unable to contain himself, and began to howl with laughter again, clutching his abdomen. Oh dear. Overcome with mirth, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. The nearby onlookers, initially entertained, suddenly realized Lin Dong had collapsed and shouted, "Oh no, Lin Dong is dead." The classroom was abuzz with commotion. It was the early evening, and November's darkness had settled in quickly. Students had gathered in clusters, some completing their homework while others chatted. This uproarious outburst captured everyone's attention. That's it. Lin Dong has been killed by Sun Zixin's humor. What do we do? Call the infirmary? Someone exclaimed. Are you daft? We don't have a school infirmary. Call 120. The homeroom teacher. We need the homeroom teacher, or the disciplinary committee. Kai Xiaoqing was also taken aback. Having never witnessed such a scene, her mind was a flurry of confusion as she clutched her phone tightly. What do we do? What do we do? Suddenly, the crowd parted as Li Qingrong approached, casting a casual glance. This is respiratory alkalosis. Does anyone have a plastic bag? Kai Xiaoqing, momentarily stunned, felt her mind buzzing. Before her panic could spread, Li Qingrong's hand landed on her shoulder. Huh. Li Qingrong's gaze was deep and calm. Find a plastic bag. Oh, okay. Kai Xiaoqing suddenly felt resolute, no longer hesitating as she called out. Does anyone have a bag? I do. A student named Gu Dao Galuo pulled out a white plastic bag, hesitating. It's a bit greasy. Is that okay? Kai Xiaoqing glanced at the class monitor, who nodded. It's fine. Li Qingrong took the bag and secured it around Lin Dong's head, tightening it slightly. Everyone, step back. The crowd dispersed, forming a circle around Lin Dong. Sun Zixin stood frozen, his mind racing, but sighed in relief when he saw the class monitor taking charge. He felt awkward, unsure whether to stand or sit. Fortunately, Lin Dong's condition was mild. After breathing several rounds of carbon dioxide, he stabilized, and his fingers ceased to twitch. Seeing this, Li Qingrong addressed the crowd. Someone come help him with a few more rounds. Sun Zixin snapped back to reality, his mouth moving as if to speak, ready to step forward. It was only fitting that since Lin Dong's plight had originated from his jest, he should be the one to remedy it. Li Qingrong shot him a glance. Step back. Don't provoke a relapse. Sun Zixin's eyes widened in shock, feeling the resolve he had gathered shatter instantly. Step back. Step back. He walked away from the group, feeling like a scholar whose hopes had fallen short. I must be cursed. Li Qingrong, unfazed by Sun Zixin's departure, pondered who could assist her. Suddenly, a group entered from outside the classroom. Jiang Nian, Li Hua, and Ma Qiajun walked in, followed by Yang Kaiming and Huang Kailing. They had met downstairs and decided to come up together. To their surprise, they were greeted by a scene of chaos. A group gathered around Lin Dong, whose head was encased in a plastic bag, as if he were being suffocated. Yang Kaiming was distraught. What has happened to my brother? Lin Dong, how could you offend the class monitor? Foolishness. Live better in your next life. Huang Kailing was stunned, contemplating whether he should intervene. What now? I've stumbled into a crime scene. Li Hua raised his hands in surrender. I'm joining in. Please don't kill me. You fools, that's the class monitor. She wouldn't do anything like that. Ma Qiajun retorted. He had more to add, but thought it unnecessary, as Lin Dong could easily leap from the window if he desired. Jiang Nian pointed at them, laughing. Look at how high he has gone. What a silly bunch. It's clearly a treatment. The class monitor is a master of healing. Though Jiang Nian was oblivious to the situation, it didn't prevent him from supporting his friend. Who says Lin Dong is dead? He is alive and kicking. The group inquired around, suddenly realizing, where is Sun Zixin? Li Hua stepped forward, perplexed. How could a simple haircut be this funny? He turned to see Sun Zixin on the edge of the crowd, a rare sight indeed, and burst into laughter. I take back what I said. I'm the fool here. Yang Kaiming rushed to assist Lin Dong, taking over the class monitor's role. Hang in there, brother. Li Qingrong glanced at the plastic bag. You've smeared oil on his face. Oh no, my bad. Yang Kaiming hastily released the bag, attempting to wipe Lin Dong's face again, but only managed to smear it further through the plastic. Lin Dong, Chen Yunyan observed and shook her head sympathetically. Our leader is about to be suffocated by you. Wang Yi, standing on tiptoe, tugged at Chen Yunyan's sleeve, stating earnestly, I can hold my breath for a minute and a half. Impressive, Jiang Nian remarked. I wouldn't have guessed you could hold your breath that long at your height. Wang Yi held her head high, proud. Of course. Lin Dong was gasping for air. Brother. The farce continued until class began. Lin Dong fully recovered, appearing normal, though his hair and face were still greasy, prompting him to return to his dorm for a shower. Sun Zixin lowered his head, returning to his seat, too embarrassed to face anyone. During evening study, the sounds of muffled laughter echoed through the classroom. Occasionally, one could hear strange, suppressed chuckles, hee-hee, ha-ha. Once the study session commenced, the quiet classroom was punctuated by a sudden outburst. Uft, ha-ha-ha, I'm sorry, I just remembered something funny. Ha-ha, my dad slapped me yesterday. The classroom erupted in laughter, and Sun Zixin felt utterly miserable. He wished he could fly back and punch that barber and apprentice. If you can't cut hair, then don't bother. As the class roared with laughter, Jiang Nian rested his head on his hand, gazing intently at Zhang Ningzi. The young girl initially harbored the desire to laugh, for after all, Sun Zixin's peculiar hairstyle was indeed a marvel. Yet, under his intense gaze, Zhang Ningzi found herself suppressing her laughter. Her cheeks puffed up like buns. She resolutely averted her eyes, staring straight ahead. What are you doing? Jiang Nian questioned lightly, his tone tinged with amusement. Surely, you are not mocking your classmates? Surely not, surely not. Zhang Ningzi rubbed her cheeks and shot him a glare. I am not. Jiang Nian had already resigned himself to the situation when footsteps approached the classroom door. It was Lin Dong, having returned from the dormitory after a refreshing shower. He was no longer the Lin Dong who had laughed himself into a fit. He entered the classroom with a buoyant step, his demeanor crisp and clean. His gaze flicked towards Sun Zixin, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter once more. Ha! Having just returned from a near-fainting fit of laughter. His renewed outburst was all the more comical, prompting the entire class to erupt in mirth. Zhang Ningzi, unable to contain herself any longer, broke into a giggle, covering her mouth as her shoulders quivered with suppressed laughter. Chapter 238. Who would speak their heart out? The first evening study session was a Chinese class, and old Lu arrived fashionably late. All right, everyone, pause for a moment. Jiang Nian looked up, recognizing this as old Lu's cue to select a psychological committee member. However, he had no ambition for such a position. Jiang Nian was acutely aware of his own nature. He was neither the pillar of the class nor its disruptor. Before being elected as the psychological committee member, he was a priest who refrained from engaging with boys, well-versed in human nature, and a refuge for his classmates' souls. Yet, once elected, he would swiftly forget his principles. Hua, have you finally admitted it? You even have your group member's ex-girlfriend. Thus, he was destined to be unfit for the role of psychological committee member. Students who wish to run for the psychological committee, please raise your hands. I'll take a rough count, old Lu announced from the podium, already prepared to jot down names. A few hands were raised sporadically. Li Hua did not raise his hand. He had given up. Nian, who are you voting for? Jiang Nian ignored him. Heh, a poorly crafted trap. The number of candidates was scarcely enough to fill a palm, and each would speak for 5 minutes, barely consuming half of the study period. After the 4 candidates had spoken, one could simply vote for whom they wished. Could anyone truly express their preferences? Would saying they supported Zun Yong as the psychological committee member be genuine? That would be utterly nonsensical. Furthermore, could what was expressed truly be heartfelt? Who among the earnest would lay bare their feelings? The election commenced. The initial speakers were benign classmates, each exuding an aura of gentle kindness. Perhaps in their minds, the psychological committee member was synonymous with an extrovert or someone who instilled a sense of security. While there was nothing inherently wrong with this notion, Jiang Nian felt their speeches were rather superficial. They seemed to speak from behind a thick barrier, failing to resonate deeply. Each was reciting their advantages and how they planned to serve their classmates after being elected. It was trite and lacking in originality. What are they babbling about? Li Hua, adopting a conspiratorial tone, whispered, Nian, what do you think? Jiang Nian cast him a sidelong glance, just sitting back and observing. Li Hua, having garnered no validation from Jiang Nian, resigned himself back to his desk. At last, the grand moment arrived. Yu Zai made her entrance last, swaying as she stepped onto the stage. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted entirely, transforming from awkwardness to exuberance. The source of their cheer was unclear, yet it was undeniable they were delighted. Here she comes, the destined one. Indeed, the class is rife with intrigue and treachery. And this is precisely due to the absence of a psychological committee member. Certainly, if Yu Zai were elected, the schemers would retreat in fear and righteous gentlemen would rejoice. This is an accomplishment worthy of praise even from Yao and Shan. Yu Zai felt a twinge of nervousness. She had anticipated a cold reception upon taking the stage. The thought of an awkward silence made her feel quite ill at ease. As she traversed the few meters from the aisle to the podium, her body trembled slightly. To her surprise, the audience's response was overwhelmingly positive. Stunned, she realized that the scoundrel had been right. Gazing at her enthusiastic classmates, she took a deep breath and began reciting her prepared speech. My reasons for running for the psychological committee are. Meanwhile, seated in the audience, Jiang Nian had his head down, diligently working on his assignments, while Li Hua discreetly pulled out an English vocabulary book to quietly recite. Both feigned indifference. acting as if they were entirely unconcerned with the psychological committee election or the identity of the speaker. Jiang Nian listened to Yu Zi's voice and gradually turned to glance at Li Hua. Hua, how many have you memorized? Li Hua paused. The words were good, but they simply wouldn't stick. What about you? How many problems have you solved? Jiang Nian shifted his arm, casting a sidelong look at Wu Junfu's back, a sly smile creeping onto his face. What words are you so engrossed in that you fail to pay attention? Are you tipsy? Chishi, chishi. Li Hua nearly erupted in a scream, hastily interrupting Jiang Nian and whispering, Nian, don't quote classics if you're not cultured. As he spoke, Li Hua sneaked a glance at the front row where Wu Junfu sat. As the head of the group, spying on a group member's ex-girlfriend? Should this be confirmed, it would lead to his social demise. To be fair, Jiang Nian truly did resemble a delivery person arriving at his doorstep. Li Hua had been masking his intentions so well, yet Jiang Nian insisted on orchestrating such a scene. I may lack culture, but I do crave the convenience store's Odin after study sessions, Jiang Nian replied whimsically, his tone laced with mischief. 3 skewers of fish balls and 3 skewers of fish balls, are you crazy? Li Hua exclaimed in shock. Aren't you afraid of overindulging? Jiang Nian frowned, pointing at him. You're just, smack. Li Hua seized Jiang Nian's finger, smiling. Let us discuss this. Zhang Ningzi glanced curiously at the two boys, oblivious to the peculiar conversation they were having. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further, certain it was not about anything good. Li Hua surrendered, and Jiang Nian let out a victorious whistle. One could say that things obtained without effort are indeed sweeter, and he began to anticipate the evening's snack from the cafeteria. He turned to Zhang Ningzi. His spirits lifted, and inquired, would you like some fish balls? No, Zhang Ningzi shook her head. She was still contemplating maintaining her figure. Consuming too much would inevitably lead to her resembling a pig's head. Oh, then I'll just ask. Jiang Nian began to turn away. Zhang Ningzi abruptly grabbed him and pulled him back. Looking at Jiang Nian's bewildered expression, she spoke earnestly. I've changed my mind. She suddenly recalled that the class monitor would enjoy fish balls, and that she could easily be swayed by Jiang Nian's audacious demeanor. As a member of Class 3, it was her duty and responsibility to shield the class monitor from such distractions. She could begrudgingly take on the task, and indulging in a late-night snack once in a while wouldn't hurt. Oh, all right, Jiang Nian replied nonchalantly. Although Yao Beibei was open to eating anything, she might not have the time to join them in the cafeteria. On the podium, Yu Zii had finished her speech. Old Lu stepped up, surveying the classroom before asking, is there anyone else who wishes to run? After posing the question twice, no one in the class uttered a sound. Consequently, the election process advanced directly to the pivotal stage, the anonymous class-wide ballot. Every student, except the 4 candidates, was entitled to cast a vote. Each person inscribed a name on a slip of paper, which was then collected by the leaders of each group. The votes were ultimately gathered on the podium, where the class committee member Tao Ran and the disciplinary committee member Kai Xiaoqing presided over the counting and tallying. The tallying involved marking a tally mark beneath each candidate's name on the blackboard as Kai Xiaoqing announced the votes aloud. The candidate with the highest count would be declared the winner. At the signal from Old Lu, the classroom erupted into a flurry of activity as everyone began writing their ballots. Zhang Ningzi tore a square piece from her scrap paper, paused thoughtfully with her pen poised, and resolved to vote for one of the 4 candidates, a rather unremarkable girl, who frequently read books on psychology and perhaps hoped to become the class's psychological counselor. Zhang Ningzi was not well acquainted with the others, and although it might seem unkind to say, she believed Yu Zii would not lack votes. After some deliberation, she decided to cast her vote for that girl. Having written the name, she glanced over at Jiang Nian, noticing that he and Li Hua appeared to have finished much earlier than herself. Out of curiosity, she quietly inquired, who did you vote for? Jiang Nian responded nonchalantly, not even blinking, his face betraying no emotion. Luo Yong, since we occasionally hang out. Hearing this, Li Hua chimed in, yeah? Isn't it natural to vote for someone you know? Seems so, Zhang Ningzi replied vaguely, reflecting on her own tendency to favor acquaintances over strangers, and pursed her lips. Once all ballots were collected, the vote counting commenced on the podium. Luo Yong. The first vote was cast for Luo Yong, and a tally mark appeared beneath his name on the blackboard. Chun Yunyun, a member of Lin Dong's group, glanced deliberately at Lin Dong, avoiding eye contact with Sun Zixin, not out of malice, but because Sun's unusually funny hairstyle threatened to make her laugh out loud. Group leader, who did you vote for? Chun Yunyun asked. Lin Dong answered candidly, Yu Zii. Is there anyone more suitable? While others fretted over gossip, he was unfazed. Supporting Yu Zii was hardly a crime. After all, shouldn't he, the psychological counselor, be someone who makes oneself feel comfortable? What is wrong with that? I, Lin Dong, live with integrity and never back down. Chen Yunyun hesitated for a moment before turning away. She had only asked casually. At that point, The votes for the 4 candidates were roughly equal, and it was impossible to discern who would prevail. By the way, Lin Dong suddenly added a Chung too. Sun Zixin, who had been slumped over his desk in a state of despair, instantly reddened and covered his mouth in shock at Lin Dong's remark. What nonsense are you talking about? Meanwhile, Uzi's votes began to surge. X9. Chapter 239. You need psychological counseling. Luo Yong had received 6 votes. Staring impassively at the 5 bold tally marks on the blackboard, a trace of self-mockery curled the corner of the youth's lips. He clenched his hands so tightly that his sharp nails dug painfully into his flesh, eliciting a stabbing ache. Luo Yong's fighting strength was not 6. No, brother. 6 votes? Luo Yong himself was bewildered. With over 60 students in the class, and having bribed for that afternoon to garner support, he only managed 6 votes? Unfortunately, he was no Xiao Yan. No one gossiped about him, let alone mocked him. Not a moment was wasted mourning Luo Yong's defeat. The spotlight immediately shifted to Yu Zii, who had amassed 28 votes. Since every student held favors owed by others, after excluding those reciprocal debts and discounting the female votes, what remained was the genuine public opinion. The result was unsurprising. Yu Zii was overwhelmingly elected psychological counselor. Alas, I did my best but never expected this outcome. Jiang Nian murmured mournfully, his expression forlorn. He seemed to turn his back on the world, resolute and solitary, pained by his comrade's failure. He could not comprehend why it had come to this. And, of course, he had not cast a vote. Luo Yong's votes are so few, Zhang Ningzi remarked, glancing at Jiang Nian to comfort him. Don't be upset. You did your best. Jiang Nian nodded at Zhang Ningzi before turning his gaze towards Li Hua. Hua, any ideas? Li Hua propped his head with one hand, absently stroking his face, wary of accidentally blurting out sarcastic remarks. I'm not really sure either. Ding dong. Class dismissed. The first evening's self-study session concluded. Yu Zii, still somewhat dazed, felt a faint thrill. The election results were indeed as that scoundrel had predicted. She had been smoothly elected. Just then, Zhou Yuding and others approached to speak with her, prompting her to rise. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a group rushing out the door. Yao Beibei, having free time, linked arms with Zhang Ningzi as they descended the stairs together. Ma Qiujun wondered why, with all 4 of them going out, he had been left behind. Thus, Li Hua paid the bill tearfully. Yet, thinking of Yu Zi's election as psychological counselor, he could not help but puff out his chest with pride. No doubt, Jiang Nian had unsettled him somewhat, leaving him feeling quite yu-yu. I'll consult the psychological counselor tonight. Among the throng descending the stairs, Lin Dong, reluctant to buy snacks alone after class, had coaxed Sun Zixin to accompany him. Patting Sun Zixin's shoulder, he offered consolation. Chung, lighten up. It's so dark outside, no one can see you. I want to die, Sun Zixin sighed, gazing at the bustling night playground. He recalled someone who only dared venture out on Halloween, now understanding that person's bitterness. Is darkness the only thing that can grant me dignity? By the small shop's entrance, Lin Dong took a few steps forward but noticed Sun Zixin had not followed. Confused, he turned to find Sun standing at a distance beneath the shadowed edge of a basketball hoop. What are you doing? Lin Dong asked as he approached. In the darkness, Sun Zixin shook his head. Bright, too bright. What? His voice was pained and melancholic. I am someone who cannot face the light, surviving only in shadows. Lin Dong was perplexed. Isn't that just like a rat in a sewer? Rat, Sun Zixin echoed bitterly, hugging the cold basketball pole tightly. Exactly. That's me, a sewer rat. What's the difference between me and an idiot with this haircut? Lin Dong hesitated. He wanted to say, without that stupid haircut. You're still, but stopped himself, fearing Sun Zixin might truly lose it on the way upstairs. Chung. He placed a hand firmly on Sun Zixin's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Just wear a hoodie tomorrow. The classroom forbids baseball caps, but hoods sewn into clothes are allowed. Besides, it's November now, the chill is setting in. If anyone asks, just say you're cold. If they persist, just ignore them. No one dares stop you. Upon hearing this, Sun Zixin's eyes brightened. Good idea, he exclaimed, then frowned in doubt. Will that really work? Of course, Lin Dong replied vaguely. There's always someone in class who's gloomy and reclusive. Have you ever seen the teacher intervene? They just turn a blind eye. Indeed, that makes sense. Sun Zixin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gazing at the brightly lit, bustling student convenience store before him, a serene smile blossomed upon his face. Compared to darkness, light was undoubtedly more suited to his nature. The two companions entered the store together. When it came time to settle the bill, the shopkeeper's wife pressed a button displaying the charge, 6 yuan. She looked up and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha. Sun Zixin wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Swiping his meal card, he fled hastily. Lin Dong had not yet emerged. So he had no choice but to return to the shadows beneath the basketball hoop to wait. Watching the constant flow of people in and out of the store, he felt like a rat that could not bear the light, his disguise torn apart by the shopkeeper's wife, exposed under the sun. A tear slipped down his cheek. He cursed under his breath, wishing he could kill that apprentice horse. Suddenly, Sun Zhishan heard a familiar voice. Looking toward the sound, he saw Jiang Nian and 4 others, which deepened his melancholy. Once upon a time, he, Lin Dong, and Qin Yun had been just like them. Their small group was not one that isolated the entire class or acted recklessly. More accurately, it was a loosely knit circle. Like Jiang Nian's group, they occasionally gathered at the cafeteria or the convenience store because of their close bonds. But ever since Sun Zhishan had harbored feelings of confession, everything had been ruined. Though he had used a classic cousin misunderstanding as an excuse, their relationships had reverted to their initial state. The small group had become even more fragmented, almost splitting into 2. Fortunately, Lin Dong was well liked within the group and served as the vital link connecting Qin Yun and Wang Yi. Before long, Lin Dong emerged. "Ah Chung, why are you hiding here again? Life feels meaningless," Sun Zhishan sighed. "Brother Dong, I don't want to go to school anymore. I want to find a temple to seclude myself and never concern myself with worldly affairs again." Lin Dong was baffled. Growing hair out took only a month or 2. How could it lead to a retreat into a temple? Then, a bright idea struck him. "Hey, why don't you ask the psychological committee member?" At these words, Sun Zhishan froze. Of course, the psychological committee member was Yu Zii, thinking of her patient comfort. He straightened his back with renewed resolve. After all, she was the committee member he had voted for. During evening self-study, back in the classroom, Jiang Nian glanced at Zhang Ningzi, who was daintily sipping from her water cup. "You can't eat many fish balls either." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningzi turned, pouting. "I'm on a diet. Tisk, my advice is to be more like Yao Beibei." Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. She ate 4 skewers. Even Li Hua wanted to kneel before her. "Chishi." Li Hua, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, pointed a finger. "That is slander. What else do you do besides smearing me?" Jiang Nian grinned. "I love telling little lies." Zhang Ningzi pressed her lips, trying to suppress a smile, wary of being caught by her unscrupulous deskmate. She grabbed a pen and bent over her desk to write. A towering stack of books forming a makeshift barricade reminiscent of a young girl's frontline defense. Previously, there had been little amusement. Before advancing to this class, burying oneself in study meant social isolation. Whether voluntarily or not, one had to navigate interpersonal relationships. Now, although some classmates were a bit eccentric, school life was genuinely enjoyable. Lost in thought, Zhang Ningzi unconsciously wrote the character Jiang on a scrap of paper. Suddenly realizing, she hurriedly blacked out the character, then glanced at him. Fortunately, Jiang Nian was also focused on his own work, not spying. Zhang Ningzi exhaled in relief, then wondered if he could recognize an ancient form of the character she wrote. How was the pictograph for Jiang drawn? Her pen descended, marking 3 dots of water on the paper. That didn't seem quite right. She bent down and retrieved a purchased copy of Shuowenjezi from the book rack. She had bought it initially because of its beautiful cover and abundant illustrations. A purchase driven by fascination. The last few pages contained a comparative chart of Chinese character evolutions. Like a thief, she stealthily flipped to the section arranged by pinyin and found the entry for Jiang. Scanning it, she concluded that the small seal script version of Jiang was the most aesthetically pleasing. Carefully, she traced it, then sought the pictograph for Nian. In oracle bone script, Nian depicted a person carrying a sheaf of grain, a symbol of the yearly harvest and thus a measure of time. She was engrossed in tracing when suddenly a voice whispered beside her ear. "Studying Chinese during physics self-study, huh? I'm reporting you." Zhang Ningzi's body froze but maintained her posture, forcing calm. "I'm just looking. That's still a violation. I'll tell the physics teacher later." Jiang Nian had just finished a problem and noticed his deskmate wasn't focusing on the assignment. "What are you writing?" "Let me see." He glanced over, puzzled. "What is this?" "Nothing." Zhang Ningzi breathed a sigh of relief, glad her deskmate was illiterate. She had concealed the most recognizable Jiang character. So Jiang Nian only saw the oracle bone script for Nian, which was utterly unrecognizable. "Drawing talismans?" Jiang Nian asked curiously. "You are the one drawing talismans," she retorted, unwilling to say more for fear he might guess the true meaning of the characters. After the second self-study session, only Jiang Nian remained at the 6th group's seats. Li Hua had gone to watch the fun at Yu Zii's side, the newly appointed psychological committee member. Several people gathered there, mostly joking and putting on airs. Zhang Ningzi and Yao Beibei had left together, and the back row class monitor was also absent. Jiang Nian was the sole solitary figure. He took out his phone and logged into Lu Ji's secondary account to check messages. Since adding Zhou Yuding and Yu Tongjia's alternate accounts last week, he hadn't logged in for nearly a week. This account's sole purpose was for the upcoming 6th city joint exam, which was about half a month away. Nevertheless, Jiang Nian leisurely went fishing for messages. The QQ chat page showed the latest messages from 3 or 4 days ago. Zhou Yuding and Yu Tongja had each sent over 10 messages intermittently. He first opened Yu Tongja's chat and scrolled back to last week. Chapter 240. The incomplete set of 3 Kingdoms cards. Boss Jia was still the same, accusations and warnings. He verbally claimed indifference but threatened to call the police, have friends trace IP addresses, and vowed to expose the person behind the clown. Jiang Nian laughed as he looked at his phone. Who could he ask to investigate? The police? Honestly, setting aside whether Jia Ni could find connections, even if he did, so what? This secondary account was not registered under Le Ji. Unless they hired a Sherlock Holmes to decode every clue, eventually tracing it back to the police chief's son, young Master Le Ji, and then discovering that the flood had washed away the very temple of its own father. Hilarious. Jiang Nian scrolled to the end of the chat and replied, I'm back. Ding ding ding. The Super Million QA began. Truth or dare? Then, he opened Zhou Yuding's chat. Compared to Yu Tongja, Zhou Yuding lacked power and influence but was relatively calmer. She sent several lengthy messages of 400 or 500 words each, rambling extensively but distilling down to 5 core words. Others did it too. Jiang Nian struggled to keep a straight face. Zhou Yuding's abstractness was on par with Jian Ni. Jian Ni, I'll find someone to catch you. Zhou Yuding, others did it too. Why am I the only one being targeted? Each time, it was a source of amusement. Jiang Nian forwarded the same spiel he sent to Yu Tongja to Zhou Yuding. It wasn't that he couldn't customize responses, but it was unnecessary. Their level was just too low. He planned to deliver a big move before the 6th city joint exam. By then, Le Ji would have achieved his results. Employing a strategy of personal involvement. After infiltrating the answer group for a month, evidence was collected, leading to the proactive reporting that dismantled the criminal gang. What? Le Ji was also involved. However, the scores are genuine. It is evident that he is capable of solving the papers. Clearly, it is a testament to Le Ji's innate talent and diligence. Ultimately, how things are resolved hinges entirely on Le Ji's commitment. Should he become complacent, the act of reporting would bear little consequence, and he would still face inevitable failure. This also carries a semblance of testing the waters, to see if the two would still log into their alternate accounts. What if they cancel their accounts and flee? There would be no recourse. One cannot simply take Le Ji down with them. These alternate accounts were provided by Le Ji, effectively handing the self-destruct button over to Jiang Nian. A man understands the importance of concealing one's backup resources. If one were to betray a friend, it would leave a scar that lasts a lifetime. A wound that never truly heals. The matters of right and wrong are of no concern to Jiang Nian. He is no superhero, merely a fraction of an existence. His moral compass barely hovers above mediocrity, and while he does not know who sets the standard, it undoubtedly exists. In essence, this situation thrives on the principle of voluntary engagement and subtle provocation. The bell rang, signaling the final evening study session, following a series of consecutive classes. In the blink of an eye, an hour had slipped away. Jiang Nian lifted his gaze from the pile of papers. Realizing only 20 minutes remained until the end of the school day, he paused his writing, taking a moment to regroup. Resting his head on his hand, he recalled the wedding banquet he would attend the following noon, contemplating how best to navigate the situation, and found himself momentarily lost in thought. Li Hua had stealthily taken Ma Qiujun's glasses cloth, meticulously folding the blanket into neat squares. In the front row, Zheng Yu was tearing up a kiss letter. Ma Qiujun was amusing himself with a used correction tape, placing it on the desk as if walking a dog. The tape, when pulled, emitted a rather amusing sound. Wu Zheng was engrossed in reading Vista, a magazine not particularly popular at Jinan School. This publication was somewhat too sophisticated, as the students preferred tales of folklore and light-hearted entertainment. He was indifferent to his ex-girlfriend's election as the psychological committee representative. Since their breakup, they had become strangers. In truth, Wu Zheng found the situation humorous. Could someone with such psychological turmoil truly serve as a psychological counselor? With a plethora of negative emotions, how could she possibly assist others in alleviating theirs? It was bound to implode eventually. If he had not broken up with her, they would have been attending the wedding together. However, now he had to settle for going with his reclusive roommate instead. He turned the page gently, maintaining his composure and elegance. He mused that the world was filled with fools. There were still 15 minutes left before the end of evening study. The classroom buzzed with restlessness, particularly in the back row, where chaos reigned. Huang Kailing, across the aisle from Zhou Yuding, sent a message to Yang Kaiming seated in the same row. Hey, are you having breakfast tomorrow? Yang Kaiming's eyelids flickered, likely guessing Huang Kailing's intentions. With a wedding banquet to attend, he would probably need support to navigate the festivities. Yang's family was respectable. Since his breakup, he had not needed to worry about finances. making such measures unnecessary. To be honest, the food at weddings was rather mediocre. But could he voice this opinion? Certainly not, as it would hurt Huang Keiling's pride. As the saying goes, in glory and ruin, I stand with you. We have never faltered. True brothers should face trials together. With this thought, a smile crept across Yang Kaiming's face. I want to eat. Huang Keiling scratched his face, ultimately refraining from suggesting, hey, can I have your breakfast? Yang Kaiming appeared indifferent, nodding in agreement. Fine then. How hungry could one possibly be without breakfast? After school, a group of students stood up in unison, preparing to leave. Yang Kaiming instinctively called out to Huang Keiling, let's go grab a late-night snack. Huang Keiling declined, I'm not hungry. Yang Kaiming could no longer contain himself. You little rascal, do you plan to save all your appetite for tomorrow's feast? All right. He had intended to offer to treat him, but hesitated, worried that it might lead Huang Keiling to think he was looking down on him. Forget it, let's just go together. How hungry could they possibly be without a late-night snack? A good night's sleep would suffice. Tomorrow they would wake up, attend class, and before they knew it, it would be noon. As night enveloped the surroundings, at the school gate, Jiang Nian strolled leisurely alongside Su Qianqian as they turned onto the street. The streets were mostly devoid of vehicles, and people tended to retire early, with only the dim streetlights glowing. I tried a new place for lunch at the school gate. You won't believe it. Was it good? Su Qianqian inquired. The first bite made me wish for death, and by the second bite, I wanted to strangle the owner. Jiang Nian ambled under the street lamp, backpack slung over one shoulder, hands tucked into his pockets. Then why did you take a second bite? Su Qianqian was baffled, struggling to comprehend the male perspective. Couldn't you just spit out the first bite? Spit it on the owner's face? Jiang Nian retorted. Are you out of your mind? They beat you up. Su Qianqian proposed a rather amusing idea. Just stand up and spin around to vomit on the wall. If it were summer, I'd do it right in front of the air conditioning vent. If I were a customer in that restaurant, I wouldn't be able to eat a single bite after that. Jiang Nian raised his thumb in approval. Now that's some real ingenuity. Get lost. Su Qianqian pushed him playfully, feigning anger. Let me analyze this for you. You're the despicable one here. I did indeed vomit, right into the bowl, Jiang Nian admitted. But it wasn't my fault. It was simply inedible. A whole table of people was watching me. I felt a bit embarrassed and asked the owner if they had any antidote. Su Qianqian interjected, but I must ask. Why is it that the moral standards of locals are so low? Jiang Nian lamented, I don't understand why they can't provide better food. Su Qianqian glanced at him, remaining silent. Setting aside your misfortunes, your moral standards are only slightly better than the owner's. Jiang Nian walked backward in front of Su Qianqian, arms raised in exasperation. In any case, I wouldn't recommend that place. Su Qianqian scoffed, but made a mental note. Although she wasn't short on funds, money doesn't grow on trees. There was no need to waste money on what tasted like pig feed, and if all else failed, she could simply opt for a simpler meal. However, comparing it to pig feed was a tad insulting. It felt akin to slandering the very notion of pig feed. Just before ascending the stairs at home, Su Qianqian suddenly called out to him. Oh, wait, I have something for you. What is it? Jiang Nian turned around. In the corridor, Su Qianqian expertly stomped her foot, triggering the motion sensor light. She rummaged through her backpack for a moment before producing something wrapped in a napkin. As Jiang Nian looked on in confusion, the napkin slowly unfurled to reveal a card featuring a character from Three Kingdoms Magic Soldier, a hero card. Here you go. What the heck? Where did you get this? Jiang Nian took the card, examining it under the corridor light for an extended moment, marveling at the shining image of Ma Chao, a character he had struggled to collect in his youth. This was a reward snack from the teacher. I ended up giving it to someone else. Su Qianqian tilted her head. I remember you used to buy these all the time, so I just took the card. The distributors sold them by region, with each place having its own set of scarce cards. Jiang Nian cherished the card, a broad smile fixed on his face. Hey, I finally have a complete set. Collecting this set wasn't particularly difficult. One merely needed to find a group online to place an order. However, if one were to purchase the entire set, the joy of acquiring it would dwindle significantly. The true delight in collecting lies in the process. The thrill of the unexpected reveal. Rather than merely collecting items and relegating them to a drawer to gather dust, devoid of the motivation to showcase them. One must acknowledge the adage, familiarity breeds novelty. Hence, I must express my gratitude to you, even though the unwrapping was not executed by my own hands. Jiang Nian mumbled. Well, you took it, which is tantamount to me having it. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian raised an eyebrow. How do you intend to thank me? Oh, anything will suffice. Jiang Nian began to fidget again, but I really don't have anything of value, perhaps. Su Qianqian paused momentarily before turning to ascend the stairs. How could you repay kindness with ingratitude? Jiang Nian sighed, shaking his head. Why can't you grasp my humor? After hastily returning home, he took a quick shower. Once he had dried his hair and returned to his room, he found himself lost in thought, gazing at the card on the table. In his elementary school days, he often exchanged cards with friends, enduring the discomfort of a bleeding mouth from munching on dry noodles just to maintain a daily ritual of trading. Back then, the friend who went to Australia possessed the most cards, and he would play marbles to coax them from him. Speaking of which, he wondered if Old Tree had managed to acquire his silver luxury car. Chapter 241, Purely Shameless. One might as well slap oneself. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of the Northern District, Jiang Nian hesitated before a storage box filled with clothes, uncertain of what to wear the following day, especially since appearances are paramount when venturing outside the campus. Time for a shower, Wang Yui called from the balcony. Oh, coming. Jiang Nian grabbed her lingerie and nightwear and headed to the bathroom, where the lights had already been set to turn off. The frequency of inspections in the girls' dormitory was not particularly high, occurring once or twice a week. After a flurry of sounds, the sound of running water emerged from the bathroom. Wang Yui had tied up all her hair with a headband to avoid getting it wet while showering, a handy little gadget gifted by Jiang Nian. Utilizing the dim light from a flashlight, the girls washed themselves with a bucket in the cramped bathroom. Jiang Nian's mind wandered as she continued to ponder her outfit for the next day. As she was washing, some water accidentally splashed onto Wang Yu, who looked up in bewilderment. In response to Wang Yui's astonished gaze, Jiang Nian, seemingly out of her wits, wiped her towel across her chest. Something feels off. Yunyan, what's wrong with you? You seem distracted. Huh? Jiang Nian snapped back to reality, blinking her eyes. Since they were so familiar with each other, an apology felt unnecessary. Oh, I just zoned out. I know. It must be hunger, Wang Yui asserted after a moment's thought. You barely ate this afternoon, just a few bites. I don't have much of an appetite, Jiang Nian dismissed casually. Indeed, Wang Yui was quite the simple-minded elementary schooler. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian paused her washing momentarily, a look of mild surprise crossing her face. What is it? The phrase "I have something to tell you" usually serves as the prelude to gossip among girls, typically followed by someone's name. Yet, Jiang Nian never anticipated that this would come from Wang Yui. Had she matured? During the evening self-study session, I saw Chai Muing sewing curtains, Wang Yui whispered, chuckling to herself. What? Jiang Nian inquired, perplexed. Chai Muing shared their dormitory, her mind often clouded. Last month, she forgot to bring her quilt home during the National Day holiday, and it was her father who had to send it back through a fellow villager. After showering and changing her clothes, Jiang Nian sat cross-legged on the upper bunk, once more grappling with her choice of attire for the following day. In her indecision, she glanced at Wang Yui, who was preparing to hang up her clothes. Both girls were clad in pajamas. A soft hook had been affixed to the upper bunk's wall for hanging clothes. Wang Yui casually hung two garments, resembling her usual style at school. All right then, Jiang Nian thought, continuing her internal struggle. On the other side of the girls' dormitory, Yu Zai had just finished her shower and opened her phone to a deluge of messages. As the psychological committee member, she could hardly refuse her classmates' inquiries, especially on her first day in office. It was far too early to lose her sense of duty. She needed to hold out a few more days. Thus, she steeled herself to read through the messages. Sun Zixin, psychological committee member, does my hair really look that bad? Crying. After pondering for a moment, she replied, yes. Sun Zixin responded almost instantly, I feel so miserable. Crying. Yu Zai texted back. Wishing you prosperity. Don't be upset. Just get a trim at the salon. 3 seconds later, Sun Zixin messaged again, why only a dime? Yu Zai reclined against her bed's headboard, rolling her eyes at Sun Zixin's message. She thought to herself, what a needy guy, expecting me to fund his haircut? However, she refrained from voicing this, as she had to maintain the demeanor of a gentle psychological committee member. So, she typed, the psychological committee doesn't have extra funds either. It's the thought that counts. Sun Zixin replied, what if it still looks bad after the cut? Yu Zai frowned, thinking that sometimes one must reflect inwardly. Classmate, you must not carry pressure in your heart. We must remain positive and optimistic. How about this? I suggest we take a break from school. Sun Zixin, huh? You. It's like this. I checked on UC, and hair grows back in 2 months. Tomorrow, you can submit an application, and I'll approve it. Take a 2-month leave and return afterward. Exiting the chat, she noticed Lin Dong's message. This scoundrel had been deleted from her contacts, but for various reasons. She had to add him back. She couldn't help but think that Lin Dong was an absolute fool. Lin Dong, psychological committee member, I feel uncomfortable. She replied, just shameless, slap yourself. Lin Dong, now I feel worse. She retorted, jump off a building. After finishing her responses, Yu Zai felt that Lin Dong's group was likely a bit deranged. In contrast, the messages from her other classmates seemed much more normal. After replying to several messages, it was nearly midnight. She scrolled down, intentionally overlooking Li Hua's message. This person was also a bit abstract, and his messages were best left unanswered. Replying would be a waste of her life. As she perused her messages, she felt something was amiss. Yu Zai clicked into the class group and scrolled through the member list. That was when she realized she had not added Jiang Nian as a friend. To be precise, he had never added her. No wonder she felt that the night had been so smooth and her replies so effortless. It was because the exceptional individual was absent. Should she add him? Certainly not. That would be purely self-indulgent. The following day, Jiang Nian woke up early. Although he had gone to bed late, he never lingered in bed. Generally speaking, a few extra minutes of sleep would only make one groggier. He was accustomed to catching up on sleep in the classroom. There were 3 benefits to this. He could have breakfast on time, nourish his body, and catch up on sleep, which rejuvenated his spirit, all while outpacing his classmates and finding joy. I, Jiang Nian, owe my success to both innate talent and hard work. As he washed up, he perused messages from his QQ secondary account. Zhou Yuding and Yu Tongzhe provided varying responses, albeit with a plethora of trivial chatter. Perhaps they were flustered, showing signs of vulnerability. Jiang Nian remained unperturbed. After all, fishing for bigger catches requires patience. Rushing could lead to desensitization, and should matters escalate to the point of reporting, it wouldn't be worth the trouble for Jiang Nian. He planned to respond later that night, allowing them some time to worry. After completing his morning routine, he stepped outside. The classroom was illuminated, revealing only a handful of students. Good morning, Huang Fong greeted him with a nod. One cannot help but acknowledge the kindness of others. When one has partaken of their refreshments, it becomes difficult to refrain from greeting them. Yet, to suggest that they take their leave might seem overly deliberate. In any case, even the scholarly Empress Fong Fong finds herself troubled by trifles. Good morning, Fong Fong. Jiang Nian called out, tossing his backpack aside as he leaned down to retrieve his water cup from the depths of the desk. You come in so early every day? And you still look so radiant. Do I? Huang Fong, being a girl, was inevitably concerned about her appearance. She reached for the mirror belonging to her deskmate, Wu Jun, to inspect herself. What does a lack of radiance even look like? Jiang Nian replied, like Zheng Yu. The mere thought of Zheng Yu's pale face, akin to that of paper, made Huang Fong chuckle involuntarily. Jiang Nian casually grabbed Gigi's thermos and ambled off to the corridor to fill it with hot water. In this day and age, even male models must endure the grind. To enjoy a beverage, one must earn it through toil. I've made it to where I am today, so let's leave it at that. The water heater emitted a disconcerting sound, followed by a wave of unsettling warmth. The school, with its heartless ways, seemed oblivious to the need for repairs on the troublesome water heater. All it knows is how to charge for water cards. Jiang Nian suspected that the machine had never been cleaned from the moment it left the factory until its eventual retirement. At times, it even tasted of rust. Damn it. At least it's calcium from the iron supplement blue bottle. Are you also getting water? A familiar voice came from behind, belonging to a girl. Jiang Nian turned, surprised to find it was Ji Jiao, who had recently transferred to Class 2. Despite her name suggesting a certain delicacy, her demeanor was remarkably upbeat. Even when embroiled in public arguments with her boyfriend, she had once made headlines in their city, prompting disciplinary action from the grade group that forced her to switch classes. Now, encountering a former classmate, she remained remarkably composed, even initiating a greeting, her expression reminiscent of a girl experiencing the first stirrings of affection. One must admit, extraordinary individuals do indeed engage in extraordinary deeds. Ji Jiao was quite remarkable, having a mindset that outpaced 99% of high school students. Jiang Nian had always held respect for capable individuals. After all, Ji Jiao had transferred classes, and any petty conflicts from their shared past had vanished. Such individuals are best enjoyed as casual friends, provided intimacy is avoided. Ah, good morning. When did you arrive? Jiang Nian smiled, noting her silent approach, which had startled him. Ji Jiao hesitated for a moment before responding. I arrived while you were venting your frustrations on the water machine. Huh. Jiang Nian felt a tinge of embarrassment. Scratching his head. No wonder I didn't hear you. But I wasn't venting. I was merely swatting at bugs. Ji Jiao tilted her head, sharing a smile. Oh, I believe you. As Jiang Nian poured water into a new cup, he casually inquired. So, why did you switch to Class 2? The teachers in Class 2 are basically the same as in our class, Jiang Nian noted. Isn't that equivalent to not changing classes at all? Do you wish I had switched to Class 1? Ji Jiao shot him a playful glare. No, just curious. That's because the grade group leader is my uncle. He would never transfer me to Class 1. Ji Jiao's eyes sparkled, but suddenly she covered her mouth, as if she had let slip a secret. I've only told you this, so don't mention it to anyone else. Jiang Nian had finished filling his cups and turned to her, unable to suppress a grin. Does your boyfriend not know? Ji Jiao met his gaze and smiled brightly. Would you like to know? Jiang Nian's expression grew serious, and he brushed past her. Guess. Ji Jiao paused, turning to look, but Jiang Nian had already walked away, leaving only his slender silhouette in the distance. As the morning self-study session approached, more students filled the classroom. Li Hua slid into the classroom with a flourish, exclaiming loudly, "Damn it, I've lost $100. Ma Qiaojun," Jiang Nian mused. Tapping his chin, "I have a thought. If one deskmate were to perish, could the other be granted automatic admission to university?" Li Hua gasped dramatically, expressing his dismay. He had intended to voice a bold retort, but instead blurted out, "Bold commoner, how dare you harm me?" Laughter erupted in the classroom as the morning bell rang in the midst of the jovial atmosphere. On Fridays, they read English. Zhang Ningzi picked up her thermos, a hint of confusion on her face. She wondered if she had forgotten to wash it yesterday, even though she distinctly remembered having done so. Upon opening it, a cloud of steam enveloped her face. "Haha," Jiang Nian chuckled, reveling in her misfortune. Zhang Ningzi frowned. "Why didn't you tell me you filled it?" "You didn't ask." Zhang Ningzi was incensed, yet found herself at a loss for words, muttering a quiet, "Oh, well, thank you then." "You're welcome." Jiang Nian whistled playfully. Zhang Ningzi felt a flush rise to her cheeks, clearly vexed. Nearby, Li Hua, ever the instigator, chimed in, "Why didn't you help me fill mine?" Jiang Nian shot him a glance, his tone unruffled. "Your cup is under your bed. How could I help you fill it?" "Huh. My cup is in the drawer." Li Hua's words faltered, and then he erupted, "You're always slandering me. Damn it. It's you lot who have made it impossible for me to find a girlfriend." In truth, Li Hua had purchased one before, but it was cheap and of poor quality. The good ones were too expensive, and he found himself short on pocket money. Once he managed to save enough, he lacked the courage to buy it. The first purchase had required bravery. By the second, his courage had evaporated like a fleeting breeze. As the English reading session heated up, Li Hua passionately recited vocabulary while singing aloud. He recalled the bamboo copter from Doraemon and, eager to share, asked Jiang Nian, "Hey, if you had a bamboo copter, what would you do?" Jiang Nian, who had not been engaged in the reading, was diligently working on exercises. He adhered to the three-step strategy for improvement, consistently practicing problems. As the wise King Bao puts it, the foundation has been firmly established. While pondering Li Hua's question, he pointed to his lap. "The bamboo copter? Strap it on there." Li Hua was momentarily taken aback, stunned by such an outrageous suggestion. "What? That thing is meant for flying." Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Li Hua's surprise. "I know, you don't need to reiterate. Who hasn't had a childhood?" "Damn, that's even weirder." Li Hua couldn't contain himself, envisioning the absurdity of a bamboo copter strapped there, likening it to a grand swing of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, a spectacle beyond measure. "You're something else." As the dictation segment approached, Li Hua closed his eyes, attempting to recall the words he had memorized. "Damn it, I've forgotten everything." Jiang Nian laughed as he caught him off guard. Li Hua recalled what Qian Bao once mentioned, stating that she sat beside two classmates who scored above 130 in English. With a thirst for knowledge, he approached them with a question. "Is there a method to memorize vocabulary that guarantees retention?" "Indeed," Jiang Nian inquired. "Do you have someone you truly admire but have never confessed your feelings to?" Li Hua was taken aback, perplexed by the relevance of this to vocabulary memorization. "Cut the nonsense. Do you still wish to improve?" "Teacher, I yearn for progress," Li Hua earnestly replied. Once his English grade soared, he could aspire to any university of his choosing. Aside from Qingbei, even a 985 institution would suffice for him. After a moment of hesitation, he unveiled the cherished tale of his first love. It began in middle school, when he encountered an unassuming, petite girl in his class. "Wait, are you a Lilicon?" Jiang Nian jest, resembling a husky. "Get lost. Just roll away," Li Hua retorted, flustered, lowering his voice to add, "I still remember her short hair and adorable stature." "And you claim not to be a Lilicon? Hua, you truly are peculiar." "Shut up, Sishao. All right, please proceed." In the first semester of their third year, Li Hua found himself lost in reminiscence, his expression softening. Who does not enjoy recounting past crushes? It was merely a matter of finding the right moment to share. If they were dormitory students, such memories would likely surface during late-night conversations, accompanied by the teasing laughter of roommates, all while a smile crept upon his lips in the darkness. Ultimately, these moments would dissolve into silent sighs amidst playful banter. It was a particularly frigid winter morning when he sensed that snow would fall, and indeed, it did by noon. The entire teaching building erupted in cheers. Yet the teachers forbade them from leaving the classroom. They were permitted, however, to approach the windows to gaze at the snow, resulting in a throng of students rushing over. She, as fate would have it, occupied the seat by the window. Li Hua was the first to dash forward, with a crowd pushing behind him, nearly pinning him against the wall. Those who knew were there to watch the snow. Those who didn't might have thought he was being pushed into a corner. That was the closest he ever got to her, near enough to discern her eyelashes. A peculiar sunlight illuminated the scene, casting a golden hue upon the fine hairs of her face. He longed to speak to her, yet the throng proved too overwhelming. After a moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away, and he never found another chance to converse with her again. As the high school entrance exam approached, he memorized her testing room and seat number. He scoured 7 or 8 stationery shops until he found a lovely pen refill, purchasing them all without considering the model. It turned out to be A035, which was utterly useless since the exam required A05. When he located her exam room, she stood in the corridor. Though somewhat short, her hair was impeccably neat, and the sunlight accentuated her beauty. He was undoubtedly flushed, stumbling as he presented her with the gift. She merely responded with an "oh" and smiled up at him. In class, the English dictation had commenced, yet Li Hua was eager to finish his tale. He swallowed hard, recalling an incident from 3 years prior, still feeling anxious. You know, when our eyes met, it was intense. The number of words exchanged between us, from the time we met until the exams, likely did not exceed 20. Yet, in that moment of connection, I sensed that she knew me. It felt as if we had shared 100 late-night conversations. He believed that a confession would inevitably deepen their relationship. All he needed was the opportunity, but he was preoccupied with the impending math exam. Knowing she struggled with math, he refrained from distracting her. Missing that chance haunted him, and he never dared to approach her exam room again. Initially, he planned to seek her out after the exams, but she vanished, only to learn later that her mother had driven her away. Finding it impossible to reach her afterward, he lamented, "You have no idea how I spent my summer vacation. I was utterly useless." By the time high school began, he nearly forgot about her until one day. He received a text message. Can you believe it? People still send texts these days. She had transferred to a neighboring county to study because Jiang Nian High School was notoriously poor, a dismal institution. At her new school, she only possessed an old phone, allowing her to text once a month. He learned she struggled with homesickness, crying on her first night. However, he would only find out about her feelings a month later. It felt as if he were the one who had expired, not her. By this time, half of the dictation had concluded. Li Hua, in a frenzy, sought someone to copy the vocabulary as Jiang Nian turned to copy from Jiang Ningzi. As he wrote, a vivid image formed in his mind, on a sunlit winter break. The girl he admired, with her snow-tinged cheeks, gazing dreamily out the classroom window amidst the bustling crowd. Initially, he intended to tease Li Hua with a playful wordplay, such as pig might fly, an impossible event, dissecting it into pig, might, and fly. The implication being, unless pigs could fly, she would never harbor feelings for him. Yet, Jiang Nian quickly abandoned this notion, realizing the potential repercussions. Given Li Hua's fervent state while recounting his feelings, it was likely he still cherished the memory of his first love. If Jiang Nian were to provoke him, he feared he might unleash his wrath. 5 minutes later, the dictation ended. After a brief bout of cheating, Li Hua approached, his face glowing with the relief of having shared his story. "Nian, what was the method you mentioned for memorizing vocabulary?" Jiang Nian pondered before replying, "Just memorize it several times." "You scoundrel." Li Hua immediately retaliated, attempting to strangle him. Jiang Ningzi, who had been eavesdropping since their conversation began, was keen on every morsel of gossip. Despite Li Hua's quiet voice, her keen sense of language allowed her to piece together the gist of the tale. Eager to learn how it concluded, she hesitated to ask directly. Instead, she turned to Jiang Nian, who met her gaze and, understanding her cue, raised a finger, signifying he desired a box of lemon tea. Jiang Ningzi grimaced, but rummaged through her drawer to hand him a drink. "Here." Jiang Nian smiled, and turned back to Li Hua. "Do you still keep in touch with her?" Li Hua paused, scratching his head, unable to respond. Lin Dong, having just finished the dictation, glanced at his deskmate, Sun Zixin. "Ah Chung, are you really wearing a hooded sweatshirt?" At that moment, Sun Zixin wore a gray hoodie, his face etched with melancholy. "Don't mention it. I asked the psychology committee member yesterday. What did she say? She advised me to take a leave of absence." Chapter 243. Brother, you smell delightful. The early self-study session ended, and a group of students gathered. "Jiang Nian, are you going to buy some food?" "No." "Damn, 2 classes of English. Then let's go. We can eat before heading back." Jiang Nian rose with the calm demeanor of a seasoned artist. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Ningzi leaning over her desk, casting him a glance. Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" "Nothing much," Jiang Ningzi replied, her voice low. "You two are skipping class again. Qian Bao will be on my case." "How can arriving 10 minutes late be considered skipping class?" Jiang Nian shrugged, unfazed. "Let them say what they will. Can Qian Bao really do anything to me?" "Ji, then you may go. Would you like something to drink?" "I can bring it for you." Jiang Nian, ever the opportunist, never forgets Ji, a conscientious boy. "How about some milk? It helps you grow taller." "You still have the nerve to use reduplication? It's nauseating," Ma Qiujun retorted, pulling him along. "Hurry up. Class is about to start. Jiang Nian glanced back at Zhang Ningzi, who gave a slight nod before burying her head back into her books, her high ponytail the only visible sign of her presence. The morning light streamed through the large windows, casting a soft golden hue on the dust motes dancing in the air. Yang Kaiming, hearing the commotion from Jiang Nian's side, couldn't help but open his mouth in despair. He felt utterly weak, his face a portrait of fatigue and hunger, having skipped a late-night snack. He awoke in the middle of the night, ravenous. Staring at the dark ceiling of the dormitory, he contemplated the lock on the door downstairs. Ultimately, he resorted to searching online for whether it was permissible to eat one's roommate. The search results advised against consuming roommates. Starving beyond measure, he ended up gulping down his roommate's melatonin. Strangely, he wasn't hungry in the morning, but now he regretted it, craving a meal in the cafeteria. Just as he stood up, Huang Keiling's voice drifted over. "Brother Yang, are you going for breakfast?" "Not you, the pigeons." "No, I'm just getting some exercise." Yang Kaiming felt a silent agony. "What's wrong? Do you wish to eat breakfast?" Huang Keiling indeed felt a pang of hunger, but, recalling yesterday's words, sensed that Brother Yang wasn't keen on breakfast either and thus suppressed his appetite. The third-class ninjas, the will of fire has found a new heir. "No, Brother Yang, I'm not hungry." Huang Keiling forced a silly smile, deciding to endure the hunger. During the first English class, Qian Bao habitually scanned the room, noticing 3 empty seats. "Where are they?" At this, half the class turned to look towards Jiang Nian's row. "The fruit treasure troop has gone to the cafeteria," Zhang Ningzi murmured, her head bowed. Too timid to meet Qian Bao's gaze, resembling a left-behind child. Someone replied, "Teacher, they went to the restroom." Qian Bao couldn't help but laugh in irritation. What restroom requires a meal card? The class erupted in laughter. Even the drowsy students perked up. 10 minutes later, the fruit treasure troop arrived late. Blocking the classroom door as they reported in unison, Qian Bao lazily inquired, "Where have you been?" "Teacher, I just went to the restroom," Li Hua spontaneously declared. Pointing to the side, "I don't know these two. I met them on the way." Ma Qiajun remained silent, tossing a blue meal card onto the floor. "Li Hua, you dropped your meal card." Li Hua instinctively looked down. "Where?" Raising his head, he saw Qian Bao watching him, and he froze in embarrassment. "You treacherous, damp creature." Jiang Nian, unfazed, pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Li Hua. "Wipe the grease off your mouth." Qian Bao could no longer contain her frustration. Rubbing her temples, "Li Hua, go to the back and stand while you listen to class." She then turned to Ma Qiajun, asking, "And you?" Ma Qiajun replied honestly. "Jiang Nian said he would treat us." Qian Bao nodded. "Well, at least you're honest. Return to your seat." Li Hua, standing at the back of the classroom, felt as if the sky had fallen, staring blankly as the chubby boy returned to his seat. Why? Yet, it was true that while Ma Qiajun frequently cursed, he was honest and rarely boasted or deceived like Jiang Nian. Ah well, in this row of formidable figures, standing with Jiang the old dog was an amusing twist of fate. In the end, I am Li Hua, born to be forgotten. English shall forever be along. Dark night. As he fantasized, he suddenly noticed Jiang Nian pulling out a box of throat lozenges from behind and placing it nonchalantly on the teacher's desk, shamelessly declaring, "Teacher, here are the throat lozenges you wanted. I bought them." Qian Bao shot him a glance, thinking how this cheeky child still knew to bring offerings. Remembering his English grade of 140, she waved him off, allowing him to return. At the back of the classroom, Li Hua lamented, sadness, forgotten love. After 2 periods, the bell for running practice rang. Sun Zixin still wore a hoodie, his demeanor dark and despondent, slumped over his desk like a lonely mouse returning to its sewer throne. "Come on, a chung," Lin Dong said, playfully tapping Sun Zixin's hat. "Let us go downstairs to run." Despite having been attacked by the mental wellness committee the night before, his spirits remained remarkably high. Overall, the savings he had accrued from his exploits were still yielding returns. Enough for him to live comfortably without food or drink for the rest of his life. "Let us go?" Sun Zixin stood up. "Wait, a chung. Are you really going to run in that hoodie?" Lin Dong questioned, surprised. "It's sunny outside. You'll be boiling hot." "It doesn't matter. I've grown accustomed to the chill of the sewer," Sun Zixin replied, rising with his hood pulled over his head like a gray drill bit. Lin Dong nodded. "Then let us go. The physical education committee will be taking attendance soon." Just as he was about to leave, he turned and nearly jumped back in shock. "What the hell, Kaiming?" Yang Kaiming looked up, his face pale and weak. "What's wrong? Why do you look so unwell?" Lin Dong inquired curiously. "Are you sick?" "I'm fine," Yang Kaiming replied, struggling to articulate his feelings. Couldn't he possibly say he was hungry but couldn't he eat? That would be too humiliating. He didn't want to involve Huang Keiling, fearing it would tarnish the latter's reputation. This suffering, he would bear alone. "How come you're running? Did you take a leave?" "I did." Lin Dong was slightly taken aback. "When I asked for leave, that bastard Lu Yang wouldn't let me." "How did you manage to get it approved?" Yang Kaiming slumped over his desk, mumbled, "I told him, brother, you smell amazing." "What the hell?" Lin Dong slipped away. Jiang Nian stood up, removing his hoodie and glancing around for a place to put it. Spotting Zhang Ningzi's bag, he grinned. A perfect spot. He stuffed it in. As Zhang Ningzi and Yao Beibei linked arms and descended the stairs, he quickly folded the hoodie and carefully placed it in her bag hanging on the chair, whistling cheerfully as he exited the classroom. On the sports field, most of the students who had just completed their running exercises were glistening with perspiration. Wu Jun's fair skin glimmered in the warm sunlight as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. Turning to look at the paler Zhengyu, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What time did you sleep last night?" Zhengyu raised an eyebrow. 6. "You've practically ascended to immortality." Wu Jun, standing in the stifling running line, felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Take it easy. I've heard staying up late can lead to sudden death." Zhengyu pondered for a moment and replied, "That's why I didn't stay up. I just pulled an all-nighter. No disasters, no sickness." Wu Jun, a true talent. After a brief pause, he couldn't resist advising, "I read in a magazine that sudden deaths are becoming increasingly common among the young. You should be careful. It's better to be safe than sorry." Zhengyu nodded. "Next time, don't read such frightening books." Wu Jun fell silent, turning to look elsewhere, only to find Yu Zai chatting with Lin Dong and his group, which soured his mood further. He turned to another direction and noticed Jiang Nian conversing with Ma Qiaojian, waiting for the signal to disperse. After a shrill whistle pierced the air, everyone scattered toward the teaching building. Zhang Ningzi continued to walk alongside Yao Beibei, casting a glance at a certain someone traversing through the crowd, illuminated by the early winter sun, exuding an aura of pristine elegance. She resembled a slender poplar in spring. A cold wind howled, sweeping across the basketball court, prompting Zhang Ningzi to draw her neck in slightly. Upon returning to the classroom, she suddenly discovered an additional piece of clothing in her bag. It dawned on her that Jiang Nian had previously inquired if he could leave something behind, to which she had consented. However, he rarely did so, occasionally tossing his clothes onto the desk or chair. He only placed them in the bag when the temperature was sufficiently warm, certain he would not wear them again. Hearing footsteps in the corridor behind her, she turned to confirm it was indeed Jiang Nian. She shuffled into her seat and, as she settled down, curiously asked, "Aren't you cold?" "I'm not cold. Are you?" Jiang Nian hesitated for a moment before indicating the bag hanging on the side of the chair. "There's a piece of clothing there. You could use it to cover your legs." "No need. I'm not cold," Zhang Ningzi replied with a smile. November lingered in the heart of early winter, and with the undulating hills of Janice, the temperatures fluctuated unpredictably. Running outside felt warm, yet stepping back into the classroom brought an immediate chill. If one had broken a sweat, a gust of wind could easily lead to a cold. Jiang Nian nodded, settling down to rummage through the drawer for a book. His head still bowed as he asked, "What is the next class?" Zhang Ningzi vaguely recalled it should be 2 subjects, but glanced at the class schedule wedged between the books. Math and biology. The midday classes swiftly passed. Inching closer to dismissal, Yang Kaiming slapped his cheeks in his seat, drinking water incessantly. "I'm starving." He glanced at his watch, noting 11 minutes remaining until class ended. Silently calculating, he figured the biology teacher would not extend class, leaving 634 seconds until the bell. Damn it, a countdown of 600. Oh well. Let us hold my breath for 60 seconds. It'll pass quickly. Yang Kaiming began to hold his breath, turning red at 30 seconds, fidgeting at 40. And by 50 seconds, he was shaking his leg uncontrollably. Shu Yuding, feeling irritated, was preoccupied with thoughts of her trumpet. Suddenly, she felt the desk tremble. Glancing over to see her deskmate, who resembled a large monkey. Yang Kaiming's eyes were wide, his face flushed, shaking his head vigorously. Huang Kailing sat there dazed, picking at his mouth. "Damn it, can't you pick a better day to act like this? I'm begging you." Chapter 244, You're Here Singing and Dancing. Zhong Qing glanced at the time. Only 3 minutes remained until class was over. Her lessons were always meticulously planned, and unless absolutely necessary, she disliked running over time. Estimating 3 minutes would not suffice to complete a question, she decided to halt the lesson. For today's classwork, turn to page 186 of the review book. "Long live King Bao," Jiang Nian exclaimed with an enthusiastic expression. "It's time to feast, I almost forgot. We're heading to Yunda Hotel for the wedding banquet. No need to compete with those gloomy first years for food." Of course, he was one of those gloomy beings himself. "What King Bao? Stop shouting nonsense," Li Hua said, a tinge of jealousy in his voice, turning to point at him. "Bro, you're crossing a line." Jiang Nian shot a glance at Li Hua, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he transformed into his usual self. "What is wrong with calling her King Bao? You're here singing and dancing." The bell rang, signifying the end of class. King Bao announced the dismissal before gathering her books and leaving. The class emptied in a rush. with Yang Kaiming and Huang Keiling nearly sprinting out the door. Wu Jun leaned against his desk waiting for Zheng Yu, having not quite finished reading. Chun Yunyun dawdled for 5 or 6 minutes, waiting until most of the class had cleared out before she and Wang Yi exited the classroom together. In the corridor, Jiang Nian was preoccupied with his phone. Upon noticing the two girls emerging, he smoothly tucked his phone away. Shall we go? Chun Yunyun nodded. She felt a slight twinge of nervousness, but masked it, as displaying anxiety would put pressure on Jiang Nian. After all, she was there on behalf of her parents, while Jiang Nian had invited her. Although the hosts were not merely ordinary friends, but rather business acquaintances with established relationships, the gift money was considerable, and bringing one person along was hardly an issue. Moreover, with Wang Yuhi accompanying them, it was akin to having two people share the load. This arrangement would hardly raise any eyebrows. In truth, no one would inquire. Yet, she felt a flicker of nervousness, partly due to the strangeness of the situation. She now regretted her impulsive decision, wondering if it was too down-to-earth. Thankfully, Wang Yuhi appeared quite pleased. Jiang Nian, how many bowls of rice do you think I'll eat later? Jiang Nian glanced at Wang Yuhi, feigning deep contemplation. I don't know. You guess first, he urged. 10 bowls. After all, you're a super big eater, Jiang Nian quipped, standing up to mimic eating from a rice cooker. No one can rival you. You're the big eater, Wang Yuhi retorted as they made their way out of the school gate. Her height of 1.67 m seemingly at odds with her 1.50 m stature. The answer is 0 bowls, because I want to eat rice. Didn't you know? Adults typically don't eat rice at banquets. Is that so? Jiang Nian shot her a glance, casually asking, then what do they eat instead? Drink and eat dishes. Can you drink? Wang Yuhi nearly replied affirmatively, but hesitated, fearing Jiang Nian might report her to the homeroom teacher. I drink beverages with my meals, Jiang Nian stated. Banquets are all about wine. The drinks are usually beer. You're lying. Observing the banter between the two, Chun Yunyun felt her anxiety ease somewhat. There are drinks available. Usually canned cola. Hearing this, Wang Yui leaned in with curiosity. Why are they canned? The hotels in our town serve those big bottles of cola and Sprite. Because it's easier to distribute. In a case of canned cola isn't that expensive, Jiang Nian remarked, squinting at the sunlight streaming down the street as they exited the school. It was currently 12:15, and the county hotel would start serving food around 12:30. With about a 10-minute walk, they would arrive just in time for the meal. Some places even offered tea, dispensed from glass bottles. Chun Yunyun thoughtfully explained, but in Chinese. They serve tea in large bowls, so only beverages are available. Generally, there are towels provided, but that shabby hotel in Yunda doesn't offer any. If you need them, you can just ask the front desk, Jiang Nian added. Wang Yuhi blinked, suddenly realizing something. Jiang Nian was a local from the county. She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment for her oversight. Have you been to that hotel? What is so surprising? That hotel is just a kilometer from my house. Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow, noting that weddings in the vicinity typically held their receptions there or in the northern part of the town. Wang Yui sighed in defeat, pouting. Oh, hearing Jiang Nian's words, Chun Yunyun's anxiety dissipated considerably. No wonder he agreed so readily. Bringing someone along to a banquet in town was quite normal, depending on the relationship between one's family and the host. If it were distant relatives or close friends, the monetary gifts were generally more substantial. She was unfamiliar with the county's customs, but it seemed similar enough. As Jiang Nian and the two girls arrived at their destination, firecrackers were being prepared at the entrance. Wang Yuhi's complexion paled, and she quickly tugged Chun Yunyun inside. Hurry, they're setting off firecrackers. Currently, the enforcement of urban management was still a rarity in Chinese. In any case, setting off firecrackers on the street was generally overlooked, as even the urban management officials held their own celebrations. Chun Yunyun, in a panic, turned to check Jiang Nian's position, gritted her teeth, and reached out to pull him along as well. There were ushers at the entrance, but they did not check invitations. Chun Yunyun and Wang Yuhi each announced their names, and the usher glanced at Jiang Nian. Once again, Chun Yunyun glanced at the boy's hand she was holding before turning her gaze elsewhere. Oh, the youthful romance of high school sweethearts. However, what could be the significance of the three of them, akin to candied hawthorns, strung together? The Yuuzhu Grand Hotel had the capacity to host two families simultaneously for their wedding banquets, and serendipitously, two families were indeed celebrating their nuptials at that very moment. The trio stood at the entrance, near the scenic shadow wall, bewildered by the sight of two welcoming stations. What a coincidence that two families were tying the knot. Which entrance should they choose? Do you remember the name of the main family? Jiang Nian inquired. My parents didn't mention it. Only that this hotel was hosting the banquet and provided my dad's name. Chun Yunyun replied, equally perplexed. She turned to Wang Yi. Do you know? Wang Yi shook her head. They mentioned it, but I didn't catch it. Generally, there would be someone stationed there to direct guests. It was likely that as the meal was nearing, the staff had become preoccupied, seeing that no one else had arrived. The sound of firecrackers rang out at the entrance, signaling that the dishes were soon to be served. Jiang Nian covered his ears and raised his voice. I'll ask the greeter at the door. No, that's unnecessary. Chen Yun blushed, estimating that she lacked the courage to hold hands again, and explaining to Jiang Nian would be rather awkward. I'll call my parents, she decided. All right. Jiang Nian acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, upon learning the name, they proceeded down the right corridor. At their table, Yang Kaiming and Huang Keiling were seated next to each other, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. The others seemed equally unacquainted, with only two elderly gentlemen and a few middle-aged men engaging in strained small talk. While they appeared to be fiddling with their phones, they were actually conversing. Brother, I'm starving. Why isn't the food here yet? Huang complained. They set off firecrackers. It should be arriving shortly, Yang reassured him. Why did we choose this table, brother? I wanted to sit at the one with more girls. They don't eat meat. Huang lamented. You're mistaken. We came here to eat seriously. This table of old men can barely eat. And the middle-aged ones are just drinking and boasting. Are all the dishes for us? Huang Keiling marveled, realizing his brother's vast experience. Brother, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have wanted to sit at the kids' table. Yang Kaiming grinned and typed out a lesson. You are mistaken. The kids' table is a bit tricky at first. First, you have to ingratiate yourself by asking about their grades, then compliment their potential, and serve them drinks one by one. Once they are well fed, their stamina will wane, and you can enjoy the food freely later. This requires a precise understanding of social dynamics, unlike our table, where we can silently enjoy our phones and strike when they are drinking. In truth, Yang Kaiming was also quite hungry, nearly famished. His lengthy replies to Huang Keiling were merely a distraction from his own hunger. The thought of having fallen to such depths as to be preoccupied with the banquet, even strategizing for a few extra bites, was indeed a lamentable reflection of his current state. As the cold dishes were finally served, they acted swiftly, grabbing the cold mixed pig ears. After having a little something in their stomachs, Huang Keiling finally had the leisure to ask Yang Kaiming the last lingering question. Brother, which table should we absolutely avoid? Yang Kaiming noticed the pig knuckle was about to be served and replied with lightning speed, the one with the most antes. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian and Chen Yunyan found themselves seated at a relatively secluded table, accompanied by only 2 or 3 other individuals, including a young girl of just a few years. The atmosphere at their table felt peculiar, as the others were preoccupied with their phones, reminiscent of the bride's ex-girlfriend, barely paying attention to the dishes being served and engaging in only half-hearted eating. As the dishes arrived, Wang Yi struggled to reach for a radish ball, becoming slightly anxious. Yunyan, could you help me grab that? Chen Yunyan found it somewhat amusing but shrugged off her indifference and stood up to assist. Here you go, she said. Thanks, Yunyan. Wang Yi replied as she sat down. Just then, the little girl beside them tugged at Chen Yunyan's sleeve, her sweet voice chiming. Yunyan, can you help me get some duck? Caught off guard, Chen Yunyan blinked, her gaze softening upon the child. Sure, I'll help you. The little girl thought for a moment and then sweetly added, Thank you, Yunyan. This gesture felt like a spontaneous act of kindness for Chen Yunyan. She smiled, You're welcome. The little girl, cradling her bowl, took tiny bites of rice while glancing curiously at Chen Yunyan, then at the dishes, and finally at Jiang Nian. Seemingly puzzled as to why the big brother was so quiet. Because the big brother is busy eating, don't bother him with math problems, Jiang Nian thought, indifferent, as he merely wished to enjoy his meal. The traditional wedding banquet dishes at this county hotel differed from the rustic fare of Xylongton. The local gentleman had health issues, leading to a preference for lighter flavors. However, he still favored hearty dishes, for he was in his senior year and felt no restrictions. At the adjacent table, a rowdy child stood on a chair, waving chopsticks and shouting excitedly, surrounded by a colorful array of dishes. Jiang Nian redirected his attention back to his own table. Oh, the tranquility of life. With a focused mind, he began to serve himself from the dishes in front of him, adhering to the customary distribution of food. The table was devoid of elder figures, and the young men were all engrossed in their phones, while the sole child quietly savored her rice. Even picking up stray grains that had fallen on the table and innocently inquiring Chen Yunyan about the location of the trash can. It was indeed a tad too normal, bordering on excessive. One cannot live too smoothly. It would simply be too mundane. Jiang Nian felt a sudden urge to stir things up. Yunyan, I want to eat this. I want to eat that. Twisting and crawling, smashing the plate, flipping the table. After a while, Wang Yi typed a message to Jiang Nian, could you pass me that dish over there? She was hesitant to ask, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No way. I'm too lazy to do that. Jiang Nian decisively refused. You can do it yourself, and don't forget to leave the pig knuckle in front of me when you're done. Wang Yi was exasperated, still typing away. You're really pushing my buttons, but if you help me, I'll thank you. Not necessary, as I tend to be rather stingy. In Jiangnan, the customs were quite strict. Typically, Only adults would pass dishes or children would request them, with the adults indulgently complying, while high schoolers would mostly remain silent. In reality, if Jiang Nian were in Wang Yuhi's position, he would inquire what the child at the table wanted to eat, regardless of the answer. He would subtly maneuver the desired dishes in front of himself, serving a bite before asking again. In this manner, the table would naturally rotate. However, there were no elder figures present at this table, and no one would frown upon such customs. After all, times had changed, and the youth adhered to the basic tenets of social order. Even so, before Jiang Nian and his table commenced eating, they still waited for the eldest among them, a 27 or 28-year-old, to make the first move with his chopsticks before they began to freely serve themselves. Wang Yui, feeling frustrated, gritted her teeth and contemplated switching tables. However, as her hand reached for the glass turntable, it felt as if it had been weighed down by 1,000-pound weight, rendering her unable to push it forward. Her hand fell weakly to her side. Chen Yunyun, unable to bear the sight, was just about to inquire when suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. Looking up, she realized that the bride and groom had come to toast the guests. A figure approached, seemingly making an exit from the hotel. Chen Yunyun initially paid no mind, but upon a quick glance, she found the person somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. The individual reeking of alcohol before me was none other than our homeroom teacher. Panic seized me, though I could not quite articulate the source of my distress. Yet I undeniably felt a twinge of guilt. Jiang Nian was still observing whether Wang Yi possessed the courage to flip the table when he suddenly heard someone call out his name. Huh. Chen Yunyun, gazing at the approaching homeroom teacher, found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Nian noticed the unusual pallor on her face. Following her gaze, he too spotted old Lu. More precisely, the flushed visage of old Lu. The redness of a middle-aged face surpasses all professional dedication. What on earth are you doing here? When you have class this afternoon? Under Chen Yunyun's astonished stare, Jiang Nian rose abruptly. She assumed he would flee or evade the teacher, allowing herself a slight sigh of relief. After all, such a scenario was unpredictable. To her surprise, Jiang Nian did not retreat but advanced, offering his support to apprehend old Lu. Well then, teacher, you're quite inebriated. Today, old Lu had been merrily celebrating at a wedding banquet. For the groom was a close acquaintance of his. Having married in his 30s, his parents were overjoyed. Just as old Lu began to feel tipsy, he intended to fetch a warm towel from the front desk. Suddenly, someone materialized beside him, exclaiming teacher, which nearly startled him into a state of impotence. It is not only students who dread encountering teachers outside of school. Some teachers, too, prefer to avoid such encounters, particularly when they have class in the afternoon but find themselves intoxicated. Jiang Nian, what brings you here? Celebrating a wedding, teacher. Aren't you supposed to be teaching this afternoon? Jiang Nian launched an immediate and probing inquiry. It was indeed the first class of the afternoon, and the teacher was in such a state. Ah, this, you see, is a different matter entirely. Old Lu slurred slightly. Though he remained conscious, I can drink 1,000 cups without succumbing to intoxication. This quantity is nothing at all. Teacher, I fear you might topple over. Nonsense. By the way, teacher, where were you headed? To get a, warm towel, right? Let us go, teacher. I'll help you there. I could use one as well. Chen Yunyun's mouth fell agape as she watched Jiang Nian escort the homeroom teacher away. When Jiang Nian returned, he bore 4 towels in hand. Yang Kaiming had eaten his fill, while the people beside him began to unwrap a pack of cigarettes. He casually accepted one and tucked it behind his ear. Huang Kailang, feeling inexplicably impressed, took one as well and placed it behind his ear, although unsure of its purpose. Mimicking the action seemed prudent. Which family do you hail from? An elderly man with snow-white hair asked, sipping from a glass of white liquor, appearing genuinely aged. Unable to recognize a single young person, Yang Kaiming pondered for a moment and mentioned his father's name. The old man looked bewildered and shook his head. I don't remember. Suddenly, Yang Kaiming had an epiphany. My grandfather is Yang Junmin. Ah, I know your grandfather, the old man exclaimed, setting down his glass. I recall a time when I had my eye on someone, but your grandfather whisked her away. Huang Kailang gasped inwardly, glancing at Yang Kaiming in astonishment. Was his brother's grandfather truly that formidable back in the day? Regardless, there was no time to dwell. So Yang Kaiming took charge of the conversation, while Huang Kailang seized the opportunity to indulge in more food. Just as Huang Kailang was relishing his meal, he felt a sudden tap on his leg beneath the table. Upon looking up, he noticed Yang Kaiming's expression was grave. The latter gestured urgently with his eyes for Huang Kailang to check his phone. Opening it, Yang exclaimed, Damn, we're at the wrong table. Huang Kailang was taken aback. Reflecting, hadn't Yang just been conversing merrily with the elderly gentleman? He hastily typed a message with one hand while using the other to grab another piece of steamed pork. Brother, what is happening? Yang replied, Let us step outside. The air is tense. At the table, Noticing the old man's cigarette was nearly finished, a middle-aged man instinctively reached for his lighter. Huh, where's my lighter? It must have fallen. I have one here, another middle-aged man said, pulling out a cigarette. Old man, let me light it for you. As the attention of the table shifted toward the lighter, Yang Kaiming took the opportunity to stand, with Huang Keilang following suit. Where's the restroom? Brother. It should be over there. The two discreetly slipped away, exiting the banquet hall. In the deserted corridor, Huang Keilang let out a long sigh, his taut body finally relaxing. Brother, that was too perilous. Yang Kaiming smiled faintly, responding with disdain, quite the contrary. In the midst of Huang Keilang's confusion, Yang Kaiming opened his tightly clenched fist to reveal a plastic lighter. What the hell? Stunned, Huang Keilang glanced back at the banquet, sighing, Brother, let's go. Leave? Yang Kaiming looked at his younger companion. Have you had enough to eat? Not yet. Then let us go. Come along for a meal. But we just... Of course, we're heading to the other side. Why not eat where we've already paid? Yang Kaiming snapped his fingers, admitting he too had not eaten his fill. Let us go. Let us change venues. At the banquet, Zheng Yu suddenly set down his chopsticks and slapped his face. This abstract gesture caught Wu Jun's attention, who turned and asked, What are you doing? Sigh. I really can't burn the midnight oil anymore. Zheng Yu shook his head. I just thought I heard Yang Kaiming and Huang Keilang's voices. I must be hallucinating. Wu Jun felt somewhat speechless, surveying the surroundings. It's possible they really came. Perhaps we just didn't see them. Very well, I'll go have a look. Zheng Yu rose from his seat, stating, Since the banquet is only halfway through, they must still be nearby. Wu Jun found this somewhat neurotic, yet considering Zheng Yu's character, it also seemed reasonable. Go ahead. After a while, Zheng Yu returned, drenched in sweat, and upon sitting down, his complexion appeared ashen. There's no one. I didn't even see anyone from our school, but perhaps it was just my imagination. Wu Jun paid little mind, continuing to eat calmly. I'm done for. I feel like I'm dying, Zheng Yu lamented, swallowing hard. I have no inheritance to leave. Those 2 large power banks are yours. Wu Jun, being of a reserved disposition, struggled to find the right words to console him. Finally managing to say, Given the circumstances, let us just eat. Huang Keilang followed after Yang Kaiming, ready to make another attempt at entering. They indeed managed to gain entry without issue. The server kindly led the way, turning back to say, Those tables are full. There's a table with fewer people over there. All right, thank you, Yang Kaiming replied. You're welcome. Huang Keilang trailed behind, silently admiring Yang Kaiming, thinking to himself that his brother was truly seasoned and composed in handling matters. Here we are, the server announced. Yang Kaiming, still smiling, was about to express his thanks when he turned and froze. Chapter 246. I truly cannot distinguish what are you all doing here. Yang Kaiming was momentarily dumbfounded. The 2 girls from Lin Dong's group, Chen Yunyan and Wang Yuhe, sat together. Next to them was Jiang Nian. Wait a minute, why was Jiang Nian here too? Hi, Jiang Nian greeted, casually remarking, Why did you arrive so late? We've already started eating. You didn't mistakenly come to the wrong table, did you? At this, Yang Kaiming and Huang Keilang immediately tensed. Stop talking. Do you wish to destroy us? Certainly not. It is merely that Yang Kaiming has encountered an exceedingly rare moment of hesitation. As a formidable individual, it is only natural that his mental faculties would run their course by now. Huang Keilang, observing that Brother Yang's chakra has been entirely depleted, swiftly activated his clever mind, which began to whirl with ideas. We are lost. Lost. Chen Yunyan was taken aback, contemplating that the school was merely a kilometer straight ahead. The term lost seemed rather niche. Is this even still Mandarin? The two settled into this bizarre atmosphere, and suddenly, a question emerged. Did you come together? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyan felt a pang of guilt. Yes, it was because my parents were too lazy to accompany me. She obscured much of the information, but disclosed a portion, inadvertently including Jiang Nian in her narrative. No one would guess that she had brought him in under a certain pretense. Wang Yuhe remained silent, seizing the opportunity as Yang Kaiming and the others attracted the attention of the crowd to discreetly spin the glass turntable, happily indulging in the food. Everyone seemed to have one, except for old Lu. After rousing from his stupor with a hot towel, he had intended to return to the banquet and continue drinking with friends. However, the thought of having been caught inebriated by his students made him hesitate. The prospect of attending class reeking of alcohol or having to request a substitute teacher was daunting, and he could already foresee the tale of his drunken escapade circulating among the students. Such a scenario, absolutely unacceptable. After some contemplation, he decided that the remaining alcohol was no longer necessary. Before taking his leave, he resolved to greet Jiang Nian as a way of setting an example. He wished to demonstrate to the child that he was a responsible educator. Drinking, after all, is often a matter of moderation. In truth, he prided himself on his self-discipline. The underlying message was clear. Do not engage in unfounded gossip upon returning home. With that in mind, he straightened his attire and resumed the dignified demeanor of a proper teacher. Yang Kaiming had just sipped a beer when he turned to see the homeroom teacher. He was momentarily stunned, pondering whether he had become lightheaded or if he was merely hallucinating. Huang Kailing dared not move, his chopsticks frozen in midair. Jiang Nian was equally paralyzed, as if caught in the act by none other than her own homeroom teacher. She was utterly immobilized. Wang Yuyi lowered her head, waiting for the moment to pass, her gaze fixed on the dishes before her, as she still had more to eat. Old Lu, however, felt a greater sense of panic. Upon returning to the banquet, he was taken aback to find 5 students seated at the same table, including Jiang Nian. Just moments ago, when he had gone to the front desk for a hot towel, only Jiang Nian had been present. How could so many students have appeared in the blink of an eye? Old Lu was bewildered. He truly was intoxicated. Was the rice wine from his hometown truly this potent? He had been urged to drink it, described as homemade grain liquor with little potency, and that consuming more would be harmless. Yet, after a quick wipe with the hot towel, he found himself experiencing hallucinations. This was absurd. How could it be non-alcoholic when he had no idea of its actual strength? What was happening to the teacher? Jiang Nian inquired, rising from his seat. Old Lu swallowed hard, too timid to admit that he was seeing visions. The other young diners at the table continued to eat, while his students remained motionless. It was all too strange. If this was not a hallucination, then what was? If he were to inadvertently reveal his state in front of Jiang Nian, his esteemed reputation would be tarnished forever. For other teachers, it might merely be a source of amusement, something to recount during casual office banter, but for him, it was unacceptable. Jiang Nian, I still have classes this afternoon. Old Lu was genuinely unsteady on his feet. Avoiding the strange visions, he declared, I shall take my leave now, you eat at your own pace. He deliberately addressed Jiang Nian directly, emphasizing that he was not drunk. Oh, then I shall see you off, teacher. Jiang Nian did not pick up on anything amiss. Perhaps Old Lu favored him? The others at the table found nothing strange in this exchange, instinctively thinking it to be favoritism. After all, why would the homeroom teacher greet only Jiang Nian amidst so many present? However, if it were Old Lu, it would indeed make sense. No need. Old Lu waved his hand in refusal. This time, it was not merely a matter of being modest. He was genuinely declining. Heaven knows what other hallucinations might appear once he stepped outside. Better to return alone. Very well then. Jiang Nian watched Old Lu depart. Once he sat down, the table, which had been as frozen as a winter landscape, finally sprang back to life. Huang Kailing used the communal chopsticks to transfer a portion of food to his bowl. Exhaling a sigh of relief. You scared me. Why did the homeroom teacher show up? Yang Kaiming blinked and exclaimed, I thought I was hallucinating. Outside of school, the homeroom teacher should not be concerned with such matters, right? Jiang Nian muttered to herself, feeling that today had been quite the roller coaster. Wang Yuyi raised her head, contemplating for a moment. Yin, could you please pass me some fish fillet? Thank you. Jiang Nian, feeling slightly peckish, shrugged and replied, Come, let us continue eating. The fish fillet from Jiang Nian is absolutely delicious, bursting with flavor. Jiang Nian clinked his communal chopsticks against Jiang Nian's, both ensuring cleanliness. They shifted slightly, exchanging a glance that prompted them to smile. Thank goodness we have grown up, otherwise, we would undoubtedly be reprimanded by the adults. Just as Old Lu stepped out of the Grand Hotel, he glanced back to see 2 of his students, Wu Junfu and Zeng Yu, emerging together. A shiver ran down his spine, and the effects of his intoxication became even more pronounced. Oh no, the hallucinations are intensifying. With this thought, he hurriedly continued forward without looking back. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to return to the faculty dormitory and rest for a while. Outside the hotel, Wu Junfu, a gentleman of refined demeanor, was not one to indulge excessively in food. Having eaten his fill long before all the dishes had been served, he found himself satisfied. Only a sweet soup and some fruits and desserts remained. He was indifferent to them, feeling they were optional. Meanwhile, Zeng Yu, a late-night owl, had joined him for a meal. He spoke of hearing the voices of Yang Kaiming and Huang Kailing, and even claimed to have seen the homeroom teacher. After a brief period of eating, Zeng Yu lost his appetite. The 2 decided it was best to leave. Wu Junfu and Zeng Yu walked in tandem down the lengthy corridor. As they emerged from the shadowy entrance, they were suddenly bathed in the bright afternoon sunlight. Zeng Yu, feeling increasingly paranoid, muttered repeatedly, I must really be hallucinating. I can't tell what's real anymore. Wu Junfu, somewhat at a loss for words, turned to patiently reassure his classmate. Don't overthink it. It might just be that you're too sleep-deprived. It's also possible that Yang Kaiming and the others truly showed up. Ask them after the afternoon break, and you'll find out. No, my friend, I truly saw them. Zeng Yu was at a loss for words. What if Wu Junfu's ominous words were indeed prophetic, and he had truly hallucinated due to lack of sleep? What if he were to collapse unexpectedly? Who would inherit his 2 power banks? He certainly did not want to pass them to Wu Junfu, who would have no use for them. Tang Sen could accept a 100,000-year soul ring. Fine, fine, I'll concede that you're right, Wu Junfu replied in agreement. No, I wasn't even. Zheng Yu began to protest, but suddenly focused intently on something in the distance. There, the homeroom teacher. It truly is the homeroom teacher. Upon hearing this, Wu Junfu became intrigued. Where? Turning his head, the once bustling streets at midday had fallen into desolation, with the conspicuous absence of their homeroom teacher. His gaze shifted towards Zheng Yu, his countenance growing stern. Zheng Yu, did you truly see what you just claimed? Beneath the gentle winter sun, Zheng Yu blinked. Weariness washing over him. Momentarily shaken, he clutched his head, his expression pained. I cannot discern clearly. Truly, I cannot. At the wedding banquet, only Wang Yuhe and Huang Keilang remained locked in a culinary duel. The entire assembly had paused, their eyes fixed intently on the pair as they dined. Wang Yi ate with meticulous slowness, savoring each bite and exhibiting a discerning palate. In stark contrast, Huang Keilang devoured his food with voracious abandon, unrestrained by meat or vegetable, turtle or lobster alike. Jiang Nian lounged in his chair, idly scrolling his phone while sipping tea. Chen Yunyun mirrored his demeanor. Though she was engaged in a chat with him on QQ, Yang Kaiming, seated at a distance, remained oblivious to their digital exchange. Observing the subdued atmosphere at the table, it was easy to mistake their silent phone usage for mere awkward solitude. Cough, cough, where are you heading later? Someone inquired. The school gates. Having closed shortly after lunch, between roughly 12:45 and 12:50, would remain locked until afternoon. Jiang Nian did not respond immediately, instead glancing at Chen Yunyun. Seeing her deep in thought, he muttered ambiguously, not sure. How about you? Heh, the internet cafe 1 tea suffice given the time. Yang Kaiming chuckled boldly. You know the north gate? There's a spot on the wall there we can climb over. Climb the wall. Chen Yunyun gasped. But isn't that under surveillance? Jiang Nian interjected aptly. That place is a blind spot. The cameras can't capture it. Yang Kaiming's enthusiasm was instantly piqued. And as the 20-something group turned their attention to him, his sense of satisfaction swelled. From that wall, you climb over, then carefully drop down. If you hug the wall and dash through, the cameras won't even know where you emerged. That wall is so high. Isn't it dangerous? Chen Yunyun queried in astonishment. Not really. You can scale it with bare hands. Yang Kaiming boasted just a little, then asked, so, are you two coming to climb in with us? Chen Yunyun hastily waved her hand. Wang Yuhe and I can't. We're too weak. At that moment, Wang Yuhe suddenly looked up from her meal, her expression resolute. I can't. Yang Kaiming awkwardly ignored her and turned to Jiang Nian. What about you? Will you climb? No. Thanks. Jiang Nian smiled. I've never climbed that wall. I probably couldn't. Chapter 247. Having seen the mountains, one cannot fully appreciate the plains. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the two groups parted ways at the crossroads. Well, we'll be off then. Yang Kaiming and his companion prepared to enter the school by unconventional means. The North Gate route was fraught with risk. Jiang Nian and Chen Yunyun stood together, watching them depart before Jiang Nian spoke. Let us go? Where to? Chen Yunyun was momentarily puzzled. Had Jiang Nian not been present, she might have taken Wang Yi to the mall, bought some items, returned through the North Gate, and then attended class. At 18, brimming with energy. Aside from the lethargy induced by afternoon classes, there were virtually no adverse effects. If worst came to worst, there was always the last resort. None of this posed a real problem. Losing a single class was negligible. A brief nap during recess would restore full vitality in 10 minutes. Wang Yuhe stared absent-mindedly down the street, feeling slightly overfull. Huang Keiling's appetite was extraordinary, utterly unmatched. It seemed as though he had not eaten all day, yet had still managed to snack during break time. So, the biscuits are to blame. Where to? Jiang Nian turned to Chen Yunyun, pondering briefly. My place. Chen Yunyun's pupils contracted in surprise, startled by his abrupt declaration. No need. We can just hang out at the milk tea shop by the school gate for a while. Then let us go, Jiang Nian readily agreed. Chen Yunyun was left utterly perplexed. She suspected Jiang Nian had blurted out the invitation without forethought. In truth, he had intended to rest at the milk tea shop all along, merely teasing her out of boredom. A troublesome lad indeed. Wang Yuhe had no strong preference regarding their destination. Wherever Chen Yunyun went, she would follow. Yay, milk tea! Wang Yuhe exclaimed. Drinking too much will cause acne. Jiang Nian promptly dampened her enthusiasm. Doesn't tea affect you? Wang Yuhe retorted. I don't drink, Jiang Nian replied. Wang Yuhe was momentarily speechless, grinding her teeth in frustration. Fine, don't drink then. She realized she was fighting a losing battle against Jiang Nian alone and briefly considered recruiting Chen Yunyun to join forces against him. Upon reflection, she abandoned the idea. recognizing Chen Yunyun's zero combat effectiveness. On this early winter afternoon, bathed in gentle sunlight, Jiang Nian walked ahead, his neck and back aligned in a straight line. His black hair was lush and soft, exuding an air of nonchalance. The two girls followed a half-step behind, arms linked, chatting amiably. Platinum light filtered through the shop windows, casting fragmented golden hues into Chen Yunyun's eyes, dark as polished jade, yet stirred by flecks of shimmering gold. At the school gate, the trio entered a recently opened milk tea shop. Business was sparse, the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Jiang Nian glanced casually at the menu above the counter and asked naturally, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Having just attended a wedding feast, it was only fitting to treat them to milk tea. Even if Chen Yunyun and Wang Yuhi chose to climb back and over the wall, he would still purchase takeaway for them. Moreover, with milk tea starting at 6 yuan and 8 or 9 yuan for a decent cup, the price was a hard sell in the fiercely competitive environment outside the county high school. Chen Yunyun and Wang Yuhi were indifferent to the cost, but wary of Jiang Nian's warning regarding acne. After a brief hesitation, they both opted for fruit tea. On the second floor, in a cozy alcove, Chen Yunyun was taken aback by the dimness. "So dark?" "The windows aren't drawn." The downstairs clerk paused mid-action and looked up. "The lights upstairs are harsh on the eyes. We thought to brighten it by closing the windows." The room was an attic space, faintly shadowed and cool. "Should we close them?" "No need." Chen Yunyun hesitated, interrupting the clerk. She instinctively felt the dim ambience suited rest better. Otherwise, with Jiang Nian watching, a nap during recess would be impossible, and the afternoon classes would be a lost cause. High school students burdened by gloom were hardly destined for radiant romantic fantasies. Given the trio's dynamic, the atmosphere remained innocent, merely casual conversation and some talk of exams. All were achievers scoring above 600. There were no novices among them. Ahem, all high achievers, Jiang Nian mused, forcing himself into their circle. Only when they began discussing a particular challenging math problem did his smile begin to stiffen. Just then, the clerk ascended with their drinks. Jiang Nian cleared his throat. "Enough talk. Have some fruit tea." "All right." Chen Yunyun sipped her fruit tea and immediately lost the inclination to discuss math. High school students had a peculiar habit. Despite knowing their schedules by heart, their minds often lagged, prompting them to seek reassurance from peers. "Right," Wang Yuhi affirmed. "So we don't really need a lunch break?" Before Chen Yunyun could finish, she sensed it was inappropriate and fell silent. "Anyway, I'll definitely catch up on sleep," Jiang Nian responded. After some time, the second floor gradually fell into a comfortable silence. Wang Yuhi had already succumbed to a slumber at the table, while Chen Yunyun was battling with heavy eyelids. During the recent banquet, she had consumed a modest half-glass of beer, merely tasting its essence. Feeling drowsy, she thought it best to rest for a moment. Jiang Nian glanced at the time displayed on the phone atop the table, 1:25 a.m. At this hour in the classroom, most students would have already succumbed to sleep. Chen Yunyun cast a furtive glance at Jiang Nian, the dim light obscuring her vision. "Aren't you sleepy?" she inquired softly. "A little," he admitted. "I'll find a spot on the empty sofa to nap shortly." Jiang Nian gestured towards a darker corner of the loft, where the light was even more scarce. "MHM," Chen Yunyun replied, then lowered her head, only to rise again, hesitantly asking, "Should we set an alarm?" Having already stood up, Jiang Nian looked down and replied in a soft tone, "Let us set it for 1:55. "All right," Chen Yunyun nodded. Unlocking her phone, a gentle glow illuminated her face. Her onyx-like pupils sparkled, reflecting the alarm interface on her screen as she set 3 alarms in quick succession, 1:54, 1:55, 1:56. These clustered alarms would gently rouse her slumbering spirit. Chen Yunyun rested her head on the table, her eyelashes fluttering, yet sleep eluded her. She opened her eyes, curious whether Jiang Nian had drifted off. Slowly, she straightened her posture, cautiously rising to her feet, making no sound as she avoided waking Wang Yu beside her. Her next step was to tiptoe over and check if Jiang Nian was asleep, but this plan faltered at the very outset. How foolish, she thought. Caught up in such a melodramatic scenario, she gently patted her slightly flushed cheeks, coming to the realization that the atmosphere was clouding her judgment. The loft was dim, with only the 3 of them present. Moreover, based on her understanding of Wang Yuhi, she knew that her friend fell asleep quickly and would not wake easily. Essentially, it was just the 2 of them in a shadowy environment, which fostered irrational thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she relinquished the absurd notions swirling in her mind. Yet, just as she prepared to sit back down, a new thought struck her. What if I find a suitable excuse? She could sneak a glance, and if caught, simply claim her phone had died and ask him to set an alarm. Resolute, Chen Yunyun moved forward, reassuring herself that she was merely tipsy and that it was just a fleeting glance. However, as she inched closer, Jiang Nian abruptly sat up from the short sofa. catching her completely off guard. Is something the matter? He inquired with curiosity. My phone. Jiang Nian stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Is it broken? Let me see, Jiang Nian said, reaching out for her phone, a master of mobile repairs with 3 decades of expertise. Jiang Nian instinctively recoiled, retreating a step and seating herself on the adjacent armchair. A moment of silence enveloped them. Though Jiang Nian was perplexed, he chose to respect her space. Can't sleep? He asked. She replied. Then you might as well doze off during Chinese class. After all, Lulashi is our homeroom teacher. Jiang Nian expressed no guilt, thinking that he was quite fortunate to have a class with them. Although the present situation deviated from her expectations, adapting to it was acceptable. In the cool, dimly lit corner, Jiang Nian and Jiang Nian engaged in a hushed conversation across a narrow passage. Their soft murmurs floated to the second floor. Jiang Nian's eyes sparkled. Her cheeks flushed. Even from across the aisle, simply chatting felt delightful. Unbeknownst to her, fatigue crept in once again, and she gradually drifted into slumber. The sudden ringing of her phone jolted her awake. Her heart raced as she instinctively reached for her phone on the desk. A graceful hand reached over the table and silenced the alarm. She looked up to find Jiang Nian standing in the passageway. You didn't sleep? He remarked. I was playing on my phone. I wouldn't feel tired in the afternoon, he added. In truth, he had intended to catch a nap during Chinese class and then resume his daily routine. Oh, I should wake you, she said, unable to recall how she had fallen asleep, as if she had simply drifted off mid-conversation for about 20 minutes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she vowed never to indulge in such behavior again. Downstairs, the streets were bustling with students. The sun shone brightly, and the evergreens remained lush. The trio descended from the loft and seamlessly merged into the crowd. Numerous first-year boys cast glances at Jiang Nian and Wang Yi before shifting their attention to Jiang Nian. The trio, comprised of a couple and their close friend, was a common sight in a school like Jiang Nian, where such dynamics were nearly non-existent. However, it appeared that this couple preferred to maintain a degree of discretion. After lunch break, the classroom was lively and boisterous. Zheng Yu, still drowsy, entered the room, having attempted to sneak through the small door beside the west gate with Wu Jun, but to no avail. They were left to seek refuge in a shaded spot to rest. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, Zheng Yu was determined to ascertain whether his hallucinations were genuine. Needing that certainty for his peace of mind, he approached Yang Kaiming's desk, posing a question. Hey, I need to ask you something. What is it? Yang Kaiming replied, looking disheveled. After parting ways with Jiang Nian and the others, the two had planned to scale the north gate wall to sneak back into school. Strangely enough, they happened upon 2 security guards urinating on the dilapidated inner wall, and they were almost caught in the act. Thankfully, they had employed a substitution technique. Hopefully, Class 4 of the Olympiad doesn't have Zhang De and Wang Pao. If they do, it's farewell for my brother. Zheng Yu cleared his throat, and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, Did you guys attend the wedding banquet at the Yun Hotel today? The one for Chen Haisung? I've forgotten the bride's name, but I believe it was something like Zhongli. Upon hearing this, Yang Kaiming's heart sank. Damn it, Zheng Yu can't be a relative of that family, can he? Surely, just having a meal or two doesn't warrant such probing. Bro, the Yun Hotel? Yang Kaiming scratched his head. I haven't been there. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Zheng Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he thought, this is bad. Oh, it's nothing. With that, he drifted away in a daze. As he brushed past the hooded Sun's Heshin, Zheng Yu's pallid face startled him. Has he risen from the grave? Or is he awaiting cremation? Ah Chum, how come you're still wearing a hat in this heat? Lin Dong called from the back door of the classroom, still damp from washing his face. Sun's Heshin was at a loss for words. His hair had been entirely shorn, having been sent soaring alongside that apprentice. And he felt no warmth at all. Thus, he muttered, I'm not hot. As Jiang Nian prepared to return to his seat, he noticed that Zhang Ningzi had arrived earlier than him and was currently napping at her desk. He tiptoed in quietly. After a while, Li Hua entered, exuding energy as he sat down, immediately shaking his leg. Hey, I have something thrilling to tell you. What? Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow. I encountered a couple arguing on my way from the school gate. And then? The girl pointed at me and said, anyone would be better than her boyfriend. Li Hua raised his eyebrows. That was quite satisfying, but the girl wasn't very impressive. Not attractive? Jiang Nian inquired, feeling a bit drowsy. Not exactly. It's just that having seen towering mountains, how could one settle for a flat plain? Li Hua shook his head, his voice low and somber, advising that the young woman should cease her fanciful dreaming. Zhang Ningzi was roused from her slumber by the clamor of the classroom. Groggily rising to her feet, rubbing her eyes, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Nian. When did you arrive? She inquired. Not long ago. Why did you come so early today? It's quite rare, Jiang Nian replied, retrieving a Chinese review booklet from his desk, which he intended to use later for his nap. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningzi felt a twinge of defiance. Nonsense. I sometimes arrive early as well, she retorted, unwilling to admit that she had become lax since the major exam last month. Arriving too early from the school was exhausting. It was far more comfortable to arrive at the usual time, which allowed for a more relaxed transition after waking from her midday slumber. Should she arrive earlier, the necessary adjustment period would only extend, directly diminishing her precious sleep time. As the bell rang, old Lu strode into the classroom, clutching his supplementary books. With a booming voice, he declared, "All right, let's begin class." Zhang Yu lifted his gaze towards the podium, his heart steady and untroubled. He noticed that old Lu was not wearing the same outfit he had seen at noon, which left him feeling utterly disheartened. As he settled into his seat, he turned to Wu Jungu and said, "Are you really not going to inherit my 2 power banks?" Wu Jungu merely responded with silence. Zhang Ningzi formed a silent thank you, teacher with her lips, preparing to take her seat when a note tumbled towards her. Chapter 248. What's Cybertron Liu Bei? Zhang Ningzi instinctively pressed down on the note with her elbow, sitting upright. She glanced around to ensure the coast was clear before quietly unfolding the note. "I'm going to sleep. Wake me if anything happens," she read, frowning immediately. In a fit of irritation, she scribbled a no on the paper and discreetly tossed it back to Jiang Nian. Before long, the note rolled back to her, bearing her original no. But someone had added 3 words in red ink. "No need to worry." Below that was a reply, "Thank you, Orts." What does Orts mean? Initially, Zhang Ningzi speculated it to be an abbreviation for herself. But upon further reflection, she realized it didn't quite fit. Her abbreviation should be Xin-Z. And even if it were Z, it would still be 3Z. So what could her mean? Or is it Z? It made no sense at all. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Ningzi's thoughts were consumed by the mystery. After contemplating for a while without resolution, she felt compelled to consult the original author. She tapped Jiang Nian and wrote Orts in his book, softly asking, "What does this mean?" Upon noticing her, Jiang Nian glanced at the podium before replying. "It signifies bowing in gratitude." Taken aback, Zhang Ningzi scrutinized the note once more. Indeed, Orts resembled a little figure bowing down in deep reverence. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Nian. With a clenched fist, she forcibly suppressed the rising flush on her cheeks. Adopting a stern expression, she shot him a glare. Boring. Jiang Nian, however, remained unfazed. He mused to himself that if she truly found it boring, she wouldn't have spent so long guessing. He thought about sketching some indecent letters and symbols to quiet her down. He had seen them in a book, where a dog author cleverly avoided censorship by depicting a lewd tale using letter characters, vividly animated. One could imagine someone viewing it upright and huffing at the letters. Beside him, Li Hua was wide awake during Chinese class, feeling increasingly frustrated. He sensed he was squandering the most crucial 45 minutes of his life, after which he would never find love again. Turning his head, he glanced left and right, spotting Orts written in Jiang Nian's book. "Who are you bowing to?" he inquired. Jiang Nian shot him a glance and replied, "Just something I wrote." "Tisk, you can't just use letters randomly." Li Hua shook his head, murmuring, "According to historical records, Hua Tuo treated Guan Yu's poison wound and asked, 'Do you know who killed my son, Hua Xiong?' Guan Yu, drenched in cold sweat, had no choice but to speak the truth. It was the one called Win 9. Li Hua jotted down the term Win 9 in Jiang Nian's book, raising his brows. "How about that? Cutting down Hua Xiong while drinking warm wine. Impressive, right?" Jiang Nian responded with exasperation, "You're such an idiot." At the podium, old Lu was passionately lecturing when he noticed a student dozing off. He decided to combine his teaching with a round of classroom inspections. This compelled Jiang Nian to abandon his nap, waiting for old Lu to finish his patrol around the third group. Bored out of his mind, he pulled Li Hua closer and recounted a wilder historical tale. It was said that after Sun Tzu's death, Sun Quan and De Qiao were involved in an affair. During their intimacy, De Qiao would mistakenly call out the wrong name, alternating between Bo Fu and Zhong Mao, thus coining the phrase not distinguishing between Bo and Zhong. Li Hua was taken aback, muttering, "What the hell is this?" From a storybook, Jiang Nian replied, resting his head on his hand. He had also read about Dong Zhuo testing his confidence loyalty with Diao Chan and how Optimus Prime became a leader while selling hooks on Cybertron. Selling hooks? Li Hua mumbled, then suddenly realized, wait, real hooks? What Cybertron Liu Bei? As he spoke, old Lu was already nearing their row. The two fell silent. Minutes later, Jiang Nian dozed off, enjoying about 10 minutes of refreshing sleep before awakening and deciding to tackle the comprehensive science exam paper, folding it and preparing to work slowly. Brushing off the fuss, thinking to himself, let us just listen to your lecture. As the class progressed, the entire class slumped over their desks. The next 2 comprehensive science classes drove students to madness, with a dozen or so standing at the back to hear the lesson. In an instant, the classroom appeared sparsely populated. By the final class, Li Hua and Ma Qiujun had also moved to the back. Ma Qiujun was genuinely fatigued, eager to concentrate on the lesson, while Li Hua merely wished to chat. Jiang Nian focused on his problems, largely ignoring him, leaving Li Hua feeling suffocated. Others merely observed him squirming, unaware of his exceptional talents. Perhaps he would only realize his potential as an OP. As the afternoon passed, Jiang Nian planned to go out for a meal after school. So far, he had maintained his solitary dining habits in the cafeteria. Unless he felt a sudden urge or had arranged to meet someone, he generally preferred to eat alone. Did anyone invite him to join? Yes, but the timing never aligned, and he couldn't be bothered to coordinate. Just as Jiang Nian was about to head to the cafeteria, contemplating which side to choose, he caught sight of Zhang Ningzi still seated, working on her assignments, and inquired, "Why aren't you going to eat?" "I'll go in a bit," she replied. "Who is in a bit?" he asked. Taken aback by his question, Zhang Ningzi raised her head with a hint of exasperation. "In 5 more minutes, I'll head out to eat." "Oh, all right." Jiang Nian decided to eat outside the school, but as he walked a few paces, he turned back to ask, "Do you want anything to drink tonight?" "It's on me. Fruit milk, please," she replied. "Okay." Jiang Nian turned and exited the classroom, appreciating those who spoke with clarity. Had Zhang Ningzi thrown out a vague response, he would have truly lost his temper, wondering where to find whatever. In the evening, outside the west gate of the school, the dimly lit street was filled with honking horns, suggesting a blockage ahead. The narrow streets were congested, especially with numerous food stalls lining a short pedestrian street, often causing traffic jams in the evening. The tail lights of vehicles glowed crimson amid the throng of people. Breathless, Zhang Ningzi halted, glancing down at her watch. There were 15 minutes until evening study began, and the west gate was just ahead, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After dining nearby, Zhang Ningzi nearly missed her evening study session. Just as she prepared to move forward, someone suddenly called her name. Turning around, she recognized a boy from her previous class. Although they were not particularly acquainted, she remembered his name and knew he was a good student, at least within his parallel class. Their competitive relationship due to class rankings had left her with a faint impression of him, but they had little interaction back then and had scarcely exchanged words. Now, being unexpectedly addressed by him left Zhang Ningzi somewhat bewildered, unsure of his intentions. Watching him approach, she felt a twinge of anxiety about being late. Yet out of basic courtesy, she waited for him to draw nearer. "Oh, it's you. What is up?" The boy had a rather handsome appearance, and his stature was average among his peers. He flashed a smile at Zhang Ningzi, but couldn't quite meet her gaze, jokingly asking, "Do you still remember me? Is there something you need?" Zhang Ningzi was not inclined toward small talk, mainly because they had no shared history. She replied earnestly, "The evening study session is about to start. I'm going to be late." "It's nothing serious, just that I saw you and thought it's been a while," he replied, seemingly unfazed. Their conversation flowed, and he continued, "Let us walk together. I saw your score from the last joint exam, over 630. That is impressive. How did you manage that? You have to teach me sometime. We're old classmates after all. There's no harm in sharing, right? I really admire you. Especially since your scores have only improved after advancing to the Olympiad. I, on the other hand, only scored a little over 530 last time, 100 points behind you. I had a chance to enter the Olympiad too, but I couldn't outscore you, purely a matter of skill. I lost to you on the first mock exam, and then couldn't secure a spot in the second joint exam. By the way, you're in the Olympiad Class 3, right?" Zhang Ningzi appeared somewhat stiff in response to his enthusiastic chatter. She was not adept at conversing with strangers, let alone someone from her past class. "Yes, that's right," she replied. Her mind focused on reaching the academic building so she could seize the opportunity to slip away under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. "I really must hurry." "Oh, then let us walk faster," he said. "By the way, could you accept my friend request?" Zhang Ningzi froze, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a graceful hand emerged from the crowd, snapping firmly onto her wrist and tugging her away. "Enough," came a voice. Chapter 249, Li Qingrong. "I switched yesterday as well." As the boy continued his monologue, he discreetly observed Zhang Ningzi. While he found her appearance impeccable, it was her rigid demeanor that stood out more prominently. His topics seemed to fail to ignite her enthusiasm for conversation. This was partly due to the unexpected encounter that left her unprepared, and partly because he knew very little about her beyond her wealth, beauty, and academic prowess. He was unaware of her likes, dislikes, celebrity crushes, or even the music she listened to. Just as he was about to cut to the chase regarding the friend request, another hand abruptly seized Zhang Ningzi's wrist with a decisive snap, exuding a sharpness that left no room for hesitation. The boy was taken aback and turned to see a taller boy standing nearby, who effortlessly pulled Zhang Ningzi away. Casting a brief, unfriendly glance at him, the newcomer inquired, "Is he your classmate?" Zhang Ningzi looked up and recognized Jiang Nian, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Yes. Hello, classmate. You should communicate more, Jiang Nian said. Though he was already pulling Zhang Ningzi away. Li Hua is on the verge of passing away. You should check on him. We'll have another opportunity to converse later. Li Hua barely has a heartbeat left, and we can't keep our group together. Let us go. The deceased take precedence. The boys stood there, bewildered, watching them leave. As evening study approached, the campus pathways were filled with students rushing to their destinations. Near the entrance of the cafeteria and the basketball court, a few groups were playing in the dim light. The lights in the senior building were bright, yet they failed to penetrate the gloom within his heart. Did they just leave like that? Did I really get intercepted so easily? The group leader is dying? That excuse is utterly ridiculous. Even a more reasonable one, like a teacher calling for Zhang Ningzi, would be sufficed. It's as if they did it on purpose. On the other side, after walking about 10 meters, Jiang Nian gently released Zhang Ningzi's wrist. Who was that? She asked, sensing a hint of jealousy in his tone. Do you really want to know? Should I tell you the truth? Jiang Nian smiled. Don't, Zhang Ningzi replied, fully aware of his sharp tongue and lacking the confidence to engage in a verbal spar. She didn't want to end up frustrated, so she decided to clarify. He was a classmate from before, named Du Jiaming. Oh, I know him. Xiao Ming, Jiang Nian interjected. We used to do math problems in elementary school, like if Xiao Ming had 5 apples, how would he distribute them among 4 people? At this, Zhang Ningzi found herself drawn into his playful banter, curiously asking, how would he divide 5 apples among 4 people? He would keep 1 for himself and give the rest to the 4 people, Jiang Nian replied, casually handing her a packet of green apple-flavored milk from his jacket pocket. Here, you can have this. Oh, thank you, she said, slightly dazed as she accepted it, attempting to continue the conversation but finding it difficult. She glanced down at the milk, feeling a twinge of indecision. Did he truly not want to know, or was it that he simply didn't care? Did he really not care? Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Ningzi walked in silence until she realized they had arrived at the bottom of the senior building. Just as Jiang Nian was about to step into the light. Wait, she instinctively called out, though she wasn't sure what to say next. Jiang Nian paused at the edge of the steps, next to a white drainage pipe, turning to ask, what's wrong? Zhang Ningzi wanted to inquire how he had ended up there, but quickly deduced his likely retort. Did I ruin your chance with a potential suitor? This person had a knack for making such blunt remarks. She resolved to ask more gently. Did you specifically go to buy the milk, and then happen to run into me on the way? Jiang Nian scratched his neck, sort of. I ran into an acquaintance while eating in the afternoon and forgot to buy it. I remembered when I headed back to the classroom. So I went downstairs to grab it and bumped into you and your potential suitor. Zhang Ningzi felt a wave of irritation rise within her. What potential suitor? He.S. just an old classmate. Really? Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. It's not like that at all. He.S. merely someone I wasn't familiar with. Zhang Ningzi felt exasperated, wishing he wouldn't hold on to grudges so easily. Had Jiang Nian taken a step forward, making a sharp retort or a pointed comment, he could have easily breached the boundaries between them and interfered with her freedom. It felt like being a caged bird, trapped in a delicate balance. However, Jiang Nian merely responded with an "oh," and after a moment of contemplation, asked, Are we familiar with each other? Zhang Ningzi huffed, reverting to her proud princess demeanor. I don't know. With that, she pushed past Jiang Nian and ascended the stairs, lost in her thoughts. Indeed, people were inherently different from one another. Zhang Ningzi had always been somewhat oblivious, yet this dull perception applied solely to those inconsequential to her. The arduous nature of her studies compelled her to shield her focus by deactivating certain faculties and filtering out distractions, thus enabling her to break free from the constraints of her parallel class. This strategy had proven effective. However, after her promotion to a higher class, this method failed her countless times. There were always some individuals she simply could not disregard. Upon returning to class, Jiang Nian immediately executed a chokehold on Li Hua. So, you dare call me Rainer, huh? Chishi. After Li Hua resisted, Jiang Nian continued, Did you hear? There's another exam tonight. Damn it. Exam on what? English. Oh, that has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing English, Jiang Nian's enthusiasm instantly waned. Anyway, I'll breeze through it quickly. Wait, why are you asking me? Just discussing it. Help me write an essay, will you? Li Hua pleaded with a sycophantic expression. You'll get caught. True. Damn it. Li Hua slumped back into his seat, utterly defeated. I really don't want to write English. Is there any way to improve quickly? Hearing this, Jiang Nian cast a glance at Li Hua. Previously, Li Hua had excitedly shared a little story about his unrequited love, which left Jiang Nian refraining from saying certain things, such as the notion that affection never expires. Yet, that was beside the point. The key was that there were indeed numerous methods to memorize vocabulary. Aside from cheating. Although Jiang Nian's own English improvement owed much to cheating, the subsequent drilling and exercises were his own doing. Vocabulary alone did not encompass everything. His approach was somewhat backward reasoning, deducing a few insights on memorizing words. There really are ways. Godfather, please elaborate. Li Hua fashioned his homework notebook into a makeshift microphone and handed it to Jiang Nian. My future debauchery. No, happiness, depends on you. Jiang Nian paid little attention to the details and handed over the essential 500 words required for the college entrance exam. There are two methods. One, brute force. Li Hua responded without hesitation. The other is a three-step process, filtering and organizing vocabulary. Jiang Nian explained. Basically, you compile the words you need to memorize. Or you can simply buy a pre-organized list. Since you don't know many words yet, it doesn't matter much. The second step is to use roots, affixes, or phrases, an abstract approach to memorization. The third step is review, which is only effective if you practice with exercises or the words leave a deep impression. Li Hua grasped the first two steps, especially since Qian Bao often tutored him outside of class and had mentioned similar tips on vocabulary memorization. Methods such as drilling, returning to textbook units, the 5-minute forgetting curve, using A4 sheets, flashcards, or sticky notes were all familiar. The principle was simple but difficult to implement. However, the deep impression Jiang Nian mentioned was a novel concept to Li Hua. Li Hua raised an eyebrow, inquiring, how exactly do you mean deep impression? Jiang Nian smiled arrogantly and began to chant his magic spell. The loli you like doesn't actually like you, Hua. You're way too abstract. She only sees you as a friend. A goddess prefers a gentle, warm-hearted man. You son of a... Li Hua snapped. Hey, I know you're upset, but hold on. Jiang Nian stopped him. Amid the noisy evening reading session, Jiang Nian raised his voice. Goddess, lady, like, combine them and you get ladylike, meaning gentle and refined. Got it, Hua? Li Hua was baffled. Damn, you're jabbing right into my lungs. How could I forget? See, that's deep impression for you. Jiang Nian snapped his fingers. You're saved now. Honestly, Li Hua had never been more speechless. I wish I had ears that never heard this before. Where's my knife? When evening reading ended, the English test proceeded as expected. The exam papers were distributed swiftly, and Li Hua felt somewhat emo. Jiang Nian remained unfazed, even a bit smug, considering himself a master healer. Barring any surprises, Hua would never forget that word in his life. Hey, you'll even need it for the CET 4 and CET 6 exams. If your friend Li Hua were defeated in a global election, please write a letter to comfort him. Well, ladylike is just the perfect phrase to use. Isn't it? Chinese cuisine, can't spell knife-cut noodles, so ladylike noodles. Whatever, just use it. At the first evening self-study period, Jiang Nian finished his English test early. He stepped outside to relieve himself, and on his way back bumped into the class monitor. Curious about her apparent plan to leave, he asked, where are you going? Li Qingrong paused and turned, replying, to collect the comprehensive science test papers. Really? Then I'll come too. Jiang Nian didn't bother asking if she wanted help. Knowing it was pointless, Y.R.N.T. Tao ran and the others fetching them. Li Qingrong walked down the stairs beside him, her eyes glimmering faintly. They haven't finished yet. Jiang Nian immediately understood, given the English scores of those class representatives. The papers had to be submitted for grading, and leaving unfinished was improper. Since the monitor and he had both finished, they had no qualms. Oh, that's right. Then I should definitely go. Jiang Nian was delighted to accompany the monitor closely. Hey, you changed your hair tie today, right? What he really wanted to say was, you smell so nice today, monitor. But that would sound creepy. So he decided to hold back to avoid offending her. In the dim hallway, Li Qingrong glanced back at him and softly said, I changed it yesterday too. Chapter 250. The jasmine tea bag in the pocket. Jiang Nian hesitated for 2 seconds, pondering what excuse would be appropriate. Perhaps yesterday was too hectic, between the class challenges and the election of the psychological committee member. It was a flimsy excuse, purely for padding. He probably saw it yesterday, but didn't have time to ask, then forgot until now. A 50-point excuse, failing for a romantic relationship but the best possible sincerity for a classmate relationship. Li Qingrong apparently mentioned it casually, indifferent. The two descended the stairs together toward the science office. The science office was located on the far left inside the first floor, its door wide open. Inside, brightly lit. Only 2 teachers were preparing lessons. Qian Bao was also there, looking somewhat dazed when she saw Li Qingrong and Jiang Nian arrive. She rubbed her eyes and pointed toward the row of desks along the wall. The science test papers are over there. As she spoke, she instinctively lifted her teacup to drink, but noticed the weight was off. Looking down, she realized the tea was finished. Just as she was about to stand, a hand reached out. Teacher, I'll do it. Jiang Nian was undoubtedly Qian Bao's devoted follower, loyal to his benefactor. Although not as exaggerated as some might say, being present and pouring tea was a trivial act that demonstrated fidelity. Ah, thank you. Qian Bao was flustered, wondering if Jiang Nian intended to pilfer something again. She was not short of money. Her family was well provided for. Yet, one thing was one thing. Taking stationery was acceptable, but not the teaching aids. Soon, the tea was replenished. Li Qingrong counted the test papers, casting a glance at Jiang Nian. She saw him standing beside Qian Bao's desk, chatting and laughing briefly with the biology teacher. He held a small packet and then walked toward her. She discreetly averted her gaze, lowering her eyes to continue counting the test papers. The papers were organized into large groups for ease of distribution later in class. Class monitor, how many groups have you counted? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian fell into deep contemplation. What does this one signify? Never mind, I shall assist for now. He counted a large group of test papers and turned to find 2 stacks already in front of Li Qingrong. He thought to himself, truly deserving of being the class monitor, her efficiency is remarkable. Class monitor, you finished counting so quickly? MHM. Li Qingrong nodded and added a few more sheets atop the first stack, concluding her count, though she suspected a few might have been overlooked. It's fine. No one is perfect. Jiang Nian was quite flexible in his thinking. Li Qingrong remained silent, focusing on counting the answer sheets. There was no need for such meticulousness as with the test papers. A few extra wouldn't hurt. Taking 10 or so extra sheets was not excessive. For third-year students, the demand for draft paper was immense. There were always little collectors in class who loved to hoard a couple of answer sheets, which were perfect for rough work. Jiang Nian had even seen Li Hua's entire collection of math answer sheets used as draft paper, alongside a meticulously curated, rarely used set of premium answer sheets. Therefore, taking a few extra was prudent. If you don't take them, others from different classes will, and as for whether the last class will receive answer sheets, it's a foregone conclusion that one class will inevitably suffer a minor loss. This is also why it's essential to collect the test papers promptly. Even if they aren't distributed immediately, they should at least be secured on the desk of the class representative. Li Qingrong didn't count them meticulously either, just estimating. In any case, she took a few extra to ensure there would be enough answer sheets for everyone in class, avoiding another trip later. After they finished counting the test papers and answer sheets, they were about to leave when King Bao suddenly looked up, exclaiming in surprise, then pausing. Something akin to awe. Thus, the two stood at the office door, waiting for King Bao to remember her thought. After a brief 5-second pause, she finally reacted. Could you also count the biology weekly practice test papers? Please pay attention to the one with the first multiple choice question on photosynthesis and respiration. Oh. Jiang Nian returned to count the test papers once more. King Bao suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, as the two students were almost out of the office. Why did she have to mention it now? They would have to turn back, possibly grumbling about her. She was a quintessential nonstick pan. Even the risk of student complaints was unacceptable. Such matters were intolerable. With this in mind, King Bao removed her blue light glasses designed to prevent myopia and stood up to count the papers with Jiang Nian. However, just as she made this move and turned around, she noticed Li Qingrong walking past. 3 people can't stand around one desk. I can't just stand at the adjacent desk to count the papers. It wasn't about pride. It simply felt awkward. Would Jiang Nian tease her behind her back? No, why would he do that? Anxiously, King Bao sat back down. The thought that her esteemed reputation as a perfect teacher might be tarnished by a rebellious student filled her with unease. She regretted not going over directly earlier. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nian, King Bao harbored such inner turmoil. If he were aware, he wouldn't find it strange. In Class 3, the atmosphere was quite lively. The class bell had long since rung, and they were now utilizing class time. Jiang Nian was in no hurry, leisurely counting the test papers for a full 3 minutes. All right, teacher. Oh, thank you for your hard work. You may go ahead. King Bao instructed. When you have a moment, please distribute the test papers. We will discuss them in class tomorrow. The two nodded in response and turned to exit the office. The stairwell was deserted as they ascended, each carrying their respective test papers. Li Qingrong maintained silence up to the 2nd floor, then turned to ask, what did you get from the biology teacher? Although Jiang Nian was somewhat puzzled as to why the class monitor was interested, he still pulled out 2 small bags from his pocket. Jasmine tea bags, why? Do you enjoy tea as well? Li Qingrong hesitated for a moment. Here, Jiang Nian didn't care whether Li Qingrong liked tea. After all, sharing is caring. Here, let me put them in your pocket since you have your hands full, he said, placing the neatly packaged tea bags into Li Qingrong's outer coat pocket. Li Qingrong felt the weight in her pocket and was at a loss for words. Upon returning to class, Li Qingrong distributed the test papers while Jiang Nian assisted in handing out the answer sheets. After finishing, 5 sheets remained. It seemed there weren't many little collectors around. Or perhaps they were too busy tackling their English test to bother. In any case, Jiang Nian and Li Hua divided the remaining sheets. Ma Qiujun, with his letterhead from the People's Hospital, looked down upon the course answer sheets. The second evening study session was nearing its end. Lin Dong raised his head from his math problems, feeling a bit hungry. At this hour, the cafeteria on this side of the teaching building was essentially closed. However, The cafeteria by the dormitory was still open, but it was too far to contemplate going there. He nudged Sun Zixin and whispered, "Ah Cheng, let's grab something to eat after class." Sun Zixin also felt a bit peckish. The gloom from his recent haircut was beginning to fade. "What do you want to eat?" "Instant noodles." "Are you crazy? Eating instant noodles in the classroom?" Sun Zixin was quite startled. "What a ridiculous idea. You're overreacting." Lin Dong was unfazed, enticingly replied, "No one will notice. We can always eat in the hallway." "Not happening." Sun Zixin firmly refused. He had merely encountered a temporary setback in his life, losing his charming locks, which he could easily remedy. However, eating instant noodles in the classroom would jeopardize his dating prospects. Although others might not understand, he was well aware that he and Qin Yunyun were in the same class and group. He knew without a doubt that Qin Yunyun would not accept such behavior. And what about other girls? In any case, he refused to indulge in such antics. Lin Dong could go by himself. Seeing that he couldn't sway Sun Zixin, Lin Dong was momentarily stunned. Forget it. Initially intending to find someone else to accompany him, he reconsidered and abandoned the thought. "I'll just endure it and grab a bowl of instant noodles once I return to the dormitory." With that, Lin Dong simply laid his head down on the desk to sleep, attempting to combat his hunger with slumber, reasoning that it was only 2 hours, and he could leave as soon as class ended. As time passed, another class concluded, leaving only the 4th evening self-study session. Lin Dong held his pen, but found himself unable to write a single answer. His mouth was watering profusely, swallowing repeatedly as if he could devour a whole pig. Just as he was enduring this torment, he suddenly overheard Yang Kaiming and Huang Kailing conversing in hushed tones. "Bro, are you hungry?" "Yeah. Let's go get fried rice outside the north gate later." Yang Kaiming exclaimed animatedly, swallowing hard as he added, "And let's get some tofu and a fried egg, along with a drink." Gulp. Lin Dong felt even hungrier. Unexpectedly, Huang Kailing interjected, "How about we have turtle soup and steamed pork for lunch instead?" The ensuing dialogue felt as prolonged as a menu recitation, leaving Lin Dong utterly dazed. He nearly wanted to kneel before Huang Kailing, pleading for him to stop torturing his poor friend. Sun Zixin also overheard the conversation but was indifferent, secretly thinking how trivial these matters were. It was just a meal. Why dwell on it so much? Yang Kaiming, that big fool, leading another simpleton, what were they trying to prove? Suddenly, Huang Kailing shifted the topic, shyly remarking, "Yang Go, it seems like you and your friends eat quite elegantly, while Wang Yuhi and I eat the most." Upon hearing this, Sun Zixin froze. Wang Yuhi was also present? What does it mean? Are they dining together at the same table at noon? However, it is quite natural. After all, they are classmates. Spotting acquaintances at a banquet and instinctively gathering at one table is a common occurrence. The presence of Wang Yuhi implies that Qin Yunyun is also there. Oh, what's the big deal? It's merely a matter of not being able to eat anymore. Yang Kaiming waved his hand dismissively and remarked nonchalantly, "I have an appetite similar to Jiang Nian's. I stop once I'm full." Sun Zixin, taken aback, couldn't help but glance at Qin Yunyun. Why is Jiang Nian also there? Recently, it seemed they hadn't been conversing as frequently, and Qin Yunyun spent most of her time seated, working on problems. Why all of a sudden? Are they so close again? He swallowed hard, feeling a bit empty inside. Lin Dong patted Qin Yunyun on the back and weakly inquired, "Wait, did you have a grand meal with Jiang Nian at noon?" Surprised by his words, Qin Yunyun turned around. "Well, it was all right. It wasn't really a grand meal. Just coincidentally a wedding banquet." Lin Dong's face contorted in pain. Why couldn't I be included? Sun Zixin was even more distressed, lamenting, "Why must people have ears?" Chapter 251. How did the porridge from the upper bunk spill down? Qin Yunyun looked perplexed, not understanding why the two were suddenly so gloomy. Nevertheless, she didn't dwell on it, thinking perhaps the brothers were united in spirit. Their bond is truly strong. With that thought in mind, she turned back to continue solving problems. Sun Zixin's period of distress was relatively brief. He had endured too many setbacks over the past 2 months. His spirit had not grown any tougher, but he had become increasingly adept at recovering. Given the circumstances, he decided to get a haircut. He was no longer the naive boy who read The Wolf Path and The Ghost Valley. After all, people inevitably grow up. A man must be ready to fight. He could no longer sit idly by. It was time to mature rapidly. As the evening self-study session drew near, Yu Zai found herself in a quandary, staring at a white form, unable to put pen to paper. Students in need of psychological counseling in the class. They say a new official ignites 3 fires. But she was merely a humble psychological committee member. Above her was the deputy class leader, followed by the class leader and old Lu. What could she truly decide? Merely surviving in the cracks. A psychological committee member? Incorrect. A high priest of the Tongtian River? Correct. However, it was evident that the school's psychological office was somewhat muddied. How could a class possibly have only one student with psychological issues? Class 3 had plenty of eccentricities. Yet, They were all classmates, making it unwise to offend anyone. Whom should she choose? Ideally, other classes would either find volunteers or ask friends for assistance. However, since she had just returned to the class, she had no friends. Thus, she returned to the original dilemma, to find someone who wouldn't mind being offended and had a somewhat twisted psyche. After much contemplation, a particularly unlikable face surfaced in her mind. Consequently, she decided to intercept Jiang Nian right after the evening self-study session. Jiang Nian. The psychological office requires each class to report one person. And then, he inquired, somewhat surprised. I chose you. Jiang Nian, busy heading home, had no time to discuss it further. He thought, well, if it needs to be reported, so be it. It's just going to be a charade. And I could have some fun with the equipment. All right, whatever. Initially, Yu Zai felt quite nervous, fearing Jiang Nian might suddenly change his demeanor. Some people, while usually jovial, could unexpectedly turn hostile. Jiang Nian remained as he always was, not even diverting his gaze. Nothing comes without effort, right? However, she didn't mind. She had nothing to lose. Besides, the issue of the recommendation list was resolved, which brought her a bit of joy. Just as she was feeling cheerful, she suddenly got bumped into. The culprit, as if possessed by a zombie, staggered towards the classroom door, seemingly in a hurry to devour a classmate, fearing to be a second late in leaving the classroom. Lindong, are you out of your mind? I need to pee. Lindong had already vanished outside the classroom. Jiang Nian, do you think our school has a bully? Although Zhennan High School was subpar, it was still a key school in the county. He glanced at Su Qianqian, slightly surprised by her question. Why do you ask? Did something happen? In a small county where educational resources were lacking, the advantage was that it filtered out the undesirables. The total score for the local high school entrance exam in Zhennan was 845. Scoring 500 guaranteed, you wouldn't get into a high school. Although vocational schools were not inferior to high schools, a newly paved road is still smooth. You can't find any stones along the way. In summary, Su Qianqian's question lacked depth. Whether others had seen a bully was uncertain, but after Jiang Nian started high school, he hadn't encountered anyone who could be labeled as such. Zhang Xiaofan. He was at best a member of the school team, hardly fitting the bill of a bully. No, I was just asking on a whim. Su Qianqian shook her head, having heard classmates recount their stories during evening self-study, and found them absurd. This is easy. Hand me your phone. Jiang Nian extended his hand. Under the streetlight, their shadows were cast at an angle. TCH, I can't be bothered with you. Su Qianqian tightened her backpack straps and suddenly asked, hey, what about the second high school? It's better not to ask. It's a slippery slope that shouldn't be touched. Jiang Nian interrupted. It's late, and you're getting sentimental. Can't we talk about something uplifting? Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian didn't dwell on it, and shook her head to cheer herself up. True, just ignore those things. After saying that, she felt a wave of relief and casually asked, by the way, what have you seen on Douyin? At this, Jiang Nian's eyelids twitched, and he coughed lightly to regain his composure. Oh, just some news and current events, and high school exam questions. It's generally rather boring. I don't often scroll through it. Really? Let me take a look. What an unreasonable request. How could I possibly share that? Jiang Nian replied sternly. This has nothing to do with the phone. Do you understand what privacy means? Su Qianqian shot him a glance, her expression one of disdain. Jiang Nian grew more animated. That's quite a perversion. How delightful. In the past, hearing that word would have angered him, but now, at this age, it only brought him joy. Perhaps this is what they call growth. In the North District dormitory, Lindong took a bite of a fish cake and said to those around him, back then, my kindergarten teacher said I was petty. Damn it. I still remember her tone when she said that. It's so infuriating. How could I possibly be petty? Pure nonsense. I'm going to beat her son up when I go back for the new year. Wu Jun turned to look at Zheng Yu, and the two exchanged glances. All right, let's do it. A roommate shouted. The few of them had gathered an array of instant noodles, and the honest Luo Zhongping initially claimed he didn't want any. Yet, Lindong insisted on giving him a bowl, and now the entire dorm was filled with instant noodle enthusiasts. Come on, pour hot water. Lindong called out, taking out his phone to record. Brothers, let's all smile. It's the first instant noodle meeting in the dorm. The scene was captured, a cloud of steam rising. At 11:30 p.m., Jiang Nian scrolled through the group chat messages and stumbled upon photos of Lindong's collective instant noodle gathering in the dorm. How did he feel about it? After showering, he lay on his bed to look at them. He wondered if Su Qianqian had showered yet. He couldn't extend the topic any further. Online, people claimed to have no interest in childhood sweethearts, attributing it purely to the other party's lack of attractiveness. In reality, a childhood friend with genuine qualities could indeed make someone more enamored. Of course, those who truly lack depth would remain in that state. He sent a WeChat message to Su Qianqian, tossing a few playful emojis her way. Are you there? Su Qianqian replied after half a minute. Jiang Nian asked, what if I can't sleep? He even added a coy dragon emoji, looking rather mischievous. Su Qianqian quickly responded, I'll handle it myself. Huh. Jiang Nian perused the sentence thrice, concluding that Su Qianqian's remark was likely unintentional. Like all typical demure and soft-spoken girls, she generally avoided risque jokes. At least, she did not engage with them openly. Whether she indulged in such knowledge privately remained unknown. How should I resolve this? He inquired. How would I know? Perhaps you might attempt to hold your breath for 10 minutes, came the reply. Wouldn't that be fatal? Jiang Nian responded, simultaneously holding his breath while scrolling through the group chat. In the absence of the class monitor and Lao Lu, messages accumulated rapidly, reaching a count of 99. At this hour, few were asleep, most were sharing their late-night snacks. The demands of senior year were considerable, and the late-night study sessions extended well into the night, thus fostering a culture of midnight feasting. Yang Kaiming, evidently infatuated with Lin Dong, was the first to flaunt his late-night meal, a serving of fried rice noodles, accompanied by a fried egg, tofu, and a beverage. You're quite the affluent one, my friend, Lin Dong remarked. Yang Kaiming, pleased by the compliment, felt a surge of pride. Fortunately, since becoming single, I have money to spare. No longer shall I spend it on women. It shall be devoted to my brothers instead. Li Hua interjected, is that true? Ma Qiajun tossed a picture of a youthful beauty into the chat, along with a QQ number, with the last digit obscured. In an instant, the class noticed Yang Kaiming had gone quiet. Lin Dong, Yang Kaiming, what are you two up to? Huang Kailang, ever the sycophant to Yang Kaiming, approached Ma Qiajun, inquiring politely, is that QQ number genuine? Brother Yang has tried every digit without success. Ma Qiajun replied, perhaps the account was hacked. Huang Kailang responded, oh. In that case, I advise Brother Yang not to add it. Jiang Nian chuckled at the exchange, unable to contain his laughter, and failed in his attempt to hold his breath. The third class was indeed a vibrant assembly, with participants of all ages contributing. Even a dog would find something to do. One could forego activity, but not the essence of life itself. In the boys' dormitory of class 513, Yang Kaiming nearly fainted from fury upon reading the chat messages. Kailing you, he exclaimed. What? Huang Kailing looked up. Forget it, I just discovered a girl, Yang Kaiming said, waving his hand dismissively, rising to leave. You should at least give her a voice call first. Brother, but your rice noodles will get cold. Huang Kailing fretted for him. I have no appetite. Love surpasses food in nurturing the spirit. I barely touched my meal. You can have it if you're hungry. All of it. Huang Kailing seemed puzzled. In truth, Yang Kaiming had scarcely eaten, having only nibbled on a tea egg and taken a sip of cola, which he poured into a cup. Following Yang Kaiming's lead, one could easily gain weight in 3 days. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Chen Yunyun shared her late-night meal, a serving of buckwheat noodles. The moment the picture was posted, it ignited a flurry of conversation. What kind of noodles are those? They look grimy, Lin Dong remarked. It's buckwheat noodles. Designed for weight loss. They taste terrible, Yao Beibei chimed in. Sun Zixin, adorned with an anime avatar donning a hood, exclaimed, if they taste so bad, why buy them? Nye Kakai, who detested cilantro, replied, silly. If they taste bad, you eat less. Wang Yuhi posted an image of a small packet of chicken breast, adding with a hint of bitterness, for the first time, I'm disinterested in meat. As the two girls entered the discussion, several classmates perked up, engaging in a lively exchange about weight loss secrets, complimenting one another in the process. Jiang Nian interjected, should a weight loss meal be consumed before or after the main course? Zhang Ningzi replied earnestly, it should be during the main meal. The next day, upon awakening, Jiang Nian recalled he had forgotten to check his alternate account for messages from Zhou Yuding and the turtle. He blamed the lively group chat for the oversight. While brushing his teeth, he scanned the messages, pondering his next move. For now, he would continue to draw things out, not yet ready to ensnare them. After his morning routine, Jiang Nian hurried to school. Looking up, he faced the quiet senior building, realizing he had arrived too early. The sound of his solitary footsteps echoed on the stairs. Passing the academic affairs office, he discreetly captured a photo of the complaint mailbox, subsequently sending it to the two. During morning self-study, Lin Dong moved seats to chat with Jiang Nian. Last night, while dozing off, my upper bunk spilled porridge onto my bed. Chapter 252, Poke, Poke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian struggled to maintain his composure. What nonsense is this? Li Hua burst into laughter, recounting an anecdote. I know a historical tale. It's said that Guan Yu lost Jingzhou due to carelessness. This porridge incident is not the same as that Jingzhou. It refers to the men in the camp engaging in merriment at night, causing spills into their bowls. Jiang Nian interrupted, enough with your absurdity, be quiet. In Group 6, two of Lin Dong's roommates, Zheng Yu and Wu Zhengfu, were left bewildered, mouths agape in shock as they stared at Lin Dong. They wondered if there had been a hidden surprise in their dormitory after they had fallen asleep. Who was your upper bunkmate? Li Hua asked curiously. I can't disclose that, Lin Dong replied with a chuckle. but my upper bunk mate is quite careless. He woke me up in the middle of the night without even cleaning up. With that, the riddle master Lin Dong smiled and departed. Jiang Nian and the others were left in stunned silence. What do you mean your upper bunkmate? That is outrageous. Not me. Don't look at me. Zheng Yu said, feeling slightly embarrassed. I sleep on the lower bunk. Wu Zhengfu quickly clarified. Who else is in your dorm? Li Hua pressed for answers. Let us not delve into that. It's a matter of dorm privacy, Zheng Yu replied, reluctant to share. Both of them knew the answer, but none dared to speak. After all, such explosive news could easily offend someone. During the Chinese literature morning reading session, Lao Lu conducted a round of inspections, finding nothing amiss in the class. He left promptly. As the early self-study session neared its conclusion, Lin Dong strolled over to Group 6, cradling a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. Raising his eyebrows at Zheng Yu and Wu Zhengfu, boasting, Look, this is the 8 treasure porridge from Wei Go. Zheng Yu responded, Porridge, you say? Wu Zhengfu chimed in. What about it? Lin Dong explained. Last night, I clandestinely indulged in the 8 treasure porridge, slurping it like a mouse, and it spilled onto my bed's edge. Jiang Nian quipped. Then why don't you send it? Pointing to the wall. Zhang Ningzi glanced curiously at Jiang Nian, unable to comprehend their banter. However, judging by their expressions, it was evident that the conversation was far from serious. Never mind, I shan't listen, she decided, flipping open her literature book to return to her studies. As she perused the explanations beneath the classical text, she stumbled upon Spring River, Flower Moon Night. Just then, the bell signaling the end of the early self-study rang. Zhang Ningzi poked Jiang Nian, but when he did not respond, she increased her force. Poke! Ouch! Jiang Nian gasped in surprise. Zhang Ningzi hesitated, uncertain, and asked, Did that hurt? Jiang Nian shot her a glance, maintaining a stern expression. Of course, it did. I poked you. Oh, Zhang Ningzi curled up. Her arms tightly wrapped around her body, her face filled with panic. But you can only use the force I just applied. That one T do. I'll have to add a bit more. On what grounds? The desk mate bonus is 20%. Don't you know the middle school rules? Jiang Nian spun a tail, leaving the young girl utterly bewildered. Oh, then you go ahead, she acquiesced. Jiang Nian lightly tapped Zhang Ningzi's arm through her clothing. All right. What did you just want from me? Forget it, humph. Zhang Ningzi harbored a touch of pettiness, resolutely resolving not to converse with the detestable individual this morning. He could amuse himself. Li Hua, resting his head on the desk, was, in fact, far from asleep. He peeked with one eye, scrutinizing Jiang Nian, who was brimming with mischief, shamelessly flirting with female classmates. Instead of focusing on their studies, the students were gathered around, laughing jovially at the sight of a woman. How infuriating! Jiang Nian, succumbing to fatigue, lay down to sleep, locking eyes with Li Hua. Each regarded the other with a single, watchful eye. Is your mind unhinged? Jiang Nian sneered. Who can say? Let us remain like this. After all, you'll inevitably turn away when you can no longer endure it. Jiang Nian felt no fear. He could keep one eye alert while the other rested. You can't convince me otherwise. Li Hua stared intently at Jiang Nian. 10 minutes elapsed, and Li Hua conceded. It wasn't he that Jiang Nian truly possessed the skill to rest one eye while vigilantly watching with the other. It was that he found it astonishing that this guy could remain awake during the break solely for the sake of a single remark. As the first class commenced, Mr. Liu rushed in with fervor. He plugged in a USB drive, opened the folder, and launched into a rapid-fire lecture, swiftly covering the material in just 2 minutes. There were only 5 ancient poems, and soon the class representative would present the PowerPoint. Mr. Liu's hurried actions captured the attention of the entire class. Teacher, where are you going? Li Hua was the first to stand. Ah, that is a bit of a secret, Mr. Liu replied vaguely. You're not listening anyway. This pertains to my personal happiness. Just focus on the PPT. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian, who was preparing to tackle some science problems, set down his pen. If you're not inclined to teach, then I certainly wish to listen. You have a date this morning? If you can't go, this class will undoubtedly be the one I pay the utmost attention to throughout my entire senior year. Not only will I listen, but I must also take notes. Teacher, I didn't understand the ancient poetry. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu turned to Jiang Nian, confusion etched on his face. Who would care to hear about a few ancient poems that wouldn't even be on the college entrance examination? Raise your hand if you want to listen. To his astonishment, nearly the entire class raised their hands. Mr. Liu wore a look of bewilderment, instantly regretting his decision. In truth, the appreciation of these 5 ancient poems was a classic template for the entrance examination. It could easily take 2 classes to cover adequately, as he had initially intended to elaborate on the material. Moreover, he had no pressing matters. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea that struck him during an early morning lecture. He knew his students all too well. They would never allow a teacher to slip away before them. If he expressed disinterest, they would only become more eager to partake. They might even ask questions during the break, relishing in mutual torment. Mr. Liu surveyed the classroom and sighed. Very well, if that is the case. Let us commence the lesson. Once everyone grasped the content, he would take his leave. The classroom buzzed with a lively atmosphere of eager learners. I may choose not to listen, but you cannot refrain from teaching, otherwise, I will find it impossible to rest. Teacher, I can see you're in a hurry. But please don't rush. Suddenly, the subject of language seemed less tedious, and I now find myself frighteningly eager to learn. Oh, it is time to appreciate the ancient aesthetics of the East. He adjusted his glasses. The response from below the podium was precisely what Mr. Liu had hoped for. He turned to the blackboard, masking a fleeting smile with a feigned exasperation, clearing his throat as he pretended to acquiesce. Then I shall briefly discuss the first poem. After 2 classes, Mr. Liu began to regret his decision. 2 hours without a break, and as soon as the class ended, students rushed forward with questions. Particularly the members of the 6th group, who typically never listened in class, now pretended to be inquisitive, bombarding him with inquiries while stubbornly refusing to let him use the restroom. The break was nearly over, and they had delayed him by a full 12 minutes. Had it not been for the impending bell signaling the end of the break, he suspected they would have continued indefinitely. Jiang Nian, stop asking questions and go run laps. Mr. Liu conceded. These 2 individuals were utterly incorrigible. Li Hua, don't wait, go run laps as well. The student in line behind Lin Dong was displeased. He merely wanted to escape the running. Teacher, I am eager to learn. What nonsense. Mr. Liu forcefully ushered the group out, counting a staggering 8 or 9 individuals. If the grade-level coordinators found out, they could easily dock a day's pay, just like the homeroom teacher from Class 4, whose bonuses for the month were likely gone. How pitiful. Were the students from Class 4 truly so unruly? In contrast, while his own class might be a bit peculiar, at least they didn't cause him any trouble, and the class leaders were capable, sparing him from undue worry. The days passed peacefully. On the sports field, members of the student council stood guard, preventing any tardy individuals from sneaking in. Ahem, Xiaowang. Brother, what can I do for you? We cannot let anyone in right now. Just record the names of those who arrive. Understood, brother. The student council member, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed several figures racing towards him. Incoming. Prepare to register. All right. What are you so anxious about? How lacking in ambition. The council member stood with an air of superiority, thinking to demonstrate how to intercept the incoming students. You lot, he called in a hushed tone. However, the runners paid him no heed. One individual nimbly darted past him, creating a gust of wind. Another roughly shoved him aside, shouting arrogantly, "Get lost. You dare stop members of Class 4? Yet another 2 broke through the blockade, with one adding, "Are you all right?" The final one leaped over him with a parting remark. "Fool, go check your head." Under the sun, the sprinting youths resembled jubilant white doves, leaping from the weathered stone steps and seamlessly merging into the group of runners. The student council member gradually came to his senses, realizing he had completely lost sight of those individuals. A circular formation of students was now running, their lines connecting seamlessly. "Brother, are you all right?" The student council member fumed, seething with rage. "Is there no law? Are there no school rules?" As Qian Bao entered the classroom, she was startled by the lackluster atmosphere. "Why do you all look so dispirited?" Approaching the door, she checked the schedule with curiosity. "You have back-to-back math classes this early?" "Teacher, the previous class was language arts." "Language arts?" Qian Bao expressed surprise. Since it was language arts, why does everyone appear so lethargic? The students in the classroom began to explain in a cacophony, while Jiang Nian, thoroughly bored, stifled a yawn. He was preparing to lay his head down when suddenly a system panel popped up. Before he could glance at it, a girl appeared at the door. Likely a member of the student council, she knocked on the classroom door and left a message before departing. "Students on the psychological evaluation list. Please report to the psychology office for a meeting." Upon hearing this, Yu Zai looked up and then turned to Jiang Nian. "Jiang Nian." On the podium, Qian Bao regarded Jiang Nian, slightly taken aback as he stood up. "Oh, it's you?" Noticing Qian Bao's clear skepticism, Jiang Nian felt a twinge of displeasure. "The entire group, one of Class 3, rests upon my shoulders. Teacher, if you continue to watch me, I might just lose my temper." Chapter 253, Unintentionally Pursuing the Deer. The Holy Grail war belongs solely to the Minotaur chief. Qian Bao was at a loss for words and waved her hand, allowing him to leave. "You may go." "That is unacceptable, teacher. You don't believe me." Jiang Nian, with his rebellious spirit, added, "I actually prefer attending classes. I want to mention who signed me up." "Psychological committee member, do you have any insights?" The classroom erupted in laughter, for they believed that visiting the psychological counseling office was hardly a desirable endeavor. The primary reasons were the inherent lack of freedom and the stigma associated with having psychological issues. If it were rebrand, say as a purity counseling office. It would be far more palatable. Yu Zai was rendered speechless, burying her head in feigned indifference. What could she possibly say? The English teacher wore an expression akin to, "Is my son also in cahoots with the enemy?" She evidently found it hard to believe that Jiang Nian might have any psychological troubles, and indeed, that was the case. Filling out names was merely a school obligation. Meetings for collective psychological guidance, taking photos for records, just a way to pass the time. Qian Bao was acutely aware that engaging with Jiang Nian would waste 2 precious minutes of her life. All right, turn to page. She commenced the lesson, leaving Jiang Nian with no choice but to depart. Accompanying him down the stairs was Ji Jiao from the adjacent class, with whom he shared a modicum of camaraderie. However, the awkwardness was palpable as they encountered Yuan Zhengchuan just after descending. Minotaur Chief, engage. The activation was slow. Those with a penchant for pure love might wish to look up King's Game or The Will of the Scum. Don't ask how to embody the yellow-haired character. Seasoned players have already slipped into the role of the heroine. Ji Jiao possessed a touch of beauty, which made early romantic entanglements rather feasible. To be precise, her allure resided in her visage, while her figure was rather unremarkable, never having been showcased. Her ex-boyfriend, Yuan Zhengchuan, also had a modicum of attractiveness, falling into the category favored by the likes of Xiao Lingzhong. Setting aside their personalities, they could be deemed a golden couple. Alas, they were torn apart by the nefarious Li Hua, who employed cunning schemes of discord. How did you two end up together? Yuan Zhengchuan's expression darkened. The Minotaur's lethal strike was inevitable. Defeat would lead to demise. However, Jiang Nian had no intention of vying for the Holy Grail War. He was merely a pure white lotus, blooming amidst the muck, embodying the highest state of clarity. Remaining composed, he sidestepped the question, instead inquiring, "Fellow patient, are you all psychologically disturbed as well?" Yuan Zhengchuan was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to rage. "Who the hell are you calling sick?" He had been notified of his selection. The first class had not consulted his opinion at all. To some extent, he perceived this as a derogatory label upon himself. Jiang Nian's words had inadvertently struck a nerve. "If you have something to say it. Why shout at others?" Ji Jiao interjected, frowning. "What business is it of yours who I walk with?" "All right, classic opening," Jiang Nian thought, silently relishing the entertainment without contributing to the conversation, trudging towards Building D. Achieving a score of 600 was no small feat. Classes could be attended at any time, but such amusement was rare. As for the impact, what impact? Yuan Zhengchuan may have lacked intelligence, but he certainly had eyes. Zhang Ningzi had grown quite tall. Was it worth it to dig into his territory? Thus, he must have been the one being undermined. "You've always been like this. Can't you think before you speak?" Ji Jiao, holding the upper hand, fired back coldly. "What are you even doing here?" Yuan Zhengchuan was well aware that the 3 of them had been chosen from their respective classes due to psychological concerns. However, he was unwilling to mention it, thus wearing an expression of displeasure. "How did the second class manage to push you out?" Ji glanced at him and replied flatly, "No one pushed me. I volunteered as the literary committee member." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhengchuan was momentarily stumped. "Wait, you were isolated in the first class while frolicking in the second class? The art committee, that infamous position for the Minotaur." The thought that perhaps there were others in the second class who were engaging in playful antics with Ji, even dating, made him feel nauseous. At present, it seemed that Jiang Nian was merely a temporary companion of Ji Jiao. Yet, the nature of their relationship remained obscure, which was quite vexing. "You haven't changed at all. Can't you be a bit more refined?" Yuan Zhengchuan, having held back for some time, took a dangerous jab, unleashing a classic line. Jiang Nian chuckled, relishing the impending amusement. Ji Jiao, as expected, became irate, for the word refined was too piercing. "Get lost, you fool." To Jiang Nian's surprise, a confrontation did not ensue. It appeared that one party had exercised restraint, choosing to ignore Yuan Zhengchuan entirely and departing post-haste. Thus, he found himself once more alone. However, Jiang Nian was unbothered. Intending to walk alone, there was no chance he would accompany Yuan Zhengchuan. Heartbroken individuals were far too volatile. Just as he quickened his pace to distance himself from the fuming Yuan Zhengchuan, the latter called out to him, coldly, "Is it amusing to pick at leftovers?" Jiang Nian turned, bewildered. He could offer an explanation, yet it seemed unnecessary. People only believe what they perceive as correct and are rarely swayed by others. "I'm merely participating in the psychological lecture to make up numbers. You genuinely need it." "What the hell do you mean?" Yuan Zhengchuan, sensitive and quick to anger, was almost ready to explode. "Be smart and keep your distance from others' ex-girlfriends. Don't get too immersed in the role, buddy." Jiang Nian glanced at him, chuckling as he walked away. Male high school students, much like middle school boys, are reckless and impulsive, yet once the impulse subsides, a sliver of rationality remains. leading them to endlessly replay the events in their minds. They once planned to ambush you in a corner like some middle school brat. During the third period, only a few fellow seniors attending the psychological lecture were spotted on the way. Yuan Zhengxuan walked alone under the sunlight, silently replaying the encounter. Sigh, I acted impulsively again. Jiang Nian and Ji Jie were clearly just coincidentally crossing paths, merely students from adjacent classes. Naturally, they would walk together. If it were him, he would also choose to accompany Jiang Nian to Building D. Fortunately, Ji Jie refrained from saying anything too harsh this time. She still had the presence of mind to consider her own reputation in front of others. Evidently, she held some regard for her self-image. Building D, located at the edge of the school, was an old teaching building. Its walls bore the scars of time, and there were even tales of haunting associated with it. Jiang Nian looked up at the entrance of Building D, narrow and dim. No wonder it was an old building. Who wouldn't he be frightened by such a structure? As he became lost in thought, a voice broke through. What are you looking at? Turning, he discovered Ji Jie standing behind him. Haven't you already gone up? Jiang Nian was taken aback. Oh, I just went to the restroom. Sensing her gaze drop and linger on his hands for a few seconds, Ji Jie felt a flush rise to her cheeks. I washed them. You can check if you don't believe me. Oh, I wasn't asking about that. Jiang Nian laughed. Ji Jie felt a wave of frustration, inwardly lamenting how insufferably annoying he was. The third class was indeed a den of iniquity. Jiang Nian had barely arrived and was already picking up bad habits. As a veteran of the third class, she was all too familiar with the group of old tricksters. Abstractly more cunning than anything else, the third class was a concoction designed by old Lu to cultivate mischief. Your priority now is not studying, but rather liberating your nature. 2 minutes later, the two ascended to the third-floor psychological counseling room together. The imposing iron door, weathered and eerie, greeted them. Even someone as mentally sound as Jiang Nian felt an involuntary urge to leap from the 6th floor upon a mere glance. Is this what you call a psychological counseling room? More like a vampire club. Ji Jie was equally taken aback. Is our school trying to film Twilight? You're quite humorous. At most, we'd end up with a Batman. Jiang Nian jested as he gestured towards the dimly lit corridor, still in the mood for dark humor. Just then, a figure emerged at the end of the hallway. It appeared to be a female teacher who cast a glance at the two individuals across the room and gently inquired, "Are you here for the psychology seminar?" "Yes, teacher," replied Ji Jie, exhibiting a rather mild demeanor in the presence of the instructor. "Very well, please come over. Are there others still on their way?" The teacher's voice was soft, a stark contrast to the malevolent demeanor of Qian Bao. Indeed, one could say that comparing individuals is akin to comparing apples to oranges. Jiang Nian, momentarily feeling a pang of betrayal by Qian Bao, nearly burst into laughter. There are two more. They should arrive shortly. Ji Jie was taken aback by Jiang Nian's sudden shift in attitude, pondering whether all boys were this transparent in their affections. Upon witnessing the tender demeanor of the older sister figure, it was somewhat understandable. As the saying goes, where there is competition, there is opportunity. Observing Jiang Nian gravitate towards the female teacher, her competitive spirit compelled her to follow suit. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they discovered that the psychological counseling room was quite extraordinary. It featured a communal area, a game room, a relaxation chamber, and a conference room. The unscrupulous school had indeed invested a considerable sum in establishing the counseling center, the pungent odor of formaldehyde lingering heavily in the air. Gigi nearly retched, turning her head to find Jiang Nian already entering the conference room, prompting her to follow hastily. Fortunately, the psychological conference room was spacious, adorned with a long table and comfortable chairs. Upon entering, the air was relatively fresh, suggesting it had been adequately prepared in advance. Ji Jie located Jiang Nian and took a seat beside him. Yuan Zhengxuan entered a few minutes late, deliberately seating himself 2 rows behind the duo, observing them intently. With a thud, the multimedia podium was activated. The psychological counselor tapped the curved microphone, and the surround sound system crackled to life. "Is everyone here? The attendance sheet has been circulated. Please sign in if you have arrived. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lan, spelled Lan. With a single character for my name, meaning mountain wind. You may address me as Teacher Lan or simply Lan, as we gather here as friends. The primary agenda for today is to conduct a psychological seminar." Teacher Lan engaged the audience interactively while simultaneously projecting a PowerPoint presentation. Jiang Nian rested his head on his hand, seemingly oblivious, as he opened the system panel. After all, Ji Jie would not comprehend it. She likely viewed him as merely bored and fidgeting. At 38 years of age, you receive a mysterious phone call, and your memories are drawn back 20 years. The first innocent summer on a university campus. A stormy afternoon, with no classes scheduled. The roommates coincidentally chose to take a nap, the dormitory dim and temperate. The sound of dripping water from the balcony drowned out by the fury of thunder. Half in a dream, she calls you. You rise to open the door, and the wind carries the earthy scent mixed with rain, gently pushing you out of the dormitory. Jiang Nian had not yet completed reading the task when he noticed a clickable video file on the panel. Chapter 254, A Beauty Who Feels Repeatedly Run Over by a Truck. He clicked on it, and the video began to play slowly. The system had evolved again. This time, rather than merely displaying the video on the panel, it projected a grand screen directly before him. Truly an impressive advancement, a small leap towards intelligence. On the multimedia podium, the psychological counselor, Teacher Lan, was playing a short video related to psychology, capturing Ji Jiao's attention as all present turned their gaze to the screen. Jiang Nian, however, lifted his head not to gaze at the screen, but rather at the imagery provided by the system. In the footage, a girl asked where to. Jiang Nian instinctively assumed the role of a spectator until the indistinct visage of the girl prompted her to repeat the question. It was then that he realized this was an interactive memory. Was he to relive memories from the perspective of his 38-year-old self? To enhance the immersion of recollection? However, for Jiang Nian, this was an event that had never transpired. Thus, he was naturally unaware of the destination, and after a moment's hesitation, managed to utter, "Don't worry about it. Let's just go." The girl paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by such an outrageous response, her tone tinged with annoyance. "You invited me out, and you don't even know where to go?" Jiang Nian turned to discover that the perspective could indeed shift. Yet, he had no control over the character's movements. Otherwise, he might have playfully pinched the cheeks of this NPC girl. "Sister, you're merely a memory NPC. Behave yourself." Although this was not his memory, he could still snatch her hairpin and toss it into a small gutter. "Where can we go in this ring?" Jiang Nian grumbled, simultaneously examining his surroundings. "By the way, can you see what the dormitory looks like?" "Of course I can. What are you thinking?" The girl replied, somewhat displeased. "You're being a bit rude, aren't you? Is the cafeteria selling gunpowder?" Jiang Nian cast a sidelong glance at the girl beside him, standing before the entrance of the boys' dormitory as rain poured down. He attempted to summon the primordial strength within him, urging his limbs to move. Stupid system, exert some effort. Perhaps the system had heard his plea, as it indeed granted him control of one hand. Those familiar with situational films would know that one hand could accomplish many tasks. Not only could it labor, but it could also induce labor in others, even create suffering. With a swift motion, Jiang Nian raised his hand and snatched the girl's hairpin. "You can't do anything about it now, can you?" What are you doing?" The girl touched her hair, her tone increasingly irritable. "You invited me out just to pull my hairpin? I won't come out again." Jiang Nian mused. "If you don't want to come, then don't." It was merely a fragment of memory. He was the true sovereign. It was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. An idea struck him. "I have a brilliant suggestion. Let us share an umbrella and go to the library, check in, and then return. What do you think?" His knowledge of the university was limited, so he resorted to the most basic infrastructure. "You can go by yourself." The girl huffily opened the umbrella and stepped into the rain. As the surroundings began to blur, Jiang Nian thought to himself, "Hooray, this feels akin to an unprepared exam." After all, with no knowledge of the answers, he might as well fill in the blanks randomly. Let us see how far this interactive video can take him. The video would play regardless. After a while, the scene reappeared. This time, they were in a large classroom, and Jiang Nian surveyed his surroundings with great interest. He observed that not only did the classmates appear faceless, but even the details of the classroom were remarkably vague. A voice emerged from beside him, soft and elongated. "Shall we go to the cafeteria 6 for lunch after class?" Upon turning, he found it was the same girl again, her face remaining indistinct. It seemed that his previous antics had no bearing on these memories. This interaction was akin to engaging with a series of individual memory fragments, no matter what he did. It did not affect the subsequent memory segment. In other words, under normal circumstances, this scene should be rather heartwarming. Unfortunately, the system was misaligned. As Jiang Nian had never attended university, his highest level of education was not graduating from high school. Faced with the question from the girl, Jiang Nian stroked his chin. Pondering for a moment, "Let us not rush. How about we play a game?" "What game?" the girl inquired, puzzled. "It's a game for adults, rather cruel," Jiang Nian replied, glancing around at the densely packed audience, lowering his voice. "It's a game of rock, paper, scissors. The loser has to shout their name 3 times. "Huh." The girl appeared confused again, seemingly not grasping the nature of the game. "No, I don't really want to play that." "Then you won't eat?" "You can't go eat," Jiang Nian coldly stated. "Even if it means starving, I will drag you along." "Rules? I am the rule." The girl. After a lengthy silence, the NPC girl finally acquiesced. "All right then. Fantastic. Now, shamefully reveal your name." Regrettably, he had grown accustomed to only skimming through tasks. Had he fully understood the task's content and rewards, he would not have been subjected to this faceless memory. The primary task now was to ascertain the identity of the person before him. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nian recited in an ambiguous tone, accepting his 8th defeat with a sigh. What the hell, are you rigged? I haven't won even once. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're an NPC. What? I mean, your ability to earn this meal is entirely due to your own prowess. I'm done playing. Jiang Nian took a deep breath and solemnly proposed, let us exchange names. Why? No reason. If you refuse, we shall remain here until the end of time. Jiang Nian, the scoundrel, once again erupted with his typical charm. How romantic, the girl said, covering her face. Fortunately, after some negotiation, the girl acquiesced to his audacious request. Jiang Nian was taken aback. You can't handle this, can you? Why is there even a sound filter? However, he could now ascertain that the other party's name comprised 3 characters, a significant breakthrough, considering that in China, names with 3 characters are rather common. Damn. The progress bar is at 0. This infuriated Jiang Nian, who, with his only active hand, gave the female NPC's leg a firm pat, only to be met with a sensation of genuine touch. He was stunned, scrutinizing the female NPC intently. All right, let's pause our youthful campus tale for a moment. Now enters the vibrant hues of school life. This was a collective classroom. Such conduct was hardly appropriate, was it? Of course it is. I apologize. My earlier demeanor was rather harsh, Jiang Nian humbly expressed, sincerely adding, I'm not usually like this. Don't be afraid, baby. Just as he reached out, the image began to blur. Hey system, damn you. The scene before him shifted, and in the blink of an eye, they were on a train. Due to someone purchasing the wrong ticket, we had to change our reservation, the girl remarked, devoid of any trace of reproach. How will you compensate me? Jiang Nian, dismissive, extended his only movable hand, saying, let me play with your phone. This scoundrel has achieved new heights of despicability, akin to being repeatedly crushed by an enormous truck. Who is he? Jiang Nian could hardly decipher the words on the phone, casually bluffing. The girl glanced at it, meekly responding, it's the 10086 public account. Oh, I see. Jiang Nian scrolled through a few times, thinking that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well tease the NPC. And who might this be? Ah, the girl suddenly shrieked, snatching the phone away. Oh, tell me, when did this start? Jiang Nian adopted a demeanor of reckless abandon, seeking to explore all possibilities within the video. Your gift has been uncovered. The girl looked up at him, her tone pleading. Could you pretend you didn't see it? Let me see. Does the gift have my name on it? Jiang Nian glanced at it, continuing his typical scoundrel banter. It was only when the NPC girl nearly burst into tears that he let out a long sigh. Actually, I can't see. The image blurred again, and the next segment of memory began to roll. I'll give you flowers. They say boys like flowers too? No worries. We can take a car back since there's no last bus. No need. I can accompany you to the internet cafe to play games. Yes, I have money. Beneath the streetlights, shadows enveloped them in darkness, with the blurry high-rises ahead and the street appearing as though draped in a golden carpet of fallen leaves. Their shadows elongated infinitely, slanting by the roadside. Cheer up. Today is your birthday, the girl chatted on. I originally bought you a cake, but it fell while I was biking. The cake shop is closed now. How about we grab a small cake to make do? Jiang Nian found himself at a loss for words, sparing this poor NPC from further scoundrelry. After all, everything he had done had no bearing on the memories bestowed by the system. This was a single-player game. Yet, that foolish 38-year-old did indeed possess such a remarkably ordinary girlfriend during his university days. One could even say it was rare to buy flowers, purchase cakes, and accompany one another to an internet cafe, even footing the bill. Truly, even a scoundrel would fall silent in contemplation. Seriously, bro, can't you manage this? Did you walk everywhere during school? What on earth did you do in college? Jiang Nian felt a pang of frustration, but was relieved it wasn't his own loss. After all, he wouldn't be attending a second-tier university anyway. A 985 university was no worse than a second-tier one. What a joke. The scene shifted, and Jiang Nian, feeling utterly bored, witnessed moments of embracing in the snow, holding hands in the library hallway during winter, and riding the train home together. Wait, riding home together? Jiang Nian perked up. Did you meet the parents in college already? The image abruptly halted. Damn, can we have some decency here? Jiang Nian cursed at the foolish system, but could only accept the end of the viewing. Darkness enveloped him in an instant. The first rays of light filtered in, followed by the second and third, until the light filled his vision and dimmed once more. The scene gradually emerged. Lan Lian was still explaining the PowerPoint. Jiang Nian could no longer contain himself. Damn, this psychology lecture is just a pure waste of time in university. To his side, Jie turned her head, curiously glancing at Jiang Nian. From your tone, it sounds like you've actually been to university? Strictly speaking, he had indeed attended one class. Although surrounded by NPCs at the time, the environment in the video was, after all, a one-to-one recreation of the abysmal quality of a second-tier university course. It couldn't be said to be lifelike, but at the very least, it was identical. The front rows were entirely empty, while the back rows were bustling with students. Beneath this psychology lecture, everyone was either reading, doing homework, or asleep on their desks. It was essentially a replica of a university's lackluster course. Haven't you ever seen a pig run? Jiang Nian replied dismissively. To be honest, I really haven't seen a pig run. Jiang responded abstractly. The people in our class must be a bit off. How can such a fat pig still manage to run? Jiang Nian frowned, pondering seriously before saying, because pig trotters are tender and chewy. Otherwise, how could pigs possibly run? Upon hearing this, Jiang paused for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. Is that so? In the back rows, Yuan Zhengchuan glared at the front with a sullen expression, watching his ex-girlfriend whispering with Jiang Nian, feeling as though his heart was being sliced by countless blades. Observing their hushed, clandestine conversation, his heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by a hand, twisting painfully. A surge of bitterness overwhelming him. Jiang Nian seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired, by the way, how long did the psychology teacher just talk for? Including the video just now, it adds up to. Jiang glanced at her watch. Oh, a total of 12 minutes. Oh, I see. 12 minutes, huh? Jiang Nian feigned nonchalance as he swiped his hand, directly accessing the system panel. The unfinished tasks lay quietly there, the video already marked as completed. He continued scrolling down, eager to uncover the identity of the NPC girl who would buy flowers in university. Meaningless narration. Task: re-establish contact with Song Zun. Reward: 300 renminbi. Chapter 255. Such an ambiguous position. Still dare to claim innocence? In the psychology conference room, it was proven that no matter how gentle the voice, it could not salvage a tedious lecture. Jiang's eyelids began to droop, and she subtly turned her head to glance at Jiang Nian. To her surprise, he was earnestly listening, making her feel a bit embarrassed. This guy is too impressive, right? As long as the teacher's voice is gentle and beautiful, even the most unnutritious, tedious lecture can be bearable. Clearing her throat, she quietly asked. As Jiang Nian turned to glance at Jiang, he hesitated for a moment before saying, I have a condition. Jiang was taken aback, perplexed by his statement. And then, she inquired, I'm already in this state. What else do I need to bring? Jiang Nian retorted, exasperated, as he placed his phone on the table, declaring, anyone who criticizes me will face my wrath. Jiang could only stare in disbelief as Jiang Nian busied himself with his large phone. The psychological conference room was devoid of any leaders or supervisors, rendering it an entirely safe space. I should have brought my phone too, Jiang sighed. Not a chance. I'll report you if you try, Jiang Nian said, his tone serious. Why? She asked, momentarily stunned. Because I have this condition, I can report anyone I choose. Jiang Nian maintained his nonchalant demeanor, adding, if someone bothers me, I'll drag them along. Jiang was left speechless. You're invincible, she thought, as she succumbed to boredom, unable to concentrate on her work. Ultimately, she watched Jiang Nian play games from the start of the lecture until the bell rang. As the lecture dragged on, Jiang contemplated leaving. Why isn't it over yet, right? What is the teacher rambling about up there? Jiang Nian remarked, dismissing the crystal in front of him and stowing his phone away. Do you like me? Are you deliberately stalling to keep me here? Upon hearing this, Jiang hesitated, a mix of emotions swirling in her mind. However, a glance at Jiang Nian's face made her find it somewhat reasonable. Fate is fair. While it bestows beauty, it inevitably takes away something in return. Jiang Nian was indifferent to Jiang's thoughts, leaning on the table in contemplation. This is getting absurd. If I hadn't advanced a grade, logically speaking, I'd apply to a liberal arts school, choose a city for science, and attend a second-tier university. Surely, I could have flown anywhere in the country. Where wouldn't a second-tier school be acceptable? The crux of the matter lay in the entirely blank period between high school and university. He pondered what had transpired in the timeline determined by the system, how he had ended up entangled with Song Zun. Of course, he was currently an innocent and pure little lotus, a novice. Yet, it struck him as odd that Song Zun could easily score a top-tier university in the JKO. Was it conceivable that he had excelled beyond expectation? The system had long since cast its curse. A second-tier university, bland and unremarkable. Thus, Song Zun must have faltered, ultimately attending the same school as him. Their connection, facilitated by their shared circumstances and Su Qianqian, quickly blossomed. Jiang Nian stroked his chin, resembling a detective in deep thought. If this is the case, what follows? From the memories provided by the system, it seemed that Xiao Song had been quite sweet. NPCs often faced injustices, purely simulating reactions. It was likely due to Jiang Nian's lack of humanity in the simulation. as the original memories should have depicted a couple's sweet daily life. Those whose moments occasionally appear on Duyan, with the boy being caring and the girl being affectionate. What a stroke of luck I've had. With Xiao Song before and Ji Ji after, how did they end up parting ways? Was it true that affection for one person cannot be concealed, and neither can it be hidden for two? Jiang Nian deliberated carefully, dismissing this possibility. If such melodrama were to unfold, establishing contact with them at 38 during the task would prove exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the task's rewards would likely be significantly elevated. Yet, the reality was a mere 300 renminbi. Therefore, amidst these relationships, there likely lay a predominant sense of regret. Forget it, no need to overthink. What are we having for lunch? What are you thinking about? Ji Jiao asked. Jiang Nian leaned back in his seat, gazing at the pristine white ceiling of the conference room. I was contemplating how far D building is from the cafeteria. It takes 6 minutes to walk there. If this lecture doesn't end soon, I'll have to sneak out. Ji Jiao bit her lip. When you sneak out, could you take me with you? Taken aback, Jiang Nian turned to the girl beside him. She blinked her large, expressive eyes, displaying a somewhat pleading expression. You're not serious, are you? Your ex-boyfriend is watching from behind. Clearing his throat, he remarked, there are so many people here. Why would you want to find me? Besides, your boyfriend is back there. You should prioritize him. We broke up ages ago, Ji Jiao replied. Not that long ago, was it? Jiang Nian engaged in casual banter. Ji Jiao fell silent, and their conversation came to an abrupt halt. As the fourth class progressed, the lecture slowly approached its conclusion. On stage, Lon Lon announced, all right, our psychology lecture for today has come to an end. There are 20 minutes remaining for students to explore our psychological space. If anyone has questions that need consultation, please jot down my number or visit the psychology office during the break to make an appointment. All information will be kept confidential. Jiang Nian didn't need an appointment. He had already risen. I'm off to eat. Approximately 70 to 80 fortunate souls had attended the conference, with a few jotting down phone numbers while most were heading out, as this was merely a task for the class committee. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the sunlight cast a bright glow, illuminating the once dim pathway from the third class. The windows sparkled like new under the azure sky and white clouds of early winter. A slight chill danced in the air as the red flag fluttered in the sunlight in front of the administrative building. The establishment of the psychological counseling room held significance. Just because Jiang Nian didn't require psychological guidance, didn't mean others didn't. Some blossomed in the harshest of soils and needed to draw upon spiritual nourishment. In the corridor, Yuan Zhengchuan blended into the crowd, walking along the wall. His gaze fixated on two figures ahead, his ex-girlfriend and Jiang Nian, walking closely behind one another. Such an ambiguous arrangement, and they dared to claim innocence? It was normal to break up. An uninterrupted transition lacked class. An empty period should be the minimum respect for an ex. Those who transition seamlessly never end well. Yuan Zhengchuan gritted his teeth, his breath quickening, itching to confront the shameless pair and expose their repulsiveness to the world. However, he witnessed Jiang Nian turn and ask, why are you following me? Ji Jiao found this absurd. Aren't I supposed to return to the classroom? This is the only way downstairs. Yet, she saw Jiang Nian approach her before walking past. Turning her head, she realized he was heading toward a first-year girl, whose youthful face had not yet been marred by the trials of life. Adorned in her glaring school uniform, she froze for a few seconds, involuntarily halting her steps. Yuan Zhengchuan, positioned further back in the crowd, also came to a stop. Moving forward would mean surpassing them, which was not his intention at all. This made it impossible to observe them discreetly or contemplate the situation. Jiang Nian stood in the brightly lit corridor, blocking the first-year girl. Their positions were delicate, perfectly situated between Ji Jiao and Yuan Zhengchuan. The first-year girl appeared flustered, blinking rapidly. I am not following you. Oh, I must have misjudged, Jiang Nian replied nonchalantly, recalling, I remember you. You're the first year from that day. Lin Yuxi. The girl interjected. Low-scoring student. The two voices coincided, and Lin Yuxi's expression soured instantly. This is really pushing it. Is it necessary to bring up academic bullying? Scoring 7 or 800 in the first year hardly qualifies as low. In fact, it surpassed many in the Olympiad class, categorizing her as excellent. All right, let us not dwell on that any longer, Jiang Nian said lightly. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, what brings you here? Are you perhaps a bit unhinged? Not at all, for I am the psychological committee member, Lin Yuxi replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, hesitating. It's just that with the new semester, everyone is still quite unfamiliar with each other. Oh, I see, a little nonstick pan, Jiang Nian remarked. Senior, you cannot use nonstick pan to describe a girl. Lin Yuxi feigned a pout of irritation, yet internally she was astonished by the accuracy of his description. She indeed possessed a slight nonstick property. Having only spent a few months in her first year after the class division, the classmates hailed from all corners of the world, with relationships that were complex and fraught with conflict. Being thrust into the role of psychological committee member on short notice, she felt the need to avoid offending anyone. A pressure cooker? Jiang Nian ventured. That's even more absurd. Whatever, you should return to class. Jiang Nian waved her hand dismissively in farewell. I'm off to have lunch, goodbye. But class hasn't ended yet. Lin Yuxi was somewhat bewildered. Jiang Nian pointed at her. You exhibit typical first-year thinking. Senior, you're being quite unfair. I can be even more so, low score. Enough of that. Ji Jiao was taken aback, watching Jiang Nian and the innocent first-year girl banter and descend the stairs together. The reaction of that younger girl suggested she might have been hooked. Jiang Nian truly thought. Just as she was contemplating, she lifted her gaze to find her ex-boyfriend Yuan Zhengchuan approaching, and she couldn't help but frown. Why is he still lingering? What words could he not utter before our breakup that he insists on expressing now that everything is settled? It's as if he is trying to indulge in self-pity. What a lunatic. Xiao Yu, Yuan Zhengchuan's words hung on the tip of his tongue. Yet they would not escape. His pitiful demeanor only elicited disdain from Ji Jiao. The distinction between love and indifference was glaring. Yuan Zhengchuan's hesitation appeared to her as cowardice. Stop acting like this, as if everything is my fault. No, it's not your fault, Yuan Zhengchuan reflexively replied, quickly adding, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. Typically, if Ji Jiao were to ask, where did I go wrong? It would signify a step towards reconciliation, or at least a half step. However, Ji Jiao merely turned away. Do not follow me. Return to your classroom, she stated. Yuan Zhengchuan's heart sank, akin to stepping into nothingness on a rooftop. Where are you going? To clear my mind. It's none of your concern. Chapter 256. One sip leads to perdition. At the intersection below Building D, Jiang Nian waved, then farewell. Having met at least twice, their tone was somewhat familiar. Senior, are you going to eat now? She knew Jiang Nian disliked being called senior, yet she was at a loss for how else to address him. It was too soon to call him by his name outright. So she had to make do for the time being. Why? Are you a bit hungry? I want to go as well, Lin Yuxi beamed, employing a bit of cleverness. So, can you take me with you? If it were anyone else, he might have acquiesced. The pure and innocent first-year girl was so fresh. It would be a sin to take advantage of her. Jiang Nian pondered for a moment, then pointed at her, stating, what you're doing is leaving school early. A violation of school rules. I shall report you shortly. Lin Yuxi was taken aback, encountering a snitch. You. Seeing Jiang Nian about to depart, she urgently grasped his arm, blurting out, I have questions that I don't understand. I'd like to ask you on QQ. Let go. I'll give you our homeroom teacher's WeChat. Jiang Nian replied earnestly. One must first cultivate virtue. Our homeroom teacher is a person of great moral integrity. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask him. Lin Yuxi found no common ground with the old boar. She was a member of the beauty club. In simple terms, she liked handsome boys and did not enjoy conversing with the mediocre. Having read countless romance novels in middle school, she worked hard to enter high school only to seek a genuine early romance and fall headlong into love. As long as she could be with the charismatic school bully, the gentle senior, or the aloof academic star, she would gladly sacrifice the chance to enter a prestigious university. The thought of being lifted by the aloof senior, his chin resting on her as they share a kiss in a secluded corner, his deep-set eyes and husky voice whispering, Darling, you've taken my breath away, sent shivers down her spine. With that thought, she cleared her throat, her voice slightly strained. May I add you on QQ, senior? Jiang Nian gazed at her flawless visage, momentarily taken aback for a few seconds. Dream on, low scorer. With that, he turned and walked away. Under the sunlight, Lin Yuxi wept. She had anticipated that early romance in high school would be fraught with challenges, misunderstandings from classmates, discussions with teachers, reprimands from parents. She had mentally prepared herself for this. Yet, she had not anticipated that the first barrier to her early romance would be her grades. The boomerang of her middle school laziness returned after many years, striking her squarely once more. Low score, low scorer. She sobbed. Yuan Zhengchuan was merely a bit reckless. Not foolish. Even upon hearing Ji Jiao's request not to follow, he instinctively trailed behind her, maintaining a few meters distance to avoid triggering her. Initially, he thought Ji Jiao was heading to the grove to clear her mind, or perhaps to stroll through the outdoor parking lot behind it. That would have allowed him to approach her for conversation. To his dismay, she entered the cafeteria. Yuan Zhengchuan's face was one of disbelief. He muttered, no way. When one relies on a single straw to survive, the moment that last hope vanishes, so too does the already limited rationality, plunging one into madness. At that moment, he felt a surge of fury akin to a berserker. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Had he erred? Where was his fault? It had always been this way. Perhaps she should reflect on her own actions. Ji Jiao frequently flirted, Didn't she have any issues? Had he not been the one to initiate the breakup? Who knew how many green hats he would have had to wear? With that thought, an infuriated Yuan Zhengchuan stormed inside. Upon entering the cafeteria, his vision momentarily darkened. There were only 2 people dining within, aside from Ji. Who else could it be but Jiang Nian? How outrageous. That scoundrel dares to insult me. Seated by the window, Jiang Nian was engrossed in her phone while eating. Where's your boyfriend? The unexpected query nearly caused Ji to faint. Your boyfriend? Isn't he your boyfriend? Jiang Nian asked, confused. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Upon hearing this, Ji was left speechless, questioning, have I done anything wrong? Must I avoid suspicion even while eating? Could it be too hurtful for him? Jiang Nian inquired. Can you not mention him? Ji replied, exasperated, putting down her chopsticks. I'm not always dining with you. It just happened that we crossed paths. Oh, don't tell me. I'm not your boyfriend. Jiang Nian spun her words, leaving Ji dizzy. Feeling overwhelmed by the male energy radiating from below, she struggled to find her voice, yet she longed to say more. Jiang Nian, however, felt indifferent, after all. It was merely a chance encounter. Avoiding suspicion with classmates, one should slightly tread lightly if one has a boyfriend. Those who are single can gauge their mood. And if it's just an average day, they might not bother to avoid it. As luck would have it, the principal character made his entrance. Yuan Zhengchuan stood in the aisle, glaring at the two with a face full of rage. His gaze resembled that of a beast poised to pounce. His eyes read as he fixated on Ji. Why not keep an eye on Jiang Nian? The primary reason lies in Yuan Zhengchuan's recent encounter, where he witnessed Jiang Nian in a compromising situation with a younger student. Consequently, he feels that the blame for the infidelity should be equally shared between the two. Of course, he is not foolish enough to voice such sentiments aloud. Out of anger and a naive perspective on love, he confronts his ex-girlfriend. Weren't you supposed to be clearing your mind? Why is it any of your concern? Ji, somewhat exasperated, questions him. What is your relationship to me that I must report everything to you? Jiang Nian remains focused on his meal, seemingly oblivious. Yuan Zhengchuan, feeling a surge of urgency, blurts out, is it that you're so desperate for male attention after the breakup? Jiang Nian continues to eat in silence. Ji, genuinely irritated, thinks that if Jiang Nian were not present, she would hurl her chopsticks at Yuan Zhengchuan's face. In a moment of intense anger, she finds herself unexpectedly calm. If you're hungry, go get some food and sit down to eat with us. She glances at Yuan Zhengchuan, adding, I need to return to the classroom to work on some problems. With only 8 minutes remaining until the end of the lunch break, a whistle sounds from outside the cafeteria, signaling the dispersal of students from gym class. This indicates that a new wave of students will soon flood into the cafeteria. Having been warned by the grade leader Ji Ming, Ji wishes to avoid further embarrassment and aims for a more dignified exit. Could you please not linger here? Jiang Nian is still engrossed in his meal, almost oblivious to his surroundings, appearing somewhat lost in thought. All right. Thus, the two's meal evolved into a trio. Yuan Zhengchuan took a seat beside Ji, and the three shared a silence, each absorbed in their own meal. Ji finished first, not waiting for anyone's cue. Naturally, she stood up and bid farewell to Jiang Nian. I'm done, I'll head out first. Jiang Nian replied vaguely. He remained undisturbed while he continued his meal. Even with a task lingering on the system panel, he prioritized his meal above all else. After Ji's departure, Yuan Zhengchuan regained his composure, but, driven by some instinct, turned to Jiang Nian and asked, you too? Jiang Nian did not respond, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. It was only 2 minutes later that he set down his chopsticks, disregarding everyone else, and took his plate to leave. In the senior building, he glanced at the time before ascending the stairs. There were still 2 minutes until the end of the school day. As Jiang Nian looked up, prepared to go up, someone unexpectedly emerged from the corner of the stairs between the first and second floors. With just a glance, he recognized the person. Ji stood above, waiting for Jiang Nian to ascend, and softly said, Thank you. Thank you for what? Jiang Nian responded with little reaction. Ji shook her head, unsure, but felt compelled to express her gratitude. She knew Jiang Nian would not disclose the incident in the cafeteria, and perhaps her thanks was a way of preserving her dignity? But do people who break up publicly really care about such matters? Ji herself was uncertain. Instinctively, she felt it was something she would not mind. Nevertheless, her gratitude towards Jiang Nian was sincere, not merely because he kept her embarrassing moment private, but more so due to his silence. Upon reflecting on the incident, she realized that his lack of words in that situation was far more impactful than anything he could have said. Thus, she considered herself to be in his debt. The school bell rang. Students, class is over. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Jiang Nian leaned against the wall, occasionally glancing towards class 4, pondering if the class culture of dragging out lessons was a norm for them. Teachers like Qing Bao, who do not prolong classes are becoming increasingly rare. Room 1207 had an absurdly prolonged class time. The PA system in the classroom was already broadcasting safety precautions against drowning, yet the math teacher in Class 4 continued lecturing, undeterred by the announcement. Finally, Class 4 was dismissed. Amidst the throng of exiting students, Jiang Nian adeptly reached out and caught Su Qianqian's attention. Wait! Su Qianqian jumped, still holding on to Song Ziun, and turned back to look. Jiang Nian, are you crazy? Not crazy. Just bring me a bottle of drink up, Jiang Nian replied. Hurry. When you finish eating, I'll come to your classroom to get it. Have you already eaten? Su Qianqian asked, surprised. Psychology lecture. Oh, that makes sense. You're quite suited for that, she remarked, but quickly declined. I can't. Ziun and I are going out to eat. What are you eating? Jiang Nian naturally turned to Song Ziun. Song Ziun, who had been quietly observing, suddenly felt the weight of Jiang Nian's gaze and shivered slightly. Noodles. That's too mundane. Never mind. Jiang Nian stepped aside, gesturing for them to leave. You go ahead. I'll head up first. TCH, so mysterious. Su Qianqian muttered as she pulled Song Ziun into the crowd on the stairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian squeezed his way upstairs against the flow of students. He casually opened the system's task panel, which confirmed that the task had indeed been completed. The 300 renminbi reward was credited effortlessly, navigating through the sunlit, bustling corridor. Jiang Nian returned to the classroom. Chapter 257. Important matters first, less important matters later. It had been over 10 minutes since school let out, and only a few students remained in the classroom. Jiang Nian finished his meal without purchasing a drink. Upon returning to his seat, he bent down to rummage through Zhang Mingzi's desk. In no time, a box of lemon tea appeared in his hand. Life is looking up again. Just as he inserted the straw, he noticed a small blackboard sticky note affixed to the desk. The note, entirely black, resembled the effect of white chalk writing. The neat handwriting was meticulously aligned. The English test paper is in your desk. Only do the reading comprehension. We will discuss it in class tomorrow. Math homework, P204. Question 3, P205. P.S. Do not steal my drink, little thief. Fist, warning. As Jiang Nian sipped his lemon tea while reading the sticky note, he couldn't help but chuckle. Too late now. I've already started drinking. It's well known that important matters are stated up front. Since this was placed at the end, it must be trivial, rounding down to a self-serve drink. Sitting at his desk, Jiang Nian pulled out the math review book. Following the guidance from Zizi, he located the assigned homework from lunchtime. With everyone else gone, only Huang Fong remained, still hunched over her desk, solving problems. Aren't you eating? I'll go in a bit. Oh, I see. Jiang Nian continued with his homework. A moment later, Huang Fong indeed stood up, glancing back at Jiang Nian before leaving. Aren't you eating? Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow, smiling and asking, Can you guess when I last ate? Huang Fong, 1 o'clock, Jiang Nian calculated mentally, puzzled. Today is Saturday, and it isn't Chen Yunyun's hair-washing day. Why is no one in the classroom for a midday break? Are you that lax with a score of 600? Hey, how was the psychology lecture this morning? Yu Zai appeared, taking a seat at her ex-boyfriend's desk. What did you talk about? Jiang Nian's eyelids flickered. Art had just arrived. He glanced down and took a good look at the psychology committee member. Oddly, despite having examined her face closely moments ago, he still felt little impression. In summary, the other party was an exceptionally strong-willed young woman. She imparted a considerable amount of valuable information, and it appeared that all the attendees were members of the psychological committee. Jiang Nian spoke casually, yet I noticed they were diligently taking extensive notes. Upon hearing this, Yu Zai suddenly grew anxious. Initially, she had only intended to casually inquire a few questions, fulfilling her duty by briefly conversing with Jiang Nian, expecting only trivial responses before concluding. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nian uttered something quite significant, adding that all the attendees were psychological committee members who were taking notes. This indicated the psychological pressure was intense, perhaps nearing a breaking point. The implication was that the Olympiad Class 3 did not send psychological committee members, but remained in the classroom attending lessons. Neglecting the essential duties of the psychological committee, new leadership had evidently forgotten their fundamental responsibilities. What did they say? Yu Zai hesitated to ask. I didn't listen. Jiang Nian replied. Yu Zai nearly choked, exclaiming, If you didn't listen, why mention it? The heavens know, the earth knows, you know. But others do not. There was no need to say it. Now, however, she had no choice but to inquire further. Swallowing nervously, she leaned slightly forward, her chest naturally crossing over Jiang Nian's desk, beginning to bear her weight. So did you take notes? I went empty-handed, just played a few rounds of games. Jiang Nian responded cheerfully, flashing a yeah gesture. Top jungler in Chinese, 10 minutes to push the crystal. Yu Zai was nearly infuriated to the point of fainting. You. Jiang Nian's gaze involuntarily dropped once more. Her artistry had returned, ensuring a peaceful afternoon nap. Actually, I did catch some bits, Jiang Nian admitted, prompting Yuzai to suppress her rising anger. Such as? Well, some mumblings I couldn't quite catch. Jiang Nian closed her math review book. The psychological teacher's voice was quite pleasant, very engaging. Say something useful, Yuzai responded speechlessly. Oh, the psychologist's name is Lan Lan, Jiang Nian recalled cautiously. She mentioned that after the lecture ended, the teacher left her phone number. Yuzai hesitated briefly before asking, did you note it down? No, I took a photo. Jiang Nian produced her phone, having already earned Yuzai's trust, opened the gallery, and handed it over to the psychological committee member. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Yuzai took the phone and immediately clenched her teeth in frustration. Why did you only photograph the teacher? Where's the phone number? Jiang Nian blushed. Embarrassed. I didn't take a picture of the ugly part. Seeing Yuzai about to lose her temper, Jiang Nian pointed and interrupted her impending outburst with a guiding gesture. But you can ask Jiu from the neighboring class. She seemed to have taken quite a few notes. All right. Yuzai stood and left. In class 2, Jiu looked up at Yuzai with surprise at her new role as psychological committee member. Internally, she wondered if Yuzai, who was so pretentious, could truly understand the responsibilities. She curved her eyes into a smile. What's up, dear? Yuzai felt somewhat awkward. She wasn't very close to Jiu, but was forced to approach her. Are you also a psychological committee member? Our breakup became a hot topic in the city. If your mind is fine, then you're fit to be a psychological committee member, right? Hey, Yubeo, I have something to ask you. 2 minutes later, Jiu was slightly surprised. You didn't go? Her words weighed heavily on Yuzai, making her even more embarrassed and aware that Jiu's attitude was far from friendly. Yeah, Jiang Nian went. He told me to ask you. Upon hearing this, Jiu responded with an "Oh, I've taken notes," she said, rummaging through her drawer to produce a notebook. Did you bring your phone? Take a picture. Although taken aback by the sudden shift in attitude, Yuzai prioritized copying the notes. I did, thank you, Jiu said dismissively without raising her eyelids. You're welcome. The lunch break ended. Jiang Nian woke from a nap, groggy, only to find Zhang Ningzi standing beside him, glaring sternly. What's wrong? Where's my drink? What drink? Don't falsely accuse someone who doesn't like drinks, Jiang Nian, still half asleep, instinctively denied. Got proof? Zhang Ningzi held up an empty lemon tea bottle from his desk. You little thief. Confronted with evidence, Jiang Nian surrendered immediately. I drank it. Humph. Zhang Ningzi couldn't do much but slide into her seat. Gradually, the classroom filled with students. Jiang Nian stood to fetch water and on his way back bumped into Li Hua, who was brimming with energy, shouting from afar before approaching. Good news, good news. My new seat cushion arrived. Finally, the brother gets to live a refined life. Li Hua joyfully pulled out a delivery bag from behind him. My thin, fragile backside is saved. Wish me luck. The classroom environment was harsh, cold in winter, hot in summer. After entering senior year, it was even worse. Due to prolonged sitting, the hard bench caused discomfort. Let me see. Li Hua quickly retreated, eyeing Jiang Nian warily. Bro, you are an idiot. I mean your cushion. Jiang Nian was speechless. His was plain, but if it were good quality, he'd buy one too. Actually, several. As a businessman dealing in gifts wholesale, and having just earned 300 yuan today, it would be convenient to arrange one for acquaintances. Li Hua considered it, but noted the hallway was crowded and decided to check again inside the classroom. The afternoon classes passed. During self-study, Jiang Nian flipped through his homework, contemplating whether to purchase a cushion. Notably, none of the nearby girls seemed to have cushions. Perhaps their softer or lighter bodies exerted less pressure on the chair, making cushions unnecessary. He had already examined Li Hua's cushion. It was, frankly, akin to a hemorrhoid pad, less comfortable than a textbook, which at least offered warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Over time, the book's texture softened and adapted to shape. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nian glanced at Li Hua's cushion and said, Hua, take my advice. No need. My mind is made up, Li Hua waved dismissively, denying any hidden ailments as mere nonsense. Look at this material, the design, with a mesh hollow center. The two in front turned their heads curiously. Wu Zhengguo asked, how much was it? Li Hua quoted 28 yuan. That is too expensive for a cushion. Zheng Yu slightly gasped and stood to look. The simplest pleasures in life, he once said, were things like eating instant noodles and singing late at night in winter. His desires were minimal, but if something was truly worthwhile, he wouldn't hesitate to spend gold coins. Let me see. Ma Qiujun leaned over, glanced briefly, and dismissed it as useless, suggesting the best solution was simply not to sit so long. Then I wouldn't buy it. Zheng Yu agreed. Li Hua sneered. Don't let me catch my cushion under your, but one day. Jiang Nian pondered for a long while, undecided. I think I'll buy one. Not like Li Hua's, it's too impractical. Zhang Ningzi remained silent, merely withdrawing her gaze. Jiang Nian noticed her hesitant demeanor and took the initiative to inquire. What's the matter? Nothing, Zhang Ningzi replied bashfully, her voice barely above a whisper. Why did the team leader buy such cushions? They're not very practical. The last two words remained unspoken. Jiang Nian was at a loss for how to respond, offering only a vague reply. I don't know. Perhaps it's a matter of personal preference. Oh, Zhang Ningzi accepted this, turning away briefly before returning with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Are you planning to buy a cushion? I know of a good brand. Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow. Send me the link. No need. Zhang Ningzi waved her hand dismissively. I happen to be looking to buy one too, so. Chapter 258, Li Hua's billion yuan subsidy makes a strong debut. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian paused for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. Firstly, it was free. Secondly, she didn't want to dismiss Zhang Ningzi's kindness. And it would also allow for a reciprocal gesture. All right, I'll let you know when it arrives, she said, smiling brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. I'll fill in the school address, that way I can pick it up on my way. There was a courier shop at the school entrance that often saw students queuing to collect their packages. Sometimes, when there were too many deliveries, they had to write down the tracking numbers to help the staff locate their parcels, thus minimizing unnecessary trips. The advantage was the proximity to the school, as students would generally list the school address for their learning supplies. Fine, we can pick it up together then, Jiang Nian casually remarked, adding. Or I can collect it if you just give me the pickup code. Okay, Zhang Ningzi pressed her lips together slightly. She had no intention of providing him with the pickup code, even if it meant the package would linger forlornly on the cold shelf for an extra day. It mattered not. Of course, she preferred to retrieve the parcel together in the evening. With that thought, she forcefully suppressed her myriad of emotions and returned her focus to her studies. In Group 3, Sun Zixin dug out a mirror from his desk and glanced at his hairstyle. Damn, still ugly. It was evident that only an apprentice could achieve such a meticulous cut, leaving true masters feeling inadequate. The opportunity for any modification had been utterly extinguished, leaving him without recourse. The owner of his usual barbershop had burst into laughter upon seeing this dreadful style and had suggested shaving it all off. Though this was hardly constructive advice, Sun Zixin accepted it nonetheless. The reason was simple. The world beneath his hood felt too cold and unwelcoming. Hey, Aiching, checking yourself out? Lin Dong approached. His tone closely mirrored a common saying about looking in the mirror, nearly causing Sun Zixin to break. Not looking. I'm observing the people behind me. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback before coming to terms with it. Aicheng, with his hooded figure shrouded in darkness, was indeed well suited for covert observation. You just love to gawk, don't you? You truly are a different kind of shadow, he said, patting Sun Zixin's shoulder with a serious expression. Aicheng, I hope you recover soon. Recover? What a joke, Sun Zixin dismissed. With his hair now shorn, he gradually found a sense of calm. The act of shaving it off symbolized a fresh start. It was evident that any hope with Chun Yunyun had long evaporated. From the initial blunder of a confession to a series of missteps, learning of their mutual attendance at a wedding yesterday was the final straw. Sun Zixin felt acutely that Chun Yunyun had detached herself from their small group of four. No, more accurately, she had severed ties with him. Thus, holding on had become meaningless. Last time, he hesitated, but now it was time to let go completely and embark on a journey to find someone new. Someone truly deserving of his affection. With this thought, Sun Zixin felt a sense of clarity. He poked Lin Dong, realizing that speaking was inconvenient. So he wrote a message on a piece of paper. Give me a few pretty girls' QQ numbers. Lin Dong was taken aback and turned to look at Sun Zixin. Aiching you. Dong go. No need to persuade me further. I've made up my mind. Sun Zixin waved his hand dismissively and sighed. Tears have soaked my rice. I want to. He hesitated to voice the key phrase, instead writing, I can't be a love-struck fool. I want to be a sea king. Lin Dong was greatly astonished, unable to comprehend, yet feeling support for his friend. All right, that's the spirit. You can count on me, brother. I'll handle this. Upon hearing this, Sun Zixin finally relaxed. However, in the moment he turned, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yang Kaiming, immediately recalling Yang Kaiming's ambiguous romantic interest, vowing to find someone even better. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Kaiming had already forgotten that girl. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the afternoon classes. Yang Kaiming and Huang Keilang strolled together, swaying their hands back to the dormitory to relax comfortably. They lay idly until it was nearly time for evening study, then headed to the cafeteria for dinner. The cafeteria staff had a special filter for this group of students, ensuring they received generous servings. After his breakup, Yang Kaiming simply relished the fleeting tranquility of the dormitory. His body felt warm, and his entire being was rejuvenated. Click! The lock on the dormitory door turned. Yang Kaiming pushed the door open and shouted, Hey, hey, hey! He then tossed a can of cola onto his bed, hurriedly removed his shoes, washed his feet, and flopped onto the bed. gazing at the dormitory's softly glowing yellow light bulb, letting out a comfortable sigh. Ah, bliss. At this point in mid-November, the weather in Jiang Nian had turned decidedly cold. Huang Kailing, who usually didn't lie down in the evenings, had adapted to the rhythm of Yang Kaiming's lifestyle and had taken to lounging in the dormitory in the afternoons. Yang Gu, it's been several days since you last contacted that romantic interest, hasn't he it? Upon hearing this, Yang Kaiming, snugly wrapped in his blanket, poked his head up from the upper bunk. I almost forgot you mentioned it. There wasn't really anything romantic. Why not? For no reason. She deleted me ages ago. Yang Kaiming shrugged nonchalantly, reflecting, I think, when it comes to relationships, one mustn't be too hasty. Rushing only leads to finding equally restless individuals. I should take my time and let things unfold naturally. In truth, he had realized that the girl was a superficial person. While others might be drawn to such a type, Yang Kaiming was different. He preferred curves. How should I put it? She's not even a patch on Uzai. Absolutely right, brother. Huang Kailing chimed in. Your words are profound. I shall take your advice when seeking a partner. Yet, one shouldn't adhere too rigidly to principles. Flexibility is essential as well. Yang Kaiming's interest piqued. Kailing, what type do you prefer? After some contemplation, he narrowed down the options. Just tell me, is there anyone in our class you like? The air in the dormitory thickened for 5 seconds. I don't have anyone I like. They wouldn't be interested in someone like me, Huang Kailing said, somewhat bashful yet sincere. Yang Kaiming picked up on the underlying meaning and raised his eyebrows. You like the psychological committee member, don't you? We both voted for her. No need to pretend in front of your brother. No one will believe you, no matter how serious you act. At this, Huang Kailing hesitated for a moment, possibly influenced by the term brother. Yang Gu, I really don't like the psychological committee member. You prefer someone younger? Yang Kaiming was surprised. Not necessarily. I just like someone. Which doesn't have to do with age. Huang Kailing scratched his head. But you mustn't tell anyone, Yang Gu. Who? Yang Kaiming's curiosity was piqued. Fong. You really can endure. Upon returning from dinner, Jiang Nian casually handed out a bottle of drink to each person, exclaiming, Here we go. Li Hua's billion-yuan subsidy is making a strong debut. Huang Fong, taken aback, looked up and asked, Did the team leader treat us? Indeed. He lost a bet to me. Jiang Nian placed a bottle on the table. The atmosphere was such that it was both playful and culinary. Yet the stakes were merely a form of subsidy. Chapter 259. Class monitor, have you come of age? Who dares to call my name? Li Hua strode into the classroom. And upon seeing the table laden with beverages, he felt a bitter pang within him, unable to suppress a long wail. I swear I shall never gamble again. I have encountered a cheater of the highest order. If I ever bet with Jiang Nian again, I might as well leap from the 4th floor. In truth, 20-some yuan was trivial for Li Hua. Moreover, treating his group members to drinks would ultimately fall back upon him as a favor. What perplexed him was how he had lost to Jiang Nian. A deck of playing cards, 54 cards in total. That rascal managed to draw precisely the card he needed. Li Hua could not believe that there was no cheating involved. Seated nearby, Ma Qiajun became intrigued, donning an expression reminiscent of brother who, gazing intently. Are you really going to jump? Merely talk. Do you take it seriously? Li Hua's expression shifted rapidly, a grin spreading across his face. Old Ma, care to place a bet with me? I'm so terrible, I'm bound to lose. Get lost. Win against Jiang Nian first. Ma Qiajun was aware that Li Hua was up to some trickery. A mere 3-legged cat's deceit would not fool Jiang Nian. And he turned his thoughts towards making a profit from his comrades instead. These scoundrels truly excelled at feigning ignorance. Disheartened, Li Hua turned to see Jiang Nian grinning at him, his expression cold and mocking. Huang Fong observed the antics of the group and began to grasp the situation. Since it was a benefit for the 6th group, she graciously accepted the drinks. Thank you for the beverages, group leader. Wait, how does one thank him? Jiang Nian retorted, pointing at her. The drinks I won. Li Hua is nothing more than a pure loser, a defeated party, the most junior among juniors. Then I shall thank you too. Huang Fong replied, somewhat helplessly. No way. Li Hua declared with righteous indignation, slamming the table. Jiang Nian is merely a childish little rascal, a cheat in games. A scoundrel from the south. Don't thank him. Hey, you coward, can't admit defeat, can you? Jiang Nian retorted sharply. You think I would acknowledge such a farce? Li Hua was equally defiant, his voice rising to attract attention, leading several onlookers to gather and comment. Li Hua is such a loser. Indeed, let us go. Don't let the loser rub off on you. Li Hua stared in bewilderment as the 3 boys walked away, secretly lamenting how petty they were. Sometimes having too many friends is not a blessing, as many take the opportunity to stir trouble. Finally, with a small handkerchief, Li Hua felt that he was not pretending. Stop spinning tales, and let us play another round. Jiang Nian interrupted someone's wild fantasies. If you're truly afraid, you may seek a referee. Just then, Zhang Ningzi entered the room. Upon hearing the mention of a referee, she perked up, eager to partake in the group's amusement. I volunteer. Li Hua merely glanced at her and shook his head in refusal. I don't trust you. You might become a traitor. Zhang Ningzi, feeling slighted, pouted. Humph. Ma Qiujun also wished to be the referee, but was similarly dismissed by Li Hua, who argued that the portly fellow was too greedy and might have been bribed by Jiang Nian with drinks. Li Qingrong entered, glancing around before returning to her seat. What about asking the class monitor? Faced with this suggestion, Li Hua hesitated. Jiang Nian, being a dog of sorts, was known to fawn over the class monitor, and he might have already turned her to his side. If she were to speak falsely later, he would be the one to suffer. No, your choice is too biased. In the end, Li Hua enlisted Nie Kekai, who at least was not aligned with Jiang Nian. Oh, you boys are really dull, Nie Kekai remarked, showing little interest in the referee matter. However, the thought of sitting next to the class monitor as a referee was tempting, so she agreed. 5 minutes later, Li Hua cradled his head in despair, having lost his wits, banging on the table. No more gambling. I shall never gamble again. The matter was settled. The sixth group would enjoy a week's worth of drinks, all expenses covered by Master Li, a sort of Robin Hood endeavor. Everyone was jubilant, except for Li Hua, who harbored a slight grievance. However, no one cared, and the celebration continued with champagne. During evening study, Sun Zixin felt perplexed. To be frank, Lin Dong had indeed earnestly fulfilled his promise. Yet, something felt amiss. The individuals he had introduced seemed strange. After a moment's pause, he turned to Lin Dong, who was reading the biology textbook aloud. Are you sure the QQ numbers you gave me this afternoon were correct? Lin Dong, engrossed in his studies, was momentarily interrupted by Sun Zixin but showed no displeasure, patiently explaining, rest assured, I handpicked them for you. Lin Dong's voice was rather loud, startling Sun Zixin, who quickly lowered the volume, thinking to himself that he must not expose his own interests. Such matters were best kept under wraps, otherwise, he might lose his prospects for romance in class. Though he had vowed to become a sea king in the afternoon, he couldn't afford to leave himself with no escape routes. Sun Zixin cherished a saying, Rome wasn't built in a day, but it could be destroyed in an instant. Thus, one must take life one bite at a time. No, Donggu, Sun Zixin scratched his head, lowering his voice. The QQ numbers you provided are indeed top-notch, each girl fair-skinned, beautiful, and leggy. Isn't that sufficient? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, elongating his tone. What more could you want? You should first get to know these girls before asking for more. Bro, I can't handle this. Sun Zixin grew anxious. What's wrong? Do you prefer dark, chubby, and ugly girls? Lin Dong's expression soured. Truth be told, if he truly needed to, he could. How could that be? What I meant was Sun Zixin hesitated, pulling Lin Dong aside. The girls you introduced me to all seemed to have boyfriends. After school that afternoon, he had followed Lin Dong's QQ numbers to add people. The beginning and process went smoothly. He had added 3 individuals and was chatting with them simultaneously. With his superior eloquence and niche interests, he transitioned from poetry and literature to artistic life. They even discussed Walden and War and Peace, showcasing his capabilities by talking about what car to buy after turning 18. However, during the conversation about travel, all 3 girls almost simultaneously mentioned, oh, my boyfriend, my darling, my husband, and I are planning to go to XXX. 3 sentences, and he was utterly disheartened. Wait, they're all wives? So what? Lin Dong inquired, genuinely puzzled. To be honest, Sun Zixin was a bit dazed. Was it he who was abnormal? Or had the world transformed into something he couldn't comprehend? Good heavens, those are girls with boyfriends. So what? What is the issue? Lin Dong pressed on. Shall we talk about how many times they exchanged affections last night? Of course, this was a topic that could be broached, as only Yang Kaiming, that foolish dog, had been caught off guard. How do you even approach this, Donggo? Sun Zixin struggled to comprehend. I wanted the QQs of single girls, not those in relationships. Lin Dong scrutinized Sun Zixin for a moment before finally uttering, do you even deserve them? In an instant, Sun Zixin was rendered speechless, his confidence crumbling. One sentence had left his teammates frozen, their spirits extinguished. Sun Zixin's youthful heart was shattered by Lin Dong's words. Plummeting from an air of confidence to one of utter despondency, from the heights of euphoria to the depths of despair. Am I truly unworthy of love? Like someone of my disposition? Observing Sun Zixin's spirit wane, he seemed poised to transition from one extreme to another. Lin Dong interjected with words of comfort, not at all. Aiching, do you not yet comprehend? The path to redemption lies within QQ. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Lin Dong spoke earnestly. Do not forget the journey I have traversed. At these words, Sun Zixin experienced a sudden epiphany. When it comes to engaging on QQ space, it is undoubtedly veterans like Lin Dong, a remnant of the Qing dynasty, who excel. According to the esteemed Lin Tindi himself, he began conversing online at the tender age of 6. He has explored every crown, yellow diamond, and green diamond, indulging in a plethora of avatars with exceptional flair. Such is the mark of a true authority, a people's artist. Brother, what do you think? Ultimately, Sun Zixin opted to believe first, then question. Confused, aching. Lin Dong shook his head. When pursuing single women, your competition may number 3, 4, or 5. Why not shift your perspective? By pursuing women who are already in relationships. Your rival remains but one. Sun Zixin. He knew Lin Dong would utter such nonsense. The issue was that while it might deceive others, how could it be used to fool a brother? It sounds appealing, yet is it not merely to become a plaything for those unscrupulous women? Upon voicing his doubts, Lin Dong merely smiled and patted him 3 times on the shoulder. Do you wish to learn? After 2 evening study sessions, Jiang Nian stretched his shoulders during the break. Occasionally, he pondered how he toiled daily like a beast. The prospect of rest seemed to hinge solely on the impending college entrance examination and the celebrations of the new year. Normally, one might receive only a fortnight's holiday during this festive season, 12 or 11 days, hardly sufficient for practice driving. The finest diversion would be to venture out and explore. Perhaps travel to another locale before returning. But what of practicing driving? As an adult, one ought to possess a vehicle, though funds were currently scant. Purchasing a car would consume a significant portion of his savings, yet in the future, he anticipated accumulating much more than this modest sum. Who knows? By the time of the college entrance examination, he could be holding millions in his pocket. When that time arrives, acquiring a car would undoubtedly take precedence. Matters regarding housing felt exceedingly distant. He had heard that without 6 million, one ought not to even consider such investments, unless marriage was involved. But he harbored no enthusiasm for that, even harboring a slight aversion. After all, the curse of the system loomed overhead, threatening to take effect at 30. Who would not feel anxious under such a portent? How could one leap willingly into the abyss, disregarding the ominous signs? Future matters could wait. Presently, the most pressing issue was to obtain a driver's license. The conventional approach would be to wait until after the college entrance examination to crowd into driving practice. Yet, that seemed unduly slow. With that thought, he glanced back at Li Qingrong, covertly observing her. Class monitor, have you reached adulthood yet? Upon hearing this, Li Qingrong set down her pen and looked up at him. I have a few months left. Oh, what a pity. Chapter 260. While one is aware, the enemy lurks in the shadows. A pity? Li Qingrong did not grasp what was unfortunate, but pondered for a moment before earnestly replying. Only 3 months remain. Jiang Nian thought to himself that 3 months was hardly acceptable, given the stringent regulations surrounding driver's licenses. One must be of age to register and take the exam. 1 day late was unacceptable. In the past, obtaining a driver's license? Just buy one outright. As Jiang Nian recalled, a certain relative from the Jiang family had simply purchased their license. A rough individual unable to pass the test due to illiteracy had no choice but to spend money. A sum of 4,500 would secure it. As for driving before obtaining the license, that individual had been on the road for years. When asked, he would regale tales of the hardships of life as an experienced driver, claiming to be reliable. They would set off at night, relying on luck and various intelligence networks for support. However, as scrutiny over driver's licenses intensified, friends advised that if he didn't buy one soon, it would be too late. Thus, he reluctantly spent money to procure a license through underhanded means. He vaguely recalled a few years prior during the New Year's gathering. An elder, his neck flushed from drink, was boasting with a group of middle-aged relatives, including old Jiang, while smoking. As the topic of driving schools arose, an argument ensued for some unknown reason. That elder was quite forthright, slamming his license on the table with an air of defiance, glancing around to declare, in 2007. Huang and driving school, no internet registration, no network at all, for 1005. The surrounding relatives gasped in shock, crowding to inspect it. Brother, you really bought it? Indeed. An even older relative leaned in to take a look, beginning to boast even more. Back in the 90s, I learned to drive heavy vehicles in Guangdong. I knew someone who bought a license for 8,000. Back then, there was no internet, and ID cards were still 15 digits. Can it still be purchased now? What a joke. Every region has its share of those who make a living from this. But with the internet now, one might as well take the exam slowly. Is there a package class that guarantees success? Failing that would be quite troublesome. Only the instructor will be troubled. One could only say it is a line of cattle waiting. One boast follows another. The old-timers loved to brag when they were drunk, and the credibility of their tales was suspect. Yet, at least 30% of it held some truth, indicating that the management was indeed less regulated back then. Now, it would be wiser to spend 3,000 or 4,000 and blitz through the exams in a month. Jiang Nian returned to the present, shaking his head. Class monitor. This truly requires one to be of age. Li Qingrong frowned slightly, inquiring, why? It's mandated by law, Jiang Nian replied, unsure how to articulate it. his thoughts consumed by the driver's license. I should be okay, but you won TB. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten to mention something. Li Qingrong responded with a nonchalant her tone revealing no fluctuation. Can't you wait 3 months? It's not impossible. I've been considering it. Jiang Nian hesitated for a few seconds before asking. Class monitor, are you also planning to take the driving test? Li Qingrong paused for a moment, then diverted her gaze from Jiang Nian, picking up her pen again. Jiang Nian felt a surge of excitement, believing he had finally found a common topic to discuss. I might sign up first, perhaps for the first subject or something. The bustling classroom had emptied significantly. After all, it was the 10-minute break between the second evening session, followed by 3 or 4 consecutive study periods. Throughout the exchange, Jiang Nian had been the sole speaker. Li Qingrong seemed engrossed in her work, her pen moving slowly, revealing no real progress, as if she were at a standstill. So, have you registered? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian's voice faltered. Not yet. Thus, despite all his chatter, he found himself an action-oriented dwarf. The current challenge is to conceal this from my parents while registering. Jiang Nian felt a bit awkward. Taking the first subject test wouldn't cause any delays. He could simply go and take it. Li Qingrong nodded, offering no further comment. Just then, the class bell rang, signaling the end of their conversation. When Li Hua and the others returned from outside the classroom, Jiang Nian regained his energy. After letting Zhang Ningzi take her seat, he shifted the topic to something else. Zhang Ningzi was in good spirits, having just ordered some cushions. However, she contemplated whether ordering 2 packages might seem too light and inadequate as an excuse. Insisting on ordering more would appear overly contrived. So she opted to order 6 in one go. After all, they were all friends who played together, and she might as well gift one to Fong Fong. Perfect. Since she couldn't carry 6 packages alone, she would need a little assistance from a certain small thief. Of course, there would be some form of reward involved. She was about to receive a brand new free cushion, along with her own commendation. The mere thought filled her with a surge of energy. However, as she returned to her seat, she suddenly became acutely aware of the drawbacks of sitting next to someone so accustomed to her presence that they often overlooked her entirely. They would rather engage in conversation with the boys than with her. Yet, in less than a second, she dismissed this notion, reflecting that it was somewhat selfish. Surely others had their own preferences as well. With a twinge of guilt, she sullenly pulled out her book, but inadvertently let it drop with a loud thud onto the desk. Jiang Nian was startled, wondering what had caused Ji to be upset again when he had done nothing to provoke her. What's wrong? He inquired. Nothing, Zhang Ningzi replied, blinking as she began to handle her belongings more delicately, lamenting, I wish I could go back to sleep, but alas, there are still 2 evening study sessions left. Under the stark white light, the bustling classroom was bright and lively. It's true, I'm not too bothered, Jiang Nian mused, then said, wait here. Before rising from his seat, Zhang Ningzi turned, puzzled, and followed his retreating figure with her gaze. She watched as he approached Kai Xiao, likely concocting an excuse. Discipline committee, I need to use the restroom, Jiang Nian stated, having no intention of hiding his intentions. He had already prepared a response for when Kai Xiao questioned him about why he hadn't gone during break. A simple, I didn't feel the need right after class. However, Kai Xiao merely glanced at him. Oh, Jiang Nian's anticipated defense was abruptly silenced by a punch from Kai Xiao. All right, thank you, Kai Xiao. Beside them, Tongja was growing increasingly displeased, interjecting, I need to use the restroom too. Kai Xiao ignored him, continuing to focus on her homework. The unspoken implication was clear. If he was truly in a hurry, he could go directly. But if he got caught, or if the homeroom teacher inquired, that would be on him for not having informed her. Watching Jiang Nian leave the classroom only intensified Tongja's frustration. Why could he go while he could not? With a sharp sound, Kai Xiao halted her writing and turned her cold gaze towards Tongja. When did I say you couldn't go? Then why did you agree to Jiang Nian? Tongja retorted, his temper flaring. What did I agree to? Kai Xiao replied. You said oh, which is the same as agreeing. His voice rose with indignation. When I said I wanted to go, you completely ignored me. Isn't that a glaring double standard? The classroom fell silent as students turned to observe the unfolding argument. What is all this commotion about? I don't know, but it seems someone is stirring up trouble. Li Hua, unable to bear it any longer, snapped at Tongja. If you want to go, just go. What is it to you? Tongja shot back, angered. Mind your own business. The two were not completely unfamiliar with each other, having crossed paths before. Idiot, who do you think you are? Li Hua was ready to resort to physical confrontation. Ma Qiujun intervened, pulling him back. Don't escalate it. Thankfully, it was merely a verbal spat. After a tense few seconds, Tongja calmed down, realizing he had painted himself into a corner, and offered Kai Xiao an apology. I'm sorry, I was a bit. Kai Xiao, being the composed class officer she was, did not hold it against him. Otherwise, her role in the discipline committee would be untenable. It's all right. Before long, Jiang Nian returned, sensing that the atmosphere had shifted. Friendship recommendation, the demon lord. Immortality is merely a method of cultivation. Even demons can open the doors to longevity. Born as an extraordinary guest, one must tread upon countless bones to become the lord. How can one, born into the realm of demons, not attain the ultimate fruit of their labor? Since reborn into this era where immortals and demons coexist, and deities and Buddhas preach, one must ascend step by step, until upon looking back, one can behold the world bowing in reverence, calling out, Lord. Chapter 261. Dazed, is this still Chinese? Jiang Nian wanted to ask teacher Ma what had transpired. Oh no, whose knight's belt just rang. He entered through the back door of the classroom. But Ma Qiujun was a bit far, and he was too lazy to inquire. Just as he passed by Kai Xiao's desk, he decided to reach into his pocket and pull out a piece of candy. Not to block the mid-lane with smoke, but to sweeten the deal with candy, he thought. Attempting to strengthen their rapport. With a snap, he tossed a piece of candy towards her. The fickle-hearted flower paused momentarily. In truth, Jiang Nian had purchased a bag of fruit hard candies. While indulging in several might lead to weight gain, consuming one or two was harmless. This was a collective gesture of goodwill. Kai Xiao, engrossed in her homework, had just endured an unexpected ordeal. It wasn't quite an argument, as she, being a veteran of Class 3, was not easily brought to tears. However, the surrounding low-pressure atmosphere cast a shadow over her mood. With a crisp sound, before she had a chance to look up, a piece of candy landed precisely on her desk, rolling into the palm of her right hand that held her pen, finally coming to rest upon the fleshy part of her palm. Upon realizing it was candy, Kai Xiao's eyelids flickered. Raising her gaze, she caught sight of Jiang Nian walking past the aisle, causing her heart to race. Was this a bribe? If anyone saw this, it would undoubtedly cement the notion that she was biased. In truth, it was not. Managing a classroom is not akin to hosting a banquet. If one were to be overly polite to everyone, nothing would get managed. Thus, if someone wished to use the restroom during self-study, anyone could go. After all, it is a natural human inclination. Whether or not they actually went to the restroom was of no concern to her. People assess risks. If an honest person like Luo Zhongping said he needed to use the restroom, she would nod in agreement, because he does not lie. If Yu Tangja wanted to go, he could just go. There was no way she would nod in agreement. Jiang Nian left without her nod of approval, merely acknowledging him with a casual "oh" due to their slight personal connection. Yet, this seemingly impartial act was shattered by the singular piece of candy he had tossed her way. Jiang Nian truly was. Did he wish to obliterate the foundation of Class 3? Yet, she merely tilted her hand downward, subtly covering the piece of candy. Akin to extinguishing an alcohol lamp in a chemistry lab, suffocating the flame's need for oxygen. The flickering embers of chaos within Class 3 were silently extinguished in this quiet act. Yu Tangja felt a sense of discomfort, not out of fear of Jiang Nian, but rather because they were both locals with a history of conflict, which inevitably bred a modicum of apprehension. He mused that since Kai Xiaoqing had no significant ties to Jiang Nian, a mere quarrel with Kai Xiaoqing shouldn't provoke Jiang Nian into seeking retribution against him. Moreover, the evening self-study sessions were consecutive, leaving no interval for respite. Surely, that couldn't be the case, could it? As Yu Tangja wrestled with his unease, Jiang Nian had already approached Group 6, playfully slapping Li Hua on the back and raising an eyebrow. Your father is back. Li Hua, clearly irritated, retorted, damn it. You left early and missed the good show. He begrudgingly offered his seat, still perturbed by the earlier events, which Yu Tangja had been oblivious to. A minute later, after grasping the context, Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He thought to himself, is Jian quite foolish? What does he hope to achieve by offending Kai Xiaoqing? This is a predicament even the gods cannot salvage. Jiang Nian held no strong opinions on the matter. Yu Tangja had simply dug his own grave. A fleeting argument with Kai Xiaoqing might provide momentary satisfaction, but the subsequent inability to take leave would render him compliant. What a pity you missed it, otherwise. There would have been some choice words exchanged, Li Hua lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. What an oddity. This absurdity is becoming less human by the day. But who cares? We'll deal with it later, Jiang Nian nonchalantly remarked, tossing Li Hua a piece of candy. Eat something nice. Your father is about to start solving problems. After a brief silence, Jiang Nian feigned engagement with his studies. Li Hua, with a face full of suspicion, scanned the room. He wondered if old Lu had arrived. Where could he be hiding? Unable to locate him for the moment, he ultimately abandoned the search. Seizing the opportunity as Zhang Ningzi turned a page, she covertly cast a glance at Jiang Nian. Are you not going to share any candy with me? Fine. Don't expect to drink my beverages in the future. However, 10 minutes passed without any sign of activity from Jiang Nian. Zhang Ningzi, on the verge of annoyance, could only sulk as she completed her homework, the pen scratching aggressively against the paper, as if she were venting her frustrations. Suddenly, she felt a poke on her arm. Reflexively turning, she snapped, "What do you want?" "Look down," Jiang Nian said, uttering words that were somewhat astonishing. Yet, given his character, Zhang Ningzi dismissed the thought. Upon glancing down, she beheld a hand suspended beneath the table, palm open and overflowing with candy. The classic big, white rabbit packaging beckoned, regardless of the potential consequences of indulging. With a handful of candies in his grasp, the visual impact was undeniably striking. Zhang Ningzi's expression transformed into one of delight. Her joy evident. It was not that she had never encountered candy before, but rather the sheer abundance exceeded her expectations. After all, Li Hua had only received a single candy. She had anticipated receiving two. Yet here lay a veritable bounty before her, possibly the entirety of the collection. In the absence of comparison, there could be no surprise. Li Hua served as the benchmark, measuring the quantity of sweets against the sweetness behind them. The unspoken implication was that Zhang Ningzi, unable to count, fell short of Li Hua's expectations. She bit her lip, set her pen down, and graciously accepted the overflowing handful of candy with her delicate, pale hands. In a state of heightened elation, she placed the candy within her desk. Although she longed to tuck them into her backpack and take them home, she refrained from overtly expressing her desire, sensing intuitively that such enthusiasm should not be displayed. After all, she was merely placing them in her desk, a treatment wholly unremarkable. Once she had completed her task, she hesitantly inquired, "You went out just to buy this, didn't you?" In truth, Jiang Nian had purchased the candy after using the restroom. This could be interpreted as a mere stop to buy sweets after relieving himself, or as a deliberate trip to procure candy with a restroom visit as an afterthought. Regardless of the sequence, it did not alter the fact that he had bought the candy and nearly given it all to her, as long as he did not state. Because class ended, everyone was busy using the restroom, while I was engaged in conversation with the class monitor, missing the opportunity to relieve myself. All was well. Minor flaws would not disrupt the overarching narrative. Indeed, or else what would be the purpose? Jiang Nian, unflustered, continued to provide emotional support. I didn't wish to give it to Li Hua, yet he insisted. Zhang Ningzi chuckled, striving to maintain her serious demeanor, murmuring, "You must return it." Li Hua, unable to contain himself, tore open the candy wrapper and swallowed a piece whole. "Damn it, two idiots." Zheng Yu, raising his head from his seat, closed his eyes and tilted his head back, allowing his dry eyes a moment of respite. The classroom buzzed with noise, and he found it rather tedious. He had just finished a captivating horror story, though the protagonist was a soft-hearted fool, unable to handle encounters with women, a thoroughly pathetic character. His grandfather had cautioned him never to leave his room after midnight, no matter what transpired, detailing exactly how to react should he encounter something. The dog in the story was far superior to the protagonist, who quickly forgot his own plans. The narrative was engaging, yet the protagonist's foolishness was exasperating. Each time he devised a plan, he failed spectacularly. With a sigh, Zheng Yu turned his gaze to the trio in the back row. First, he checked to see if the teacher was at the back door, then his eyes scanned over Li Hua and the others. "Jiang Nian, did you see old Lu while passing the office?" "He is not here. He must have gone home," Jiang Nian replied. "What about Ji Ming?" Jiang Nian could no longer contain himself. "Bid, do you take me for a river crab? Can I see everything?" Unfazed by Jiang Nian's response, Zheng Yu contemplated for a moment and said, "Tomorrow is Sunday. It's practically a holiday. I might as well wait until the evening self-study session ends and then pull an all-nighter, catching up on sleep tomorrow morning." His deskmate, Wu Jungu, looked somewhat taken aback and couldn't help but inquire, "What will you do during the afternoon on your day off?" "Sleep in the dormitory," Wu Jungu replied. "Shopping for goods? Without the classroom atmosphere, it feels quite lackluster, doesn't it?" Li Hua also found it difficult to maintain his composure. However, upon reflection, he realized that having a group member like Zheng Yu was quite advantageous. Unconcerned with the world outside, wholly devoted to his studies, he epitomized the highest realm of tranquility. Whether lying flat or slacking off, at least he would cooperate when matters arose. Unlike the troublesome Yutangja, a complete fool. The group leader in Yutangja's team was truly unfortunate, having taken on such a burden. Hu Nianzhong received a note from Yutangja, drawing the attention of those around him. In broad daylight, two boys were passing notes. Oh dear. Niekikai, resembling a mouse, hid beneath a towering stack of books, secretly observing Hu Nianzhong ahead. She contemplated stirring up some trouble, but was momentarily deterred by Yutangja's irritating demeanor. How had they become entangled? She lowered her voice, whispering, "Is it possible they're having secret communications, with emotions boiling over during evening self-study?" Hu Nianzhong in the front row found it hard to maintain his composure. Were the words Niekikai uttered even in Chinese? Upon hearing them, his vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. At times, he genuinely wished he had no ears. What did secret communications even mean? Although he had indeed made a deal with Utanja, it was purely a monetary transaction and nothing more. There was no emotional outburst involved. It was merely that he had continually canceled their meetings, leading the other party to become a bit irate. The last time Utanja had questioned him about his lack of response, he had deflected by claiming his phone was broken. Presumably, the other party had become somewhat impatient. Hence the note. Forget it. He resolved to ignore the gossip. How can a man traverse the path of life without encountering storms and rain? Simply cast them aside. He unfolded the note and glanced at it, revealing a furious message pinned by Utanja. The essence of the message was a reprimand, accusing him of lacking integrity and procrastinating on his commitments. Hu Nianzhong pondered for a moment and responded with a single sentence. I will speak to the homeroom teacher tomorrow about changing groups. It will surely be accomplished. He then had the note passed along. Would he truly follow through? Naturally not. His modus operandi was to collect fees without delivering results, indulging in corruption without selling out the group. After all, tomorrow was the weekend, an easy excuse to brush aside the matter. What about the day after? He would initiate a small action to create an appearance of progress, then swiftly decline and refund the money, thus extricating himself from the situation. In the final evening self-study session, Sun Zixin struggled to contain his inner anxiety, frequently glancing at his watch. He thought to himself, only 20 minutes remain until school is out. Why hasn't Tidong shared some real insights yet? Chapter 262. Elevation is an art. I am advancing. But what about you? Disciplinary committee. I'm heading out to the restroom. Me too. Upon hearing this, Kai Shaoqing lifted her gaze to glance at the two, uttering a soft "oh." Yet, departing early was not an option. Fine, I truly am going to the restroom. You need not worry, Lin Dong assured. Though whether he would actually go was his own concern. With that, Lin Dong slipped out of the classroom, closely followed by Sun Zixin. Given that the two often appeared together, their classmates had long since grown accustomed to it, hardly paying them any mind, assuming they were merely off to the restroom. After descending the stairs, the duo walked a considerable distance until their figures vanished behind a small floor bead beneath the bulletin board, completely enveloped in darkness. Sun Zixin glanced back at the brightly lit senior classroom building, acutely aware of the restlessness that accompanied the impending end of the school day. Donggu, can we talk now? Of course. It's inconvenient to converse upstairs, you understand, Lin Dong replied, clearing his throat. What I am about to say, you must listen attentively. Is the significant information finally arriving? Sun Zixin held his breath, his focus entirely on Lin Dong's serious demeanor. Indeed, engaging in conversation is merely a means to pass the time and provide emotional value. Lin Dong set the tone for their discussion, emphasizing 3 key points. The first being selection. Who do we select? Your conversation partners, plus anyone else, limited to 3 sentences. If the conversation flows, continue. If not, withdraw. Lin Dong bent his first finger. You need not worry about this. I will provide you with individuals who are willing to engage in conversation. Upon hearing this, Sun Zixin reflected briefly, realizing the truth in Lin Dong's words. Although the girls Lin Dong had introduced to him were all taken, they had not rejected his attempts to converse. Their responses were quite warm, and the rhythm of their exchanges was comfortable. Donggu, that's impressive. Nothing to boast about. Lin Dong continued, bending his second finger. The second matter pertains to emotional value, specifically, providing new experiences. In simpler terms, your only competitor is her boyfriend. Make her feel that conversing with you enhances her experience or broadens her horizons. This time, Sun Zixin was somewhat perplexed, yet he resolved to take notes. And the final point, brother? The last matter, which is also the most crucial, is to never reveal your true identity. Lin Dong's expression turned grave as he articulated each word with care. Sun Zixin felt a jolt of fear, envisioning dark scenarios of boyfriends confronting him in public. He faltered, apprehensive. Donggu, what happens if I get caught? Lin Dong remained silent, merely offering a chilling smile. What do you think? Sun Zixin, reluctant to speculate, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Donggu, can I chat with girls who don't have boyfriends? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's displeasure was evident. You see? You're getting anxious again. What did I say before? Sun Zixin paused for a few seconds, licking his lips. Is it because I lack experience? Just understand this. One cannot achieve great success overnight, Lin Dong said, patting his shoulder with a serious tone. Aiching, take your time. With that, Lin Dong intended to return upstairs. He held little hope for Sun Zixin, adhering to the principle of brotherhood. Any assistance he could provide would be offered, but he hoped his friend wouldn't devolve into a mere opportunist. At the very least, he could strive to be a dual-faced turtle, as he had indeed managed to attract the attention of a charming girl. The eager suitor, in his ultimate evolution, transformed into a frenzied hellhound. While there were successful cases to draw from, a sycophant ultimately remains a dull entity, Who could genuinely admire a dull creature? Appealing appearance, wit, humor, and cultivated demeanor are all essential factors for success. There is no need for anything too ostentatious. Simply possessing these qualities suffices. Yet, despite Lin Dong's wealth of theories, Sun Zixin's simple-mindedness rendered him oblivious to the true essence of emotional value, which lies in the rewards it brings. The approach of Lu Mingfei, accompanying the young lady Hui Li on their shopping escapades, had become a well-worn tactic, yet it remained a valid strategy. When with you, she must derive benefits, new experiences, encounters, not only making her feel that you are impressive, but also instilling in her the illusion that she too is remarkable, thus achieving a sense of elevation. What is elevation? In layman's terms, it's akin to you preparing for civil service exams while she engages in other pursuits. Though merely an experience, it allows her to feel her value has risen in a short span. Her social circle expands, or she meets interesting and accomplished individuals. Guaranteed success, brother. These insights were the culmination of Lin Dong's 9-year journey through online interactions, spanning 3 years in elementary school, 3 in middle school, and 3 in high school. His golden rules, his kingly doctrine. Regrettably, Qing could only stammer. Donggu. Suddenly, Sun Zixin called out to Lin Dong. By the floor beat. Sun Zixin's half-face was engulfed in darkness. He appeared somewhat anxious, even swallowing nervously as he spoke. Donggu, do you think that once I master all these skills, I could win over the girl I like? Or perhaps reclaim her from someone else, making them regret their choice? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. How so? A competition? Yes. Do you think it's possible to win her back? Sun Zixin's breathing grew erratic, clearly having made a significant resolution. Donggu, please be honest with me. In the night breeze, Lin Dong fell silent. Do not overthink. Focus on improving yourself first. Understood. As he ascended the stairs, Lin Dong's mood was heavy. He was uncertain how to express himself. The world is full of wisdom. It is well known that wooing women is an art, even a profound study, with countless intricacies. Some things cannot be mastered merely by advancing in rank. The youth, unprepared, steps into the world. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the world is fraught with peril, and there exists a predator that surpasses many a gallant hero. In Class 3, Lin Dong could clearly discern who ranked above him. Jiang Nian and Zhou Yuding were the epitome of excellence, physique and emotional value fully developed. However, these are not the crux of the matter. The core lies in being unconcerned with gains or losses, unwavering in one's resolve, and possessing robust defenses. Resilience must be paramount. With 5 minutes remaining before the end of self-study, the class's restlessness was palpable. Chen Yunyun, like a biological clock, stretched languidly and turned to see Wang Yi engrossed in a book. Have you finished your chemistry homework? Not yet. I'll do it during tomorrow's morning self-study. Wang Yi shook her head, preparing to resume her reading. Chen Yunyun, puzzled, glanced at the book Wang Yi was perusing. What are you reading? Lu Yao's Life. Wang Yi flipped the book cover, briefly showing it to Chen Yunyun. Chai Muing lent it to me, and I was immediately captivated. Huh, why? Chen Yunyun was utterly bewildered. In terms of academic performance, her grades had historically lagged behind Wang Yi's. With a mind often preoccupied by social interactions with classmates, her focus was inevitably divided. However, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, she managed to concentrate, resulting in an improvement in her grades, although not significantly in other areas. During the last major examination, she had fallen over 30 points behind Wang Yi. This frustrated her. She couldn't comprehend why the male protagonist was pulling Wang Yi along, animatedly narrating the plot. Xiao Zhen is so wonderful. How could Gao Jialan be so blind? Can you blame me for being angry? Chen Yunyun blinked and let out a soft "oh." Don't be upset. I heard they will distribute 5 test papers tomorrow. Wang Yi's expression shifted dramatically, as if she might faint from indignation. It's all Gao Jialan's fault. Chen Yunyun smiled. Her curiosity piqued, and asked another question. I remember Chai Muing bought a book by Mo Yin. Why don't you borrow it to read? No way. Wang Yi seemed to recall something, her face turning pale. It's not that I haven't read it. Once is enough to be unforgettable. Chen Yunyun, who wasn't particularly fond of reading and lacked the traits of a literary girl, typically preferred magazines or more common books. Witnessing Wang Yi's intense reaction, her fleeting curiosity dissipated. After the evening study session, Jiang Nian stepped outside and unexpectedly locked eyes with Sun Zixin, who bore a peculiar expression, as if he concealed a lion within. You also follow Lu Mingfei? Jiang Nian was indifferent, swiftly grabbing his bag and slipping away. The school's insistence on extending evening study sessions was slightly more accommodating to boarders. After all, the atmosphere for doing homework in the dormitory was not as conducive as in the classroom. The day students had it tougher, on windy or rainy nights. They had to stand at attention. Those farther away would receive rides, while students like Jiang Nian, residing about a kilometer from school, relied solely on their own two legs. With eyes shut, he dashed home. Boom. Just as anticipated, thunder rumbled through the clouds, squeezing out excess raindrops. Within a few breaths, a fine drizzle began to fall, saturating the night. Jiang Nian, of course, had not brought an umbrella, but fortunately, Su Qianqian had one. Since the rain was light, it seemed unnecessary to scurry for cover as they had done previously. The three of them, along with Song Xiun, stood at the school gate, sharing a single umbrella. You didn't bring an umbrella? Jiang Nian stood in the middle, separating the two girls. There was no chance to adjust their positions, as a dense crowd of senior students without umbrellas surrounded the gate. Half were waiting for their parents, while a third of them rushed headlong into the rain, using their uniforms to shield their heads and backpacks, plunging into the misty downpour without a care. The harsh white floodlights overhead illuminated the puddles in front of the gate, and the rain cascading through the beams of light. Song Xiun's face appeared somewhat pale, her lips moving. No. It's fine. We'll wait with you, Su Qianqian quickly interjected, then glanced at Jiang Nian. If you're in a hurry, you can just get wet and head home. Song Xiun lived on the other side of the county, where her mother, Zhao Kaiyu, would pick her up daily. Su Qianqian worried that Jiang Nian, that rascal, only thought about going home to play video games. Every time she asked him to wait a moment after class, he always seemed incredibly impatient. Thus, she decided to take the initiative. However, to her surprise, this time the rascal did not protest. Jiang Nian merely nodded and responded with an "Oh." Then let us wait. It won't take long anyway. It's a good opportunity to watch others get drenched. Song Xiun turned and cast a glance at Jiang Nian. For some reason, she felt that his attitude towards her seemed to have softened a bit. Although he still wore that same indifferent expression, it was not as brash as before. It was difficult to articulate, but it seemed that he no longer spoke with the same arrogance. Chapter 263. He was inherently honest, and now he was even more so. Beneath the shroud of night, the rain continued to fall more heavily. Jiang Nian glanced back. The brightly lit senior teaching building remained clear in the rain. Faint silhouettes of umbrellas approached from a distance. Before long, Zhao Kaiyu arrived. Su Qianqian squeezed past Jiang Nian, joining hands with Song Xiun as they moved toward the exit. The crowd surged outward, and the blue umbrella swayed unsteadily. Jiang Nian stayed behind, observing for a moment before pulling out his phone to pass the time. Since the rain was light, it didn't significantly affect the boarders. Chen Yunyan sent him a photo, seemingly taken on the second floor of the cafeteria. The two girls appeared to have gotten their hair wet, laughing heartily. A message popped up. I left the umbrella in the dormitory and got soaked. Did you bring an umbrella? There was no need to ask. It was already a confession. Jiang Nian, with empty hands, looked toward the blurred blue umbrella swaying in the rain. Su Qianqian stood there, seemingly engaged in conversation with Song Xiun. He withdrew his gaze and typed a reply. I brought an umbrella. Are you two fetching warm water from the cafeteria? Chen Yunyan and her friend usually filled their thermoses with hot water in the afternoon, placing them on the long steps at the cafeteria entrance, and would take them back to the dormitory after evening study. Yes, but I'm unsure if I should wash my hair tonight. I'm still debating. There's a long queue outside the hot water room. Image. Your hair won't dry, will it? No. Jiang Nian and Chen Yunyan exchanged messages idly, glancing up to see the blue umbrella retreating, prompting him to tuck his phone into his pocket. After several seconds, Su Qianqian approached. She tossed the umbrella to Jiang Nian, stating solemnly, I'm a precious person. I cannot be caught in the rain. If I get wet, you will face dire consequences. Jiang Nian accepted the umbrella, raising the blue canopy slightly. A smile crept onto his lips. Su, what kind of dire consequences? Su Qianqian smirked, raising her fist. I'll take your life right then and there. The rain had been falling for a while, and the path home was soaked. Jiang Nian, being taller than Su Qianqian, cast a shadow that obscured half of the streetlight's glow. The other half of the yellow light swept across Su Qianqian's face in a fan-like pattern. Standing close under the umbrella, he could smell the warmth emanating from her thin clothing. Lower the umbrella a bit. You're going to get me wet. In response, Jiang Nian turned his head, calmly stating, I know. Then why not shift it over a bit? Su Qianqian felt her teeth clench in frustration. This person always infuriated her. Are you a dog? This is my umbrella. In the rain, the wet surface reflected the neon lights. The two of them struggled over the angle of the umbrella, causing their path through the rain to veer off course. Setting aside whose umbrella it was, did that mean I should get soaked? Jiang Nian turned to her, saying, if you get wet, it's no big deal. Just take a shower when you get home. Hearing such heartless words, Su Qianqian nearly exploded with rage, tilting the umbrella sharply toward herself. Can't you get wet? No, I'll catch a cold and won't be able to take a shower. Scoundrel. Su Qianqian trembled with anger. What about me? Won't I catch a cold and run a fever? Jiang Nian pondered for a moment, then had an idea. Why don't you get wet? If you catch a cold, I'll help you. Get lost. One kick sent him sprawling, directly dousing him with rain. However, the rain was not heavy. It was merely a refreshing splash. For Jiang Nian's physique, it was entirely inconsequential. Not to mention catching a cold. If he even sneezes, it counts as a loss for him. The next day, Jiang Nian awoke feeling a slight soreness in his hand. The previous night, during the rain-soaked journey home, Su Qianqian had given him a gentle kick, neither too forceful nor too light. Consequently, he felt somewhat accomplished. As he ascended the stairs, he caught a glimpse of her delicate, rain-kissed face illuminated by the motion sensor light. Summoning his courage, he intended to offer, "Would you like me to help you dry that off?" However, his tongue slipped, and he uttered an audacious remark. "Rain has touched your face. Shall I lick it clean for you?" Su Qianqian paused for a mere fraction of a second before launching an immediate and vigorous retaliation. Though he accepted the beating, he found himself at the mercy of her blows, resulting in his arms being utterly incapacitated. Jiang Nian, already a model of honesty, found himself even more subdued. What a blunder. This world is indeed merciless to the honest, offering no chance for explanation, and at this rate, he might truly become a subject of ridicule. While brushing his teeth, he cast his eyes downward, observing his American classic quiff. He felt a sense of resignation. The trials of his senior year had left him utterly exhausted. The only remnant of his vitality was his hairstyle, which, upon entering the classroom, seemed to instantly become matted with red locks. He wandered out, habitually glancing at the shoe rack across the hall, only to discover the source of his woes. The perpetrator, Su Xiao, had already departed for school. What a villain! A single punch could extinguish the honest man, he mused silently as he descended the stairs. After a moment of contemplation, he altered his QQ signature to read, Gravedigger. Not long after, a message pinged on his phone. Chen Yunyan, what is the signature? As he ambled towards school, he typed with one hand. So concerned about me? Have you been lurking on my updates all night? Chen Yunyan, Pa? You were the one up all night. Your hair was dry by 3:30. You stayed up too late to sleep properly and woke up before 6. Jiang Nian chuckled as he replied. Living in the dorm is inconvenient, I assent it. Why didn't you just scale the wall and come to my place to dry your hair? Moments later, Chen Yunyan sent back an exasperated emoji. I can't be bothered to continue this conversation. I'm heading to class now. Jiang Nian felt a wave of satisfaction. Today's first victory. He hastily finished his breakfast on the way, only to enter the classroom and find it sparsely populated. The chill in the air and the previous night's downpour had likely kept many students in bed longer than usual. Chen Yunyan slumped over her desk, attempting to catch up on sleep, her head heavy and weary, yet slumber eluded her. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and looked up. You're here so early? Yes. I'm accustomed to rising early, Jiang Nian replied, standing by her desk and playfully tooling her damp hair. Oh, you really did wash your hair late at night? Chen Yunyan, flustered, protested, I did wash it. Please don't mess with my hair. Then let us mess with something else, Jiang Nian quipped, his gaze drifting elsewhere. You seem a bit under the weather. Surely, you're not sick? Chen Yunyan, uncertain, touched her forehead, feeling no fever but certainly cold. I have a little something for you. A speedy remedy, Jiang Nian announced. Chen Yunyan looked bewildered, her voice rasping slightly. What is it? 5 minutes later, Jiang Nian returned with water and a disposable cup, placing it on her desk. Wonderful. You've saved me. Chen Yunyan opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words, occasionally bewildered by the antics of the boy. You're the one in need of saving. She looked down to find the bottom of the cup filled with about 3 sips of an unidentifiable brown liquid. Steam wafting from it. What is this? She inquired, sniffing it, realizing it was a cold remedy. Where did you get this? Oh, I borrowed the cup from the class next door, Jiang Nian explained. The office was locked, and prying open the door beneath the surveillance felt a bit too forward. No, I meant the cold remedy, Chen Yunyan clarified. Just something I brought from home. Do you think I found it on the street? Jiang Nian retorted, rolling his eyes before turning to leave. Drink it while it's warm. I hope you don't fall asleep in class. Chen Yunyan gazed at the medicine in her palm, and then at Jiang Nian's casually departing figure, her heart softening. He truly is a good person, albeit with a rather sharp tongue. In fairy tales, the wicked queen often possesses a potion to silence the beautiful maiden. She shook her head vigorously. Such thoughts were far too Jiang Nian-like. After consuming the cold remedy, whether it was merely psychological or not, Chen Yunyan felt her body gradually warming, and the throbbing in her head subsided. However, as the latter half of the morning study session approached, her eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. Fatigue overwhelmed her, and she succumbed to sleep without much resistance. In her drowsy state, she slipped into a fleeting dream where she transformed into a queen wielding a potion. Jiang Nian became the beautiful maiden, still incessantly babbling. Damn, I just took a shower. Who posted my picture online? 1 million fans. You've truly made my life miserable. She was acutely aware that she was dreaming, yet found herself speechless. "You've sunk into depravity," she declared. "I shall silence you." "What? So childish?" Jiang Nian exclaimed, leaping up. "Why is life relentlessly pursuing me? Who is truly living well?" The bell rang, jolting her awake. Chen Yunyun blinked, realizing the teacher had entered the classroom. Rubbing her eyes, she dismissed the absurd dream from her mind. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved her book from her desk. Suddenly, she felt lighter. Sunday was designated for supplementary classes, voluntary for students. Yet, no one would dwell too much on this. All minds were focused on the precious 6 golden hours of the afternoon. The first class was English, and Kanbeo appeared equally lethargic, yawning as she forced herself to lecture. "All right, take out the papers handed out yesterday. Let us look at the first reading comprehension." Jiang Nian pulled out his English paper, but continued to tackle science questions. Suddenly, Li Hua nudged him. "Nian, check out this incredible image." "What?" Jiang Nian turned to see Li Hua slyly producing a Chinese revision booklet. "We're in English class. Why on earth do you have that?" "Just wait. You'll see," Li Hua smirked, flipping to a specific page. Upon seeing it, Jiang Nian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Where did you find this?" Li Hua chuckled, stashing the booklet. "Never you mind. Do you have a small knife? I want to cut this out and show Tao Ran after class to see what he thinks of it, and have him write an essay." Jiang Nian, just as Li Hua was reveling in his triumph, Kanbeo called him out. Chapter 264. Due to excessive reading speed, you too. Not paying attention and whispering away. Kanbeo's hand pressed against the lectern, her gaze piercing in their direction. Although she appeared angry, she secretly felt pleased. It was exhausting to have an early class on a Sunday, so she decided to catch a volunteer to help her out. Jiang Nian could at least explain the test paper for a while Li Hua could be tossed to the back. What an unruly child. Instead of studying, you're learning to chat during class. Thus, Li Hua, carrying 2 books, sulkily retreated to the back, feigning tears while inwardly chuckling. He was eager to share that amusing image, wishing he could immediately rush back to the rear and stand there, where he could freely move about as per the unwritten rules of standing detention. Jiang Nian remained silent, truly a victim of misfortune, having been entangled by the despicable Li Hua. With no other recourse, he reluctantly took to the stage, burdened with the English exam paper. Just as he stood up, his deskmate, Ji gently tugged at him and whispered, "Did you finish the exam?" "Ah, now that is what one would call a beautiful deskmate." What had just passed by in the back row was nothing but a sheer display of absurdity. Jiang Nian felt quite moved. It was indeed the perfect moment to write. Following the distribution of the English test the previous day, he had been instructed to write 4 reading comprehensions. During his idle moments, he had completed the questions while indulging in the readings. Nevertheless, he ended up taking Ji's exam paper to the front, having already inquired. It would be rather presumptuous not to take it. Jiang Nian, ever the honest soul, projected the paper onto the acrylic board, meticulously translating the reading comprehension word by word. The environmental department discovered a chemical plant on the outskirts of London. A classic London topic. Zhou Yuding listened intently, even though the presenter was Jiang Nian. Over the past few days, she had been quite troubled, facing the academic pressures of the Olympiad class, while also haunted by nightmares stemming from the group chat debacle. She was indeed a person of resolute beliefs, yet that did not imply she was entirely fearless. Whether or not she had copied was no longer of consequence. The crux of the matter lay in her involvement in that group. Moreover, having been outed, should the situation implode, no one would listen to her explanations. The only viable course of action now was to elevate her grades before the group's exposure. However, this was no simple task. Studying was arduous, bordering on insurmountable. With an endless stream of homework, each day was fraught with anxiety, and restful moments eluded her. No jest, she truly felt on the verge of breakdown. Zhou Yuding tugged at her hair, forcing herself to focus on the lesson. The classroom resonated with Jiang Nian's voice as she lowered her head to gaze at the exam paper. Unbeknownst to her, her mind began to wander. Her eyes fixated on the printed English text. Her gaze seemed to freeze in place, lingering for an extended period. From childhood to now, she had always been a proud individual. Wherever she went, a throng of admirers would surround her, eagerly at her service. Even in new environments, she could effortlessly navigate from the fringes of the group to its very center. This had been the case until her senior year. However, everything changed after a summer break. She failed to advance to the next class, her small circle disintegrated, and 2 suitors vanished, even abandoning her. She was acutely aware that the root of all this turmoil lay in the voice of its owner. Jiang Nian's methods of improving his grades remained a mystery to her. Yet, when she observed how Jiang Nian had dramatically improved after advancing classes, her defenses began to falter. Initially, Zhou Yuding had been indifferent to such matters, fully cognizant that transient gains and losses were trivial. After successfully advancing, everything would eventually fall into place. The past was not worth dwelling upon. What was Jiang Nian, after all? There would always be individuals far superior to him. Yet, Zhou Yuding discovered she still cared, particularly regarding Jiang Nian's deskmate. Each time she laid eyes on her, Zhou Yuding felt a pang of heartbreak. She could accept Jiang Nian's advancement, and she could accept him scoring 590 points. However, she could not fathom that a person like Zhang Ningzi would harbor any feelings for Jiang Nian. This sentiment was akin to discarding a broken porcelain piece, only for a wealthy individual to pick it up, declaring it a priceless treasure. Indeed, that would be enough to make one feel faint. Her thoughts churned in a tempest within her heart. At last, she turned her attention to the second reading comprehension question. Xian Bao's voice jolted Zhou Yuding back to reality, and her heart began to race. She hastily glanced at the reading comprehension section B, her emotions still in turmoil. The classroom dynamic shifted. Jiang Nian first translated the meaning of the comprehension questions, then translated the reading itself before stepping aside. Xian Bao took over, instructing on how to tackle the questions effectively. This routine continued unabated, reducing Jiang Nian to a mere tool in the hands of a cunning woman. Due to Jiang Nian's swift translation, 3 reading comprehensions were completed in a single class session. In contrast, Li Hua merely occupied the class with his antics, resembling a social butterfly flitting about the back row, momentarily sharing his outrageous images with Lu Yang and then with Tao Ran, barely able to contain his laughter. As the class neared its conclusion, Li Hua realized his cutout image was missing. He stood in the back row, patting himself down in a frenzy. Where's my picture? Ding ding ding, the first period ended. Instantly, the classroom was filled with a sea of slumped bodies, and Jiang Nian, following suit, descended from the stage. Noticing Li Hua's absence, he paid it little mind. Here, your exam paper. Oh, Zhang Ningzi took the paper. A hint of shyness crossing her features as she leaned over the desk and whispered, you clearly finished the exam. Why didn't you say anything? Jiang Nian was about to take a sip of water to soothe his throat when he paused at her words. Just because I completed it this time does not guarantee I will do so next time. Therefore, you must study diligently and always submit your work on time. Zhang Ningzi was left speechless, pursing her lips. I won't tea right next time either. Then I shall report you, formally report you. Jiang Nian pointed at her, declaring that reporting had become his new form of liberation. Anything could be reported, and those who disagreed could come at him. Zhang Ningzi was clad in a cream-colored sweatshirt, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her fair skin appeared delicate, and as she leaned over the desk, her long neck was revealed. A frown of discontent crossed her face as she glared at Jiang Nian. You must not report me. I will. Jiang Nian was utterly shameless. You. Zhang Ningzi was so incensed that sleep eluded her. She rose from her desk, contemplating strategies to counter his threats, but after a long moment, she found no solutions. The more she pondered, the more frustrated she became, and upon turning her head, she caught sight of Jiang Nian's exposed arm. Even in the depths of winter, with the morning air biting, Jiang Nian still habitually rolled up his sleeves each day. In that moment, he leaned over the desk, revealing his arm. Zhang Ningzi pondered for a moment, then seized a gel pen and drew a pig's head on his arm. Throughout the process, she held her breath, carefully sketching as if doing so would prevent Jiang Nian from waking. Perhaps her silent prayers were answered, for Jiang Nian remained oblivious throughout. It was not until the second period commenced that he finally stirred, appearing as if he knew nothing. He twisted open his water bottle and took a few sips, muttering to himself, "Where's that scoundrel Li Hua?" Beside him, Zhang Ningzi sat quietly, like a lotus blooming amidst muck, observing Jiang Nian's movements with the corner of her eye while internally chanting, "It wasn't me. It was the group leader. The group leader did it secretly." "What the heck?" Jiang Nian exclaimed, seemingly having discovered something. "Who drew on my arm?" He began to speak, but fell silent. Zhang Ningzi quickly hid among the pile of books, her heart racing uncontrollably, her face flushed crimson, bearing the unmistakable look of someone caught red-handed. She was genuinely curious about Jiang Nian's reaction, whether he would remain silent or express his outrage. Yet, she dared not raise her head, maintaining her ostrich-like posture. Before long, Li Hua returned from outside as the second bell rang. He had barely settled down, still catching his breath, when he turned to Jiang Nian and asked, "Nian, have you seen my picture?" "No, forget about your picture," Jiang Nian replied with a grin, resting his arm across the table. "Let me show you something impressive. After you see it, you'll understand what paternal love is like a mountain." "What the hell?" Li Hua looked utterly bewildered. All he saw was Jiang Nian turning his elbow, revealing a pig's head drawn on his arm, with the comical pig's head inscribed with the words, "Li Hua, the son." "Damn it, you son of a bitch. Truly a born beast, resorting to writing love, even in pinyin. Damn you, utterly lazy to the core." Huang Fong paid no heed to the ruckus from the back row. She picked up her pen and scribbled on the exam paper, only to find the ink cartridge had run dry. After shaking it vigorously several times to no avail, she finally replaced the cartridge. Gazing at the spent ink refill, Fong Fong felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Having swapped the cartridge, she did not discard the used one as mere trash, but placed it carefully into a box brimming with countless identical spent refills. Wu Zhengguo observed his deskmate's actions throughout, inexplicably amused. You collect used pen refills? Huang Fong was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, what is the matter? Nothing, just reminded me of something, Wu Zhengguo chuckled, unable to resist sharing. Zheng liked to push used tissues to the foot of his bed. Huang Fong. During the second period, Jiang Nian was once again conscripted for menial tasks. Qianbao had taken the opportunity to hold on tightly, clearly unwilling to let go. At the back of the classroom, Zhou Yuding was attentively listening to Jiang Nian's translation corrections for reading comprehension passage D. She had already adjusted her mindset, choosing simply not to dwell on it. While a sunken ship lies broken on one side, 1,000 sails pass by. Before a sick tree, myriad trees herald spring. It was far too early to declare victory or defeat. Tao Ran was still far superior to Jiang Nian. She was certain she would win. Suddenly, she glanced over and noticed Yang Kaiming looking at a small, cut-out picture. Zhou Yuding normally wouldn't be distracted, but Yang Kaiming's suppressed laughter was uncontrollable. His shoulders shook, causing the desk to tremble as well. She was somewhat exasperated and nudged him. What are you doing? Yang Kaiming could no longer contain himself and handed the picture to Zhou Yuding. Look at this. I'm not looking. Class is in session, she replied irritably, her gaze involuntarily scanning it. Because she read so swiftly, the information was instantly absorbed by her mind before she even realized it. She saw Tao Ran's name and couldn't help but inquire, what is Furyui? Oh, Furyui, Yang Kaiming enthusiastically explained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuding's pupils dilated gradually, leaving her speechless. Chapter 265. The class monitor is also innocent. The class monitor is also well-meaning. The Against the Odds comic circulated only among a few individuals, all acquaintances of Tao Ran. The academic committee member was well aware and had no intention of intervening. After all, it was hardly a secret. The veterans of Class 3 all knew about his fondness for Furyui. Tao Ran recalled a certain serene afternoon when the golden sunset flooded the classroom like a tide. Following the class division, everyone introduced themselves, some shy, some lively. Only he stood there, utterly candid. He vividly remembered his third sentence on the podium, I like Furyui. At that moment, old Lu applauded heartily, repeatedly cheering, Furyui is wonderful. I like Furyui too. Speaking of this auspicious omen, many famous ones exist in Chinese history. Does anyone know any? The classroom fell into silence, save for the creaking of the old electric fan. Such beautiful, tender memories. The broadcast for running drills interrupted Tao Ran's reminiscence. He rose with composure, preparing to descend and endure the dreaded leadership exercise. What a bunch of blind fools, utterly senseless. It had rained just last night. The ground was still damp. Why run drills now? Upon reaching the doorway, his keen eyes caught sight of a piece of paper on the floor. Familiar. Wasn't this Li Hua's illustration? Tao Ran bent down, crumpled it, and was about to toss it into the trash. He had no intention of indulging in high school romance. Revealing one's hobbies was perfectly normal. The paper ball traced a parabolic arc and landed in the sanitation corner to the right of the podium. On the sports field, the air was heavy and humid. Moisture seemed to cling to the skin, slickly wrapping around the clothes. The students gathered for drills were restless and noisy on the field. Tao Ran had revealed his eccentricities on the first day of class division, though he still considered them mere hobbies. Yang Kaiming chuckled, fanning himself as he remarked to Zhou Yuding, this isn't even a secret in our class. The academic committee member is such a weirdo. He can stare at a grim fairy tale illustration for ages. I thought he was looking at Little Red Riding Hood, but when I got closer, damn. He was fixated on the wolf grandma over and over. Zhou Yuding's complexion paled. She no longer wished to hear another word from Yang Kaiming. Her eyes went blank, lips trembling slightly. This Olympiad class, damn it. Who the hell decided to run drills? Ma Qiajun was overheated, his face flushed even before running. The ground was wet. Running drills. Where was Jiang Nian? Li Hua glanced around. Unable to find Jiang Nian, she turned to look for Zhang Mingzi, who had just arrived and stood beside Yao Beibei. Arousing suspicion. He wouldn't be skipping drills, would he? I must report this to the disciplinary committee. Hearing this, Ma Qiajun turned his head, eyes scanning. He immediately called old Lu. Beep. A piercing whistle cut through Li Hua and Ma Qiajun's thoughts as the running team started moving. In the line, Nie Kakai jogged along, curiously glancing left and right. Suddenly, she realized the class monitor was missing, her dropped jaw nearly unhinged. Where's the class monitor? I'm the class monitor. Where is he? She panted and turned to Kai Xiaoqing, who was running beside her. Xiaoqing, where's the class monitor? Kai Xiaoqing ran, while silently reciting the small vocabulary card she had brought downstairs. Unlike Nye Kakai's obsession, she replied perfunctorily, I don't know. Maybe something came up. Wah, without the class monitor, running drills are no fun at all. Nye Kakai felt cheated, wishing she had feigned illness to skip running. Jiang Nian sat in the office, propping his hand on King Bao's desk as he yawned. The next class was biology, but King Bao's computer had a minor glitch, so she summoned Li Qingrong for assistance. Jiang Nian happened to pass by on the first floor and tagged along. In such sultry weather, one would be mad to run drills. Sweating sticky and clammy didn't strengthen the body nor prevent colds. But frankly, since the leaders didn't run, why should he care? The computer issue was minor. Li Qingrong could handle it alone. The remaining time was just waiting for the system to recover. 3 people waiting. After 2 minutes, the problem was resolved. Great, thank you. King Bao sighed with relief, smiling. Would you like some tea? Sugar-free. Li Qingrong was momentarily puzzled, thinking of jasmine tea bags. Jiang Nian had given her some last time. A memory still vivid. Unsure whether to accept, she glanced at Jiang Nian for his reaction. Sure, teacher, anything else? Jiang Nian responded calmly. Here are some test papers for you. No need, really. Jiang Nian was startled, thinking King Bao didn't know how to joke, striking back like a nuclear bomb. No one understood his humor. Damn it. Exiting the office, the running music still played on the sports field. Before going upstairs, Li Qingrong glanced at the Dongfang Shi tea in her hand, then at the identical one Jiang Nian held, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, tea beverage, Jiang Nian, ever restless, spoke first. Class monitor, what are you doing this afternoon? In 2 hours, the much-anticipated weekly 6-hour golden holiday would begin once more. From noon until 6 in the evening, there was nowhere to go. In just a week, the pressure of the end-of-month joint examination from 6 cities would loom over her. Li Qingrong ascended the stairs slowly, then slightly tilted her head. It was an overcast day, and although the staircase was devoid of blinding sunlight, the light remained bright. Her skin, cool and pale, resembled exquisite porcelain. She was simply idling about. Oh, are you reading? Jiang Nian mused, finding it quite in line with the stereotype of a top student. After all, Li Qingrong's grades were extraordinary. If she could maintain this momentum, she might very well gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Baida. It was said that top students participated in numerous competitions during their first 2 years of high school to secure recommendations or extra points for college entrance examinations. And one wondered how many competitions Li Qingrong had entered. No, I'm just idling. Li Qingrong shook her head. Watching a movie? No. Jiang Nian listed a plethora of options, all of which were met with her gentle negation. Eventually, through persistent inquiry, he discovered that she was indeed just staying at home, in the most literal sense. She was spending time in her room, aimlessly passing the hours, and then dozing off when she felt tired. The day was nearly darkening, and it was time to gather her belongings to return to school. Yet, 6 hours in a groove could swiftly slip away. Jiang Nian pondered. Perhaps next time he could invite the class monitor out for some fun? After all, she was merely idle, but that thought was quickly dismissed. It felt too abrupt, akin to inscribing the phrase burning with desire upon one's own face. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Li Qingrong suddenly halted, turning to Jiang Nian without warning. Were you serious about what you said yesterday? Jiang Nian was taken aback, wondering if he had spouted some nonsensical dream talk in class the previous day. What did I say? Li Qingrong lowered her gaze, learning to drive. Oh, of course I was serious. I just haven't found the right opportunity yet, Jiang Nian replied nonchalantly. As he was known for being a giant in words but a dwarf in actions. What do you mean by right opportunity? Li Qingrong inquired with curiosity. It means the appropriate moment. Perhaps this afternoon I could find a driving school and ask around, he casually remarked, fully aware that he was merely talking big. What a joke, having finally gotten a break. Why would he want to waste time searching for a driving school? While the first theory test was indeed straightforward, the real challenge lay in the subsequent practice and assessments. Not to mention, completing the first theory test felt gratifying. However, when the time came for practical training during the holidays, the drawbacks would reveal themselves, and he would undoubtedly be the last in line. Hence, choosing the right school was crucial, lest one be overwhelmed in the later stages. Oh, I have a lead, Li Qingrong said, demonstrating her practical application of the term. She averted her gaze. My cousin knows someone at a driving school. Jiang Nian was a bit bewildered by such coincidence. However, he trusted the class monitor and figured she wouldn't lead him astray. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively inquired, how much is the registration fee? 1,000. Jiang Nian doubted his hearing and looked at Li Qingrong with confusion. What? 800? Jiang Nian was stunned, wondering if he had stumbled upon a driving school operated by Shintang. How could the tuition possibly drop? He hadn't even started negotiating, and there it was. A self-inflicted discount. If they were busy recruiting, fine, but dropping the price by a fifth was outrageous. 500? Li Qingrong hesitated. Wait, hold on. Don't drop it any further, Jiang Nian coughed, trying to organize his thoughts. Class monitor, let me ask, this driving school isn't located in Southeast Asia, is it? Li Qingrong shook her head, responding calmly. It's over at the North Town Square, Zuoyu Driving School. Then why is the registration fee so cheap? Jiang Nian's eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, 500 seems like a price that barely covers costs. Friend, was Li Qingrong's succinct reply. Oh, I see. Jiang Nian began to grasp the situation. The class monitor was leveraging her cousin's connections for a discount. He initially intended to decline the offer, but upon turning to meet Li Qingrong's gaze, he found himself momentarily bewitched, opening his mouth but unable to articulate his thoughts. All right then, thank you, class monitor, he finally said to himself, thinking he could inquire about the original price later. The class monitor meant well, and he should not take her kindness for granted. Li Qingrong nodded slightly, her gaze shifting. After a few moments, she took out her phone. I'll send you the contact for the driving school owner. Oh, great. Jiang Nian also pulled out his phone but remembered he hadn't added her on WeChat yet. Class monitor, let me add you on WeChat first. Sounds from downstairs signaled the return of the group from their exercises. Li Qingrong's eyes drooped slightly as she stood at the fourth-floor stairwell. She seemed in no hurry and extended her hand, offering him her phone. Jiang Nian was momentarily startled, thinking adding someone on WeChat didn't require passing the phone back and forth, but he didn't dawdle. He took her phone, completed the action swiftly, and returned it to her. Done, class monitor. Li Qingrong's fingers were long and elegant, her skin a cool tone, fair and delicate, giving her an overall graceful appearance. She took back her phone, effortlessly sending over the contact. To Jiang Nian's surprise, the moment he added the person, the request was approved in an instant. Chapter 266. The toy he had longed to see from a distance was bought by someone else. So hot. So hot. The school leaders are unbearable. Ma Qiaojun squeezed his way up the staircase, fervently wishing well for the others. Then why are you still wearing a jacket while running? Li Hua, also sweating profusely, retorted. Ma Gua hesitated, thinking that without the jacket, he appeared bulkier. But before he could voice that thought, he spat at Li Hua instead. You wouldn't understand. I can't be bothered to explain. You're not worthy of hearing it. Li Hua was left dumbfounded, caught off guard by the sudden outburst. Qi Shi. He looked up and, amidst the crowd, spotted Yu Tongji slowly moving upwards, a wave of frustration washing over him. It was midday, and he had encountered a corpse. Yu Tongji felt gloomy, akin to a sardine trapped in a can, unable to move. He reflected on the promise Hu Nianzong had made to him. It was time for a group change. Today was Sunday, and after school in the afternoon, they would be switching seats. This wasn't just any ordinary seat change. The student he disliked, Jiang Nian, was about to move to the last row of the first major group, right by the back door of the classroom. This meant that Li Qingrong's group would be pushed further back, with seats positioned directly facing the podium, in the first and second rows of the central major group. Should Hu Nianzong's group change proceed smoothly, while Li Qingrong and Jiang Nian were seated far apart, he would be able to step in and join her group. Such an opportunity came once a month at best. He hoped that Hu Nianzong, that rascal, would at least possess a modicum of integrity. His patience was wearing thin, and he could no longer endure any more grievances, not even minor grievances. Week after week passed, and the promised group change never materialized. Instead, there were always excuses, needing more time, feeling anxious, or issues with a broken phone. Purely infuriating. Just as Yu Tongji was fuming, he stepped onto the fourth-floor corridor. Turning his head casually, he suddenly recognized Li Qingrong's silhouette among the crowd, along with the person next to her, just as they were about to enter the classroom. Jiang Nian. His eyes blinked, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, fixated on the classroom door. Yet, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Feeling outmatched by both of them, what Yu Tongji couldn't comprehend was that if Li Qingrong simply disliked him, it would be one thing. Even if she liked someone else, at least he would have some hope. After all, having someone to like proved the existence of such inclinations. However, she chose to walk only with Jiang Nian, presenting a different demeanor to herself and others, creating an inescapable sense of alienation. In Yu Tongji's heart, a tumult of emotions brewed, leaving him deeply unsettled. It felt akin to the childhood experience of standing on tiptoe for an extended time, yearning for an expensive toy, only to return home one day after school to find the proprietor bestowing it upon another. Upon entering the classroom, Yu Tongji immediately sought out Hu Nianzong, seizing him to inquire, did the homeroom teacher agree? Hu Nianzong cast a glance at him, revealing a helpless smile. I just visited his office. He wasn't there. A thunderclap of dismay struck Yu Tongji, as the anticipated dream of sharing a group was abruptly shattered by Hu Nianzong's words. Not here. Indeed. I waited there for quite a while. Only upon asking did I discover the homeroom teacher was absent. Yu Tongja clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he whispered. Are you toying with me? What are you saying? Of course not. Hu Nianzong feigned displeasure, frowning. If you don't believe me, I can refund your money right now. Yu Tongja had no interest in money. He merely desired a group change. At the excellent driving school, the head, Tian Yongsheng, sat at a tea table, engrossed in responding to messages on his phone. What are you up to, Lao Tian? Sun Jiangwo poured himself tea, a wisp of steam rising. Is your wife checking up on you again? Can't you be a bit more assertive? No, it's an important client. Tian Yongsheng typed out a message. Setting his phone down 1 cent. What does my wife need to check on me for? If she is not checking up on you, and you're not busy, why not join me for fishing? Sun Jiangwo queried. Lao Tian, aren't you suffering from bronchitis? I have pharyngitis, not bronchitis. Tian Yongsheng maintained his composure, steering the conversation elsewhere. I have a student who nearly drove me to madness while practicing. You're not an instructor. Why are you personally training a student? It's that English teacher, a major client. Tian Yongsheng sighed. I must be cautious. One cannot utter a single curse. Oh, a VIP client, is it? Sun Jiangwo chuckled, shifting his tone. Well, that's your issue then. Your teaching skills must be lacking. Never mind. We'll discuss it when the lady feels like practicing. Tian Yongsheng remarked. Strangely enough, another VIP client has appeared. Who? I don't know. They said they're still in school. As the third period concluded, Jiang Nian pulled out his phone to glance at a message, growing increasingly perplexed. The other party's demeanor was excessively cordial, akin to that of a VIP service. Upon opening the other's social media, he discovered a plethora of advertisements for student recruitment and self-driving tours. It was apparent that this individual was not a beleaguered driving instructor. The quality of the post suggested he might be the owner or manager of the driving school. Yet, curiously, he implied that he also trained students, VIP students, to be precise. Despite these details, what truly intrigued Jiang Nian was the seemingly immediate availability of this person. It felt almost like a bespoke service, with no need to queue for check-ins. Still no time. I usually have classes. Last month, Chun Chun had just started her senior year and was a bit overzealous, unaware of the academic intensity of her final year. Still hoping to request leave from evening study sessions. Such requests were largely futile unless one disregarded academic performance. After some thought, he relayed his circumstances to the other party. The response was nearly instantaneous, a bit exaggerated. Bowing, very well, excellent driving school is at your service. Please send me the materials this afternoon, and I will handle all the enrollment procedures. Regarding the check-in for the other service, Jiang Nian scrolled through the messages, feeling almost cradled like a cherished child. How delightful. This afternoon he could continue to indulge without needing to waste time at the driving school. The other party also mentioned that if school made it difficult to take leave, arrangements could be made for check-ins at 4 or 5 in the morning. This heartwarming reply solidified Jiang Nian's interest. How extraordinarily VIP. Was he truly being treated like a pampered child? Rising at 4 or 5 in the morning from his wife's warm embrace to accompany students for driving practice felt excessively cozy. Surely, this service was worth thousands. Yet he seemed to have spent nothing. Thus far, the other party had not mentioned a single matter concerning payment. They merely indicated that fees would be discussed after he passed the second examination. Before long, lunchtime arrived. After class, the students did not scatter immediately. Instead, they began rearranging desks and shifting seats, the sound of scraping chairs filling the air. Are we sitting by the back door of the classroom? Zhang Ningzi inquired in surprise. Yes, the position by the wall near the back door is drafty. While tidying up his desk, Jiang Nian pondered and asked, would you like to swap with Li Hua? Chapter 267. Do not bully the honest person. I will let it slide this time. The seating arrangement in class 3 comprised 3 students per row, Li Hua, Jiang Nian, and Zhang Ningzi. This time, the seats were shifted closer to the back door, putting Zhang Ningzi in the most advantageous position by the door, with no one watching. It was even possible to slip out during class. Jiang Nian believed Li Hua would surely appreciate this position, making it a win-win situation. However, Zhang Ningzi declined. I want T-switch. The group leader likes to pick at the wall. During the last weekly test, I saw him use a pen refill to gouge a substantial hole. Upon hearing this, Li Hua, who was in the midst of moving desks, nearly choked. What nonsense. What kind of talk is that? Zhang Ningzi cast him a sidelong glance, muttering, it's the truth. Ridiculous. Li Hua could no longer contain himself. He had no strong preferences regarding seating. He could change or not. The narrow aisle on his left led to Ma Qiaozhan, whom he found quite agreeable to sit beside. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Ningzi's reason for refusal, he couldn't help but retort, that's pure slander. I was merely bored and made a small hole. Besides, after being caught, didn't I fix it? Zhang Ningzi pressed her lips together, then after a few seconds, delivered a decisive blow. I took a picture. At this, Li Hua immediately covered his face, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. It's all your fault. It's all Jiang Nian's fault. That despicable person, corrupting all the group members. I'm utterly humiliated. Li Hua's composure shattered, but no one paid him any mind. Before his personal drama could conclude, Jiang Nian had already pulled his desk and chair, along with Zhang Ningzi's, to the back. If you don't want to switch, then so be it. It's quite fine. MHM. Zhang Ningzi crouched down to organize her book basket, instinctively feeling he was about to leave, so she looked up and asked, "What are you planning to do this afternoon?" Jiang Nian, having initially prepared to grab his bag and leave, paused briefly. Play video games, then hang out with a pretty girl. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningzi felt a pang of frustration, realizing she should have known better than to ask him. He always seemed incapable of uttering anything pleasant. "Oh, bye. I'm going home to sleep." Jiang Nian was an honest individual, speaking primarily the truth. Feeling a bit drowsy, he might well sleep until evening. He truly had no plans to go out that afternoon. With the VIP treatment at the driving school, there was no need for him to worry. Whether he went out depended mainly on whether anyone invited him. Oh, Jiang Nian descended to the third floor, not heading toward the Olympiad Class 3. Su Qianqian had long since left with Song Ziyun, likely to have lunch together. The midday was not the evening, and there was no need for a companion to return home. He arrived at the ground floor of his building, where a small enclosed courtyard lay within. Not particularly large, yet it appeared clean, regularly maintained by elderly residents. On sunny winter days, should one skip class and return home, they might find a cluster of seniors basking in the sun there. The weather was not particularly cold, and at that moment, no one was basking in the sun in the yard. Instead, a youthful visage brightened the scene. Zhao Ningning, the granddaughter of old lady one from the second floor. "What are you doing?" Jiang Nian found his path obstructed by her presence. Zhao Ningning, having somehow acquired a small cart, was diligently transporting bricks, excavating stones from the yard's wall and moving them from point A to point B. "Ah, it's Sunday, big brother," she exclaimed. "What on earth?" Jiang Nian felt dizzy, bewildered by her words. He thought to himself that this child seemed utterly devoid of education, and he immediately adopted a stern expression. "Zhao Ningning, stop shouting." "I'm not shouting. Isn't it true that big brother only appears on Sundays?" Zhao Ningning retorted, her tone defiant. Jiang Nian was at a loss for words. It was because she was far too lazy. "When I go to school, you're still asleep, and when I return at night, you've already gone to bed." "Impossible." Zhao Ningning refused to believe him. Verily, Jiang Nian thought for the first time that Li Hua's skills were remarkably useful. He stretched his long legs and stepped over Zhao Ningning's makeshift cart. Not long after ascending the stairs, he heard old lady when calling for Zhao Ningning to come eat. Unlocking the door to his home, he arrived just in time for dinner. The kitchen's exhaust fan hummed busily as Li Hongmei brought out dishes. Glancing back at Jiang Nian for a moment before asking, "Is Qianqian not coming back for dinner?" Observing the lonely expression on Li Hongmei's face, Jiang Nian felt a twinge of discomfort. "Am I not a person? Sigh. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just go to the kitchen and get your own chopsticks." Li Hongmei dismissed him casually, as if to say, "The dog's son has arrived, let him eat." Before long, old Jiang emerged from his study. "Back from school? Ah, we have the afternoon off." Jiang Nian took a seat at the dining table and suddenly remarked to old Jiang, "The difficulty of the second-year exams is greater, and there's more homework." "Indeed, second year is more challenging," old Jiang replied, scrolling through his phone. Jiang Nian pondered for a moment before saying, "In the second semester of the first year, we'll be divided into classes. I'm not sure whether to study arts or sciences." Old Jiang paused, looking up at Jiang Nian with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Why would you want to study arts? Surely you should choose the sciences." Jiang Nian could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, today I'm leaving home. This tiny house cannot contain my grand aspirations. Is it possible that I'm already in my third year? Next year, I'll be facing the college entrance examination. And in the third year, there are only 6 hours of free time on Sunday afternoons." Upon hearing this, old Jiang was momentarily stunned. Then a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. "Of course I know. What do you know, really? You didn't even dare take me to the exam site. When I opened the navigation, it directed me to the internet cafe." Jiang Nian muttered under his breath, feeling that his presence in this family made no difference. Time swiftly passed to 2:30 in the afternoon, and Jiang Nian awoke groggily at home. Having developed a habit of napping at school, he had unknowingly drifted off. As he turned over, he noticed several messages on his phone. The driving school had found someone and completed the paperwork, advising Jiang Nian to download an app for practice questions, assuring him he would be ready to schedule the first subject soon. They also hinted that for the second subject, personal presence was not necessarily required. One could practice beforehand, and if time was tight, there were innovative solutions available. The convenience of such a one-stop service was indeed endearing. The more he thought about it, the more he felt guilty. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to owe the class monitor a significant favor, and he pondered how he would repay it in the future. If it were a male, it would be simple. He could just say, "Bro, you've got this." But alas, the class monitor was a female. The dilemma arose. He certainly couldn't give her money, and he was at a loss for what kind of gift to present. It was impossible to accept help without offering something in return, yet he had no suitable opportunity at present. He resolved to wait until he received his driver's license before sending a token of gratitude. Scanning through his WeChat messages, he saw that the class monitor had not sent him anything. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he hadn't messaged her either. "I'll deal with it tonight," he decided. Su Qianqian, however, had sent him a message, sharing a photo of a table full of dishes. She was dining at Song Zun's house and seemed not to intend to return that afternoon. Jiang Nian's response was simply, "Timmy, let us play some games." Had it not been for the strict family planning regulations in previous years, he would have expected to have a younger sibling. Initially, he thought being an only child would grant him all the affection, but little did he know, he was no longer the sole heir. Suddenly, a rumble echoed, and the weather began to change. While Jiang Nian was engrossed in his game, a knock resounded at his door. "Mom, I'm not in my room." Upon hearing this, the door swung open. Li Hongmei stood at the threshold, exuding a look of exasperation as she glanced at Jiang Nian. Stay calm, he my son," she reminded herself. After regaining her composure, she said, "It's about to rain. I noticed Qianqian's clothes haven't been taken in yet. After you finish your game, go across and gather her clothes from outside." Jiang Nian looked up, puzzled. "Gather what?" Li Hongmei sighed. "Gather the clothes from our home." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian was taken aback. "Mom, isn't that a bit inappropriate? If you know it's inappropriate, why are you asking? Of course, you should collect the clothes hanging at her house." Li Hongmei turned and left, feeling her son was increasingly unpredictable. Jiang Nian nodded, then diligently completed his game before leisurely rising. Listening closely, he realized it wasn't even raining outside. It is well known that rain has a sound, a scent, and a certain form. Observing the shape of the curtains billowing, Jiang Nian took a moment to gloat. As he stepped outside into the hallway, he was suddenly caught in a gust of wind and rain, his expression changing dramatically. "Oh no," he exclaimed, hastily pulling out the key to the neighboring house. He dashed to the balcony and swiftly gathered Su Qianqian's clothes, pants, and small items. Just as he tossed the garments onto the sofa, Su Qianqian's video call came through, ringing insistently. Upon answering, Jiang Nian anticipated her reaction and, feeling quite pleased with himself, activated the front camera. "Don't rush me. I've brought your clothes back." Oh, the video call ended abruptly, leaving Jiang Nian fuming. How could she? Frustrated, he thought. I should have left them out to soak in the rain before bringing them in. In truth, Su Qianqian had caught sight of her intimate garments, along with the clothes hanger, precariously displayed on top, exposed to the air and the camera. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she hurriedly hung up the call, not wishing for Song Zun to notice anything amiss. Switching to text communication allowed her to feel much more at ease. Why do they look a bit damp? Moments later, Jiang Nian sent 2 dragon emoji along with a message. Can you stay dry in the rain? For some reason, his words seemed to carry an extra layer of cheekiness, prompting Su Qianqian to feel an urge to retort. Couldn't you have collected them sooner? 5 seconds later, a message popped up from Jiang Nian. How about you just let me hang your clothes in my room from now on? You should find a spot in class. Li Qingrong turned, her expression calm as she regarded Li Lanying, who had been observing her closely, or go home. Her gaze remained cool and slightly furrowed. Her pink lips slightly parted. So annoying. Wah, you're so fierce. Li Lanying, unabashed, resembled a shadowy creature admiring a beautiful maiden, relishing the beauty of youth. Indeed, one cannot simultaneously possess youth and the awareness of it. Upon hearing this, Li Qingrong lowered her gaze and, after a moment, replied, Old woman. What? Who is old? Li Lanying's temper flared instantaneously, akin to a fierce orange cat poised to pounce. Do not underestimate the meek. I shall tolerate this for now. Chapter 268. The heart of man grows cold. I dare not touch it. Li Lanying perched upon a high stool at the bar-style kitchen, sipping her drink. Her feet arched and swaying slightly. I have work too. I merely returned to rest for a while. Suspended for sexual harassment, is it? Li Qingrong's tone was flat, each word piercing directly into her sister's vulnerable veins. Not at all. I am an elegant woman. Li Lanying took a sip of her drink, unable to resist adding. In the past, I truly wouldn't have dared to come back. Li Qingrong cast her a sidelong glance, and the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. After a lengthy pause, Li Lanying broke the stillness with a smile, inquiring, You are waiting for someone's news, aren't you? No. Oh, I see. Li Lanying chuckled. Li Qingrong retreated to her room, seated before her computer engrossed in a simulation game centered around building a camp. The graphics were exquisite, the effects strikingly realistic. If her classmates were to discover that the class monitor indulged in gaming, they would surely be astonished. Similar to Minecraft, the game began with an axe in hand. After playing for a while, the in-game time transitioned to night. The camp was illuminated by a bonfire, surrounded by the sounds of the wilderness. With darkness and forest enveloping her, Li Qingrong fixated on the flickering flames, momentarily lost in thought. Ding dong. The sound of a WeChat notification broke her reverie as she glanced at her phone lying quietly on the desk. After a few seconds, she reached out to illuminate the screen. Li Lanying, come out and play with me. A subtle invitation. Upon seeing this, Li Qingrong lowered her gaze for a few seconds. Her fingers glided across the screen, adding Li Lanying to her blacklist before deleting her message entirely. Outside, the sound of a groundhog shrieked, but she paid it no mind. She repeatedly opened WeChat, unsure of what she hoped to see. Jiang Nian awakened once more at 5 in the afternoon, feeling utterly drained. The healing skill could substitute for a single sleep cycle, forcibly alleviating fatigue, yet it could not replicate the refreshing sensation of waking from a true slumber. So he chose to remain idle and sleep. After all, to live is to relish life, as others do. Being a Sunday, no dinner was served at 5. Weighing his options, Jiang Nian finally ventured outside to procure a meal, wiping his mouth as he hurried back to class. He had yet to complete any assignments. Waiting to copy from others. On his way back, he replied to messages from Zhang Ningzi and Chen Yunyun with a unified response. After an afternoon of slumber, he ascended to the 4th floor, arriving at the classroom only to find the time reading 5:50. With barely 20 minutes remaining before evening self-study commenced. The majority of classmates were already present. Beneath the bright lights, the atmosphere was as noisy as a bustling market. 2 boys entered through the back door, instinctively pausing for a moment. "What is up, Li Hua? Where have you been?" It was well known that the back row of the classroom was a sanctuary for the boys' escapades. The space was ample enough to accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. Often, boys were more inclined to chat than girls, and even the most mundane conversation could escalate into a prolonged exchange of banter. Not to mention, Li Hua was the social butterfly of the back row. Nothing much, just studying at the internet cafe for a bit. Li Hua rose from his seat, yawning. "I've been watching online classes for 4 hours. I'm exhausted." "Are you serious?" Another boy interjected, unable to contain himself. "You went to an internet cafe to study?" "Say what you will, but I genuinely studied at the cafe," Li Hua skillfully parried, engaging in playful banter with the 2 boys, laughter occasionally punctuating their exchange. Boys thrived on such spontaneous displays of bravado. As they chatted, time slipped away unnoticed. Zhang Ningzi donned a windbreaker, with the temperature beginning to drop as night approached. She sat near the back door, diligently working on her assignments. Occasionally, she glanced at Jiang Nian beside her, who was copying his work, and suddenly declared, "I'm going to report you for cheating." Jiang Nian paused, taken aback. "I'm copying your work. Why would you report me?" "Oh." Zhang Ningzi realized this tactic was futile and felt a twinge of defeat. Unexpectedly, a hand reached out from beside her. "Let me have a sip." Having just been bested in their earlier exchange, Zhang Ningzi was reluctant to comply, flatly refusing. "No. Then I'll take your assignment and turn myself in as a witness." Jiang Nian declared with a confident smirk, extending his hand once more. "Hand it over. You wouldn't want to be reported, would you?" At this, Zhang Ningzi was momentarily flabbergasted, her frustration boiling over. Do you even have a conscience?" "A conscience can yield sweet love, but the absence of one brings even greater rewards," he quipped, referring to the beverage. Ultimately, Zhang Ningzi succumbed to his relentless pressure. Faced with the depths of his underhanded tactics, she begrudgingly yielded her drink. "Humph. May it bring you untold misfortune." Jiang Nian gleefully slurped through the straw. What a joyous occasion. Zhang Ningzi, cheeks puffed in irritation, was momentarily flustered by Jiang Nian's audacity. After a brief stint of completing her assignments, she could not resist asking, "Are we having a weekly assessment tonight?" "I believe so." The bell rang, signaling the commencement of evening self-study. Tao Ran ascended the podium, exuding an air of authority as the class monitor. "Attention, boarders, please hand in your phones." It was that time again, the routine collection of devices. Tao Ran brandished a bag and began to circulate, collecting phones from each boarder group. In Li Hua's group, only Wu Junfu surrendered a smartphone, albeit a backup device. "What about Huang Fong? Didn't he bring it?" "Zheng Yu, you can't possibly have forgotten yours." "I have it. Just wait a moment." Zheng Yu rummaged through his desk, producing a dilapidated old phone, secured with a rubber band, which he tossed to Tao Ran. In the aisle, Tao Ran's eyelids twitched. "What is this?" However, he did not press the matter too hard. As long as it was handed in, that sufficed. After completing his rounds, he noted that Lin Dong's phone was equally absurd. A basic model with a broken keypad, yet he insisted it could still power on. Tao Ran, initially disinclined to verify, was compelled when Lin Dong insisted on proving his point, resulting in the entire class hearing the antiquated boot-up melody of Tianyi 3G. Is that all? Are there any more phones not yet submitted? Wu Junfu observed as Tao Ran gathered the phones, then turned to glance at his desk mate, Zheng Yu. You're still looking at your phone, even with the assessment coming up? Zheng Yu raised his head, utterly unperturbed. What is there to fear? We're in the second to last row. We're perfectly safe. And what about the assessment? I'll sit by the window and keep it in my drawer. That's a safe bet. Zheng Yu tossed his hair back and returned to his studies. Old Lu stood stealthily at the classroom door, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Having been idle in the office, he had glanced at the phones submitted. To his dismay, he found a collection of subpar devices and was filled with indignation. Are they truly so careless with their own futures? High school students who indulged in mobile games would only bring ruin upon themselves. Yet they continued to engage in this deceitful game. Enraged, he resolved to rectify this pervasive malaise. Old Lu's plan was straightforward. The class was still engaged in self-study, and the Chinese weekly assessment wouldn't commence just yet. The atmosphere was exceedingly relaxed. Suddenly extinguishing the lights, he intended to apprehend anyone illuminated by their screens. Silently counting to 3 in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Crack. The classroom was plunged into darkness, prompting an immediate collective gasp. As if encountering a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought, the class erupted in cheers, mistakenly believing there was a power outage. In the very next moment, the lights flickered back on. The students beheld Old Lu standing sternly at the doorway, his face a portrait of displeasure. Yang Kaiming, Yao Beibei, Dong Wensong, Zheng Yu, take out your phones. His voice resonated, and in an instant, silence enveloped the room, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The individuals summoned turned pale, their bodies seemingly paralyzed as if under a spell. Old Lu approached each one with ease, and the trio, faces etched with bitterness, surrendered their phones. While Zheng Yu remained unfazed. Hand it over. Zheng Yu looked up and replied, Teacher, I've already submitted my phone. Old Lu could no longer contain his frustration. Instructing the students in the back to turn off the lights, glaring at the glow illuminating Zheng Yu's face. Still trying to argue? Yours is the brightest light. He yanked away the book Zheng Yu had used to shield his device, revealing a toy flashlight underneath. Unperturbed, Zheng Yu met Old Lu's gaze with calm composure. Teacher, is it against the rules to play with a flashlight during evening study? Chapter 269. Baby, this is the last row. It's impossible to get caught. Not only Old Lu, but also Jiang Nian and a few others were taken aback. As members of the 6th group, they were all too aware of whether Zheng Yu had been on his phone. However, Zheng Yu's maneuver was rather audacious. What a clever strategist he was. Old Lu's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from conducting a search, merely nodding as he led the 3 offenders out of the classroom, phones in hand. With the threat neutralized, the members of the 6th group turned their attention to Zheng Yu. Jiang Nian remarked, You're done for. Old Lu has his eye on you. Don't worry. It's just daily high-intensity patrols. Li Hua chimed in, relishing their plight. Every day in fear, never a moment's peace. Wu Jun, seated in the front row, turned to Zheng Yu and advised, regardless of the situation, you've avoided calamity this time. Refrain from playing for the next few days to evade the teacher's scrutiny. Hey, what are you talking about? Jiang Nian retorted, sensing the humor in the situation. Avoiding Old Lu's scrutiny? That's an affront to my friend. Indeed, that statement is misguided. Li Hua, an instigator in his own right, added, We all know Old Lu's tactics. There's no need for trepidation. Zhang Mingzi observed Jiang Nian and the others, her expression conveying silent disapproval. You all are too mischievous. Huang Fong, unable to hold back, interjected, Could you all tone it down a bit? Zhang Mingzi nodded in agreement, nudging Jiang Nian lightly. Exactly. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu, at the center of the commotion, waved dismissively. Let him come. I have my ways. With that, Zheng Yu chuckled to himself, acknowledging that while the thrill of evading the teacher was exhilarating, it was indeed more entertaining than merely playing with a phone. Remember, Old Lu, this is a lesson I impart to you in life. Once you traverse this mountain, trust will quietly erode, and we shall never return to what we once were. Laughter erupted as Jiang Nian grinned, giving a thumbs up. Li Hua, with tears of laughter in his eyes, sighed. If only I could conjure a flashlight when my father checked my phone back in the day. Moments later, the 3 apprehended students returned, devoid of their phones. As Yang Kaiming settled back into his seat, Huang Kailang leaned in. Brother, what did the teacher say? What else could he say? We'll see the results of the 6th city joint exam at the end of the month, Yang Kaiming sighed. He set a target for us 3. If we meet it, we'll get our phones back. Huh, then doesn't that mean you want to have your phone? Huang Kailang gasped, realizing the implications. Brother, if you don't mind, you can use my phone. At this, Zhou Yuding rolled her eyes. She thought to herself that Yang Kaiming deserved his fate before Old Lu confiscated his phone. He had been distractedly scrolling through videos of animal ears, which was utterly ridiculous. However, she reasoned that Tao Ran's interest was merely a harmless hobby. You're too naive. Kailang, Yang Kaiming chuckled, shaking his head. Old Lu tossed my phone into the collection bag, but I have a backup device in there. When phones are returned on Sunday, I'll just retrieve mine and turn in a model phone instead. Got it, applause. Huang Kailang exclaimed in amazement, showering Yang Kaiming with praise. Brother, you're brilliant. Zhou Yuding, exasperated by their banter, donned a pair of foam earplugs and focused intently on her work. Soon after, the representatives from two subjects. The Minister of Rights Tao Ran entered the classroom, carrying the Chinese weekly test papers and proclaiming the announcement for the week's assessment. Clear off your desks and sit according to your student numbers. To be honest, Jiang Nian had grown fond of the rear row of the classroom. Oh my, how liberating it is to whisper back here without anyone minding. Was there still a semblance of order? The back row was a delightful void, free from the constraints of the so-called rules. Since it was merely a pointless weekly assessment, a change of seating was in order. The prospect of sharing a desk with the class monitor thrilled Jiang Nian, prompting him to hum with delight. This week has been utterly delightful. Absolutely exhilarating, Donggo. Sun Zixin muttered to himself in the classroom. Distractedly, he filled out the Chinese weekly test paper, his mind wandering back to the afternoon's events when Lin Dong had guided him on the art of flirtation. His head was now filled with techniques, and he held Lin Dong in the highest regard. Master, I wish to learn this. Suddenly, he recalled the hours spent lost in the depths of dubious websites, completely forgetful of time. Yet, when compared to Lin Dong's prowess, his own struggles seemed trivial. Donggu was nothing short of a superhero, the true emperor of online interactions. At the milk tea shop, Sun Zixin watched Lin Dong engage in ice-breaking conversations with newly added girls, while he tried to charm a girl he had already gotten to know. The scene had a profound impact on the young man's worldview. It was akin to a grand ambition, advancing his progress ahead of schedule. Sun Zixin silently vowed that one day he would become Donggu, surpassing him. His goal was to become the emperor of online interactions, striving for the highest throne. With such thoughts in mind, he eagerly messaged the newly added girl, "Are you there?" Then, nothing happened. She didn't respond. Sun Zixin wrestled with his thoughts from the afternoon until evening, feeling frustrated at his lack of progress. He felt defeated before even beginning. Unbeknownst to him, he had forgotten all his real-life disappointments, consumed by his obsession with online chatting. Longing to sneak out of the classroom to continue his pursuits. Suddenly, he remembered Chen Yunyun, realizing that he hadn't paid her any attention for a couple of days. Lost in thought, Sun Zixin turned his gaze, searching for Chen Yunyun's figure. After a lengthy search, he finally spotted her silhouette. He had intended to break the illusion. Yet he nearly succumbed once more. No, I can't. I'm no longer the Sun Zixin of old. A man should rely on his own efforts. Yao Beibei, already irritable from having her phone confiscated, found herself seated next to Sun Zixin during the weekly test. Hearing his murmurs, she became increasingly annoyed. Stop mumbling. Sun Zixin, still trying to convince himself, felt a bit awkward at her words and quickly retorted, "Isn't it permissible to recite ancient poetry?" Yao Beibei smirked, glancing at him. Which ancient poem speaks of such torturous days? Can you tell me what makes her different? Sun Zixin fell silent, but still stubbornly replied, "Mind your own business." Yao Beibei let out a sigh and resumed her studies. Sun Zixin felt a lump lodged in his throat, contemplating how utterly powerless he was at present. He thought to himself that when the time came, he would no longer be the same. His gaze wandered and unexpectedly landed on Jiang Nian, who was seated with the class monitor, diligently taking the weekly assessment. He mused that people were fundamentally alike, nothing particularly special about anyone. Perhaps Jiang Nian also harbored unfulfilled desires, possibly even more pitiful than his own. Jiang Nian held his breath, enduring until he reached the reading comprehension passage. Only after finishing the entire text did he feel he had completed half of the exam. Yet, upon finishing, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The experience of a Chinese exam often felt like fleeting happiness, while the agony lingered far too long. He glanced at the class monitor. Noticing her progress was slower than his, and a flicker of pride arose within him. He leaned over to glimpse her answers, naturally adopting a tilted posture. To be frank, it felt rather foolish. The classroom was bright, and the soft light illuminated Li Qingrong's delicate profile, accentuating her graceful curves, with her clear eyes partially hidden beneath her eyelashes. He stared. Li Qingrong feigned calmness, but soon enough, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. On the last analytical question, only the final sentence remained, and under his gaze, her thoughts froze and scattered, rendering her unable to write anything. Ultimately, she turned to Jiang Nian, faced with Li Qingrong's slightly perplexed expression. Jiang Nian finally turned his head. Flipping the test paper to the other side, he began to revise his answers for the appreciation of ancient poetry. Li Qingrong remarked, "If you wish to copy, why not just say it outright?" Jiang Nian returned to his writing, and normalcy gradually restored itself. However, Li Qingrong, after reading the first comprehension application piece twice, still could not recall its content, feeling as though something was missing. Just moments ago, Jiang Nian had leaned over, leaving an imprint on her heart. Gurgle, gurgle. A small piece of paper rolled onto Jiang Nian's test sheet, and he stared at it in surprise. Huh. It was a note from the class monitor, undoubtedly of some importance. Realizing this, he set aside his exam. For the significance of the weekly Chinese assessment was trivial in comparison. Unfolding the note, he read, "Have you completed the paperwork?" Jiang Nian glanced at the class monitor, hesitating for a moment. After fiddling with the note for half a minute, he finally pushed it back to her. Li Qingrong accepted it, her expression composed as she opened it. "Done. I overslept this afternoon and forgot to inform you." Upon reading, the slight resentment in her heart silently dissipated. As the examination drew to a close, Jiang Nian completed his essay and set down his pen, feeling quite bored. He alternated his gaze between the class monitor and the distant Li Hua. After some contemplation, he tore off a corner of his test paper, crumpled it into a ball, and accurately hit Li Hua on the head. "Who?" Li Hua fumed, feeling the paper, his anger mounting, only to find everyone staring at him. "Who threw a paper at my head?" Yet, no one confessed. Li Qingrong continued writing her essay, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Nian. Estimating the time, Tao Ran ascended the podium and cleared his throat. "That Chinese answer sheet, please pass it forward." The test papers fluttered forward like snowflakes, and the seating arrangements returned to normal. Jiang Nian pulled out his phone to practice mock questions for Subject 1, planning to complete them in 2 to 3 days and take the exam this week, sooner rather than later. He had heard from his cousin that delaying the driving test only led to a lack of motivation. Since VIP services were available, there was no need to test anyone's patience. Better to secure the license early for peace of mind. Zhang Ningzi noticed him hiding behind a pile of books, engrossed in his phone, and couldn't help but express concern. "Aren't you afraid of getting caught?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian surveyed his surroundings and then glanced at Zhang Ningzi. "Baby, this is the last row. Get caught? What a joke." He refrained from mentioning that he had connections above him. Recalling something, he noted that the fan title for this account was a reversal in the college entrance examination, a stroke of good fortune. Each month featured a new fan title, and participation in activities was encouraged, with top comments being highlighted. Chapter 270, Sowing a Seed of Hope. To be candid, old Lu's secrets could sustain him for a year. As long as he wasn't excessively disruptive with his phone or casual chatting, old Lu seldom troubled him. Yet, he couldn't articulate it that way, so he pondered briefly. During evening study, the homeroom teacher just checked. He'll definitely come in through the front door for the class meeting, so the last row is super safe. "Oh," Zhang Ningzi responded, partially understanding. She thought to herself that the boy was quite audacious, especially since the homeroom teacher had just checked phones not long ago. He seemed utterly unafraid, treading a precarious line. Being in the last row, she too experienced the advantages of being at the back, enjoying a sense of freedom. She could confidently engage in small actions without worrying about being seen. Now, with nothing to occupy her hands, she could boldly lean over to see Jiang Nian's phone. After observing for a while, she realized he wasn't playing but was engaged in serious work, seemingly studying for the driving test. "What are you doing?" Jiang Nian turned around and met Zhang Ningzi's lively gaze. As he regarded her, he suddenly recalled the saying, "Cuteness is a feeling." "Oh, I'm just reviewing the questions for the driving test." The advantage of being in the corner was that they could lower their voices to converse without anyone noticing. The walls on both sides shielded them, and the front was filled with the same group of students, completely oblivious to their conversation. "You're going for a driving test?" Zhang Ningzi expressed mild surprise. "Yeah, what's the matter? Isn't getting a driver's license a hassle?" She inquired curiously. "It takes at least a month or 2. How do you have time?" Jiang Nian was unsure how to respond, considering this was a VIP service made possible through the class monitor's connections. It felt inappropriate to explain in detail, so he evasively replied, "It's not that exaggerated. It hardly affects class." "Okay." Zhang Ningzi sensed he was harboring a secret. Li Hua leaned over, curious. "What are you two up to?" "We're discussing how to isolate you," Jiang Nian quipped. Not long after, old Lu entered the classroom and took a seat at the podium. "Ah, everyone, please stop for a moment." No one paid attention. The previous 3 evening study sessions had been devoted to the Chinese weekly assessment, leaving assignments piled up for this last session. Old Lu, unfazed, continued with his weekly class meeting. The age-old topics of waterproofing and fire safety are always recurring themes, he began, clearing his throat. However, today I must address something specific. Seated in the last row, Jiang Nian found himself on the verge of sleep, feeling drowsy from listening to old Lu's speech rather than from studying. Suddenly, old Lu shifted his focus. "Today, I want to talk about the issue of early romantic relationships. The leaders mentioned in a recent meeting that our Zhennan High School has a particularly high number of student couples. After evening study, In the dark corners of the basketball court below and over by the sports field, numerous couples strolled about, even greeting school officials when they spotted them. How audacious. Quite remarkably audacious. Old Lou's humorous tone elicited laughter from the entire class. Teacher, didn't you say the school is our home? Aren't the leaders essentially our relatives? Isn't it normal for young couples to greet relatives? Li Hua interjected, prompting another wave of laughter from the class. Old Lou chuckled, playfully pointing at Li Hua. Li Hua, do not let me catch you holding hands on the sports field. At that moment, do not blame me for my righteous indignation, Yang Kaiming suddenly exclaimed with an idea. Teacher, is it permissible to hold hands with a boy? Tao Ran yearned to grasp the hand of the beast-eared girl, but alas, in the three-dimensional world, such beings do not exist. He could only sigh in resignation, lamenting the unkindness of this world towards him. Indeed, within the class, there were two couples, presently leaning closely together. Originally, there had been 3 pairs, but Li Hua had ruthlessly dismantled one, an act of sheer cruelty. The other 2 couples were more discreet, essentially engaging in clandestine affairs. To put it plainly, their romantic entanglements did not infringe upon others, hence no one raised a ruckus. Old Lou surveyed the class, deliberately teasing them. I observed several pairs in our class exhibiting signs of early romance. Do not think you are so well hidden that no one notices. I merely choose not to concern myself with it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingzi grew anxious, being quite easy to deceive. She immediately took stock of her situation, suddenly feeling inexplicably guilty, fearing that the homeroom teacher might call her name. Does this count as an indication of early romance? Surely not, she thought. Stealing a glance at Jiang Nian beside her, she found him still engrossed in his practice questions, inwardly acknowledging that boys possess quite a bit of audacity. Jiang Nian was entirely oblivious to old Lou's ramblings, absorbed in his mock exam questions. Once he finished a question, he retained the information well enough to remember the majority. This was not a superhuman ability, but rather a result of the daily memorization that came with being in senior year. As the class drew to a close, Jiang Nian had barely tackled 1/10 of the question bank. He was not in a rush, estimating he would complete it by Tuesday. Tomorrow, he planned to contact the driving school to arrange an appointment for the first subject examination. After the bell rang, he swiftly packed his bag and descended the stairs. On the 3rd floor, Su Qianqian joined him and couldn't help but glance at his empty bag, asking, "Do you really carry an empty bag back and forth every day? What? Do you have an issue with that?" Jiang Nian retorted, casting a glance at her amidst the crowd. Su Qianqian scoffed, rolling her eyes as they descended the stairwell. "I simply think you're rather foolish. And how clever are you?" Jiang Nian inquired. "I can tell you took the Chinese weekly test tonight. How accurate am I?" Su Qianqian boasted, feigning omniscience. Jiang Nian. After a while, she noticed Jiang Nian was putting on an air of aloofness, prompting her to lean in and check his phone. "Still solving problems while walking? Do you understand driving?" Jiang Nian suddenly spoke seriously. "Su Qianqian, once I obtain my driver's license, I'll buy a car and take you on a trip. What do you think?" If he had said this to another girl, she would likely have been moved. However, Su Qianqian had known this fool for 10 years and was all too aware of his absurd character. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Where to?" Jiang Nian replied earnestly, "To the town south milk tea shop for a stroll. After you settle the bill, we can return." "Get lost," Su Qianqian retorted, exasperated. "Don't you have a travel fund? Why not use it? How about pooling money to buy a car? You'd be a shareholder." Jiang Nian was utterly unbothered by appearances. "Are you serious?" Su Qianqian was in disbelief. Jiang Nian stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. That could work. Once Su Qianqian returned home and prepared to take a shower, she found herself gazing into the bright mirror. For some inexplicable reason, she recalled his words from their journey home. The notion of travel surged uncontrollably within her. If driving were possible, it would indeed be more convenient. Throughout high school, she had been saving money, dreaming of traveling with Song Zun after the college entrance examinations, even preparing to shoulder the expenses alone. 2 months prior, Song Zun had suddenly mentioned that her mother seemed on the verge of unemployment. At that time, Su Qianqian had no choice but to offer comfort, but things improved afterward. Su Qianqian believed that if she proposed a travel plan after the college entrance examinations, Song Zun would likely join, as long as it was not a waste of time. She recalled Song Zun had expressed her intention to work part-time during the summer after exams. Given her family situation, it would be understandable if she backed out. This dilemma had troubled her for quite some time, and she had not given it much thought until today when she inadvertently heard Jiang Nian mention it and saw him truly preparing for his driving test. Thus, a more absurd idea emerged in her mind. If they could embark on a road trip, even with Jiang Nian as a companion, it would not matter. She could endure it. After all, a road trip could still be enjoyable. Just the thought of the vast landscapes and untamed beauty of her homeland invigorated her parched heart. She delayed her shower, finding herself irresistibly drawn to search for road trip videos. Oh, it says that for the first year after obtaining a license, one cannot drive on highways alone, she noted, watching a couple of high school sweethearts navigating provincial roads, the winding scenery quite picturesque. As she continued watching, her breath became heavier. After a long while, she regained her senses, covering her face as she took deep breaths, suddenly shaking her head, thinking to herself how absurd she was. Even if Jiang Nian obtained his license, it was highly unlikely he would acquire a car to embark on a road trip with her. After all, this was Jiang Nian. What a shameless little person. Achoo! Jiang Nian sneezed, rising to close the window, murmuring to himself, it seems tomorrow will likely be colder. Chapter 271. Share a little with me, let me have a taste. With a click, the window closed, and Jiang Nian resumed his studies. His phone buzzed on the desk, and upon checking, he saw an image of problem-solving methods sent by Chun Yunyun, which he had requested half an hour earlier. It may not be accurate. Take a look first. He swiftly replied with an affirmative, saving the image. Lately, he had been frequently chatting with Chun Yunyun, perhaps due to the distance between their seats or the busy school day, leading to sporadic online conversations. It resembled a casual chat partner. He received 7 or 8 messages daily. Jiang Nian could respond easily since few people messaged him regularly. Lu Ji occasionally inquired about study methods, while he generally enjoyed a leisurely pace. Su Qianqian and Jiang Nian walked home together every day, exchanging little online. Zhang Ningzi was constantly exasperated by him, preferring to avoid online chats altogether. After all, online conversations allowed for only a few emoticons of protest, while in person, if he spoke nonsensically, she could simply punch him away. Hey, why isn't Jiang Nian breathing while he sleeps? Upon checking, she found him seemingly lifeless. Well, doesn't this mean we can celebrate? In contrast, Chun Yunyun was much softer. Jiang Nian's roundabout ways irritated her. Even when she was upset, she merely ignored him, which was quite endearing. The road was smooth, devoid of any pebbles. He continued to tackle the question bank until 4 in the morning, utilizing his fatigue exemption once, and continued until dawn, completing several mock tests in the process. After a night without sleep, he felt remarkably energized. This was thanks to his unwavering commitment to physical exercise and a diligent routine, which had little to do with the system. In summary, he felt elated. What difference did it make if a day had 36 hours? Jiang Nian envisioned himself in the future, immersed in the internet industry, outpacing his colleagues and outlasting his superiors, all while earning extra profits for his boss, feeling a swell of pride. He sent several screenshots of perfect scores to old Tian at the driving school, who immediately responded with a voice message. Is Boss Jiang so impressive? One must commend the driving school for being able to handle such matters. Responding to Boss Jiang at 6 in the morning, he called him Boss Jiang without even mentioning the students. Not to mention students, as long as someone was over 18, they were treated as VIP clients. Even a dog that arrived would be greeted as boss. Jiang Nian was further astonished and replied with a question mark. Coach Tian, you're up this early? With a swift response, Tian Yongxing sent another voice clip, instructing VIP clients in driving. The morning was filled with practice. The client, full of ambition, did not let it interfere with their work. In the room, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Old Tian spoke so eloquently. Had the client put a knife to his throat? The notion of ambition in such a small county like Jiang Nian seemed absurd. Where could one possibly aspire to? Were they perhaps a transfer student from afar? That would indeed be quite alarming. He sent a message to Tian Yongxing, requesting assistance in arranging an appointment for the first driving examination. The response was prompt and agreeable, inquiring when he would be available for practice. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Nian replied that he would be free the day after tomorrow at noon. He could simply request leave from his physical education class, starting from the running session. Although he couldn't clock in without completing the first exam, no one seemed to mind. Old Tian had practically made it clear that he could handle the clocking in. Rules are rigid, yet people are adaptable. It was evident that the other party had ample connections in Jiangnan. The essence lay in practicing driving itself, and nothing else needed concern. Tian Yongsheng replied, understood, boss. Jiang Nian was hardly a boss, merely an unremarkable male student, yet he was flattered by the title. Damn it. Driving school owners should refrain from indulging in domineering literature. Having completed his tasks, Jiang Nian drew the curtains aside. Gazing at the faint light, he exhaled deeply. He mused that aside from providing funds, the system offered only 2 useful skills. Since he was not the least bit fatigued, he decided to freshen up. In the northern district, the dormitory area connected to the teaching building. Zhou Haifei walked with her head down, clutching a brown sugar-steamed bun. She rose early, essentially being among the first patrons at the cafeteria's bun shop. With limited cash on hand, her meal card was her saving grace. Jiang Nian never hesitated to provide financial aid to impoverished students at the top of their class, regularly depositing varying amounts into their meal cards. Even students in extreme poverty, who might have no money at all, would not go hungry as long as they remained in high school. She felt immense gratitude for this and studied diligently to maintain her grades, thereby justly earning her meal card benefits through her own efforts. As Zhou Haifei ascended the stairs, she suddenly heard footsteps around the corner. Instinctively, she glanced back and saw a tall figure pass by. The individual walked with an upright posture, almost as if forming a straight line. The defined jawline and soft black hair, coupled with the vibrant energy of youth, made her heart flutter. Why was he here so early? He evidently noticed Zhou Haifei too, greeting her directly. So early? Zhou Haifei instinctively averted her gaze, her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Ah yes. While she felt grateful for Jiang Nian's previous kindness, she was also acutely aware of the unspoken inferiority that arose in the presence of someone so fortunate. This sense of inferiority stemmed not only from material circumstances, but also from a psychological realm. There had been a wealthy boy who pursued her, intending to flatter her, who sincerely remarked on her diligence in studying. Had it ended there, it would have been mere praise. Yet, he carelessly added, unlike our classmate XXX, implying that despite his not-so-privileged background, he still lacked motivation. At that moment, she thought that if one's family were truly struggling, it would be burdensome all around. Entering the workforce sooner might grant one a chance at survival, perhaps even a modest living. Education was beneficial for life planning, but some individuals lacked any real prospects at all. Zhou Haifei understood that the boy's pursuit of her might have been based on the belief that she was more approachable than other girls, prompting her to gradually distance herself from him. Closing herself off sometimes was merely a means of self-preservation. She could not discern whether his goodwill was tainted with ulterior motives. As Jiang Nian swiftly approached, he reached Zhou Haifei. You're having brown sugar steamed bun for breakfast? The question jolted her back to reality. Habitually looking down, her mind had wandered, and she hurriedly concealed half of her bun behind her. Yes. Embarrassed, she felt the bun's unappealing appearance might invite judgment, especially as her classmates who lived on campus typically opted for the more expensive 3 yuan mixed noodles from another cafeteria. She had chosen the steamed bun to save both money and effort. Jiang Nian cast her a curious glance, seemingly puzzled. Oh, protecting your food, are we? Zhou Haifei thought it strange that he would phrase it that way. I'm a student. Let me have a taste, Jiang Nian said, extending his hand. Huh. Zhou Haifei was taken aback, looking up at him. Realizing he was not joking, she felt a mix of shock and confusion. It was an unusual request, after all. It was just a bun of mediocre taste. The atmosphere became tense for a moment, stretching for what felt like 3 seconds. Unsure of how to respond and fearing someone might witness this scene, she reluctantly tore off a small piece for him. As she did so, her face flushed with embarrassment. She thought to herself that she must be out of her mind, and his mental state was questionable too. Even though the piece she tore off was untouched, merely a small corner, she still felt a wave of shame wash over her, reminding her of memories of a worn-out backpack, shortened trousers, soy sauce mixed with rice, and cold, hard nutritional lunches. These images flashed through her mind, and with her heart racing, she handed it over. Jiang Nian wasted no time, taking a hearty bite. Damn, where did you get this brown sugar bun? The vendor is truly a swindler. Zhou Haifei initially tried to suppress a laugh, but Jiang Nian's critique made her giggle, and she couldn't help but whisper, it's meant to be eaten with water. Clearly, the cafeteria's lack of skill was appalling. Jiang Nian thumped his chest twice, producing a resounding echo. Damn, I'm impressed. Where do you buy these? Zhou Haifei felt a bit shy and replied, the dormitory cafeteria, 2nd floor. All right. Next time I'll buy some for my desk mate. Jiang Nian unzipped his backpack and handed her a packet of small bread rolls. Here, don't say I snatched your breakfast. Zhou Haifei felt flustered, and when she looked up, he had already ascended the stairs. Wanting to say something, she ultimately could not find her voice. Shaking her head, a sense of unease crept over her as she made her way upstairs. Upon returning to her seat, she dared not wander about, burying the bread deep within her drawer. There was an unsettling feeling about him. Wasn't he in a relationship with Su Qianqian? At 6:35, in the Northern District Boys' Dormitory, a piercing whistle echoed from the ground floor, reverberating all the way to the 6th floor. Huang Kailang suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the wooden bed frame above him. His mind surged with adrenaline, and he jolted upright. Crap, I overslept, he shouted, but a groan came from the upper bunk across from him. What is going on? Huang Kailang was momentarily stunned to see Yang Kaiming still in bed. Just moments ago, he had been in a state of panic, but he quickly calmed down. He jumped out of bed, not bothering to dress, and rushed to Yang Kaiming's side. Yang Ge, wake up. The grade group is checking for late risers. Yang Kaiming, half asleep, did not grasp the urgency. I'll go in a minute. Let me sleep a bit more. No, Yang Ge, you have to get up, Huang Kailang urged. Eventually, Yang Kaiming awoke, but by the time he realized the gravity of the situation, The teachers from the grade group were already on the 4th floor, checking each dormitory. A deep voice resonated in the hallway. You all stay by the stairs. I'll check the 5th floor. At that moment, Yang Kaiming, clad only in his boxers, exchanged alarmed glances with Huang Keilang. The dormitory was empty, leaving just the two of them behind. Hiding in the dormitory and locking the door from the inside is evidently not a viable option. The teachers will relentlessly knock on the door or contact the homeroom teacher of the respective class. Only dormitories that are locked from the outside can evade scrutiny and avoid inspection. A few teachers ascended the stairs to the 5th floor, effectively sealing off both sides. They intended to conduct a thorough investigation, leaving no student unchecked. On the rooftop at dawn, two boys clad only in their underwear shivered against the biting wind, clutching a silver key in their hands. Gazing at the hazy red sun at the end of the rooftop, they were at a loss, tears unshed. Chapter 272. I asked for your dormitory number, not your website. During the morning roll call, Kai Xiaoqing noticed that two boarding students were absent from class. Rising from her seat, she inquired with their roommates, where are Yang Kaiming and Huang Keilang? The roommates looked bewildered and shook their heads in ignorance. I don't know. Frowning, Kai Xiaoqing approached Lin Dong for answers. Do you know where they went? Lin Dong replied, I recently changed dormitories. When I came to class, I saw their roommates had not yet left. They might have overslept. Jiang Nian turned and couldn't he help but interject. I heard that Building 5 was apparently being checked by the teachers for late returns. The school enforced strict regulations on boarding students, conducting inspections half the time throughout the week. They scrutinized late returns or late exits from the dormitory. On a winter morning at 6:35 in the boys' and girls' dormitories, those who could not rise were stuck in line, registering their names and classes one by one. The most humiliating moments came when students were caught and made to stand in punishment until the morning bell rang. Not going to the teaching building was considered skipping class, but attending meant risking being caught late. The administration had numerous tactics for dealing with students. Even if they were caught, they should have arrived by now. Kai Xiaoqing glanced at her watch. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since the morning reading session began. Hearing this, Yu Zai couldn't help but say, perhaps they went downstairs to grab breakfast because they were being checked for lateness. Ah, that is indeed a possibility, Lin Dong remarked. The school leaders are particularly insidious. They block one side while checking the other, effectively trapping us. The student council is quite mischievous too. They love to make things difficult for us, Jiang Nian added. Last winter, a member of the student council locked the iron gate of the dormitory. The dorm supervisor had gone out, and the keys were in their hands. No matter what we said, they refused to open the door, delaying us until the morning reading session started. Exactly. Yun and I even had our names recorded twice. Wang Yihe exclaimed indignantly, reflecting on her past self, regretting not having spoken up at the time. Sun Zixin sat at his desk, seemingly engrossed in the morning reading. Yet internally, he was itching to join their conversation and express his thoughts. However, he refrained. Dong Gu had repeatedly asked himself whether he should give up. He had chosen certainty. Even though he felt he had lost something, he still persisted. He yearned for a new beginning, aspiring to become stronger. Lin Dong had advised him not to speak to Chen Yunyan for a week and to completely ignore her. By maintaining a tranquil heart, he would gradually grow stronger. Sun Zixin believed this, but now he found it exceedingly difficult. One cannot defy one's heart, yet reason seemed out of reach. For Sun Zixin, mere minutes felt like an eternity. Yet he recalled Dong Ji's words. This phase would only be challenging for a few days. As long as he endured the week, it would all become trivial. The emotional fog would dissipate, and his focus would return to himself. Kai Xiaoqing departed. She had not come to listen to their chatter. With two students missing from class, the student council would soon arrive to check attendance. The attendance check was inconsequential. She merely feared that something had happened to Yang Kaiming and Huang Keilang. After half a period of morning self-study, they still had not arrived. Kai Xiaoqing grew restless. After pondering for a moment, she made her way to the podium. Everyone, please quiet down. Does anyone know anything? I don't understand why Keilang keeps saying it's over. Yang Kaiming stood up from the ground, shivering against the cold wind. Damn, it's so cold. It's just that the key fell downstairs, right? It's not a big deal. At this, Huang Keilang, huddled in a corner, looked up. Yang Gu, let us huddle together. No need. I'll check the situation further, Yang Kaiming replied, sneezing twice and sniffing as he gazed towards the golden morning light. Ah, once the sun comes out. It won't be so cold. In response, Huang Keilang hesitated to speak. Before 9 in the morning, the sun had little warmth, especially today, when it was not particularly strong. The likelihood of succumbing to the wind was greater than that of basking in sunlight. However, Yang Kaiming maintained his optimism, saying, Keilang, don't worry. If the disciplinary committee sees we haven't arrived, they will definitely send our roommates to find us, and then we'll be saved. Hearing this, Huang Keilang felt a surge of confidence. Brother, is that true? Yang Kaiming laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up against the wind while clad only in his underwear. Of course it's true. Huang Kailing could no longer contain himself and asked, "Brother, why are you still giving a thumbs up?" Yang Kaiming looked down and suddenly felt numb. "Don't mention it. I'm freezing." After saying this, Yang Kaiming felt utterly embarrassed. What had been a moment of charm had turned into a source of shame. Fortunately, Kailing was his brother, so it didn't matter. He quickly found a corner to shield himself from the wind, maintaining a distance of 4 to 5 meters from Huang Kailing, resolutely holding his ground. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed. Yang Kaiming looked up, following the sound. There was Huang Kailing, clutching his stomach with a bitter expression. "Brother, I'm hungry." "Oh, just hold on for a bit. Someone will be here soon," Yang Kaiming replied, feeling a bit guilty since it was his fault the key had fallen. "I'll treat you to breakfast later." Upon hearing this, Huang Kailing's spirits lifted once more. "Thank you, brother." After another 10 minutes, the two, buffeted by the cold wind, finally heard voices. "Which dormitory? What is the number again?" Jiang Nian asked. "Who asked for your website?" Kai Shaoqing retorted, exasperated. "What is the dormitory number? Hurry up and go have a look, then leave." On the stairwell, Kai Shaoqing quickened her pace. Looking up, she saw the number 5F come into view, and her brow furrowed. The dorm supervisor said no one could be inside. "Do you think they might be hiding somewhere to eat breakfast?" Initially, Kai Shaoqing had intended to call someone to check the dormitory, but the lower floor was still checking for lateness. With leaving the senior building proving difficult, she decided to go up herself. As for Jiang Nian, he was merely tagging along for the excitement. Uncertain how he managed to escape, he sprinted towards the cafeteria. On the way, he was intercepted by Kai Shaoqing, who was also heading to the cafeteria to check. The wall-climbing king had been caught and could only strive to redeem himself. "They're definitely not there." "Haven tea, we already checked the cafeteria?" Jiang Nian said leisurely while sipping soy milk. "There was no one on the way. They must be in the dormitory." "What if they are in tea in the dormitory?" Kai Shaoqing inquired. Jiang Nian reacted with an exaggerated "Oh, then we're finished." Kai Shaoqing was speechless as she took the lead up to the 5th floor. It was her first time entering the boys' dormitory, and the odor was rather peculiar, neither foul nor fragrant, but a mixture of various scents. The corridor was dimly lit, bright at both ends and dark in the middle. A cool breeze swept through, causing Kai Shaoqing to involuntarily shiver. The air was tinged with a metallic scent of rust, and her tongue began to sour. The only sounds in the corridor were the footsteps of the two. The rooftop awaited. Huang Kailing and Yang Kaiming were both bewildered. Why had the disciplinary committee come in person? They lowered their heads, glancing at the scant fabric that adorned their bodies. A heavy silence enveloped them. How on earth were they to face anyone like this? "Oh no, brother!" Huang Kailing suddenly exclaimed, his face a mask of horror as he looked at Yang Kaiming. "The disciplinary committee has come with Jiang Nian. They don't have the key to our dormitory." At this, Yang Kaiming's complexion turned a ghastly white. "Damn it! I forgot that I lost the key. It fell from the rooftop to the back of the dormitory building." He had merely intended to check if the grade leaders were surrounding the back of the dormitory. If not, they could escape through the 1st floor. Who would have thought that a sudden gust of wind would jolt him, causing the silver spare key he held to slip from his grasp and plummet to the ground below? In the world woven between the realms of ghosts and mythology, where countless spirits spring forth from well-known mythological tales, figures such as the heart-cutting Star-Lord, who hangs suspended in mid-air, the water-dividing general, who wanders the depths of the sea, and the celestial Tai Sui, who sits majestically upon the clouds, dwell. Who could have foreseen that the pinnacle of mortal cultivation would lead to encounters with such entities? Chapter 273. Snowflakes and soft rain fall from the heavens. On the 6th floor, at the corner of the stairs, Yang and Huang, clad only in their undergarments, crouched at the stairwell like frightened mice peering down. They then lifted their heads to exchange bewildered glances. The good news was that reinforcements had arrived. The bad news was that it was Jiang Nian and Kai Shaoqing. They possessed no keys whatsoever. Their only hope lay in returning to fetch another roommate who had a key or persuading Jiang Nian to retrieve it. The dilemma was, who would go? The one who delivered the message would inevitably face social death, yet it would spare the other. They could fabricate a lie that the other had already gone downstairs for breakfast or some other excuse. But who would be the brave one to step forward? With a resolute bite of his teeth, Huang Kailing resolved, "I have trained my soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in a moment. I shall serve my master's desires and sacrifice myself for the sake of honor." He stood up, declaring loudly, "Brother, wait here for me." Yang Kaiming was taken aback, gazing up at Huang Kailing, who stood tall and bare in his undergarment. "Kailing, where are you going?" Huang Kailing took 2 steps forward, his imposing figure unabashed and resolute. "I will find Jiang Nian and the disciplinary committee, asking them to call someone for the key." He turned back to Yang Kaiming. "You stay here. I will return alone to find you." Yang Kaiming understood. Huang Kailing intended to sacrifice himself, risking his dignity to save face for both of them. In this scenario, Only one would suffer social death. No, Kailing. I won't allow it. Brother, there's no need for more words of persuasion. Huang Kailing waved his hand dismissively, sighing. If I do not descend into hell, who will? It was of little consequence to him. In truth, Yang Kaiming's bravado faltered. The thought of facing social death before the disciplinary committee made him weak. Although Kai Xiaoqing could be fierce, she was ultimately an attractive girl. While others might tremble, Yang Kaiming was not particularly afraid. He came from a relatively affluent family, possessing more insight and courage than most of his peers. After graduation, would Kai Xiaoqing still be as intimidating? Certainly not. She would face the consequences of her actions. Of course, these were merely Yang Kaiming's speculations. If it were someone else, even Ye Kekai, he would be reluctant to lose face in front of them. Who knew what fate might bring in the future? Kailing. My good brother. Yang Kaiming was deeply moved, feeling compelled to reciprocate. I have nothing more to say. I'll cover all our meals this week. Let us feast lavishly. Upon hearing this, Huang Kailing's eyes sparkled with delight. Yang Gun never spoke falsely. If he promised a sumptuous feast, it would undoubtedly be an extravagant one. The thought of the delightful week ahead warmed his stomach, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. Brother, a man would die for his true friend. This was how boys were. If you offered them $100, they would refuse. But if you said you would treat them to lunch for a week, they would ask if you preferred white or black socks. In any case, brother, just come forth. In the internal corridor of the 5th floor, Jiang Nian suddenly halted, glancing back at the dimly lit corridor. Did you hear something? The dormitory building was enveloped in an eerie silence. Kai Xiaoqing, who was focused on searching for their dorm, was jolted by his words, goosebumps rising on her skin. What? Jiang Nian hastened a few steps towards her, lowering his voice to a whisper. It feels like someone is watching us. At this, Kai Xiaoqing turned pale. Don't say such frightening things. Is it Yang Kaiming and the others? It was only 7:30 in the morning, and the dormitory corridor was long and dark, filled with a dampness that lent an unsettling atmosphere. I don't know. I heard a faint sound. Jiang Nian shrugged. Kai Xiaoqing, now tense, swallowed hard. What sound? Although she knew that this guy might be exaggerating, the atmosphere had indeed shifted. Jiang Nian remained silent, but she too had heard some rustling noises. Humans are inherently fearful of the unknown. It's nothing. I must have misheard, Jiang Nian said. As it stands, all the dorm rooms are locked, which means there's no one inside. But we can't rule out the possibility that they are still in the dormitory, so let us split up and search. Kai Xiaoqing listened to his words, which sounded almost like the foolish dialogue from a horror film. How could she not realize that he was doing this on purpose? Frustrated, she snapped. You can't go anywhere. Is this forced affection? Kai Xiaoqing regarded Jiang Nian, regretting having brought him along. If they couldn't find anyone, they would just report back to their homeroom teacher. She was a remarkably calm person, and her search was merely out of camaraderie. For instance, if attendance wasn't taken during morning reading, then finding someone would be treated as if it had never happened. However, if they couldn't find anyone by 8 o'clock, they would have no choice but to inform the homeroom teacher. At the corner of the 5th floor, Huang Kailing, who was secretly observing them, grew anxious. What is going on? They're leaving? He had just been contemplating how to call them over when he felt embarrassed. Being clad only in his undergarment, it didn't matter with the boys. But now that Kai Xiaoqing was present, he was pondering how to attract Jiang Nian when they suddenly seemed ready to leave. They were going to tell the homeroom teacher. No way. They couldn't leave. If they departed, the homeroom teacher would likely come with others, perhaps even call their parents. Just the thought of that scene sent a cold sweat down Huang Kailing's back. Habitually, he wanted to rush back to consult Yang Go, who was waiting on the 6th floor, but seeing Kai Xiaoqing and Jiang Nian about to leave sparked a flash of inspiration. He made a silent gesture with his lips, emitting a sound that certainly did not belong to the realm of the living, lively and vivid. What sound? Kai Xiaoqing gasped, turning to look towards the end of the corridor. Someone is there. I'll go take a look, Jiang Nian said, undeterred. It was broad daylight. What could possibly happen? Would they encounter a naked pervert? Wait. Don't go. Kai Xiaoqing tugged at him, pointing towards the other staircase. Let us go down that way first. Huang Kailing felt a rush of urgency. This wouldn't he do? He dashed upstairs, planning to race to the 5th floor corridor to block their path and continue his ruse. His aim was to buy time, keeping them stalled in the middle. Yang Kaiming was comfortably crouched at the corridor's entrance, awaiting good news from his brother. However, he was suddenly startled by a chilling gust of wind. When he saw Huang Kailing rushing towards him, panic etched on his face. He couldn't help but ask, Kailing, did you hear something? Huang Kailing hurriedly marched, striving to arrive at the stairway on the 5th floor before Kai Xiaoqing and Jiang Nian. He had no time to respond, merely offering a vague remark. Brother Yang, let's discuss this later. Yang Kaiming, perplexed, watched Huang Kailing dash away as if possessed, and then glanced at the peeling paint of the 6th floor corridor. The boys' dormitory building 5 had its peculiarities, The sixth floor lay unused and deserted. While it felt somewhat benign during the day, it took on an eerie aura by evening. With certain thoughts stirring in Yang Kaiming's mind, an unsettling sensation washed over him. As he surveyed the corridor, a chill crept up his spine. Just as he feared, a gust of cold wind swept past his ears. A faint yet terrifying voice echoed once more, striking his heart like a heavy hammer, tightening around his throat. What the hell? Yang Kaiming shuddered as goosebumps erupted on his skin, regretting not having called Kaling back. If only he had a companion at this moment, his fear would surely diminish. If his brother were present, he could rescue him from peril. Did you hear that? Kai Xiaoking's scalp prickled, her body frozen in the hallway, mirroring the voice they had just encountered. Jiang Nian turned to glance at the pale-faced Kai Xiaoqing, reassuringly stating, "Don't be afraid. I'll go see what the ghost looks like." Upon hearing this, Kai Xiaoqing felt her heart race. This person was truly fearless. She turned, only to see Jiang Nian genuinely walking forward, and her heart leapt with apprehension. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and followed him. Jiang Nian rounded the corner first, bracing himself for an unexpected shock. There, in a most embarrassing state, stood Huang Kaling clad only in his undergarments, waving his hand. If Kai Xiaoqing had witnessed this bizarre spectacle, she likely would have fainted on the spot. "Don't let her come over." "No." Huang Kaling waved frantically. Realizing that Kai Xiaoqing should not approach, Jiang Nian turned to her, his expression serious. "Stay put." Kai Xiaoking's heart raced, her pupils dilating. What's wrong? "Don't worry, just stay right there. Until I say otherwise, don't come over," Jiang Nian insisted. His demeanor grave and authoritative. Her heart raced, acknowledging something within her was being validated. "What did you see?" Jiang Nian struggled to find an appropriate response, ultimately opting for vagueness. "You wouldn't want to know." Kai Xiaoking's heart sank further, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. "Do you want me to help you?" "No, just stand there and don't worry about anything," Jiang Nian cautioned, adding ominously, "One glance at this, and it could be the end of your life." Huang Kaling, listening intently, couldn't help but admire Jiang Nian's audacity. Could he also instruct the disciplinary committee on what to do? Noticing Jiang Nian turning back, he lowered his voice and succinctly said, "Fetch Duan Hengtao and bring the dormitory keys to rescue us." Though Jiang Nian was unaware of Yang Kaiming's whereabouts, he could surmise his state of distress. "All right." After signaling their plan, Jiang Nian led Kai Xiaoqing in the opposite direction. "It's settled." "What do you mean?" Kai Xiaoqing began to grasp the situation. And once they had completely exited the dormitory, she inquired, "Are they hiding?" "Close enough. They'll return on their own soon," Jiang Nian replied, withholding further details. Kai Xiaoqing nodded, maintaining her aloof demeanor while her curiosity grew. Meanwhile, Yang Kaiming's anxiety escalated as he suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. The cold air sent his stomach into a churning frenzy. Just then, Huang Kaling crept from the dim sixth-floor corridor. Fearing to make a sound that might alert Kai Xiaoqing below, he adopted a serpentine approach, his stealthy movements barely making a sound. The corridor's inherent darkness made his actions appear almost otherworldly to Yang Kaiming, who let out a startled cry, nearly losing consciousness from fright. Upon reaching Yang Kaiming, Huang Kaling exclaimed excitedly, "Great news, brother! We're saved." Yang Kaiming glanced at Huang Kaling's shadow and discreetly checked if his heels were raised, relieved to find no abnormalities. "That's good, but Kaling, I need to use the restroom. Did you bring any paper?" Huang Kaling looked down at his own scanty attire and then at Yang Kaiming, who was similarly underdressed, scratching his head. He asked, "Brother, if I told you I brought some, can you guess where I hid it?" Yang Kaiming's gaze dropped, his mind racing with possibilities. "Kaling, I understand you." Huang Kaling was momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Ahem, my cousin used to enjoy working as a cashier at night." Yang Kaiming confessed awkwardly. After finishing, he liked to lay down with a few sheets of paper. Huang Kaling's eyes widened in astonishment. "Huh." Noticing Huang Kaling's lack of comprehension regarding his jest, Yang Kaiming waved dismissively. "Forget it, I'll hold it for a bit." Meanwhile, Jiang Nian, returning to class, stopped to purchase some snacks. Adhering to the principle of sharing with those present, he casually handed Kai Xiaoqing a few treats, his pockets brimming with goodies. He returned to his seat and began distributing them. Here, as the early study session continued, Zhang Ningzi, seizing the last few minutes to finish her homework, looked up to see snowflake-like snacks cascading down. With a flurry, Jiang Nian had bought 2 packs, scattering them generously across Zhang Ningzi's desk. Whether she chose to partake was another matter entirely. Zhang Ningzi, diligently engaged in her studies, was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gesture. "Thank you. No need for thanks. What about my drink?" Jiang Nian had no intention of sitting down, as he still had tasks to complete. "Don't forget today's drink." Zhang Ningzi raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Isn't the group leader treating us all this week?" "That is his affair. I want mine," Jiang Nian asserted, his tone resolute. I just want some of yours. So, will you give it or not? No. Jiang Nian chuckled. Oh, self-service, huh? No. Zhang Ningzi huffed, visibly annoyed. Meanwhile, Li Hua reveled in his fortune, having received 2 spicy chicken feet and a chicken leg, grinning from ear to ear. How could one not reminisce about the thrill of rushing to the convenience store after class? My proudest belief, my beloved decarbonized formaldehyde. Children, don't touch that. Observing Li Hua's enthusiastic banter, Huangfang curiously inquired, what is decarbonized formaldehyde? Water, Huangfang replied flatly. After distributing his treats, Jiang Nian sought out Duan Hengtao. Once he conveyed the message, the remaining matters were no longer his concern. Duan Hengtao, a former housemate of Lin Dong and the current roommate of Yang Kaiming and others, was a character of intriguing personality, initiating abstract actions from the very start. However, his seat was distanced from Jiang Nian's, and they rarely engaged in conversation. Thus Jiang Nian paid him little attention. During the first class, the trio arrived at the classroom together. Qian Bao glanced at them mid-lecture. Where have you been? Yang Kaiming stammered, we got locked out of our dorm. Qian Bao did not press the matter further, waving them back to their seats. Once seated, Zhou Yuding glanced at Yang Kaiming with surprise. You seem in good spirits this morning. Did you take a shower? Yang Kaiming, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied dismissively, I guess. The morning's 2 classes slipped by quietly. Suddenly, during the running exercises, the weather changed abruptly, and rain began to pour down, the temperature plummeting. The grade group had no choice but to disband the running team on the spot, and a throng of students returned to the classroom, drenched. Bang! The door burst open. What the hell? How did it start raining so suddenly? Ma Qiajun's enormous figure crashed through the door, making his way to the desk to retrieve his glasses case. Preparing to clean his lenses. Upon opening it, he found it utterly empty. Li Hua, you scoundrel! He exclaimed, turning to search for a neatly folded piece of soft cloth on Li Hua's desk. The once pliable lens cloth was now folded into a makeshift quilt. What an idiot! He muttered as he wiped his glasses, while more students poured into the classroom from outside. Where are they? Lin Dong entered, shaking off his school uniform and leaping onto the podium to bellow. A torrential downpour has ruined my athletic dreams. There are no shortcuts to success. The paths are divergent. Oh my, look at those couples sharing an umbrella. Where? Jiang Nian wiped his damp hair and leaned toward the window to see. Indeed, a couple sharing a single umbrella. Quite the scandalous sight. It rained all night. My love. Li Hua slid into the classroom with a graceful dive, also rushing to the window to witness the spectacle. As the white mist of rain enveloped them. Ugh, ugh, it's all blowing into my mouth. You rascal, blow it away from mine. In an instant, the mist outside transformed into a torrential downpour, with fierce winds rushing through the window. Half the classroom's test papers were swept up, eliciting a chorus of gasps. It was the middle of the day, and the classroom lights remained off. My test papers. Close the window. Damn, what a downpour. Everyone appeared quite exuberant. Perhaps invigorated by their brief run, or perhaps by the long-awaited rain, chatting loudly. Speaking of rain, it reminded me of an anime, Tao Ran suddenly interjected, which revolved around reincarnation in another world, where one becomes a monster girl doctor. Class representative, perhaps you should watch less adult content, someone remarked. Vulgar. I have no interest in such things. Tao Ran brushed his hair back, casting a glance at the crowd gathered by the window, clamoring like primitive beings. Really? Lin Dong turned back. Fishing with a direct hook is the way to go. I have a guide to monster girl appreciation, covering all the different species. Tao Ran was taken aback and removed his glasses. But back to the topic, Jiang Nian said, glancing at the couple below, unable to restrain his curiosity. Why not ask them what they're up to? Li Hua immediately retorted. How do you propose we ask? Just ask, listen carefully. Jiang Nian suddenly summoned his strength and shouted downstairs. I'm Li Hua. Are you two a couple? What the hell? What the hell? The boys by the window immediately recoiled, cursing under their breath. Li Hua, too, began a relentless chant of scoundrel, scoundrel. Jiang Nian, you're utterly shameless. Laughter erupted among the class, while another group scrambled to gather the scattered test papers. Using a book to weigh down the papers, the dim classroom was filled with laughter. They didn't even know what they were laughing at, drenched like drowned rats. The wind is free, and the rain is free. They know that the future holds freedom. The monotonous life of the senior year was momentarily shattered by the rain, which itself was a form of liberation. Jiang Nian returned to his seat at the back and glanced at Zhang Ningzi. Are you wet? No, we left early, Zhang Ningzi replied, shaking her head and smiling. Just a little on my sleeves. In that case, let me lend you my coat so you don't catch a cold later, Jiang Nian said, casually tossing his school jacket to her, as if it were merely a trivial act. Aren't you cold? Zhang Ningzi asked, holding the still warm jacket. No. If it gets too cold, I can always borrow Li Hua's clothes. Jiang Nian replied nonchalantly, even giving Zhang Ningzi's thermos a gentle tug before leaving. Zhang Ningzi felt a warmth in his attentiveness, but the feeling barely lasted 10 seconds. Turning around, she noticed he had gone off to chat with Chun Yunyun and the others, and she felt a surge of irritation. However, with the back door frequently opening and closing, it was indeed a bit chilly. Zhang Ningzi rolled up her damp sleeves and wrapped some papers around them until she could no longer feel the cold. Only then did she put on Jiang Nian's jacket. The quality of the school uniform at Jiang Nian High School was quite commendable, not merely a rag. In fact, it had a certain texture, at least fulfilling the requirements for warmth and breathability. As she donned it, she could still feel its residual warmth. Zhang Ningzi found herself resting her head on the desk, pressing her cool study materials against her slightly warm cheeks, pondering whether boys were naturally warmer. The thread of friendship that had once existed now felt more solidified. In the stormy afternoon, the dim classroom grew even more intimate. Zhang Ningzi pursed her lips, her thoughts growing complex once more. With class yet to begin, Jiang Nian occupied Lin Dong's seat, and the two shared a chuckle. In the front row, Chun Yunyun and Wang Yuhe turned to look, as 4 people filled 3 seats, their laughter and chatter mingling. This caught the attention of Sun Zixin, who glanced over. He raised his head to observe the little group, reflecting on how just a few months ago, things were not like this. He should have been the one chatting and laughing. Someone had stolen his place. One day, he would reclaim it with his own merit, proving to all who looked down on him, including Donggu, that he was a pure traitor. Jiang Nian suddenly said, "I have a question I've been wanting to ask you." Hearing this, Chun Yunyun turned to look at him. "What question?" "Well, it's about your hair washing schedule. You wash it on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So what do you do on Sundays? Wash or not wash?" Jiang Nian inquired, a serious expression on his face. Chun Yunyun was somewhat speechless, but still replied, "It depends. For example, it depends on whether you stay in the dormitory all day or whether your hair gets oily or if you sweat from running." After pondering for a moment, Chun Yunyun added, "Actually, it also depends on the situation. For instance, if you get wet today, you'd wash your hair regardless of the day. What's wrong?" Jiang Nian hesitated. "When you head back to the classroom at noon, could you bring me a meal from the dormitory cafeteria?" Chun Yunyun responded, "I knew you had ulterior motives. However, it's uncertain if I can return to the classroom at noon since many people will be heating water due to the rain." After thinking it over, she finally agreed. "All right." Chapter 275, The Wait Party Never Loses. Thunder rumbled. The wind howled, and rain poured outside. The classroom curtains were tightly drawn. The lights bright, and the air was stuffy and damp. The morning still featured the weekly test, but aside from the change in seating, the atmosphere felt no different from a usual self-study session. At the podium, the math teacher monitored while solving problems. A wave of thunder rolled by, causing a chorus of shrieks from the girls in the class, mixed with some peculiar sounds that made it hard to stifle laughter. "Ah, you're a guy? What the hell are you grabbing? The boys in this class are really weird." Wang Yuhe, seizing the opportunity while the math teacher was distracted, secretly lifted the curtain to peek outside, only to see the rain cascading down like a waterfall. Startled, she quickly ducked back to her desk. Catching the scent of ink from the test papers, she hadn't anticipated the rain would be this heavy. It hadn't been like this in the previous class. This reminded her of a disaster movie she had once seen, where initially, people thought it was just a light rain, but it turned into a week-long downpour. The entire neighborhood was flooded, with what once was the community and city turning into a muddy, swirling ocean. Later, the male and female leads suddenly began dating, and she lost interest. Zhang Ningzi, sitting by the window during the weekly test, nearly leaped out of her skin at the sound of thunder. She recalled the last time thunder rumbled, when she quietly shared her concerns with Jiang Nian. That heartless wretch proceeded to regale her with a terrifying tale of ball lightning, claiming that during torrential downpours, a floating orb of lightning would materialize, and anyone who encountered it would be reduced to mere dust. At that moment, Zhang Ningzi was so enraged that she ignored him for 2 entire classes, pondering how magnanimous she could be if he ever acknowledged his mistake. Yet, when she turned around, she found him engrossed in conversation with Li Hua. Now, Zhang Ningzi found herself once again haunted by that memory, fearful that a lightning strike might pierce the classroom while she sat despondently by the window. Should an accident occur, she would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Fortunately, the rain outside was gradually subsiding, and no unexpected calamities had transpired. The downpour persisted for a solid hour, tapering off only as the mathematics assessment approached its conclusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian was also grappling with the exam, feeling a sense of urgency as he found himself stumped by a particular question. The cramped seating only added to his frustration. They had swapped seats just yesterday, but after a lengthy assessment, everyone reverted to their original positions, carelessly resuming their previous activities. In the past, at least they would clear their desks, but now it was a mere matter of shoving books under their chairs. the space felt even more constricted, creating a palpable sense of discomfort. Even seated beside the class monitor, it remained the same. Li Qingrong turned to glance at the fidgeting Jiang Nian. Her gaze filled with curiosity as it drifted to his exam paper. She noticed he seemed to be struggling with a problem, causing her to lower her eyes. Jiang Nian was deeply engrossed in his calculations when he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. As he prepared to turn, he caught sight of a slender, fair finger in his peripheral vision, moving in slow motion, followed by a delicate hand. He had to admit, the back of the class monitor's hand was exceptionally fair. He observed as it hovered momentarily over his draft paper before alighting on one of his steps, indicating a number, 3. Why did it seem like an affirmation? Jiang Nian was uncertain, his expression tinged with hesitation. He mused that someone like the class monitor wouldn't merely signal for an okay, so it must be 3. However, the number he had calculated was far from that. How had she arrived at it? Seeing his lingering indecision, Li Qingrong felt a twinge of confusion. Surely Jiang Nian wasn't incapable of calculating even a 3. Perhaps it stemmed from some other issue, yet to be on the safe side. She reiterated the gesture on his draft paper. Jiang Nian's thoughts drifted, captivated by her exquisite hand. If she were his girlfriend, would the first moment together involve holding hands or a kiss? It was a rather peculiar thought, yet it echoed his inner musings. Noticing his lack of response, Li Qingrong withdrew her hand, casting him a glance laced with mild exasperation, as if to say, what do we do with someone so oblivious? Jiang Nian, unfazed, turned his attention to her answers. After all, they were practically cheating at this point. He might as well seize the opportunity. He successfully glimpsed the answer, too. The dismissal bell rang. The sky remained overcast, and every classroom on the 3rd floor was illuminated. Those with umbrellas had already ventured outside, while those without were consumed by anxiety. Some students had enlisted the help of boarders to fetch umbrellas, while others resigned themselves to braving the rain on their way home. Luo Yong assessed the intensity of the rain outside, hesitating over whether to make a dash for it. He was neither a boarder nor a commuter student. Rather, he rented an apartment in a nearby teacher's dormitory, a mere 100 meters from the school. Living alone had its advantages, providing convenience in both dining and accommodation. He could even return to his rented space for a quick nap in the afternoons, though it did result in a bit of clutter. As he pondered, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder and turned to find Lin Dong behind him. Huh, forgot your umbrella? Lin Dong inquired. Yeah, Luo Yong sighed. I wonder if the rain will ease up soon. Rushing out now might be a mistake. Don't worry, if the rain intensifies, that would be an even bigger blunder. Lin Dong replied. Luo Yong was swayed by his words and turned to Lin Dong, asking, are you heading out? Of course. The two then exited the classroom together, merging into the throng, descending the stairs, quickly making their way down. Just before reaching the ground floor, Luo Yong abruptly turned to Lin Dong and asked, with the dorm so far away, are you planning to shower right after getting soaked? At this, Lin Dong looked at Luo Yong with a puzzled expression. Why would I get wet? In Luo Yong's astonished gaze, Lin Dong tapped the girl in front of them on the shoulder. The girl turned around, and Luo Yong recognized her as the math representative from the neighboring class. Lin Dong, having chatted with her on QQ, eagerly struck up a conversation. However, Luo Yong was left bewildered, frozen in place. We're all brothers here. How could you toss your brother aside? The first floor was crowded with students who either lacked umbrellas or were waiting for theirs, anxiously fidgeting. Many had already pulled out their phones, staring at them intently. A short while later, Luo Yong turned to see Lin Dong and the math representative from the neighboring class sharing an umbrella as they ventured into the ring. Watching them disappear, he felt a chilling emptiness settle in his heart. Jiang Nian, lacking an umbrella, remained unperturbed. During the break, he had jokingly asked Chen Yunyan to help him get a meal when returning to the classroom, but at that time, it was merely half in jest, contingent on the weather. As the rain intensified, he had deliberately changed seats and reminded her not to bring an umbrella. After all, the cafeteria was quite far from the dormitory, with puddles forming everywhere in the rain. Running back and forth would leave her drenched, rendering a hair wash pointless. If Chen Yunyan and her friends planned to wash their hair, staying in the dorm for a nap would be far more beneficial. As for him, he could simply wait. After all, there was always Gigi. Thus, the waiters had nothing to lose. Upon turning, Jiang Nian noticed Zhang Ningzi packing her belongings and inquired, do you have an umbrella? In the grand scheme of things, sitting together was paramount, even more so than dogs. Although Jiang Nian occasionally relished teasing Zhang Ningzi, they remained deskmates, making it convenient to seek assistance from her in such moments. After tidying her desk, Zhang Ningzi looked up at him. I do. Wonderful. Then I have an umbrella too. Not wanting to bicker with him, Zhang Ningzi suggested, my dad is here to pick me up. Why don't you come with me to the school gate, and I'll give you the umbrella. Jiang Nian, taken aback, thought to himself that meeting her father was unnecessary just to borrow an umbrella, especially on a rainy day. No need for such trouble. Just take me to the cafeteria entrance. Oh, Jiang Nian didn't dwell on it. He accepted the umbrella from Zhang Ningzi and headed downstairs with her. The corridor was sparsely populated, as most had left by noon. Looking out from the fourth floor revealed a blanket of dark clouds, with nearly every classroom illuminated. He remarked, "So many people without umbrellas." Hearing this, Zhang Ningzi couldn't help but glance into other classrooms. How will they get home? How would I know? They should blame themselves for not having a good desk mate. Jiang Nian chuckled, embodying his mischievous nature. Oh no, they heard us. Let us get moving. Zhang Ningzi was pulled along by him, bewilderedly descending the stairs. Outside the first-floor corridor, a massive LED display read, 200 days until the college entrance examination. She cast a glance at it, startled by the glaring red numbers, and turned to Jiang Nian, saying, "In just a couple of days, it will be down to 100. What's this 100 nonsense?" Jiang Nian retorted, glancing at the rain-soaked haze. The rain outside was not particularly heavy, and Zhang Ningzi held the umbrella, which naturally meant he was the one to carry it. Exiting the cafeteria and leaving the school grounds, it was merely a short walk. Over 100 days. Can you see the countdown on the wall? Zhang Ningzi pointed it out. Indeed, cherish your deskmate while you can. Jiang Nian glanced at her and opened the pink umbrella with a flourish. Let us go. I'll dash ahead on the way. As the two shared the umbrella and ventured into the rain, Zhang Ningzi could not help but inquire, "I'll walk you to the side of the cafeteria. But how will you return to the classroom?" "I don't know, who cares?" Jiang Nian replied nonchalantly, not having given it much thought. "I might find someone I know. Or just borrow an umbrella." Oh, Zhang Ningzi lacked the courage to borrow an umbrella from a stranger. However, knowing boys were generally bolder, she refrained from pressing further. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Nian seemed somewhat reluctant to meet her father. There was a hint of guilt in his demeanor. Was this a common trait among boys? She decided to let it go for now. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nian, her mind was in turmoil as they neared the cafeteria. He was preparing to return the umbrella to Zhang Ningzi and run a short distance in the rain. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of her collar misaligned. Without much thought, he reached out, adjusting her collar and smoothing it down effortlessly. Zhang Ningzi was lost in thought when she felt a gentle touch at her neck. Coming back to her senses, she realized Jiang Nian was fixing her collar. The coolness of his fingers sent a shiver down her spine, and her face flushed instantly, turning crimson to the tips of her ears. WHWH, what's wrong? Chapter 276, A New Advocacy for Learning. Outside the cafeteria, the rain continued to fall. Jiang Nian, umbrella in hand, found her reaction puzzling. He hadn't touched anything inappropriate. Nothing much, your collar was misaligned. Oh, okay. Zhang Ningzi's voice was soft and delicate, her face nearly bursting with color. Thank you, but next time. Just let me know beforehand. That seems reasonable. Jiang Nian glanced at her, beginning to sense the underlying meaning, and tentatively asked, "Is your neck particularly sensitive?" His words caused Zhang Ningzi to blush profusely, leading her to vehemently deny it. "Absolutely not. Don't say such things. Pervert." To his surprise, Jiang Nian found her retort oddly gratifying. "I'm just saying. You ungrateful wretch." Zhang Ningzi was exasperated, delivering a playful punch to his arm. "I should have known better than to bring you along. Now you'll get soaked." "Hee, you hit the nail on the head. You're so annoying." Zhang Ningzi retaliated with another punch. She took the umbrella but did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, she playfully pushed Jiang Nian toward the entrance of the cafeteria before departing. Jiang Nian stood at the entrance for a moment, watching the small pink umbrella disappear from view. Only then did he feel at ease enough to turn around and join the queue inside. The cafeteria was bustling, crowded with students, and the rain-soaked floor added to the chaos. With the rain outside showing no signs of letting up, he pondered how he would return. The notion of borrowing an umbrella from an acquaintance was merely a comforting thought for children. He was a lone wolf in the cafeteria. The likelihood of encountering someone he knew among the throngs of students was low. As for borrowing from a stranger, that was just a jest. With no other recourse, he decided to eat first. After securing his meal, he found a quiet spot to sit and enjoy it. He had a habit of watching short videos while eating. Driven by the recommendation algorithm, the first recommended video often featured scantily clad individuals. This was not due to any lewd inclinations. Rather, it stemmed from his thirst for knowledge. It just so happened that the educational content creators on Douyin often donned lighter clothing. They explained it as a form of cross-dressing, and he respected that. After all, knowledge was paramount. As he took out his phone, he made sure to mute it early on, so as to avoid drawing attention to the content he was viewing. Suddenly, a voice chimed in beside him, filled with surprise. "Senior, don't call me that," Jiang Nian replied, a hint of exasperation creeping in as he put away his phone to see a familiar face, none other than the low-scoring student. "Do you live in the cafeteria? How come we keep running into each other?" Jiang Nian's tone was somewhat brusque, but she seemed unfazed. In fact, If he were overly sweet and gentle, she would lose interest. The more aloof he acted, the more she felt compelled to approach him. Because every time school ends, I spend 10 minutes doing homework before coming down to eat. Lin Yuxi clenched her fists, radiating ambition. Low score. Don't call me that. Lin Yuxi's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could turn and flee. Senior, if you keep this up, I'll get angry. And then what? Jiang Nian asked with curiosity. I'll be a little bit angry, Lin Yuxi replied, her boundaries surprisingly flexible, choosing to bide her time for a later reckoning. How dare you presume we will have a future? One tiwi? Lin Yuxi put on a pitiful expression. Jiang Nian glanced at the umbrella she had left by her feet and pondered. For today, perhaps, Lin Yuxi. Though they were both speaking Chinese, she found herself utterly perplexed. In reality, women often adorn themselves for the sake of those they admire. Lin Yuxi found herself drawn to Jiang Nian's type. Handsome, studious, and athletic, a well-rounded individual. Just as boys might be attracted to a girl with ample curves, they would profess a preference for inner beauty when asked. Thus, she felt no obligation to align her inner thoughts with her outward expressions. While she appreciated a kind personality, it did not preclude her from admiring a fit physique. There were a few boys in her grade who excelled in all aspects, yet either they were too soft or simply uninterested in women. Perfection could be a double-edged sword. When a boy was too perfect, it either attracted other boys or led to competition. Wow, you're quite handsome. Wait, how come you're more flamboyant than I am? The competition felt fierce, leaving her feeling stifled. In this regard, Jiang Nian stood out like a beacon in the night, exuding an undeniable charisma that could not be masked by a mere cough. Of course, this was only if one could overlook his sharp tongue. More importantly, Lin Yuxi was certain Jiang Nian was currently single and had a rather strong interest in the opposite sex, a decidedly one-sided affair. The few extraordinary boys in her grade had left her feeling dazed. The first encounter with a male idol, followed by a female idol, and then a super handsome guy with dual appeal, it was all too much. She found herself overwhelmed, leading her to focus on her studies. Little did she know, the first major hurdle in her quest for love was her intense dedication to academics. Jiang Nian, too, had not anticipated becoming a master of persuasion in the realm of learning, first encouraging Zhou Yuding to participate in the Olympiad, then guiding the struggling Lu Ji back onto the right path. Now, he was putting pressure on Lin Yuxi, who had come to him repeatedly. Whether there would be a future was uncertain, but the path ahead certainly seemed bright. He was determined to initiate a new advocacy for learning. Does Sunza take a car when he goes out? He walks, of course. Halfway through his meal, Lin Yuxi set down her spoon and turned to Jiang Nian with a serious expression. Senior, you must never call me low-scoring student again. Low-scoring student, Jiang Nian cheerfully reiterated. Didn't I just say not to? Lin Yuxi nearly choked on her food in exasperation. Although Jiang Nian was unaware of the significance of those 3 words, they struck a chord deep within him. Being a kind-hearted individual, he readily acquiesced. Sure, you may address me by my full name or simply as Cici. She employed a subtle ploy. Hush, hush. Lin Yuxi interjected. Senior, that is not amusing at all. I beg to differ. I find it quite humorous, Jiang Nian replied nonchalantly. In that case, if we are to address each other differently, you may refrain from calling me senior as well. Then what shall I call you? Lin Yuxi mused inwardly. Senior beneath me. After pondering for a moment, he responded, I tend to be somewhat socially anxious. You may call me by my nickname. All right, Lin Yuxi nodded. When I was younger, I had a penchant for indiscriminate urination, hence my nickname is Hush Hush. Lin Yuxi was at a loss for words. What was wrong with this person's tongue? However, she decided to overlook it. After all, no matter how sharp-tongued he was, his kiss would be soft. Let us go with something else. Oh, it seems you do not grasp my humor. What you said is rather amusing, huh? Lin Yuxi was perplexed by his absurdity. Yet she acknowledged that he was, nonetheless, entertaining. Very well, from now on, you may call me Jiang Nian or Brother X, agreed. But you must refrain from calling me Loli X. Lin Yuxi insisted. Wow, you're quite the quick learner, Jiang Nian remarked. You've even deciphered the usage of X. The future looks promising for you, Lin Yuxi. After their meal, Lin Yuxi held an umbrella to escort Jiang Nian to the senior building. She felt no oddity in this. Rather, she was quite pleased. The first step for a genius, looking cool under the rain with an umbrella. Regardless, their relationship had undeniably softened, rounding up to a semblance of friendship. This notion persisted until they reached the senior building, where Jiang Nian utilized the umbrella before departing. Thank you for the umbrella, goodbye. Ah, is that it? Jiang Nian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened as he glanced at the umbrella in her grasp. My apologies, I mistook the recipient. Thank you, umbrella brother. With that, he turned and ascended the staircase, leaving Lin Yuxi in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. For some reason, she felt somewhat embarrassed. That dog of a man. I shall seek revenge another day. Jiang Nian was in high spirits, even encouraging others to study. One must always strive upward, regardless of the circumstances. At least we are not mingling with the uninformed. As the saying goes, merely gaining admission to a prestigious university is but the threshold. Only upon entering such an institution can one, like a mayfly, behold the vast sky. Has he ever witnessed the sun shining with a score of 700? He hadn't, but that was of little consequence. He had the class monitor to lend him an air of authority. To be frank, not many in Class 0 could surpass Li Qingrong academically. The class enjoyed a high standing, yet true merit lay in breaking the shackles of mediocrity. The limit of Class 0 is not synonymous with the limit of Li Qingrong. During the lunch break, the classroom was rather crowded. Some students could not return home and opted to purchase snacks from the cafeteria or the convenience store. Jiang Nian and a few others had their hair washed on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th days, and with the rain, naturally, they opted to rest in the dormitory. Jiang Nian relished the tranquility, reclining in the back row, sealing the door tightly and forcefully wedging a folded note into the gap. No wind could enter, nor could anyone intrude. Having utilized a healing skill earlier to study for a subject, the cool-down had not yet reset. With an afternoon comprehensive science assessment looming, he could only rely on sleep to restore his energy. He dozed off, only to be awakened by a disturbance. Upon raising his head, he spotted Yu Zai. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she clung to the desk, having stumbled and nearly lost her balance. Jiang Nian glanced at the watch nestled in Li Hua's desk, 1:37 p.m. There remained 23 minutes until the lunch bell rang, which felt like a travesty. Essentially, he had squandered half of his precious sleep time. You woke me up. What do you intend to do about it? He inquired in a hushed tone. Yu Zai appeared somewhat embarrassed, but was not intimidated by Jiang Nian. If it had been someone else, she might have feared a confrontation, but with Jiang Nian, despite his many flaws, his lecherous nature, his lack of tact, and his mischief, she recognized him as a fundamentally good person, easy to placate. Why didn't he do it on purpose? Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Jiang Nian initially felt a surge of anger, but upon noticing her seated before him, something fleeting caught his eye, and his irritation dissipated. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to place the blame on Li Hua. After all, whose fault was it that he was preoccupied with a teammate's ex-girlfriend? That foolish blonde was dragging him down. Let him descend into hell. Yu Zai regarded Jiang Nian with confusion, pondering why he had calmed so rapidly. She had initially intended to soften the situation, but now it seemed he was no longer irate. After a brief period of self-reflection, she quietly admitted, I might share some of the blame. Perhaps I have my shortcomings too. Jiang Nian, uncharacteristically magnanimous, acknowledged her admission, recognizing that both bore some responsibility. The lunch break concluded, and the classroom gradually filled with students. When Zhang Ningzi arrived, she brought along a box of drinks, sparing Jiang Nian the need to beg. Without any explanation, she placed it on his desk. For you. Ah, thank you. Jiang Nian surmised she might have forgotten the earlier commotion at noon and her sensitive neck. Zhang Ningzi's offer was merely a diversion to shift his attention, but to her surprise, he was perceptive enough to detect her vulnerability. Ah, you mustn't mention that. In truth, her neck was not as sensitive as the comic portrayals suggested. She simply had a natural aversion to tickling, causing her to tremble at the slightest touch. After a playful tussle, she managed to temporarily quell Jiang Nian's curiosity about her neck, which was far too embarrassing for her. Before long, Li Hua and Ma Qiujun arrived. Yao Bei, indifferent to the upcoming assessment, immediately sought out Zhang Ningzi to converse. They chatted about hand creams and soon veered into discussions about facial masks, leaving those around them inundated with jargon. The fruit trio gathered together, delving into apocalyptic themes. Ma Qiujun remarked, I watched a movie about the apocalypse yesterday. If it truly comes, we would be doomed. Not necessarily. If a zombie outbreak occurs, I would simply seize the school convenience store. If it were a frozen world, I would keep my hands warm in my pants. At this, Jiang Nian was momentarily taken aback. Did you wash your hands before doing that? What does it have to do with me? Li Hua retorted defiantly. It's my own backup energy. I shall use it as I please. Jiang Nian could understand that. After all, some boys, upon waking in the winter, do not first open their eyes, but rather extract their hands from their long johns and give them a sniff. What if there is a beautiful girl next to you, and she wishes to do the same? Jiang Nian pressed on, adding absurdity to the conversation. Why should I care? She fancies you. She looks like Airy Sure. Jiang Nian continued to exaggerate. With a figure akin to that of a reaper, she would empower you to be self-reliant. Damn, that would be a surefire hit. What more is there to say? Li Hua responded without hesitation. Then let us go. I'll simply turn my pants inside out. Lin Dong took the umbrella and hung it outside the classroom window. He entered the classroom, brimming with energy and in a good mood. He had nearly been caught in the rain at noon, but fortuitously encountered the mathematics representative from the neighboring class. Knowing she had a boyfriend, He deliberately steered the conversation toward topics of her interest, and the atmosphere was indeed quite pleasant. Over the span of 10 minutes, she had lamented about her boyfriend 7 times. Originally, Lin Dong intended to seize the opportunity to dine with her, yet unexpectedly, she uttered something about her ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? Indeed. We have parted ways. I am currently unattached. It seems my roommate may have hanged herself in the dormitory. I must go check on her. Chapter 277. Let me tell you something truly astonishing. In the afternoon, Tao Ran returned from the office bearing the comprehensive science exam papers, clearing the desk with a cough. The students of Class 3 soon discovered there was no invigilator present halfway through the exam, causing an immediate stir. What is going on? This shoddy exam is becoming increasingly lax. I'm not writing anymore. I'll just copy a bit at random. Neither will I. Yu Tongja glanced at the noisy group and found himself in deep agreement. After all, if no one supervises the exam, what purpose does it serve? Ultimately, it was merely a practice session, so there was no need to be overly anxious. With this in mind, he relaxed completely. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 2 periods passed. Although 2/3 of the exam had elapsed, he had only just begun tackling the first major chemistry question. Was there enough time? Certainly not. But did it matter? Not in the slightest. This was only a practice test. Everyone was just copying and muddling through. Suddenly, he overheard someone ask, Li Hua, have you finished yet? Only 2 questions left. I'm almost done too. We can compare answers later. In that instant, a thunderclap struck Yu Tongja's mind. He cast a glance down at his largely blank answer sheet, his lips trembling involuntarily. Deceivers. Damn it. Is there any truth left in this class? The bell rang. Jiang Nian had already begun writing the physics questions. Estimating the time, there was 1 period remaining to complete the entire paper and maybe glance over the skipped problems. Racing against the clock, he was elated. In these times, speed was essential. He stealthily glanced at Li Qingrong, noting she was also working on the physics section. He thought to himself that he was improving, matching the class leader's pace. The exam passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the comprehensive science test was over. Jiang Nian scrutinized his answer sheet repeatedly, wishing he could extract an extra point from some obscure corner. Striving until the very last second, he finally submitted his paper. Would it be graded? Uncertain. Perhaps if not submitted, it might have been graded, but turning it in could mean cross-grading among the entire class. Li Qingrong tidied her stationery and stole a glance at Jiang Nian. He had already moved toward the back rows. While she sat in the first row of the second group, not adjacent desks but separated by an entire classroom, she lowered her head to organize her belongings. Her gaze distant and pensive. The comprehensive science exam consumed 3 periods, but a short self-study session remained. Swarms of senior students flooded the corridors, bustling noisily outside. Jiang Nian returned from the restroom and went straight back to class. The corridor was crowded and chilly. After cooling down, the wind turned biting. Only Lu Yang and his companions lingered, chatting with their jackets flung open, prioritizing style over warmth. The boys grew more vigorous the colder it got. Their combativeness depended on the intensity of the surrounding encouragement and the proximity of attractive girls. Without beauty nearby, they abandoned the pretense to preserve their health. As the back door closed, Jiang Nian cast a glance at Zhang Ningzi, his mind instantly brewing mischievous schemes. Was she not going to the restroom? Zhang Ningzi still wore Jiang Nian's school uniform. She had brought her own clothes at noon, but chose to repurpose his since he did not wear his. At that moment, she was bent over her desk, engrossed in homework. Upon hearing him, she turned to look at Jiang Nian. Is that any of your business? Jiang Nian felt a pang of guilt. Oh no, he had provoked the gentle girl's temper. Zhang Ningzi had evidently evolved from forbidding others to bully her into a fiery red state of wanting to land a punch. From you're bad to you're doomed. This was no good omen. After all, they were desk mates who could see each other's faces and lean in close. Angering her would only bring trouble upon himself, more precisely. Starvation. In truth, Jiang Nian considered himself a grateful person. Are you? Zhang Ningzi expressed doubt. She had not refused communication. After all, who brought your lunch to the cafeteria door at noon? You did. Jiang Nian began to say, but his mind failed to find a fitting adjective. It was impossible to call her a scoundrel, insubordinate, or ungrateful. I accept my death sentence, but if you kill my son Li Hua, I will suffer more. Jiang Nian's wit shifted as he searched for Li Hua's whereabouts. Coincidentally, Li Hua was approaching with drinks to distribute. Seeing Jiang Nian and Zhang Ningzi both watching him, he sensed trouble. These two quarreled incessantly and had been partners in mischief for a long time. Could it be they were uniting to target him this time? Li Hua asked while handing out drinks. What are you staring at? Zhang Ningzi pondered briefly and replied. Jiang Nian says you deserve the death penalty. Shishi, don't drag me into your little schemes, Li Hua grumbled, twisting open a drink and taking a sip. Recalling he had lost a week's worth of drinks to Jiang Nian, he felt a pang of regret and silently vowed never to gamble with him again. At that moment, Zheng Yu returned. Upon sitting down, he opened a Li Hua daily drink and took a sip, then thanked both Jiang Nian and Li Hua. Finally, he looked at Li Hua curiously and asked, "Group leader, were you the one standing in the bathroom so long without urinating?" Li Hua choked on his drink, coughing incessantly. "Damn it, don't slander me. Is the group leader's kidney failing?" Zheng Yu teased relentlessly. Exasperated, Li Hua stood up and tried to escape the awkwardness. "It's getting hot. I'll go outside for some fresh air." Zheng Yu said. "I took a photo." Li Hua froze, nearly fainting. "Bro, that's the men's room. What the hell are you doing?" Jiang Nian watched the whole scene, barely containing his laughter. The group's moral standards had once again hit rock bottom. Zheng Yu was utterly uncouth but undeniably entertaining. Whenever he spoke, amusement followed. Was this not a blessing? "I'm proud to be a Huazi, though mostly useless," Li Hua muttered, furious at Jiang Nian's continued provocations. Chishi, what a bunch of perverts." As more students returned to the classroom, Kai Shaoqing began to restore order. "Quiet, return to your seats and study." The completion of the comprehensive science exam marked the end of the weekly assessment. Because the exam had dragged on, the already brief self-study period lasted only a few minutes before dismissal. Hu Nianzhong rose and glanced at Yutanja, who lay slumped over his desk. Though he did not quite understand why Yutanja had become so listless, at least he was spared the trouble of interrogation. That money need not remain in hand for long. After all, it was not pocket change for leisurely savings, but fast money, either a great gain or a great loss. In truth, it was still Lin Dong's platform, though Lin Dong had withdrawn early to avoid a collapse. He had indeed pulled out, but secretly reinvested afterward. All the money, including earnings and the funds Yutanja provided, amounted to 3,000 yuan thrown in altogether. Frankly, if the platform were to crash, Jiang Nian had no idea what he would do. Descending the stairs, the sky darkened ominously. Hu Nianzhong tightened his school uniform against the cold wind as he mingled with the crowd returning to the dormitories. His mind was troubled these past days. So much so that he had not earnestly completed the weekly test. Yesterday, he had called home. His mother had suffered a fall. Though some medical expenses were reimbursed, the remaining costs were still beyond their means. Fortunately, his eldest uncle had advanced the money, but it was a debt that must be repaid. Hu Nianzhong was acutely aware that he was the sole hope of his family. The prospect of becoming a university student in the future promised employment. Yet the family was on the brink of collapse. Although there existed interest-free student loans for attending university, the family still had little income. This meant enduring another 4 years of hardship, a thought he found intolerable. Upon returning to his dormitory, he lay on his bed and pulled out his phone to review his assets once more. The current situation dictated that he should cease his endeavors tonight, likely leaving with less than 4,000 yuan. If he waited another 2 days, perhaps he could depart with 8,000. Gazing at the numbers on his phone screen, he fell into deep contemplation. With a creak, the dormitory door swung open. Lin Dong looked up to see Hu Nianzhong sprawled on the upper bunk. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Nothing much, just a bit tired," Hu Nianzhong replied, reluctant to admit he was still playing. He merely feigned fatigue. "Have you eaten yet?" "Later. I'm still waiting for Zheng Yu and the others." Lin Dong was merely bored, wandering from dorm to dorm. "Never mind, you can sleep," he said as he departed. Hu Nianzhong, feeling drained, returned to his blankets. He initially intended to rest for a moment, but unexpectedly fell asleep. When he finally lifted his head, the dormitory was empty. The lights still on. A glance at the clock revealed it was 6 o'clock. "Oh no, I've overslept." He hastily grabbed his clothes and rushed downstairs, intending to buy a couple of steamed buns before heading to class. However, upon reaching the north gate, he noticed that night had completely fallen. Several dim orange lights hung overhead, illuminating the path home where people awaited their rides. For reasons unknown, he found himself walking outside, suddenly longing for home. Yet it was merely a fleeting thought. Ultimately, he wandered from the north gate towards the west gate, seeking solace in the stroll. Unbeknownst to him, a light drizzle began under the darkening sky. Hu Nianzhong ambled like a lost soul, distracted as he walked from the north gate. Upon glancing up, he realized he had reached the west gate, where students were sparse as evening classes approached. Checking the time, he instinctively sprinted a few steps forward. As he neared the mouth of a small alley, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot towards him. In that instant, his vision was nearly obliterated. Screech! The jarring sound of brakes and screams filled the air, and Hu Nianzhong felt a jolt as if something had collided with him. The world spun violently, and he fell heavily to the ground. "Wait, it seems I'm not injured?" He was momentarily dazed, then turned to see Jiang Nian's face. In evening class, Jiang Nian glanced at the physics teacher at the podium, who was simultaneously writing problems on the board and conversing with Li Hua. "Hua, let me tell you something really incredible." This had become their customary opening phrase, a signal that they would monopolize time for at least 10 minutes. Li Hua, indifferent, was chatting in the front row when the teacher caught him. Sitting in the back row and getting caught by the teacher, what is the point of being there? Of course, his confidence stemmed from nearly acing the physics exam. Thus, even if the teacher noticed their conversation, he couldn't directly reprimand him, saying, "Chatting while scoring full marks in physics?" If he did, it would mean Li Hua would leap onto the podium. "You got it right, Lao Deng. Speak." "I'm all ears," Li Hua replied nonchalantly, completely dismissing the embarrassment of the afternoon. "Some issues with my kidney? It's merely nerves. Who could possibly perform under scrutiny? Can so many people be blamed for my predicament? Clearly not." Chapter 278. The liar is becoming more annoying. This afternoon, didn't I go outside the Westgate for a meal? And then what? On my way back, I stumbled upon a car accident scene. Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow. "But it's all right. I kicked him." Li Hua looked bewildered. "You're too cruel. The poor guy was hit by a car, and you kicked him?" Jiang Nian rolled his eyes. "Honestly, it was my kick that saved him." "Where is he? Did you kick him to death?" Li Hua questioned, still skeptical. "Actually, I often do this in games. Don't believe me? How about a week's worth of drinks as a wager?" Jiang Nian proposed. "Fine, I believe you." Li Hua responded, slightly taken aback. "Once bitten, twice shy. I haven't even paid off the last bet yet, which was 200 yuan. If I lose again, it'll be 400. What high school student can handle that?" "Surprisingly, I can," Li Hua remarked. Even if he treated the group to drinks for a month, his allowance could cover it, and he might even have some left over for snacks to treat Jiang Nian. Zhang Ningzi had initially no intention of engaging in their conversation. But upon hearing Jiang Nian's repeated mentions of accidents and collisions, she couldn't help but perk up her ears, feigning indifference as she listened in. Has the annoying brat learned to lie? No, the little liar is becoming increasingly bothersome. However, considering the jacket in question, she chose not to dwell on it. A friendship was symbolized by a jacket, a token of their evolving relationship that required no formalities. The exchange felt natural, as if the numerous concealed details, like winter snow melting, were gradually revealed. Before her smile could fully form, Jiang Nian's voice reached her ears again, narrating a story with unwavering conviction. That driver was a complete idiot, cursing as soon as he got out of the car. The stench of alcohol was overwhelming, and I was ready to call the police. And then, Li Hua was captivated. Zhang Ningzi paused her writing, eager for Jiang Nian to continue, who speaks in fragments, like a storyteller from a martial arts drama. Yet, there was no continuation. "Let us talk about it tomorrow." Jiang Nian waved his hand dismissively. "Damn it," Li Hua exclaimed in frustration, grabbing Jiang Nian's collar. "You better finish this." The two in the front row, aside from Fong Fong, turned to look. "What is next?" Wu Jun queried. Xingyu bluntly asked, "Are you trying to be a eunuch?" Though the sixth group sat at the back of the classroom, such a commotion did not escape the notice of the physics teacher at the podium, who cleared his throat and said, "What is so interesting at the back? Do you want to stand up and share with the whole class?" "Let us not," Jiang Nian muttered, lying on the desk and feigning death. "If I really share, you won't be happy." Li Hua, unfazed, didn't wish to challenge the teacher's authority. Fortunately, within minutes, the physics teacher left the classroom. Jiang Nian perked up again, brimming with energy as he resumed his storytelling. By all accounts, this was when Kai Shaoqing should have stepped in to maintain order. However, she had clearly been swayed. As for the class monitor, he would need to be briefed separately. The second time wouldn't have the same emotional intensity as the first. After school, he would have to recount it to Su Qianqian, and after freshening up, he would share it online. Oh, the life of someone with a strong desire to share is indeed filled with diligence. Never had he considered that showing off could be such a physically demanding endeavor. Yet, the desire to share was inherently a means of making friends, and this incident was undeniably intriguing, serving as excellent conversation fodder to devour each other as time. That guy wanted to throw a punch, but when I called the police, he backed down. In the end, nothing happened. It was merely a video settlement. Not a compensation to me. Who got hit? I'm not sure. It was too dark to see. Hu Nianzong swallowed hard, his heart racing. The injured area throbbed painfully. Yet the abrasions were not conspicuous. Throughout the evening study session, not a single word registered in his mind. Closing his eyes, the image of that blinding xenon headlight flashed in his mind, akin to a beast emerging from the alley, poised to devour its prey. Where did this student come from? Are they courting death by playing tricks? Hurry and get lost. The man's anger was palpable, his disdain unmasked, like a malevolent spirit looming overhead. It was as if he was inherently malicious, brazenly expressing his contempt. What a stroke of misfortune. Don't block the way. At that moment, one thought consumed him. Would he be asked to compensate? In his state of panic, a voice rang out. Your mother is dead. Why are you speaking so harshly? You idiot. Do you even realize you hit someone? Driving your damn broken car and speaking so foully. Don't you know that Jiang Nian is about to become a civilized city? What a fierce demeanor. Did your mother bear you with your father's seed, you motherless wretch? Hu Nianzhong was nearly petrified by Jiang Nian's words. It was the first time he had encountered such foul language. Were the locals in the county this ferocious? Simultaneously, he was also taken aback by the driver's furious reaction. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, the man's face turned nearly as red as a piece of charred wood. In the brightly lit alley, he charged directly towards Jiang Nian. What the hell did you say? I'll kill you. He couldn't comprehend why the situation had escalated in this manner. Jiang Nian's words had suddenly diffused the tense atmosphere. Hey, you've been drinking. I've been recording this the whole time. The driver immediately calmed down, but no matter how it was framed, Jiang Nian merely repeated two phrases. Call the police. It's still advisable to call the police. Let them adjudicate, for I believe in the law's capacity for fair judgment. The compensation can surely be entrusted to the legal system. Ultimately, the driver voluntarily offered to settle privately with 4,000 yuan. A complete video recording and a handwritten agreement followed. After everything concluded, the two walked along the dimly lit path on campus. Can I really get this 4,000? Are you over 18? Not quite. Keep the agreement safe. I'll send you the video. Also, the money you invested in that scam is lost forever. In the brightly lit classroom, Hu Nianzhong opened his eyes. Even though more than an hour had passed since the incident, he still couldn't believe it was all real. It felt like a dream, nearly being hit by a car and then receiving compensation. What weighed on his mind even more was Jiang Nian's statement that he would never see that money again. He recalled unlocking his phone to call the police. The first screen was the platform S app, which he hastily exited. Due to sheer anxiety, he had exited 3 times before finally getting out, which Jiang Nian likely noticed. Only Lin Dong, Jiang Nian, and he were aware of the software in the class. Now that Jiang Nian had made a definitive claim, he felt even more desolate. He didn't believe Jiang Nian would deceive him, nor did he think himself more knowledgeable than Jiang Nian. Thus, the money was most likely gone. Yet, at the same time, he had gained 4,000 yuan today. The gains and losses equaled out, perhaps with a few bruises to show for it. Regardless of whether that money could be retrieved, he resolved never to engage with such matters again. During the second evening study session, the entire class was discussing the answers to the weekly test. Jiang Nian felt a bit drowsy and wished to catch up on sleep. When he asked Zhang Mingzi if she could help him check the answers, she hesitated for a moment. All right, let me ask others. Zhang Mingzi was taken aback. She hadn't even considered it yet. Who will you ask? Whoever is willing to help me correct them, I'll ask. Perhaps there are benevolent souls in the class. Jiang Nian stood up, clearly heading towards Chun Yunyan. There are no benevolent souls, only sticky rice people. Of course, he wouldn't let them work for free. Tomorrow, he would buy some drinks and snacks. This way, their friendship would strengthen further. Wait, come back. Zhang Mingzi yanked him back and shot him a look. Didn't I say I wouldn't help you correct? No, Jiang Nian replied, modestly lowering his gaze. Why worry about it? Whoever helps me correct is right. If all else fails, he might resort to a little charm. To be fair, the back row was indeed more suited for napping. Jiang Nian dozed through most of the evening study session, waking up drowsily when the teacher came by once. He pretended to be diligently working on problems. As the evening study came to an end, he stepped out to relieve himself. On his way back, he encountered Zhou Yuding. Neither acknowledged the other, merely casting a cold glance before brushing past. After the bell rang, in the classroom, Li Hua, I'm so hungry. Jiang Nian, are you hungry? Ma Qiajun, sitting in the back, asked like a mother hen, going around asking each person. Not hungry. I'm full after drinking some water, Li Hua replied. Don't look at me. I'm even less hungry, Jiang Nian shrugged. He generally didn't eat during the third evening study session. Well, then forget it. Ma Qiajun continued to brood. Suddenly, Zhang Mingzi recalled something and curiously asked Jiang Nian, why aren't you practicing for your driver's exam anymore? Jiang Nian pondered for a moment and pulled out a screenshot of his perfect score. He swiped it in front of Zhang Mingzi, leaving her momentarily speechless. Speak. Humph. What is there to say? Zhang Mingzi retorted defiantly. Jiang Nian smirked. Originally, she didn't want to engage with Jiang Nian, but she couldn't help but ask. If you pass the driving test, won't you have to buy a car? Not necessarily. I might just get any random one, Jiang Nian replied indifferently. Considering a second-hand vehicle, or perhaps even a van. His desire to buy a car was not for anyone else, but purely for personal vanity. Under various possibilities, it would also conveniently allow him to accomplish certain tasks. Moreover, this was merely a hypothetical. If after graduating from high school, the system didn't reward him with $1 million, then forget about buying a car, just sleep it off. Who he'd sleep with was uncertain. Perhaps a random selection on the street. In any case, he would buy a trade vehicle to have on hand. Spending lavishly to win a smile from a beauty was certainly delightful, but it also depended on the timing. If the timing was off, it could yield the opposite effect. Oh, Zhang Mingzi didn't mind. She thought to herself that she would learn to drive next summer, if she truly needed a car. She could borrow one from her father, who wasn't too keen on driving. Even if she couldn't drive, wasn't Jiang Nian there? Chapter 279. You actually want to see this, don't you? I need to remind everyone that the duty students should remember to clean the blackboard tomorrow. As Tao Ran's voice fell, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang. The classroom erupted into a flurry of activity. With hardly anyone catching what he had said, Fong Fong, I think it's our turn to clean tomorrow? Li Hua inquired. Huang Fong turned back to glance at him, somewhat exasperated. Yes, it's our turn. Since Jiang Nian began calling her Fong Fong every day, Li Hua and Wu Jun also followed suit. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but it felt somewhat mushy. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hua said, I'll come early tomorrow and clean the blackboard. Upon hearing this, Huang Fong, who had been preparing to write another question during evening study, suddenly halted her pen on the paper. Before high school, she often had to wash the blackboard at her rural middle school during winter. The blackboards there were genuine chalkboards. And it didn't matter if they weren't cleaned perfectly, but if the teacher was in a bad mood, they would simply refuse to teach. Because the water was particularly cold in the winter mornings, no one wanted to touch it. This task either got dragged out indefinitely or ultimately fell to her. The boys in middle school tended to be rebellious, thinking, why should I listen to the teacher? He looks down on me and expects me to clean his blackboard? I'd rather clean a tombstone. Since Huang Fong was a top student, if someone was to listen in class, it was better to let her do the cleaning. Huang Fong would genuinely do it, not because she feared reprimand. The sight of the teacher clad in a white down jacket, now speckled with black stains, evoked a sense of sympathy. It must be quite a challenge to clean. As her hands submerged into the frigid water, the moment they emerged, they turned a purplish hue. The pain was sharp and piercing, akin to being pricked by countless needles. A shiver coursed through her, and Huang Fong instinctively curled her fingers. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, I arrived earlier. Perhaps I should handle the washing. Li Hua, embodying a quintessentially masculine stance, promptly waved her off, signaling that no further discussion was necessary. No need to argue. I shall take the rag home tonight. Huang Fong remarked. The team leader can be rather foolish, becoming increasingly abstract. The chill in the air intensified, enveloping the desolate streets. Jiang Nian tightened his school uniform around him, glancing at the rain-soaked, reflective pavement. The mottled surface mirrored the dim, yellow streetlights. Turning back, he addressed the girl with the backpack. Su Qianqian, I have something remarkable to share. Jiang Nian was known for his casual demeanor, often speaking whimsically. Yet he had never uttered profanities in front of Su Qianqian. In truth, he was uncertain whether she would be offended by such language, while others might not care. He felt a sense of obligation to be respectful, especially considering the kindness he had received from her aunt. I too have an intriguing piece of gossip. Would you care to hear it? Su Qianqian's face illuminated with a knowing, vaguely flirtatious smile. Let's hear yours first, Jiang Nian decided swiftly. Compared to romantic gossip, a mere traffic accident seemed trivial, as the compensation was not personally his to gain, merely a matter of witnessing injustice. Actually, it's nothing much. A girl from our class was conversing with another boy, and suddenly, a guy flew over and slapped him. Su Qianqian bit her lip. Why did that happen? Jiang Nian inquired, perplexed. It's a secret relationship, of course. What else could it be? Su Qianqian refrained from elaborating further, as it would lead to more intimate gossip that could easily entangle her with someone like Jiang Nian. That seems quite normal. Appearances can be deceiving, Jiang Nian remarked incisively. Some individuals thrive on this kind of intrigue, while others merely flirt. Su Qianqian rolled her eyes, knowing full well that wisdom seldom emanates from such foolishness. What were you about to say earlier? Oh right. Their figures faded into the distance as they turned into a narrow alley, the night deepening around them. Upon returning home, Su Qianqian rummaged through her wardrobe for clothes to wear while bathing. When her fingers brushed against her lingerie, she paused momentarily. Although washed, she decided against wearing that particular set. Though she knew it was unlikely, what if? As adults, they need not shy away from sensitive topics. Moreover, her father was an andrologist, which certainly influenced her perceptions. While she had no intention of actively learning about such matters, she understood that there was no shame in them. It was entirely normal for high school students to experience heightened hormones and desires, although some boys might indulge excessively, leading to physical discomfort. Did Jiang Nian experience this? Achoo! Jiang Nian emerged from the shower, sneezing. Who is thinking of me at this late hour? Are they craving my presence? After drying his hair, he joyfully leaned back against his bed. However, he soon found that position uncomfortable and rolled over, thumping the mattress 3 times in his habitual manner until he found a more agreeable position. Sitting for long hours has turned me into a couch potato. Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Ningzi's recent purchase of a cushion, truly a benevolent act from a wealthy girl. Counting the days, he realized the delivery should be arriving soon. The driving school had already pre-registered for the first subject, but actual enrollment required a transaction number from the vehicle management office, marking the true beginning of the process. Although this would take time, it was not something Jiang Nian, as a VIP, needed to worry about. If he practiced diligently, he could master the second and third subjects in a single day, eagerly awaiting his license. The check-in process would be handled by others. Feeling bored, Jiang Nian resolved to call Su Qianqian via video. Ding ding ding. He was predictably met with rejection. Half a minute later, Su Qianqian replied, "What are you doing?" "I'm in the shower." Jiang Nian thought to himself, "Of course I know you're showering. Why else would I be calling?" "Nothing much. I suddenly had a memory lapse and wanted to see your face. Perhaps it would jog my memory." Logically, he expected that to be the end of the conversation. Yet, a minute later, his phone chimed with a new message from Su Qianqian. "You actually want to see, don't you?" Late at night, Jiang Nian sprang upright in bed, completely caught off guard by her words. His heart raced, and he felt a slight shortness of breath. He pondered the paradox. If he admitted to wanting to see her, Su Qianqian would likely call him a pervert and terminate the conversation. Conversely, if he claimed indifference, she would surely see through his facade. On the other side, Su Qianqian was nearing the end of her shower. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, concealing her graceful form. Her hair was tied up, secured within a shower cap, and the light cast a soft glow on her smooth, pale back. She did not hear her phone ring, thinking that if Jiang Nian expressed a desire to see her, it would provide her a chance to playfully tease him before bed, and then abruptly end the conversation. After all, she would sleep soundly, waking up happily for school the next day. Moreover, it would serve as a test of his resolve. A subtle hint the following day would reveal whether he was feeling any physical discomfort. If Jiang Nian declined, she could simply ignore him. She contemplated sending a photo of her toenails or a toy, conveying that he was misconstruing her intentions. However, that might come off as too obvious, resembling a baiting tactic. Ignoring him would ensure he spent sleepless nights, pondering whether he had missed out on certain opportunities before messaging her in the dead of night. "Are you asleep?" The mere thought of this scenario brought a smile to Su Qianqian's lips, relishing the power she held over the naive boy. After a while, her phone buzzed. Su Qianqian, now dressed, chose to disregard it. In this frigid weather, she would only check her messages for something monumental. Clearly, Jiang Nian's messages were devoid of substance. Once she finished dressing and the chill subsided, she finally glanced at her phone, finding a lengthy message from Jiang Nian. The small window was ablaze with heat as she read, "In the bright and scorching summer, the thing I miss most is..." Su Qianqian sighed, realizing Jiang Nian had a knack for crafting entertaining, yet ultimately inaccessible messages. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian awaited her response with bated breath. The phone buzzed again. Su Qianqian's reply had arrived. He eagerly opened WeChat, only to find 2 words, "not giving." Jiang Nian flopped back onto his bed, feeling an itch in his heart from those 2 simple words. He mused that the difference between not giving and giving was merely a matter of a coy refusal. Yet, he quickly recognized this as a cunning ploy by the mischievous girl. She intended to keep him awake, didn't she? He contemplated that one should maintain their own rhythm and redirected his attention to chatting with Jiang Nian. By swiftly changing the atmosphere, he would avoid falling into her trap. Hu Nianzhong spent the entire night wide awake, his eyes bloodshot by dawn. It was all gone. His initial investment of 600 yuan and a profit of 400 yuan had vanished entirely. Watching the numbers on the app climb, he was met with the disheartening message that withdrawals were disabled. Upon clicking to withdraw, he was informed that the platform had altered the withdrawal date, allowing transactions only at midnight on Sundays. To withdraw immediately, he would need to pay a fee or invest more funds to meet the required balance for immediate withdrawal. He could hardly be oblivious to the impending doom. The platform was doomed to collapse. There was no need to wait until next Sunday. They would abscond as early as this week. In that moment, many desperate souls would cling to their last flicker of hope, throwing their money into the abyss. Yet, it would merely vanish without a trace. Jiang Nian had been entirely correct, down to the last detail. Hu Nianzhong glanced at the 4,000 yuan pressed beneath his pillow and instinctively counted it again. He shuddered to think what might have happened had he walked away right after the fright he endured yesterday afternoon, only to return that evening to discover his funds locked in the platform. What would he have done? Would he have crumbled? The more he pondered, the colder his spine felt, and his gratitude towards Jiang Nian swelled. Suddenly, he lost all desire to attend class. He longed to return home. He yearned to return the money to Tangja and allocate the remainder for household expenses. He wished to see his parents and pay his respects to the deity of fortune at the temple. With these thoughts in mind, he hastily organized his backpack, wrapping the money in layers of plastic, ultimately filling 3 red bags. He stuffed 2 pieces of clothing into the bag and placed the loose change for the bus in the left pocket of his trousers. Once everything was prepared, he slung the bag across his chest, rose quietly from his bed, and without a thought for washing up, he stealthily donned his shoes and approached the dormitory's exit. Before departing, he took one last look at the dorm room, where the dim windows were fogged with condensation, and the first light of dawn was just beginning to break. A bizarre, almost hellish thought flickered in his mind. If his roommates awoke to find him cosplaying as a sunny doll, would they be surprised? Taking a deep breath, Hu Nianzhong gently pulled open the door and stepped outside. A chill wind rushed into the stairwell, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His mind felt clearer, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. It was evident he wished to live, but if yesterday had indeed played out as a series of unfortunate events, would he be able to reconcile it? The answer, perhaps, only the heavens knew. Outside, the sky was still dark, and he descended the stairs. The cold air rushed up his pants leg as he awkwardly rushed down the steps, taking 2 or 3 at a time. By 5:30 a.m., the doors of the 5 dormitory buildings swung open. Occasionally, the old caretaker would linger in bed, delaying until 5:45 a.m. But most students who enjoyed morning runs would knock insistently. Fortunately, the door opened. Hu Nianzhong emerged, took a turn towards the north gate, and made his way through the shadowy alley beneath the plastic awning, arriving directly at the bus stop. A thick mist hung in the air, and distant streetlights glimmered faintly, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of sanitation workers sweeping the streets, while steam billowed from the nearby bun shop. At 6:15 a.m., a bus directly to Yushui, Xiang Street arrived. The sky gradually brightened, and the streetlights extinguished as dawn broke. The bus, with a honk, approached the makeshift bus stop, marked only by a metal sign emblazoned with red letters. Inside, the dim lighting and oppressive stench were nauseating. The ticket collector cast a sidelong glance at the boarding students and then at the empty street, saying nothing as he retreated into his seat. Ticket collection usually began after the bus had traveled a short distance outside the county. Hu Nianzhong found a seat in the middle of the bus. Despite having not slept all night, he felt no fatigue as he leaned back. He gazed out at the rapidly receding streets and composed a message to his homeroom teacher, Old Lu, requesting a leave of absence due to family matters, concluding with, I have boarded the bus home. After sending it, he felt a surge of relief. Reflecting on it, he added Jiang Nian as a friend in the class group, expressing his gratitude in the application message. Perhaps, he realized, he had gained more than he had lost. Outside, sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting a soft golden hue over the aging buildings. As he embarked on his journey home, suddenly, a line from a poem sprang to mind. The boat drifts lightly, the wind gently blows the garments. I asked the traveler of the past road, lamenting the faint light of dawn. It was cold. Jiang Nian awoke and donned a thicker coat, maintaining his early morning routine of washing up. Who the hell added me early in the morning? He wondered. Oh, it was him. Jiang Nian, upon accepting the friend request, also noticed the message of thanks. Just as he was about to respond, the other party sent a picture of the fields outside the bus window. I'm going home. Jiang Nian. He bombarded the message with question marks, muttering to himself in frustration. What the hell, sending such news so early? Did he think anyone would be envious of not attending class? Damn it, he thought, better delete it. After washing up, Jiang Nian stepped outside, and upon entering the classroom, he noticed an unexpected addition on the podium. Li Hua was preparing to fill a basin with water to wipe the blackboard. Turning at the sound, he was momentarily taken aback to see Jiang Nian. What the hell? You're here so early. You beast. And you tell me not to be so diligent while you sneak in early? Jiang Nian felt a bit embarrassed. He did indeed have such thoughts. I was going to ask you why you're sneaking in so early. Planning to meet Fong Fong, are you? In the classroom, only 3 people were present, 2 boys and a girl. Huang Fong sat at the back, working on assignments, and looked up at the 2 fools at the podium. Her expression, one of exasperation. What are you talking about me for? Isn't it obvious? Jiang Nian replied as he made his way to the back row. Caught you in the act of an early morning rendezvous. A little romance within the group. Huh? Shut up. Li Hua, uninterested, pulled out a plastic bag containing the classroom's cleaning cloths. I specifically got up early to clean the whiteboard, unlike you, who does nothing all day. Chapter 280. Why does this person occasionally act like a dog? The empty classroom, at the podium. Li Hua stared in astonishment at Jiang Nian, who had also picked up a cleaning cloth, his jaw nearly dropping to the multimedia screen. No way. Bro, are we competing now? Is that what this is about? What are you doing? Jiang Nian had no other hobby but to create minor obstacles for Li Hua. You don't need me to wipe the blackboard. Go mop the floor outside. Li Hua surrendered. Come on, can't you mop the floor? No way, it's too cold outside. Jiang Nian honestly didn't want to wipe the whiteboard. He simply sought some mischief. Ultimately, it was Li Hua who ended up cleaning the board alone. Jiang Nian sprawled on his desk, catching some sleep instead of mopping. It was still too early, with no one around. Any effort would be wasted. He closed his eyes, deciding to wait until morning reading began. Zhang Ningzi was in good spirits. The cushion she ordered online was expected to arrive by afternoon. What she looked forward to was not just the cushion, but the process of picking it up together. Entering the classroom, she glanced around and spotted Jiang Nian dozing in the back row. Does he wake up early just to nap in class? How boring. He must only be competing with a handful of people. But considering Jiang Nian's background, it wasn't entirely surprising. As Zhang Ningzi approached, Jiang Nian was just about waking up. They exchanged greetings and began to prepare their desks, pulling out their books for morning reading. Jiang Nian, having already memorized everything, took out his science exam paper to review. In 2 weeks, there would be a major exam, and his goal was to score above 600. To be honest, there was still room for improvement. The main motivation was not to be looked down upon by Su Qianqian. It was perfectly normal to not score as high as her. Being continuously under pressure wasn't entirely bad, but sometimes one needed to strive for a breakthrough. Zhang Ningzi pulled out essential materials for the Chinese exam, casually mentioning, "It seems like the package will arrive today." Jiang Nian turned his head. In recent days, the temperature has plummeted, and few students in the class are donning their uniforms. Instead, they are clad in jackets of moderate thickness, as winter's presence begins to make itself felt. Outside the window, a milky haze envelopes the scene, with faint golden rays of sunlight seeping through. Today, Zhang Ningzi is adorned in a loose, beige sweater, appearing diminutive as she sits in the corner, her high ponytail accentuating her fair neck. He couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, pondering the spaciousness of her wardrobe. Could it possibly conceal him? Jiang Nian found himself musing over trivial thoughts, such as his own wardrobe, or rather, the lack thereof. Su Qianqian, on the other hand, possesses a grand wardrobe. It felt peculiar being the outsider in a family of 3, merely a guest with the surname Jiang. How ironic that a guest shares the same surname. However, this situation improved after his academic performance surged. Jiang Nian felt that his parents must indeed care for him. Otherwise, how could they possibly unearth 2 million in savings in his 28-year-old's untouched memories, regardless of whether it was borrowed or not? The ability to procure such a sum is no small feat, but how does he compare to Zhang Ningzi? Never mind that. Envy is a poor habit. Kai Xiaoqing counted the heads and noted that 2 students were absent. It is quite normal for day students to take leave or arrive late. But one male boarding student was notably missing. Since it was early self-study, she couldn't inquire with old Lu. Instead, she asked the absent student's roommate, who was equally in the dark. How strange, Kai Xiaoqing murmured. Suddenly, she felt a light tap on her back and instinctively turned around. Jiang Nian stood behind her, pulling out his phone. The screen displayed a photo taken from a car window, clearly showing the outskirts of the county. He had taken leave to return home and was likely about to have his meal. Upon returning to his seat, Jiang Nian overheard Li Hua lamenting. "I wish I could take a leave." After a moment's thought, he replied, "You could give me all your pocket money, pretend to be mute for a couple of days, and drink just enough water to stretch out your absence." Li Hua was incensed. That's not taking leave, that's dying. Zhengyu, seated in the front row, turned around and jested, "What is the point of taking leave? You'd just be playing on your phone at home. If you're going to play, it's better to do so in the classroom where the atmosphere is lively." "Watch out for old Lu," Wu Jun cautioned. "Come on. Old Lu may be a giant in teaching, but when it comes to playing on phones, he's as naive as a rookie." Zhengyu reclined back dramatically. "I've concealed my phone from junior high all the way to senior year. I've switched devices, but never been caught." The morning's lessons primarily focused on reviewing the recent examination papers, commencing with 2 consecutive mathematics classes. It was rather stimulating to start the day this way. Jiang Nian felt overwhelmed, yet forced himself to pay attention. If something was unclear, he made a note to ask Ningzi later. As for why he wouldn't ask Li Hua, it was simply because he was a bit of a late chair. He had no other hobby than to sidle up to the young ladies and pose questions. Her skin, as pale as ice cream, was a delightful sight that made him wish to taste it. The morning swiftly passed. Zhang Ningzi discovered that her package would not arrive until the afternoon, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. However, there was little to be done, so she packed her bag and headed home for lunch. Upon returning from his meal, Jiang Nian habitually stood for a while at the railing of the corridor outside the classroom, not for any particular reason, but simply to enjoy the breeze. In the distance, the mist that had enveloped Qingmu Ridge had dissipated, revealing the stark outlines of bare rocks. Jiang Nian suddenly recalled a conversation he had with Lu Ji, who had once remarked that winter was quite suitable for hiking. After all, in summer, holding hands can lead to sweaty palms, making the experience rather uncomfortable. But in winter, soft little hands can be held all day long. Lu Ji had made this comment back in middle school, before he had broken up with his ex-girlfriend, perhaps boasting a little to Jiang Nian. A sound of footsteps approached, followed by a light bounce beside him. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Chen Yunyan stood beside him, clad in a light knitted jacket, adding, "It's a bright sunny day." Jiang Nian turned to glance at her and nodded. "Indeed, but unfortunately, there's no sun here." "You could head downstairs," she suggested, pointing upwards with a hint of mystery. The rooftop of the administrative building. I've heard it's not locked. That can't be true. Wouldn't tea that attract couples? Jiang Nian replied, somewhat taken aback. I'm not sure, but there are plenty of couples sunbathing on the lawn below. Chen Yunyun seemed indifferent. Then asked, by the way, did you stroll around the lawn? Jiang Nian hadn't noticed while going upstairs, and he was too lazy to go back down. No. As a creature of the shadows, I prefer the dim corners. Chen Yunyun chuckled, but didn't he leave. Instead, she remained beside him in the slightly cooler corridor, engaging in casual conversation. Have you climbed that mountain? Jiang Nian felt indifferent towards Qingyu Ridge, but sensed that Chen Yunyun might have. Didn't you go in your first year? Given your outgoing nature, you should have gone with your roommates. After all, there aren't many attractions around here. We went as a dorm group in our first year, but halfway through, it rained. We didn't bring an umbrella, and fearing a downpour, we turned back. Haven't you gone again since then? After the division of classes, we didn't. Oh. After a while, Jiang Nian took the initiative to ask, do you really want to go? Chen Yunyun felt a bit shy. She naturally wouldn't admit to wanting to go, so she instinctively feigned indifference. It's just okay. Oh, I see. Jiang Nian habitually cast a line before turning to walk towards the end of the corridor, muttering to himself. I was going to ask if you wanted to go. Chen Yunyun, standing in the corridor, was momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening yet no sound escaping. She thought to herself, why is he acting like a dog at times? However, the girl maintained her composure and refrained from chasing after him to change her mind. Instead, she quietly watched him head towards the restroom, biting her lower lip. Her chest rose and fell slightly before she managed to collect her emotions and turn to enter the classroom. Revenge, as they say, is a dish best served cold. After finishing in the restroom, Jiang Nian washed his hands. The cold water from the overhead tank, which had settled overnight, splashed onto his hands, causing him to recoil. Wow, that is freezing. After washing his hands, he turned and spotted Wang Yi ascending the stairs with a bag of snacks. Wait a moment. Calculating the day of the week, he realized it was Tuesday, her wash day. Wang Yi had likely come with Chen Yunyun, one to buy snacks and the other intending to return to class. Hence their staggered arrivals. What are you doing? Upon seeing Jiang Nian, she immediately appeared defensive. Don't come any closer. Jiang Nian was speechless, thinking. Wang Yuhi is nearly 1.7 meters tall, yet she was acting like a primary school student. What do you take me for? Hearing this, Wang Yuhi displayed a conflicted expression. Can I trust you? Absolutely, Jiang Nian replied with a gentle smile. He thought to himself that his mother, Li Hongmei, was renowned for her honesty, so Wang Yuhi could trust her son. However, she was not inclined to take such risks. Oh, these snacks are for me. And Yunyun gets some too. After contemplating for a moment, recalling that Jiang Nian had previously shared his snacks with her, she opened the bag and said, take your pick. All right, I didn't expect you to be so generous, Jiang Nian complimented casually as he leaned in for a look. Discovering that the bag mostly contained small snacks like duck necks. I must say, Wang Yuhi is quite affluent. Wang Yuhi felt somewhat bashful upon receiving praise. Yet she was genuinely generous towards others, except when it came to the food she held in her hands, which she was unwilling to share. However, if the snacks were inside a bag, she considered it acceptable to share. Reflecting on this, she thought, you may take 2 bags. In the next moment, she saw Jiang Nian slide both hands into the bag, gently scooping up the contents. Instantly, only 2 bags remained inside, leaving her utterly stunned. Jiang Nian had already fled, clutching a pile of snacks in his arms. The sunlight struggled to climb to the 4th floor, casting a warm glow at Wang Yuhi's feet in the corridor. She glanced down at the snacks in the bag, then looked away, unable to suppress the tears welling in her eyes. Upon entering the classroom, she found the entire bundle of snacks resting on her desk. For a moment, tears lingered in her eyes, wavering uncertainly, unsure whether to fall or not. Chen Yunyun, standing by the window engrossed in solving a problem while simultaneously practicing her posture, turned to see Wang Yi's expression and instantly understood what had transpired. She found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Those two were truly something else. During lunch break, Jiang Nian diligently worked on problems before finally resting his head on the desk for a brief nap. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Only by laying a solid foundation bit by bit could one afford to be freer during the college entrance examination. Yet his own definition of freedom had evolved, from merely securing a spot in the first-tier university to guaranteeing admission into a prestigious 985 institution. The academic performance of those around him influenced his own results. Freedom, therefore, meant attending a university comparable to his friends. A side note, Luji was no longer considered a close friend. Low scorers needed time to improve. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell signaling the end of the break rang. Yu Tongja entered the school amidst the crowd, his expression somewhat sour. His first attempt at collecting money had been so unlucky that at least his own money was returned. Changing groups? That was just a daydream. Recently, misfortune clung to him relentlessly. Not a single thing went smoothly. He felt as if life had pummeled him countless times, and waking each day was a painful ordeal. With a sputter, he spat onto the roadside, his saliva tinged with blood. A wave of despair washed over him. He wondered when this relentless hardship would finally cease. Just as he ascended the stairs, someone bumped into him. Sorry, Sun Zixin apologized, realizing he had collided with a classmate. Ah, it's you, sorry about that. Yu Tongja grunted in acknowledgement, ignoring him. Sun Zixin took no offense, choosing not to waste anger on fools. Recently, he had been chatting with a sweet girl, and each day was filled with sweetness. Chapter 281. Luck surpasses popularity. In the afternoon, they continued reviewing the exam papers. That was the rhythm of senior year. Test one day, review the next. Holding on a bit longer, Wednesday would bring a physical education class, and Thursday and Friday would offer a respite with back-to-back English and Chinese lessons. Looking up, Saturday was just around the corner, and the thought of the weekend brought renewed hope. Occasionally, school activities interspersed the routine, such as moving all the chairs to the playground for assemblies, moments of bliss beyond measure. Skipping classes during lessons was the ultimate delight. Not having holidays during breaks was the true torment. During the final self-study session, Li Hua rose and patted Zheng Yu, saying, after school, "No one's running off, you all have to stay and sweep the floor. It won't take long." Zheng Yu turned, somewhat speechless. "Group leader, you might as well just report my ID number. You run fastest and are the one to watch out for." Li Hua was unfazed, a seasoned group leader. "If you want to leave early, clean the floor. Once you're done, you're free." "No, I'd rather take out the trash," Zheng Yu volunteered. Wu Zhengguo turned around, glancing at Li Hua. "Me too." Sharing the same dormitory and group, Wu Zhengguo and Zheng Yu's friendship deepened, always in pairs, coming and going together. Perhaps it was necessity. Wu Zhengguo had transferred from the day school to boarding school due to Yu Zai, stepping in as a temporary replacement. Without prior boarding experience, he sought companionship. He and Lin Dong had a rift over Yu Zai, and in contrast, the less romantically inclined Zheng Yu was a better ally. Once these two were settled, Li Hua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as someone took out the trash, or more accurately, as long as someone did their share of work, even if minimal, it was acceptable so long as no one shirked responsibility. Jiang Nian didn't lift his head the entire time. Absorbed in solving physics problems, the weekly tests had shown some effect. Incremental progress was still progress. Even if he was still stuck at the stage of formulaic problem solving without flexibility, it was acceptable, because sometimes there was simply no alternative. Science subjects were unforgiving. After calculating for a while, Jiang Nian set down his pen, deciding to tackle it again tomorrow. Zhang Ningzi leaned over curiously to see what he was working on, watching for a few seconds before nodding and about to speak. "Stop, I know you can do it." Jiang Nian motioned to halt her words. "I don't want to see this problem today. I'll ask you about it tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhang Ningzi puffed her cheeks in frustration. "You don't even know this." Jiang Nian nearly choked. The fairy-like Zhang Ningzi had turned surprisingly aggressive. "No, it's not that I don't know," he coughed, attempting to save face. "I just find this problem disgusting and want to look at it tomorrow." "Oh," Zhang Ningzi replied. Jiang Nian was slightly unsettled. Seeing no one around, Li Hua didn't count. He reached under the desk and pinched Zhang Ningzi's thigh. The sensation was soft and surprisingly resilient. "You." Zhang Ningzi blushed, furious, and punched his arm. "You." Li Hua, attracted by the commotion, glanced over. "What are you two doing? Practicing free fighting? Want to play?" Jiang Nian brandished his fists, prepared to land a rising dragon punch on Li Hua. "I'll hit you first, then you hit me back." "No thanks." Li Hua declined to partake in their antics. His interest in girls was minimal at present, mainly because he hadn't met the right one during senior year. Settling for less would be a waste of opportunity cost. In essence, it might be excellent, but if you meet her only a year later, you're likely to choose B out of desperation, inevitably altering your life's trajectory. Li Hua recalled the story of the monkey picking up sesame seeds, but life was not a straight path. There were peaches, watermelons, and sesame seeds to choose from. Life was full of countless crossroads and choices. Choosing to be with B meant veering down a different path, never to meet A, regardless of the outcome with B. The road ahead would no longer be the same. One might fall in love many times, but never meet the right person at the right time. The chances for love are finite. Once used up, one can only stand aside and watch. Why was A so wonderful, yet lost to someone else? Because when that person met B, there was no ending. This was the lesson Li Hua learned from Jiang Nian, whom he bluntly asked about dating experience, only to discover he was a virgin with zero romantic history, both cheeky and shameless. Li Hua couldn't match Jiang Nian's audacity, but was adept at reflection. Jiang Nian hadn't dated yet. Why rush? Enjoy senior year instead. After school, Group 6 collaborated to clean. At the rear door of the classroom, Jiang Nian idly mopped the section to pass the time, waiting for Zhang Ningzi and the others to finish sweeping before mopping the floor. Chen Yunyan and Wang Yuhe moved from their seats, apparently preparing to return to the dormitory together for dinner and to heat water. As the two passed by Jiang Nian, Chen Yunyan smiled and greeted him, while Wang Yi deliberately stomped her feet a few extra times on the ground. Jiang Nian leaned on the mop handle like a crutch, rolling his eyes skyward in silent exasperation. Children were so utterly immature. Yet he couldn't help but notice that Chen Yunyan had recently grown noticeably more composed, and her grades had soared remarkably. They say a girl blossoms at 18, but how peculiar that her transformation was academic rather than outward. Alas, one after another. I am the most wretched of all. The mere thought of Li Hua's remark about the 500-point wild dog ignites a surge of anger within Jiang Nian. It's all that bastard Li Hua's fault. At that moment, Li Hua, who was busy mopping the floor on the other side, looked up in confusion at his words and promptly raised his middle finger. Fool. Ignoring Li Hua, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Zhang Ningzi was still sweeping the floor, her pace unhurried. Estimating that she was nearly done, he began dragging the mop from behind, soon catching up with her. Hello. Not in a hurry, thanks. Jiang Nian proactively extended his hand, interrupting her words. It's merely that my abilities are superior, hence my efficiency is higher. Zhang Ningzi rolled her eyes, as boys tend to take strange matters too seriously. Suddenly recalling something important, she tilted her head slightly and asked Jiang Nian, will you have time later? With that expression, even if you have no time, you'd better make some. The invincible beauty. Wait, where's my ID? I distinctly remember placing it in my pocket before leaving. Of course I do. Why do you ask? Jiang Nian leaned on the mop handle, an involuntary smile gracing his face, as if he was anticipating something. Oh, the delivery has arrived. Upon hearing this, his expression instantly dulled. All right then. After finishing their cleaning, the two left the classroom together. As they descended the stairs, Jiang Nian turned to her and asked, what shall we eat? The girl halted in her tracks, deep in thought about their meal. How about Chunwangju? Hold on, young lady. I really can't afford to go there. Jiang Nian sensed her intention of treating him to a lavish meal, almost mistaking it for a wedding banquet. Chunwangju is a high-end restaurant, not too far from the school, yet unique in the town of Nanzan. Though its prices are anything but appealing to the average person, more expensive than the steakhouse in the city center, truly top tier. Oh, fine. Zhang Ningzi appeared slightly displeased. Jiang Nian understood that Zhang Ningzi simply wished to treat him to something good. This did not imply that they couldn't dine at other modest establishments. In fact, she was not picky at all. Let us have claypot soup, it'll suffice. All right, I'll follow your lead. After exiting the school gates, Zhang Ningzi was unusually obedient. Jiang Nian felt indifferent. When the fairy Zhang Ningzi had punched him on the arm, she hadn't been like this. Perhaps she was just nervous about being out. Isn't this a classic case of being a tyrant at home? Friendship points must be greatly deducted, with winter nights arriving early. As they stepped through the school's main entrance, the streets on either side were already illuminated, with various neon signs flickering brightly. Jiang Nian and Zhang Ningzi walked side by side, attracting a few curious glances along the way. In truth, Zhang Ningzi felt quite anxious inside, her face a mask of forced composure. She had been subtly adjusting her breathing, preventing her cheeks from turning crimson. Numerous young couples passed by, all heading out for dinner in similar fashion. A sudden voice called out, Nian go. Startled, Zhang Ningzi halted and stepped beside someone else. She initially thought it was one of Jiang Nian's friends, only to realize it was Hu Nianzhong from class 3. After a moment of recollection, she remembered his name. So, he has returned to school? Jiang Nian conversed with Hu Nianzhong, his demeanor calm, showing no signs of impatience. You took a day off? Yes, just to visit home. Zhang Ningzi hid behind Jiang Nian, her cheeks gradually reddening, as if blushing like a rose, her fair complexion turning a shade deeper all the way to her neck. How embarrassing to run into someone from the same class. Fortunately, Hu Nianzhong noticed Zhang Ningzi standing nearby and did not linger long. He merely expressed his gratitude and mentioned they'd talk next time before tactfully taking his leave. Once Hu Nianzhong departed, the two continued walking down the street. Zhang Ningzi curiously inquired, are you quite close with him? Not really, why do you ask? Jiang Nian turned, casting a glance at Zhang Ningzi. Nothing much. Just felt like you had a good rapport. She half spoke, then smiled. Well, you seem to be quite popular. Well, somewhat. Jiang Nian paused, glancing at her. I'm also quite lucky, perhaps even more so than being well-liked. As their eyes met, Zhang Ningzi's cheeks flushed anew, as if the blush would never fade. Is that so? Indeed. Zhang Ningzi tilted her face against the faint glow of the streetlights, her eyes crescent-shaped as she said. Then I suppose I'm quite lucky as well. It's just that you're unaware of it.